Hey, welcome to the Isekai Audiobook. Glad to have you here. Just a little reminder, please support the authors who create this story. Without their creativity, none of this would be possible. And yeah, don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit that bell so you never miss a new adventure.
Chapter 101, 101. Magneto. The once abandoned grounds of the Xavier Institute stirred back to life. Professor Charles Xavier, having recovered from his injuries after the devastating battle with Apocalypse, had recalled the X-Men home. The war might have passed. But the storm was only beginning. When Logan, known to most as Wolverine, returned, he found Xavier waiting for him, the same calm presence he remembered. "Been a long time, old man," Logan said with a rare smile. "Far too long," Charles replied warmly. But standing beside Xavier, Eric Lencher. Magneto. Logan's expression darkened instantly. "You." If not for Eric's past mistakes, they wouldn't have lost so many. Jean. Scott. Charles himself. Magneto returned Logan's glare without flinching, his voice almost cold. "I heard you got captured by a human," Eric said. "Truly a disgrace for a so-called warrior." Logan's claws twitched but Xavier raised a hand, stopping him. "Enough," Charles said firmly. "Personal grudges won't win this war." As they sat, Xavier explained. "The suppressants we encountered, those cures, have limitations. Stronger mutants resist them naturally. The real threat now is the Sentinel program." At that name, Logan stiffened. Eric's frown deepened. "They're moving forward," Xavier said grimly. "Field tests have begun. Some of Eric's Brotherhood have already been taken." Logan leaned back in his chair, arms folded. "So you dragged me back here to fight a bunch of tin cans?" "Not just tin cans," Xavier said. "Sentinels that can evolve." Logan cursed under his breath. "And what about the kid?" he asked. "The scientist, Nolan. You know him?" Eric raised a brow. Logan scoffed. "Know him? That normal human put me down like a dog in under 5 minutes." The room fell silent. Only Xavier looked unsurprised. "Nolan is something different," Charles admitted. "A mind that could rival beasts, and the ruthlessness of Magneto." He sighed. "But that's not why I called you all here." At that moment, the door opened. Hank McCoy, Beast, burst inside, disheveled and breathless. "It's Nolan," Hank said urgently. "He just published a new paper." Everyone straightened instinctively. "What kind of paper?" Xavier asked. Hank placed a laptop down, projecting a research portal. Oscorp's internal database. New upload. A comprehensive thesis on the nature of the X gene and the technological acquisition of mutant abilities. As Xavier scrolled, Hank quickly summarized. "I began investigating Nolan's X gene theory after our last meeting, but our data was incomplete. Not enough human samples." He gestured at the screen. "But Nolan's theory goes beyond what we even dared imagine. He proposes that the X gene functions as a magnetic field frequency amplifier, a biological device that tunes and magnifies the brain's electromagnetic field." In simple terms, Hank added grimly, mutants don't just have powers. They manipulate the world by controlling physics through their brainwaves. Logan scratched his head. "You're gonna have to dumb it down a little more, bub." Charles's expression grew darker as he read. "Nolan's paper suggests that if someone could imitate or capture a mutant's magnetic signature, they could artificially recreate their powers without needing an X gene. And worse," Hank said. "If you could harvest multiple magnetic signatures, then you could create superweapons," Xavier finished. "Sentinels," Eric breathed, eyes flashing with fury. "Adaptive ones." The room turned ice-cold with realization. Logan muttered, "I knew it. I knew that punk wasn't just playing scientist." But Xavier shook his head. "Nolan isn't building Sentinels. Yet. But his research will inevitably be used that way. He closed the laptop with a heavy sigh. And the worst part is, he's right. The X gene wasn't magic. It was physics. And now, everyone knew. Logan glanced at Eric and Hank, then back at Xavier. So what's the play? Charles folded his hands calmly. We talk to him. Before someone far worse does. Chapter 102, 102. Super breath, achieved. Inside the sealed depths of the Oscorp underground lab, a storm was brewing. Not outside but in the lungs. Dozens of test subjects lay strapped to tables, intravenous lines hooked into their arms, their bodies trembling. Overhead, B-scan monitors flickered in real time, pulsing with data. Every movement. Every breath. Every failure. Dr. Nolan watched them all, silent and focused. Another subject's face turned red, veins bulging, voice choking. I can't breathe. Please, someone. He collapsed within seconds. Dissect him, Nolan ordered coldly. Extract all pulmonary samples. Analyze alveolar saturation. 2 more went the same way, lungs expanding unnaturally, blood oxygen plummeting. The monitors screamed. But Nolan's eyes stayed fixed on the screen. His mind ran faster than any machine. Overinflation. He muttered. Oxygen is present but not absorbed. He isolated the anomaly. Gas exchange isn't happening. The alveoli are saturated but hemoglobin isn't binding oxygen. He tapped rapidly into the interface, bringing up animated models. Respiration breaks down in stage 2 capillary diffusion. Not mechanical failure. Not blood pressure. The culprit. He froze the display. Is CO2. The alveolar membranes were overloaded not with air, but with carbon dioxide. Too much intake, he said. The modified lung cells, taken from Storm's genome, are overreacting. Both gases O2 and CO2 are absorbed indiscriminately. It's a chemical chokehold. Blood cells are flooded with carbon dioxide. Oxygen was blocked. And the brain died in silence. Nolan stood still. Then he turned away from the corpse. Shut down further injections. We need to rebalance the expression ratios. He pulled up the genetic code again. Storm's X gene is too aggressive across the whole lung structure, he said. We'll localize it and apply it only to specific clusters of alveoli. Enough to host the power, not overwrite the organ. He added more of Max's bioelectric DNA into the formula. A calculated move. Dylan's cells give us precision over electric signals. We'll use that to regulate the expression zones. The computers began to hum louder. Parameters flowed across the screen like a waterfall of code. Nolan's eyes read faster than the fans could cool the processors. Tapping into Otto's upgraded AI system, he offloaded minor calculations. Finally, the simulation stabilized. The formula synthesized. Blue. Cold. Stable. Prepare the next batch. The new serum, blue as glacier glass, was injected into a new subject. He screamed. Then exhaled. A sudden gust of freezing wind blew from his mouth, slamming into lab shelves and scattering vials across the floor. Nolan didn't flinch. Super breath. He whispered. But seconds later, the man spasmed violently, blood vessels rupturing, lungs imploding from within. His lungs dissolved, one assistant gasped. Nolan exhaled slowly. That means it worked. Storm and Iceman's genes had activated simultaneously. But the body rejected them. 2 dominant X genes, fighting for control. The body had no failsafe. Dispose of him, Nolan said. Burn the remains. He was done testing. Now it was his turn. He calibrated his personal syringe. A custom variant tailored to his cell structure, immune system, and a stabilizing agent embedded in Max's bioelectric control cells. With calm precision, Nolan jabbed the needle into his own chest, piercing straight into his lung wall. Cold erupted inside him. His entire torso seized with a glacial grip, but he didn't flinch. Instead, he inhaled. And exhaled. A faint breeze blew from his lips, icy, controlled, silent. He smiled. Perfect. Nolan walked to the edge of the lab and opened the reinforced glass. His feet rose off the ground. Wind circled around him as he launched skyward, slicing through clouds like a rocket. I want to see what full capacity looks like. Chapter 103, 103. Combined powers. Boss is heading to the roof. Max looked up, his senses on high alert. Even among Oscorp's elite, only he could perceive Nolan's bioelectric signal, crackling like a supernova in a thunderstorm. While everyone else gave off weak pulses like whispers in static, Nolan's presence was a goddamn lightning strike, cutting through the entire Oscorp building. That surge meant something big. Hey, big guy, put the game down. We're going up. Alexei didn't argue. The towering Russian thug turned bioengineered juggernaut fumbled his clumsy thumbs off the gaming tablet. Coming, second boss. Max grinned. Ever since Nolan created the Vanguard Division, Oscorp's private strike team, he'd become second in command, and Alexei treated him like royalty. Together, they rode the reinforced elevator to the rooftop. When the doors opened, they froze. Max blinked. Alexei's jaw dropped. Above them, the sky was screaming. Dark clouds coiled like serpents. Winds howled like banshees. And at the center of it all, stood Nolan. Shirtless, calm, powerful. He exhaled. And the world bent to his breath. A tornado exploded outward from his lungs, gargantuan, spiraling, and laced with sub-zero winds. The air pressure dropped like a crashing elevator. Cold rained down as the spinning vortex ripped clouds apart, drawing hail and lightning with it. Across New York, civilians looked up in shock as a monstrous cyclone formed above Oscorp Tower, reaching toward the heavens like a god's declaration of war. Meanwhile, at Stark Tower, Tony stared at the screen in silence. Footage of Captain America carrying Bucky Barnes' lifeless body played on a loop. A still frame. A moment frozen in time. Bucky was dead. Stark had given the order. He hadn't hesitated. After everything, the truth about his parents, about Hydra, about the betrayals, Bucky had become just another weapon. And Stark didn't tolerate weapons pointed at him. He dismissed his new psychologist. He didn't need therapy. He needed control. Control over people like them. Superhumans. Demigods. Rogue variables wrapped in human skin. Sir, Friday's voice interrupted. There's something you need to see. Satellite footage urgent. Tony sighed. This better not be another Skrull sighting in Newark. It's not, sir. Location, Oscorp Tower. That got his attention. He sat up, eyes narrowing as Friday pulled up the live feed. Then he saw it. The sky ripped open above Nolan's building. A cyclone, titanic, icy, unnatural, was spinning from above, not from the ground. From one man. Zoom in. The image sharpened. There he was, Nolan, hovering midair, exhaling weather from his lungs. Tornado winds. Freezing hail. Electrical interference in the clouds. Stark blinked twice. Is he summoning a hurricane? Friday responded, deadpan, meteorologists are calling it a Category 6 anomaly, sir. Tony's voice dropped to a whisper. Is this guy even human, or did we just invent a new category of weapon? Back at Xavier's Institute. Beast, Dr. Hank McCoy, adjusted his spectacles as his console lit up with alerts. He had just finished reading Nolan's terrifyingly well-written thesis on X-gene magnetic field amplification theory. A genius-level analysis. Too genius. He was about to email back when Charles Xavier's voice crackled through the intercom. "Hank, I'm sending you coordinates. A mutant just awakened. Massive spike in ambient power." Hank punched in the data. His screen zoomed in on the coordinates. Wait. Oscorp Tower? He watched as the satellite feed showed the exact same thing Tony Stark had just seen. An impossible weather system, stemming from a single man. "This isn't a mutant awakening," Hank whispered. He pulled out his phone. "Charles, you need to see this." As Xavier viewed the footage, the realization hit them both. "He's combined Aurora and Bobby's powers," Hank muttered. "Storm, and Iceman." Xavier's voice was steady. "No. He's not just combining. He's weaponizing." "Charles," Hank said gravely. "He's done it. He's proven his theory." "Then cancel the meeting. We're going to Oscorp. Now." Chapter 104, 104. The Visit. Current sources of the protagonist's abilities. Laser vision, Cyclops and genetic modifications. Super breath, Iceman, Storm. Super strength, Spider-Man, Jessica Jones, Super Soldier Serum. Super reflexes, Daredevil, Spider-Man. Super regeneration, Wolverine. Super speed, Jessica Jones. Super durability, Jessica Jones. Flight, Jessica Jones. Special powers, Power of the Dragon Shou Lao, meditation technique. Start of the chapter. Nolan ended his hyper-breath. The roaring winds faded. The towering cyclone dissolved into the sky. Dark clouds scattered, and sunlight broke through, painting Nolan in a radiant glow like a god descending to earth. Behind him, Alexei and Max stood frozen in awe. "Some of your lung cells have rejected the healing factor due to interference from the electric-charged cells," Nolan murmured, slipping into a deep meditative state. "Regeneration in that area has weakened." Max's electric cells were fiercely exclusive, unlike the flexible coexistence seen in mutant X genes. These cells demanded complete dominance. Any other power source disrupted the delicate bioelectrical balance. But to Nolan, it was barely an inconvenience. Anyone strong enough to penetrate his defense, bypass his enhanced physiology, resist his constant regeneration, and still damage his lung tissue. That kind of opponent was rare. The minor reduction in healing ability was functionally irrelevant. "Boss, what the hell was that just now?" Max blurted, still breathless. He'd felt that the storm Nolan unleashed could have swept entire buildings into the sky. Max knew if he had been caught in it, he wouldn't have even stayed on the ground. "Just testing a little technique," Nolan replied nonchalantly. His sheer physical strength allowed him to generate a magnetic field far greater than most. Combined with his mastery of focused meditation and energy control, his body was a finely tuned force of nature. That single outburst rivaled Storm's best efforts. She needed time to charge her abilities, her neural magnetic field amplified by thought and concentration. Without practice, it took time. But Nolan? He just adjusted his breathing, accelerated with his monstrous speed, and let out a single burst of air. A point-blank atmospheric kill shot. Just a technique. Max went quiet. He thought being able to control electricity was cool until his boss casually altered the weather like a walking natural disaster. To Nolan, though, it was just another step in his evolution. Max hadn't seen the training, the experiments, the months of painful refinement it took to earn that power. "So, why are you two up here?" Nolan asked, amused. Just catching the breeze," Max said awkwardly. "Second boss said to check out the rooftop," Alexei added. The two spoke in unison. Alexei gave Max a sideways glance. Wasn't the plan just to look around? Nolan chuckled. Max must have seen him ascend and assumed there was danger. Relax. No enemies. If something serious happens, I'll call for you. Oh, and Max Auto's building you a multi-source power core. You mean? I won't need to find an outlet every time I fight. Exactly. Max exhaled, visibly relieved. That was a huge deal. He always had to be fully charged before combat. If a fight dragged on and he ran out of energy, he'd become just an ordinary man. Worse, his own electric attacks slightly drained him with every use. Now Nolan had already solved it. If I could just get access to Tony's arc reactor tech, even a glimpse of that synthetic element, I could replicate near-limitless energy, Nolan mused aloud. Max blinked. Huh. Nolan was referring to the element Tony Stark synthesized, an isomorphic derivative of residual space stone radiation. It cured his palladium poisoning and powered the second-generation arc reactor. Nolan already knew its atomic structure. Howard Stark had encoded it into the blueprint of the original Stark Expo layout as a riddle for his son. After Tony solved it, he redesigned the entire complex and erased all old schematics from public records. Not even photos remained online. Want me to break in? Max offered. No need. Stark's not someone to cross lightly. If Electro got caught sneaking around Stark Tower, Tony would figure out his weaknesses in minutes. Got it. The three of them reached the elevator just as Norman called in. Boss, the X-Men are here. Wolverine, Professor X, Magneto, and Beast. Nolan's personal copy of the mutant genome archive, painstakingly assembled during his experiments with X genes, contained detailed profiles of all known mutants. Powers. Traits. Battle data. I'll be right there. The big game required big bait. His display of power had clearly rattled the right nerves. But Norman wasn't finished. Iron Man showed up, too. Tony. That was unexpected. Then again, Tony's intel network would have uncovered recent events quickly. He was probably acting independently by now, split from Cap's faction. If they'd already had a falling out, that was even better. Have them all wait in the conference room, Nolan ordered. He hung up and summoned Otto. Bring the prototype gear. We're not assuming these senior mutants are harmless. Even if it was just a chat, he came prepared. Inside the Osborn Tower conference room. Mr. Osborn, is Dr. Nolan here yet? Tony asked, adjusting his collar. He'll be here shortly. Right. Tony shifted uncomfortably. Across from him sat 3 mutants and one very large beast. Literally. Beast sat calmly, blue fur flowing, glasses perched on his nose, observing Tony like a science experiment. Professor X smiled politely. He knew all about Tony even if they'd never met. Charles had been active since World War II. Of course, he knew Howard's son. Tony felt a chill. The bald man was giving him a strange look, way too familiar. Mr. Stark, Charles said with a chuckle, your thoughts are impolite. Though Charles hadn't fully regained his telepathic strength, catching the surface thoughts of someone like Tony wasn't hard. You're a mind reader. Before Tony could finish, Charles and Eric both turned to the door. He's here, they said simultaneously. Charles sensed a massive psychic force approaching. Magneto, a titanic biological magnetic field. They didn't know the how, only that whoever was coming wasn't human. Chapter 105, 105. The Illuminati. Gentlemen, Nolan said as he stepped into the room, we meet again. He glanced around as he strolled in, his presence commanding. Mr. Stark. Professor Xavier. Taking a seat on a private lounge chair positioned across from the gathering, Nolan added with a calm smile, had a little matter to take care of upstairs. Sorry to keep you waiting. A little matter, Tony thought dryly. That little matter had been Nolan unleashing a goddamn supercell tornado over the New York skyline. And now he was treating it like he just took out the trash. So, Nolan continued, scanning the room. What can I do for you all? He already had a good idea of why Charles and his companions were here. But Tony? That was still a mystery. Nolan had just reviewed some encrypted updates Norman sent over. Apparently, there'd been a clash at Stark Tower a few days back. Small scale. But the combatants? Iron Man and Captain America. Tony glanced briefly at Charles, then said, "It's about the idea you mentioned to me last time. A group," he continued, "not bound by governments, but powerful enough to monitor other superpowered individuals. I've been thinking," Tony added. "I'd like to discuss it seriously. A group to oversee superhumans." Magneto scoffed. "And you think you're the one to lead that effort? You, with your tin can suit?" Eric's voice was sharp, disdainful. The idea that Howard Stark's son could be so arrogant amused him. He'd known of Howard Stark never personally but enough from wartime whispers. Back then, mutants were the only known superhumans, and Howard had never once talked about policing them. Tony's eyes narrowed. "This tin can could end your life in half a second. Go ahead. Try it," Eric replied with a smirk. He had no fear of Iron Man. Anything made of metal was useless in his presence, even in his weakened state. "Eric," Charles interjected gently. "We're not here to argue." He turned to Tony. "Mr. Stark, I'm interested in your proposal as well. Would you mind if we listened in?" Tony glanced at Nolan, who simply nodded. "They're the leaders of the mutant community," Nolan said plainly. "Professor Charles Xavier. Eric Lensher, aka Magneto." He added casually, "They might have even known your father." "I did," Beast said warmly. "Howard Stark was a visionary, a man who wanted to protect the world. We spoke several times back in the day." "Mutants?" Tony muttered, eyes wide. He was looking at Charles and Eric with a mix of awe and disbelief. Mutants had been off the radar for years, and now they were suddenly in the same room, discussing global security. "Let's skip the history lesson," Nolan said. "Tony, your idea?" Tony nodded. "We face a real problem now. People like us, superhumans, mutants, you, me. What happens when one of us goes too far? You think superhumans should be regulated by governments?" Eric sneered. "Captured and handed over to politicians hungry for our power?" Tony shook his head. "I used to believe that the law, the Constitution, was the pinnacle of human civilization." That earned a few dry chuckles. Even Charles looked amused. The recent actions of world governments had shown them all the truth. Most politicians didn't care about justice. Only control. "So," Nolan said, "you've changed your mind?" "Yes," Tony said. "Superheroes are meant to help people. The Battle of New York. The Ultron Crisis." "Hold on," Nolan said with a grin. "If memory serves, weren't both of those your messes? Calling it helping sounds more like cleaning up after yourselves." The Battle of New York had been sparked by S.H.I.E.L.'s tampering with the Space Stone. Ultron was Tony's own pet project. Tony's face twitched, but he nodded. "That's exactly the point. I have immense power. I control some of the most advanced tech on the planet." He didn't say it to brag. It was simply a fact. If I make a mistake or act without thinking, the consequences could be global. You, Nolan, are now the face of Osborn Industries. People see you as unstoppable. And Captain America? Still, a symbol followed. If any one of us slips up, the fallout could be catastrophic. Nolan leaned forward. "So what are you proposing?" Tony met his gaze. "A group. A council. A self-governing coalition of superhumans who keep each other in check. This group wouldn't be under any government's control. No political strings. Membership would be by invitation and review only, limited to the most intelligent, powerful, and trustworthy superhumans. It wouldn't have a single leader, Tony added. It would operate more like a roundtable. A congress of powers. A place where decisions are made together, where no one can act unilaterally. Nick Fury. He was a strong leader. Cold. Ruthless. His intentions were good, he wanted to protect the Earth. But in his urgency to weaponize the Tesseract, he acted without understanding it. That arrogance caused the New York invasion. No one could stop him. No one dared. His authority went unchecked, and we all paid the price. And when I created Ultron. Tony's voice lowered. That should have been stopped before it started. If there had been someone, a council, to vote against me, I would have listened. Nolan asked, and Steve? Captain Rogers, he couldn't stop you. Tony shook his head. He's too idealistic. He believes in people, but not in systems. And right now, we need structure. I propose one guiding principle: when the council votes, everyone abides by the result, no exceptions. Nolan leaned back, thoughtful. So Tony had been giving this serious thought. He'd only planted the seed, and now Stark had cultivated an entire doctrine. The shift in Tony's outlook was faster than expected. Perhaps something had happened to finally open his eyes. Tony nodded. Even picked a name. Oh. Nolan asked. Let's hear it. Tony looked around the room and said clearly, the Illuminati. Chapter 106, 106. A seat at the table, bonus. Yo. We've hit 100 power stones, here's your bonus chapter as promised. Next milestone, 200 power stones. Let's keep the momentum going. Nolan sat back, listening to Tony with a faint smile. Illuminati, he thought. Of course, Stark would choose that name. It was almost too fitting for the enlightened ones, those who bring light to the darkness, guiding humanity from the shadows. It carried a sense of grandeur and self-importance. Typical Stark. Even after everything, his ego was still intact. But Nolan could tell this was a different Tony. One who had been through the fire. One who had learned from failure. He hadn't lost his pride, but he no longer pretended he was flawless. That much was progress. And that name? It wasn't just for the show. Tony truly believed this group would be the torchbearers of a safer world. Guardians against chaos. But at the same time, judges. Nolan spoke at last. If you want this council to work, you'll need more than ideals and a name. You'll need to define its purpose. Set limits. Decide how it operates, how far it reaches, and how it deals with other enhanced beings. He gave a light chuckle. Still, the concept is solid. For Nolan, supporting the Illuminati's formation was strategic. It would grant him streamlined access to global-level data and resource tools that would otherwise require complicated workarounds. Of course, it might also become a leash. Nolan was no savior. No idealist. He had no illusions about being Earth's protector. But if he was going to be watched, better to be on the inside. I've thought about all of that, Tony said. And I'd like to invite you to be one of the founding members. Nolan tilted his head, slightly surprised. Tony had clearly debated this already. Nolan was too powerful to be ignored. But he wasn't exactly public relations friendly. He wasn't patriotic. He wasn't idealistic. He wasn't even particularly sympathetic. Tony knew that. But after seeing the sheer force Nolan unleashed on the rooftop, he understood that this man couldn't be regulated. So he had to be included. If Nolan couldn't be restrained, then better to let him help build the restraints. You want to use my strength to keep the others in line? Nolan asked, amused. Tony didn't deny it. Yes. The Illuminati will be the core of the initiative. I don't want more than 6 at the table. Just the top minds and forces. There'll be support teams and auxiliary bodies to deal with emergencies, but they won't report to us directly. The Illuminati will guide policy. More importantly, we'll be the ones with the authority to evaluate the actions of superhumans and step in when necessary. Even detain or neutralize them if needed. Nolan nodded slowly. Tony had clearly absorbed everything he hinted at during their last conversation. Joining might be better than standing in opposition, Nolan thought. Otherwise, I'd end up dealing with both the Avengers and the Illuminati. Why not shape it from within? While Nolan considered the offer, Professor Xavier was deep in thought. You've really been considering the dynamics between humanity and the superhuman, Charles said, a rare note of approval in his voice. Tony nodded, grateful. Xavier's opinion mattered. He was the de facto monarch of mutant kind, respected, feared, and wise. For decades, Charles had worked to build bridges between humans and mutants. It hadn't been easy. Tensions had escalated. Tragedies had occurred. Even powerful telepaths couldn't control everything, especially not people like Jean. But Charles had never given up. If we have time, I'd be happy to discuss the concept further, he said, smiling. Beast chimed in from the side. Professor Xavier has spent his life trying to mend that divide. Tony offered a sincere nod. I'd welcome that, Professor. He wasn't fully familiar with mutant affairs, but even he knew that Xavier wasn't just a mutant, he was the mutant. If he was going to build a global council, Charles Xavier's involvement was non-negotiable. Careful, Nolan said with a grin. Charles is a mind reader. Charles raised an eyebrow. Mr. Nolan, that sort of provocation is beneath you. I've never used my powers to control others, except when absolutely necessary. But you've heard a lot, Nolan replied, not bothering to argue the point further. Then, turning back to Tony, he said, fine. I'm open to joining. But I want to see your full plan first. I'm not you, Stark. I'm not doing this for some greater good. I just want a stable research environment. If you want me in the Illuminati, show me you're serious. Nolan wasn't here to play superhero politics. But if joining this so-called roundtable gave him more freedom, more autonomy, and less interference from nosy government types, then it was worth considering. Most versions of the Illuminati, across the multiverse, existed for one reason, to prevent extinction-level threats. They didn't get involved in minor earthbound disputes. Of course, this Earth hadn't had many apocalyptic crises yet. The only looming threat was a certain purple tyrant. And if the multiverse eventually unraveled, well, then they'd really need a council like this. Right now, the Illuminati felt less like a higher council and more like an independent Avengers without government oversight. Great, Tony said, visibly relieved. I'll draft the plans. You can review them and decide. Then we'll hammer out the details together. He exchanged contact info with Charles and stood. As he left, Tony actually smiled, genuinely. This was progress. Getting Nolan on board was a victory. And if he could secure Xavier as well, the Illuminati might just have a chance of working. Chapter 107, 107. Shocking the X-Men. After Tony left, Nolan turned to Professor Xavier with a casual smile. So, planning to use the Illuminati to dismantle the Sentinel program? Charles offered a polite shrug. Just one possibility. Stark's vision mirrors my own in some ways. But he's thought farther ahead than I have. Maybe it's time I broaden my perspective. You all love your ideology, Nolan said, waving off the conversation to shift gears. Let's change the subject. What brings you to me today, Professor? This. Beast, aka Hank McCoy, opened his tablet and played video footage of Nolan unleashing the storm on the rooftop. Charles had seen it and immediately rushed here. Tony may have assumed the storm was Nolan's natural ability, but Charles knew better. Nolan had acquired blood samples from both Aurora Monroe, Storm, and Bobby Drake, Iceman. The storm manipulation. It was, unmistakably, Ororo's gift. This changed everything. It forced Charles to rethink decades of assumptions about the X gene. If mutant powers weren't unique if they could be replicated, then what did that mean for their place in the world? As for Magneto, he remained silent, disturbed. To him, the X gene was sacred divine. A unique gift from nature that sets mutants apart as the next step in evolution. It was not meant to be copied. It was the foundation of his belief that mutants would someday replace humanity. That belief had driven him to form the Brotherhood. But now Nolan had shattered that foundation. Someone had found a way to reproduce mutant powers. I see, Nolan said lightly. So, what exactly do you want from me? How did you do it? Charles asked, unable to contain his curiosity. It's a long explanation, Nolan replied. How about I show you? Come to my lab, you'll understand more when you see it. We'd be honored. Inside Nolan's lab, Charles and Hank stood stunned as they stared at a fully rendered genome projection of Nolan's complete breakdown of the X gene, including Charles's own. This, Nolan explained, is what the X gene looks like. At its core, it's just DNA. A sequence. Nothing mystical about it. Genes are about selective expression. That's how biology works. If you isolate the pathways and control the expression, you can mimic the outcome. In other words, recreating mutant powers isn't just possible. It's easy. That's the power of genetic engineering. So that's why you studied Logan? Hank asked. Exactly. The regeneration tech on the market, the healing sprays, the self-repair bandages. All based on his genetic profile. Every mutant is a vault of knowledge, Nolan continued. Their X gene is the key to breakthroughs that could help billions. You. Magneto snapped. The metals in the lab began to rattle and hum, vibrating with tension. He hated that word, research. He had been locked in a lab once. A prisoner, a specimen, a freak. He'd watched his mother die in that hellhole. And now this man was casually talking about experimenting on mutants. Charles quickly extended his telepathy to calm Eric. He's not just talking about Logan, Eric growled. If we let him live, more mutants will end up in his lab. The Sentinel program had always been a threat, but now. With Nolan's research, Eric feared it might actually become perfected. That couldn't be allowed. One death, he thought. One execution. Problem solved. Suddenly, metal scalpels, syringes, scissors, and all surgical tools in the lab were lifted from their trays, hovering like blades of vengeance aimed straight at Nolan. A sharp clang followed. Every single object crashed harmlessly to the floor the moment it struck Nolan's body. Nolan smiled. If you were still in your prime, he said, I might have taken a step back. But now. Boom. A sonic boom echoed in the lab. Eric tried to retreat, but in a blink, Nolan was already in front of him, gripping him by the throat and lifting him off the ground. You're too old to be this angry, Nolan said coolly. Stress shortens your life. My powers, why aren't they working on you? Eric rasped, trying to summon control over the magnetic field around Nolan. Magnetic suppression tech. Custom designed. Generates high-frequency magnetic interference, scrambles the field around my body. And that armor? Nolan continued, glancing down. Vibranium alloy. Your current strength can't penetrate it. He looked Eric in the eyes. You're impulsive. Unstable. And far too emotional for someone with that kind of power. Tell me, why do you think Charles is still talking to me? Suddenly, the lab's walls began to twist and shudder. Steel plating ripped itself free, floating ominously behind Eric. Enough, Eric. Charles shouted, finally losing his composure. A telepathic wave exploded from his mind. He'd had enough, he needed answers, not blood. Eric wasn't wearing his psychic blocking helmet. Charles's mental grip latched onto him instantly. But Charles's eyes widened. He tried to hold both Eric and Nolan still, but the moment his mind touched Nolan's, it bounced off something powerful. Something familiar. You copied my powers too? Charles asked in disbelief. What did you expect? Nolan replied, his voice calm. I don't gamble with my life. And I don't rely on other people's kindness. Especially not yours. Logan and Beast stepped between Nolan and Charles protectively. Just then, the lab phone buzzed. Max's voice came through the intercom. Boss. We've got a jet hovering over the tower. Looks like Xavier's students showed up. Nolan chuckled. Looks like your cavalry's arrived. So, Charles, should I finish this? Take you all out before your powers return. Charles's face turned grave. Nolan, we didn't come here to fight. Nolan sighed. Fine. But you challenged me and lost. So it's only fair I take a souvenir. He picked up a syringe from the floor, jabbed it straight into Eric's pulmonary artery, and drew a vial of blood without hesitation. Tossing Magneto to the ground like discarded scrap, he glanced at the remaining X-Men. I was actually looking forward to working with you people. But clearly, you still think you're superior. Let's see how proud you are, he added coldly, when the Sentinels come knocking. Chapter 108, 108. The Beast yields, a deal is made. Beast gently helped Magneto to his feet. Eric's wrinkled face was twisted with rage. Once, he had been one of the most feared men on Earth. Now, he'd been humiliated like a rookie. Nolan shook his head as he observed Eric. That level of power, he muttered, wasted on someone who barely understands it. There was no need to elaborate. Anyone who knew Magneto's reputation understood. He had god-tier potential, but limited execution. All right, Nolan said, voice light but dismissive. Tour's over. Your jet's waiting. I'd suggest you leave. He gestured toward the exit. And next time don't come uninvited. It's clear your kind doesn't harbor much goodwill toward me. So I won't pretend to care about keeping peace. I'm sure the US government would be very interested in my findings on the X gene. The lab door hissed open. Max and Alexei were already there, standing like quiet bouncers. Nolan, Charles said calmly, we truly came in peace. He was trying to salvage the conversation, but Nolan didn't buy it. Charles, you of all people should know, Nolan said with a small smile, that mutant oppression isn't always the fault of humans. Sometimes, you do it to yourselves. You gain power and suddenly, restraint vanishes. You become beasts swinging hammers. Extremism. Violence. That's what people see. Charles tried to probe Nolan's thoughts, but the man's mental defenses were too slippery. Nolan was intentionally baiting him, psychologically playing him like a piano. Nolan didn't need to hunt mutants. If they kept showing up and handing themselves over on a silver platter, all the better. Charles read the room. This conversation wasn't going anywhere. Still, he kept his composure. Then I suppose we'll talk another time, he said politely. Sure, Nolan replied. But next time. Don't bring him. On the rooftop, the X-jet lifted into the sky and turned back toward the Xavier Institute. Inside the jet, the air was tense. You shouldn't have attacked him, Charles said quietly, looking at Eric. You've gotten weak, Charles, Eric shot back. That man insulted our kind, talked about researching our people, experimenting, and you sat there like a coward. Maybe it was that little death of yours that changed you. His words were sharp as daggers. Beast remained silent, bracing for the verbal storm. I'm not afraid, Charles replied. And Nolan isn't our enemy. At least not yet. The mutant situation is too fragile to go around making more enemies. Beast finally spoke. Your temper just pushed away one of the few people who might have actually helped us. He may be the only one capable of reversing the effects of the X-gene suppression serum. Given what I saw in that lab, his tech, his understanding of gene expression, it's far beyond my own work. I wouldn't be surprised if he's already cracked the suppressor compound entirely. That's why we went there. To try and work with him. Eric scowled. You couldn't solve it, but he can. To him, Charles and Hank were the most brilliant minds he knew. If they couldn't fix it, who could? Beast let out a slow sigh. If he's capable of isolating the X gene down to the molecular level, then yes. He's working beyond cellular expression. I'm still operating on the microcellular plane. The suppression serum was designed to attack the gene's unique expression markers. If he's where I think he is. He stopped. Eric was already lost. Forget it. I'll dive deeper when we return. The cabin fell silent. Meanwhile, Nolan had already moved on. To him, Magneto wasn't a threat. Not really. As long as Eric remained ignorant of the full electromagnetic spectrum, he was nothing but a glorified metal bender. He could pull bridges, sure, but all he did was swing heavier hammers. If Eric had even a modest understanding of electromagnetic theory, if he had studied coil guns, railguns, or even basic weaponized EM manipulation, he could have been 10 times more dangerous. But instead, he settled for flinging knives. Control over magnetic force, Nolan murmured, examining the vial of blood he'd taken. One of the fundamental forces of the universe, and he barely scratched the surface. He was determined to master it. Unlike most powers, magnetism wasn't flashy. But it was foundational, one of the universe's 4 fundamental forces. Even in a world with magic and chaos energy, those forces remained pillars of physics. And Nolan wasn't one to leave power on the table. His thoughts were interrupted by the lab intercom. Dr. Nolan, came Max's voice. Subject Black Void is requesting a conversation. Black Sky. Nolan's eyes narrowed slightly. The only remaining test subjects in this wing were Black Sky, and Scott Summers. He sealed the blood sample and placed it into a containment pod, then walked toward the holding cells. Inside the reinforced vault, Black Sky waited. His voice came low and defeated. If I agree to your terms, will you let me go? There was no defiance left in him. Nolan had already drained the demon-infused mutant like a factory-farmed animal, extracting dark energy daily like he was milking a cow. At this point, death would have been a mercy. But Nolan didn't grant mercy. Not yet. Not when there was still value. Black Sky had finally realized the terrifying truth: the worst fate wasn't dying in battle. It was surviving in Nolan's lab. He had once feared devils. Now he served one. And the devil's name was Nolan. Chapter 109, 109. The Deal and the Bald Sorceress. Nolan studied the symbols and phonetics that Black Sky had scrawled across the tablet. Despite being fragmented, the demon known as Beast had once been worshipped by the Hand as a god, and as such, was used to granting dark powers and arcane techniques to his followers. This is everything I know, Beast said through Black Sky's restrained body. Physical augmentation, berserker rage, mental control, dimensional summoning. That's it? Nolan frowned. Weak. Only the last item caught his interest. Summoning a hell dimension. That had value specifically, as a consistent, controllable source of demonic energy. If he could access the dimension without needing Beast, then his army of demonic constructs would be sustained independently. That's all I can offer for now, Beast said reluctantly. I'm just a fragment, a projection of my true self. If you want deeper magic, I can teach you the ritual to contact my true body. If my real self were here, you'd already be dead, he thought bitterly. Write it down, Nolan said flatly. Beast hesitated and grumbled but obeyed, laying out the incantation, the symbols, and the summoning gestures. Nolan examined the notes. Ermidamo. He intoned softly, testing the spell. According to Beast, it was meant to boost physical strength, especially when used alongside demonic energy. Allegedly, the user's strength could increase by at least 20%, and the effect could even be bestowed on others. But nothing happened. Nolan's eyes narrowed. "Your spell's broken." "It's not broken," Beast retorted. "You're not a demon. Even if you've absorbed demonic power, you're not a native vessel. These spells require a link to the hell dimension, a bridge to your essence. Unless you make an offering to my true self, this stuff is useless." Nolan collected the pages calmly. "Then I'll keep testing. You're not going anywhere until I unlock the full process." Wait. The last spell doesn't require demonic essence. The summoning one, it just needs a blood-drawn circle and a chant. Soon after, the lab was cleared. A large circle, drawn in fresh human blood, occupied the center floor. It was built with precision, an inverted pentagram that resembled a ram's head. Surrounding it were magnetic containment rigs designed to trap stray energy or entities should they emerge from the rift. Max stood watch. Nolan began the incantation. As his voice echoed across the chamber, the blood in the circle shimmered with an eerie purple glow. But then, a burst of golden sparks tore the air open above the lab. The sparks spun in a circle, carefully, deliberately, and from within stepped a robed figure in deep saffron. Nolan paused. Max shot forward in a bolt of electricity, standing protectively in front of him. "Stop, Nolan," came a calm, androgynous voice beneath the hood. "Do not open the hell dimension." Nolan stared at the newcomer, brow furrowed. "Ancient One." He already knew the answer. The robe, the portal, this was unmistakably the Sorcerer Supreme. "We've met in many timelines," the Ancient One said, pulling back her hood. "But this is our first encounter in this one." She looked ethereal. Neither fully male nor female. Bald. Perfectly composed. She had the otherworldly presence of someone who had seen too much, and survived it all. And Nolan felt the pressure. Like when he once stood before the spider totem. This was not a mortal. This was a force. "You wield Dormammu's power," Nolan said bluntly. "But I can't open a simple gate to hell." Had anyone from Camartage heard him, they would have gasped. Dormammu was the very embodiment of forbidden power. Yet Nolan was accusing their revered master of using him. The Ancient One didn't flinch. "You really are different in this universe," she said softly. "You didn't answer my question," Nolan pressed. "Because you're not ready," she said. "If you open a gate to hell as you are now, you'll become a beacon. Demons will flock to you. The earth will become a hunting ground." She raised her hand, and above them appeared a sprawling web of glowing timelines. "This," she pointed to one faint, narrow strand, "is our current timeline. And these," she gestured to dozens of smaller strands weaving into it, "are others." Nolan's eyes narrowed. "Why is mine special?" The Ancient One spoke calmly. "Because it's growing. Other timelines are collapsing into yours. And you are the cause." Nolan fell silent. "It's your soul," she explained. "It is unique. Even across the multiverse, it has no duplicate. And that kind of soul attracts attention. Especially from demons." Nolan exhaled slowly. It had to be tied to his dual talents and his layered essence. Something beyond even this reality's understanding. "But I want to study demonic power," he said. "You can," she replied. "Through magic. Become my student. Learn the true structure of power. Then, when you summon darkness, it won't see your soul. Magic will shield you." For a moment, Nolan was stunned. It felt like a setup, as if she had waited for him to make this mistake, just so she could offer herself as the solution. A mentor. A leash. "And Strange?" he asked. "What happens to him?" "If you did not exist," she answered, Stephen Strange would be the ideal Sorcerer Supreme. But now, I believe you are better suited to inherit the mantle. Chapter 110, 110. Me. The next Sorcerer Supreme. When Nolan heard the Ancient One's words, he couldn't deny it despite all his confidence, despite knowing he had the potential to eventually rival her power, being personally sought out by the Sorcerer Supreme to become her disciple. That was something else entirely. After all, the Ancient One wasn't just some mystic recluse. She was Earth's greatest magical protector. Even Odin, the king of Asgard, respected her power. She'd slain countless interdimensional threats who dared to eye Earth as prey. And now she had shown up in person offering him mentorship. What's more, she had said outright that he was more suitable than Doctor Strange to inherit the mantle of Sorcerer Supreme. You said we've met in many timelines, Nolan asked. Does that mean you've taken me as your disciple in those other universes too? No, the Ancient One replied with a slight smile. Using the Time Stone, I traced potential timelines starting from when you were still inside the Hydra facility. In all those fleeting parallel universes, I encountered you many times. But without exception, you died. Sometimes inside the base, other times shortly after escaping. No matter the variation, you always perished. Only in this timeline, are you still alive? Nolan raised an eyebrow. I'm not exactly the type who protects the Earth for free, you know, he said bluntly. If there's no benefit in it for me, I'm not interested. The Ancient One remained unbothered. I'm not asking you to be selfless. But I have a feeling you'd be very interested in dissecting the corpses of various dimensional entities. Some are rooted in science, others in mysticism, many in forms that defy classification. Not to mention, she added, access to the Time Stone, and the Space Stone. Dissecting? Research? Nolan didn't hesitate. Master, your humble disciple bows before you. He dropped to one knee with exaggerated flair. Time and space stones. The bodies of dimensional gods. That wasn't just ordinary research, it was multiversal exploration. Studying those specimens could catapult him from a single universe theorist to a multiverse-level scientist. And this was the Ancient One. Her reputation spanned not just Earth or the 9 realms but across the stars. If she announced she was taking on a disciple, beings from distant galaxies would race to her doorstep. The only reason her students were all from Earth was because Kamartaj had always followed a Terra-centric ideology. They didn't take aliens, and barely tolerated interdimensional visitors. Good, the Ancient One nodded. Until you begin your training, do not attempt to open any hell dimensions. That's it? Nolan teased. No tests of my will. No tragic accident to humble me, cripple my hands or something. He trailed off as she raised a brow with a smile that suggested she'd been very close to doing exactly that. Stephen Strange needed to suffer because he didn't believe in magic. Pain was the only way to break him down and rebuild him into someone capable of mastering the arcane arts. But you're different. The Ancient One had already watched Strange's story unfold courtesy of the Time Stone. As long as he hadn't yet bonded with it, she could still glimpse his future. Before leaving, she told Nolan she would send for him in 1 month. He was to report to Kamartaj and begin his training then. Until that time, he was forbidden from opening any more dimensional gates. Reality fractured like glass. Max reappeared at Nolan's side, his body tense and sparking with electricity. He scanned the room. Boss, what just happened? Where'd that woman go? She's gone, Nolan replied calmly. It's nothing. Okay. Max looked around, then pointed to the blood circle still on the ground. So, what now? Weren't we mid-ritual? Nolan exhaled. A blast of freezing wind burst from his mouth, instantly flash-freezing the bloody symbols. His eyes glowed red, and with a flicker of energy, the frozen residue crumbled to ash. Forget this ever happened. Yes, sir. Later, Back in his lab coat and seated at his workstation, Nolan sat quietly in thought. He was now, the Sorcerer Supreme's personal disciple. The title alone still felt absurd. There was no doubt in his mind that the Ancient One had left plenty unsaid. She claimed it was his uniqueness that drew her to him. Most likely, she sensed his twin gifts though not their exact nature. But somehow, his soul had become a beacon. And while she hadn't been specific, the implications were clear: his very existence attracted demonic attention across dimensions. Still, if nothing else, being the Ancient One's protégé meant he had backing now. Protection. Someone dared to mess with him. They'd have to deal with Kamartaj and the Vishanti themselves. Let kings fight kings, and generals duel generals. In time, he'd uncover the deeper truths. But for now, he had another matter to handle. There was someone who had clearly set him up. Someone who handed him a ritual he knew would expose him. That demon. Black Sky was dragged out again. The beast re-entered his body, scowling as Nolan approached. "I told you the ritual worked." Beast growled. "Now let me go." "You planned that," Nolan replied coldly. "Planned what?" "You knew opening the Hell dimension would expose me," Nolan said, narrowing his eyes. "You knew what I was, and you gave me the spell anyway." Beast said nothing. He knew he'd been caught. Nolan shook his head. "You thought you could trick me into killing myself. Or dying in some catastrophic summoning. Typical demon move." He turned back toward the control panel. "Since you won't talk, then you'll keep powering my lab." The magnetic siphon flared back to life. The beast screamed as his stockpiled demonic energy was forcefully drained from Black Sky's body once again. "Nolan, you bastard. Let me go." "Why you?" Beast roared. "Why is your soul so special? You shouldn't even know this stuff." His howls turned to curses. Then threats. Then madness. It didn't matter. Nolan flipped the soundproof barrier on. Silence. "Boss, the prototype's ready." It was Otto, calling from the adjoining lab. "Perfect. I'm on my way." Nolan arrived minutes later. Otto turned excitement on his face. "I still don't understand how this energy even exists, it breaks half the known laws of physics." He was referring, of course, to the demonic energy Nolan had been harvesting. Now that he had so much of it, Nolan had a new goal: to build a synthetic spine, a pseudo-draconic core that could serve as a battery for this power. Even if it couldn't match the real thing, it only needed to store the energy. Otto, a master of biomechanics and engineering, had been handed Nolan's research and raw energy to study. And as expected, he delivered results. "So?" Nolan asked. "Did you replicate the structure?" Otto nodded. "It's not perfect. But it'll do. The prototype can hold up to 20 units of high-grade spectral output." Chapter 111, 111. Abomination. "Yo. We've hit 200 power stones, here's your bonus chapter as promised." Nolan stood before the sleek biomechanical spine resting on the lab table. It gleamed like a metallic replica of a dragon's vertebrae. "We followed your structural blueprint exactly," Otto explained. "But the internal architecture was far too delicate. The more refined it became, the more energy interference we ran into." He handed over a data sheet without hesitation. "So I recalculated. Made some structural compromises that slightly reduce its efficiency, but preserve core functionality." Otto wasn't worried about Nolan's misunderstanding. Not anymore. After joining Oscorp, he had come to understand just how terrifying Nolan's intellect really was. The man wasn't just the architect of their most advanced projects, he was the reason Oscorp was soaring. From the Nightmare Protocol to the Surveillance Web Initiative, all roads led back to Nolan. "Good," Nolan nodded. "How's the Nightmare project coming along?" "We're still decoding audio patterns, trying to identify the optimal frequency range for emotional harvesting. I'm developing an AI model to handle filtration, but the training phase might take time. No rush, Nolan said. You've got the right idea. If you hit a wall, just ask. Yes, sir. From anyone else, Otto would have dismissed those words as arrogant nonsense. But from Nolan? He took them as gospel. The same man who solved a decades-old problem in Otto's own fusion control algorithms like it was a crossword puzzle. Only one issue remained: how to miniaturize a neural core capable of housing that AI. Loop in Connors. He can assist with your testing phase. Understood. As Nolan scanned the lab, he could already envision the framework of his demonic army coming together. The only limitation? Batteries. He still only had one viable power source, and demons weren't exactly lining up to be harvested. He strolled into Connor's lab to take a look. Connors was currently working on the Jessica Serum, or, as some in the company nicknamed it, the baby Superman formula. It had monstrous potential, but also monstrous requirements. The enhancement threshold was so high it rejected all but a tiny percentage of test subjects. Still, the concept had promise. After all, who wouldn't want to wake up feeling strong, energized, and healthy after a long night's rest? Mass market appeal? Massive. We might need to cut certain abilities like flight, Connors said. Too unstable for general use. Otto may need your help shortly, Nolan noted. Be ready. Got it. How's testing? Still not ideal. Compatibility is up, but strength boosts are negligible, because we're trying to force gene expression from universally present sequences. Even standard muscle protein coding has a genetic variance that gets in the way. What about defense and agility? Defense is easier. Since it's surface-based, we've managed to enhance dermal resistance within expected margins. But speed's tied to strength, so, same limitations. Nolan thought for a moment. Try embedding Alexei's genome into the sequence. Let's see how the results change. Connor's eyes lit up. Of course. With his enhanced durability, I'll run tests right away. If anything's unclear, ask me. Understood. After checking on his two core projects, Nolan returned to his own lab. It was time to analyze Magneto's blood. Elsewhere, inside a fortified military complex. General Ross stood behind a thick layer of reinforced glass, eyes locked on the chaos unfolding within a high-tech lab. Multiple subjects were strapped to biometric beds, each surrounded by nervous-looking scientists. Robotic arms injected the fluorescent serum into their veins. Monitors beeped. Techs shuffled between workstations. Beside Ross stood a balding, greasy man in a stained lab coat and black-rimmed glasses. General, the man began, we've fully sequenced Luke's blood and recovered partial data from his last trials. The new test batch is prepped. This time, we'll succeed. This is attempt number 43, Ross muttered. You said that 42 times before. The scientist wiped the sweat from his brow. In the corner, a massive creature scoffed. You'd be better off going back to Gamma Research, rumbled Blonsky, better known now as Abomination. At least that worked. I'm living proof. His hulking form was grotesque, bulging muscles, jagged scales, gill-like ridges flaring from both sides of his face. You were a fluke, Ross said, shaking his head. Most can't survive 2 doses of the Super Soldier Serum. He turned back to the lab. Begin the injection. Commence Phase 4, the scientist ordered. As the serum coursed through their veins, the test subjects began screaming, in anguish, twisting their faces into masks of pain. Monitors spiked, and alarms blared. Vitals dropping fast, someone yelled. Glucose and ATP levels are crashing, there's no metabolic buffer. Inject nutrient compounds, the lead researcher snapped. Too late. Their bodies can't absorb it fast enough. Moments later, the subjects convulsed violently. Blood ruptured from beneath their skin like internal explosions. One by one, the monitors flatlined. Ross clenched his jaw. Another failure. I just need one more try, just one more. The researcher turned to plead for mercy, only to be grabbed by the head. Abomination's massive hand crushed his skull like a balloon. Splurt. The corpse dropped like a sack of meat. These idiots were useless anyway, Blonsky grunted, shaking blood from his claws. Ross' eyes flared with restrained fury. He needed Abomination's power, for now. But his disregard for authority had grown worse since Ross freed him from cryolock. The scientist did deserve it. But acting without permission? Unacceptable. That's why Ross remained obsessed with recreating Luke's enhancement process. He needed a countermeasure. Who else can fix this? Ross muttered. Then one of the aides muttered under their breath, with this kind of budget, we'd be better off just buying more Phoenix serums. At least those work on active-duty soldiers. That struck a nerve. Ross froze. Phoenix serum. Nolan. His eyes narrowed. Chapter 112, 112. Mastering magnetism, mutation on the brink. Inside the lab. Nolan stared at the gene structure extracted from Eric's blood. The magnetism manipulation sequence was more intricate than even psychic abilities. Though both Professor Xavier and Magneto stood at the helm of mutant leadership, equals in reputation, Eric's genetic potential far outstripped Charles's. Yet, in contrast, Charles had developed his power with astonishing precision, integrating it with cutting-edge technology to create the world's most powerful neural amplifier. It augmented his brainwaves using magnetic fields, elevating his telepathy to terrifying heights. Eric, meanwhile, remained a primal force, untamed, instinctive. He wielded one of the most elegant and profound forces in nature like a sledgehammer. And yet, even like this, Eric could stand shoulder to shoulder with Charles. That alone was a testament to the overwhelming might of magnetic control. But under Nolan's unique talent as a master of research, it had taken only 3 days to decode the gene structure. What's more, his findings confirmed Nolan's earlier hypothesis: the X gene acted as a magnetic field mutagenic amplifier. If Nolan could master magnetic forces, his bodily mutation traits would evolve drastically, both in raw power and in the ability to delve deeper into the mysteries of the X gene. Magnetism, after all, was the bridge between the physical and the arcane. In the physical world, mysterious forces often manifest through anomalies in magnetic fields. Take demonic power, for example. It wasn't just raw energy, it altered cellular function by manipulating bioelectricity through exotic magnetic resonance. So for Nolan, mastering magnetism wasn't just about power. It was the gateway to everything beyond. The structure's so complex. Nature really is incredible, Nolan murmured, rubbing his temples. To think the celestial genome embedded within the X gene could blossom into such a range of powers. He had only seen something of this scale before, in Bobby and Eric. Compared to level 4 mutants, the X gene of a level 5 was on an entirely different tier. But in front of me, it's just another puzzle. Had Nolan received Eric's sample when he first started out, it would have felt like trying to read an alien language. Back then, his knowledge of bioengineering was paper-thin. Even though he had a genius-level learning ability, it didn't mean he could instantly grasp the pinnacle of any new field. But now, with fully upgraded equipment, and auto-assisting with the AI systems, Nolan's lab had become a dream factory. Al. Yes, Mr. Nolan, came the synthesized voice from his terminal. Otto had recently added a voice recognition module. If Nolan chose, he could easily develop full-fledged artificial intelligence, but for now, all his focus was on cracking the X gene. AI could wait. Run the previous gene editing model. Start calculating all the common mutation points. Immediately, the computer launched into a rapid scan. These formulas were built from the universal gene modification patterns Nolan had derived using his own genetic data as the template. Despite the X gene's immense diversity shaped by millions of years of evolution, all mutants shared a traceable origin. Even bananas share 41% of the human genome. Shared traits existed, and Nolan knew where to find them. Using his parameters, he streamlined the process, minimizing workload and freeing himself to focus on real-time applications. His fingers flew across the keyboard, a blur of movement. On a side monitor, a full model of Eric's X gene was generated, updating live with computed overlays. Piece by piece, Nolan isolated the segments he needed for the DNA of magnetism. Then came the matching data from the archive, cross-referenced, validated, and aligned with his master model. Before the sun had even set, Nolan had already extracted and synthesized a version of the magnetism manipulation gene tailored specifically for his own body. That was the advantage of walking the path of science. It wasn't linear, it was exponential. Every step forward became a new foundation. Growth was like a supernova, slow to start, but once unleashed, impossible to contain. Night fell. The lab was bathed in silver moonlight. Nolan stood silently, holding a vial of deep crimson serum. The liquid shimmered and pulsed as if alive. This wasn't something he'd inject into just any part of his body. Magnetism would be the cornerstone of his entire mutant evolution. Take his lungs, for instance. As he pushed their performance to the limit, they could only generate a finite amount of bioelectric charge. But magnetic control? It could act as a multiplier, amplifying his field like a living magnetic engine. Consider a formula. Let the required magnetic force for ability activation be A. Bioelectric output be L. And the amplification factor from the X gene is alpha. So, A equals alpha times L. But if Nolan wanted even greater A, and L and alpha had hit their cap, he'd need a new parameter, beta. Then, A equals alpha times beta times L. Of course, neither alpha nor beta were simple constants, they were dynamic, wildly variable, and deeply complex. The moment the serum entered his bloodstream, Nolan's body convulsed. His mind ignited, a cascade of memories and hallucinations pouring in, overwhelming his consciousness. The telepathic control he had maintained suddenly shattered, scattering like broken glass. It felt like steel spikes were hammering his cortex. Sweat poured from his brow. His vision distorted as wave-like patterns filled his view, infinite, like an ocean crashing into his mind. Combined with his enhanced senses, the overload became unbearable. His brain swelled with searing pressure so intense it felt like it might rupture. Blood burst from his nose uncontrollably. His lungs and eyes throbbed violently as the entire system threatened to spiral out of control. "Shut it all down," he roared. Chapter 113. Ross's request. Inside the lab, the dormant force within Nolan, what he referred to as Dragon Force, suddenly stirred to life. A soft white glow rippled along his spine, and pearly white energy began circulating through specific pathways mapped deep within his nervous system. The searing heat in his lungs cooled. His crimson-tinged eyes dimmed. Even the pressure in his skull, nearly unbearable minutes ago, began to ease. Warm waves of internal energy spread outward, soothing the pain that had almost torn his mind apart. Damn! No wonder high-level psychics lose control during awakening. The sheer disruption to cerebral magnetic fields in that instant is overwhelming. Rubbing his forehead, Nolan took a deep breath. The recent injection of the magnetism manipulation gene had been a hard-earned lesson. Even for someone like him with enhanced biology and advanced control, a top-tier X gene awakening came with extreme risks. If he'd lost focus for even a moment, the entire lab complex could have been flattened. He reflected aloud, the lungs held up better because the magnetic intensity in that region is more stable. It's the brain volatile, ever-shifting that nearly short-circuited everything. He jotted the experience down. This kind of data would be crucial for the mutant enhancement program he was planning. Level 5 mutants were on a different plane entirely. Everything developmental complexity, awakening risk, and power scale were exponentially beyond level 4's. It was almost as if anything beneath level 5 was a failed prototype. With just a thought, lines of magnetosensory data filled Nolan's vision. Previously, he had needed magnetic powder to visualize fields. Now, the currents danced in front of his eyes like neon threadwork across reality. What an incredible force! He imagined it, the magnetic lines inside a simple potato disrupted entirely. Every atom inside turned chaotic, electrons unbound. That explosion would rival a city-level nuclear event. But the required magnetic field strength was staggering. The level of quantum precision needed to manipulate electrons on that scale. Absurd. Honestly, Eric did pretty well just flipping tanks and tossing bridges. He was lucky the Eric of this world was the movie version of Magneto. If it had been the comic version, Nolan would have stayed far, far away. Even if Eric eventually reached those heights, Nolan wasn't afraid anymore. Not now. He glanced at the surgical scalpel on his workstation. With a subtle pulse, the blade floated into his hand, hovered, and then shot like a bullet toward the window. Boom! A flash of heat burst just outside the lab. The explosion vanished instantly. The blade's shattered hilt returned to Nolan's palm. TCH. Still stuck at ionizing surface atoms. That's not a proper thermonuclear chain reaction yet. He was attempting to induce subatomic destabilization in the scalpel's atoms. It worked, to a point. But post-explosion interference ruined further targeting. Still needs refinement. Nolan exhaled. Manipulating external magnetic fields was far more difficult than affecting his own. The more microscopic the target or the more massive the harder it was to control. Electron motion was quantum dependent. To track and guide their paths precisely. That was God-tier physics. Otto, he called, send me all your compiled AI frameworks. Also, start prototyping the anti-magneto armor. I want instant demagnetization protocols included. Use anything in the rare metal archives. On it, the synthetic voice replied. Nolan removed his gloves. Lying on the surgical table was a black man. Next to him stood Ulysses Clow, his expression smug with retribution. The body was Chaka. Physically, he's at the absolute human peak, Nolan noted. No residual traces of chemical enhancers or foreign mutagens. Whatever enhanced him worked on his organ structure, not his DNA. Clow raised an eyebrow. So, worthless? For your revenge? Nah. Just toss him in the incinerator. Nolan shook his head. Whatever boosted Chala and his father wasn't just science, it was divine. The real strength came from that so-called heart-shaped herb. Its function isn't just to enhance, it grants access to the Black Panther God's dimension. That divine link is where the real power lies. He frowned. Was the Panther God the same as the Panther Goddess Bast from African mythology? Unless they obtained the herb itself, studying Chaka or Chala wouldn't yield any meaningful results. Thanks, boss, Clow said, pushing Chaka's body into the furnace. Flames roared. Chaka had been dead already. Nolan had only wanted to probe Wakandan biology and see what secrets the herb might hold. He exhaled like it was just another routine experiment. What's the latest on Ross? 42 failed trials so far. A few project leads even got executed. No signs of them handing the project over to us. Still hesitant. They probably don't want you getting access to their proprietary data. Just then, Clow's phone rang. He checked the caller. Military, he said. He answered and listened. They want you on board, boss. Special title. Lead scientific consultant on a classified initiative. Nolan raised a brow. Still calling it classified? It's just another Hulk replication project, isn't it? What's the offer? For a regular scientist, even someone at Dr. Connor's level, the military's invitation was in order. But not for Nolan. He wasn't just a scientist. He was also Oscorp Industries' majority shareholder. And in America, wealth is power. Enough wealth? You move armies. Oscorp was currently the military's largest supplier of weapons tech. Crossing them would be suicide for any logistics officer. If they wanted him, they had to pay. Experimental data wasn't a bonus, it was a requirement. They're offering partial data from the original Hulk experiments if you succeed. Partial? Nolan scoffed. I want all of it. And let's be clear, I'll develop an injectable version of the serum. But I make no promises about reproducing a second Hulk. Back then, Oscorp Industries was still fledgling, and Ross had leverage. But now, Nolan's position had changed, and so had the terms. Chapter 114. Entering the experiment. Nolan wasn't going to walk away without getting Luke's steel physiology for himself. Sure, with the Dragon Force boosting his output, Nolan could reach strength levels well above 100 tons. But that was only when he actively engaged the power. His base strength, without augmentation, capped around 20 tons. That was why Luke's invulnerable body was so important. If Nolan could acquire that steel-like physical foundation, his base stats would rise and any multiplier stacked on top of that would push him into God-tier territory. Plus, that bulletproof durability was exactly what he needed to cover one of his few remaining weaknesses. Unfortunately, while Nolan had been preoccupied dismantling the Hand's remnants, General Ross had already moved. Now, if Nolan wanted access to Luke's physiology, he'd have to play along with Ross's terms. Ross agreed, Klaus said. But you'll have to sign a full NDA. No experimental data is allowed on any external storage. Also, the Hulk data. They'll only provide the successful phase results. All failed experiments remain sealed. That's fine, Nolan replied. He was never planning to clone the Hulk anyway just to understand the mechanism. And the Hulk's power had always been unpredictable, perhaps even metaphysical. If anything, the more realistic goal had always been creating a controlled version, like Abomination. Oh, and add one more thing, Nolan added. I want access to Abomination's project files too. Classic negotiation. Ask for the moon, settle for Earth. Klaus relayed the message. After a moment, he gave Nolan a thumbs up. Bring Connors, Nolan said. I'll need his support on this one. Before long, a military vehicle arrived at a restricted installation. Nolan stepped out and was immediately greeted by a smiling General Ross. Dr. Nolan, it's been too long. I really appreciate you coming. No need for the formality, General. We're allies, after all. Of course, I'll help. Nolan's gaze drifted to the massive figure nearby, a towering reptilian humanoid covered in thick, scaled hide. Abomination. So Ross had released him after all. According to Nolan's memory, Abomination was supposed to still be locked up around this time. After all, following the destructive showdown with the Hulk, someone had to take the fall. The Hulk had joined the Avengers, after all, he was a public hero now. So the scapegoat? Naturally, Abomination. Nolan sensed the contempt radiating from him. Ross clearly hadn't fully tamed the creature yet. The arrogance was still there. That actually worked in Nolan's favor. Ross led the way, guiding them deeper into the facility. This was the first time Nolan had been granted access beyond the outer levels. Soon, they arrived at the core of the base, an armored elevator requiring both retina and fingerprint scans from Ross himself. After you, Doctor. Nolan and Connors stepped inside. Abomination would have to wait for the next lift, he was far too massive to fit. The elevator dropped fast, and the lights above were quickly swallowed by darkness. The interior lights came on, bathing the space in a sterile glow. Dr. Nolan, I'm counting on you, Ross said earnestly. This is for the nation, for the American people. Please do your best. Nolan smiled politely. If I didn't already know what kind of man you are, that speech might have convinced me. Politicians, the greatest actors in the world. But when do they become politicians? They turn into clowns. The elevator slowed to a halt. The doors opened to reveal a sprawling underground research lab, easily the size of a city plaza. The layout reminded Nolan of Hydra's old facilities, cold, brutalist, efficient. Some legacies never die. Scientists moved busily between workstations. This place wasn't just about the Luke project. Other operations were running Hulk-related, for sure. After all, Banner had shown time and again just how terrifying his potential was in real-world battles. Ross wouldn't abandon that pursuit. Luke was just a fallback. A tall, thin, middle-aged man in glasses approached textbook white lab coat type. "General," he greeted. "Jason, give Dr. Nolan full access to the Luke Physiology Project data." "Understood." By now, Nolan's name carried real weight in the scientific community. After all, Oscrop's regeneration spray had taken the nation by storm. Not only had it earned billions, it had saved lives. At this point, if your American household didn't have a can of it, you were basically uninsured. Norman Osborn was even petitioning to have it designated an emergency essential by FEMA. And Nolan? He was its inventor. "Dr. Nolan," Jason said, handing him the files, "here's all current experiment data, plus footage and step-by-step records. Some of it requires secure lab viewing." Nolan skimmed the file as he walked, his eyes flicked across pages faster than a scanner. After less than 2 seconds, he closed it and handed it back. "Done. The problem is with ATP burst output, right? The human body can't generate enough energy in an instant." Jason was stunned. "You already figured that out?" He hadn't even explained the issue yet. Most of the files were raw test logs, not conclusions. "Just let me see your procedures. I can fix it." Nolan already had a rough solution in mind: shift the energy delivery model from instant spike to gradual ramp-up. Of course, that meant the final result wouldn't be exactly like Luke's. Probably about 30% less effective. After reviewing the lab's recorded procedures and experimental setups, Nolan nodded. "There's a solution." "Already?" Jason blinked in disbelief. He had only just taken over as lead researcher, and after the last guy was disappeared, he was desperate not to screw up. "What does your general say about a 30% reduction in final effect?" 30% less. "Right. My plan slows the process and slightly lowers peak output, but it boosts success rate up to 90%. 90%? Ross's voice echoed behind them, full of shock and excitement. Nolan simply nodded. "Yes. Then we go with it. I already said, this entire project runs under your lead, Dr. Nolan." Chapter 115, 115. Steel Physiology Recapture, begin. As Nolan gave the command, the lab assistants began filing into the room. The assistants, all hand-picked for their proficiency, looked toward Jason, who stood by the console. He nodded and spoke, "This experiment is being led by Dr. Nolan. Every order given by him must be followed without question." "Understood," the assistants replied in unison. "Bring the test subjects forward," Nolan instructed. He had already taken his position at the central control panel. His fingers flew across the keyboard as he pulled up the data on Luke Cage. Luke's experiment, Nolan recalled, was originally a replication of the Super Soldier Serum, a formula designed to enhance human strength and durability. However, things had taken a dangerous turn when a man named Billy interrupted the experiment, causing it to undergo an unexpected mutation. The experiment had been tightly controlled, but as with any scientific endeavor, variables could tip the scales into chaos. Nolan watched the video footage of that fateful day. Billy had tried to sabotage the injection, but he was promptly removed before any real damage could be done. "Doctor." Jason's voice broke through Nolan's thoughts as he looked up from the screen. "We've spoken with Billy. He insists he didn't touch anything, didn't interfere with the experiment." Nolan glanced back at the footage, where Billy was shouting in anger, and then pointed at the screen. "Do you think sound waves could have been a variable here?" Jason hesitated. "Sound waves?" Nolan nodded. He was inclined to think that sound might have had an influence. Though his initial plan to slow down the amplification and reduce the effects was one option, a direct replication of the experiment was far preferable. "General Ross, I've got two approaches in mind," Nolan said. "One would require redesigning the experiment, which will take time. The other is to use my current method, slowing the process down and reducing the overall effect." From the observation deck, Ross furrowed his brows as he processed Nolan's words. "Let's go with the second option," Ross decided. "We need results quickly. If it fails, we'll at least have a backup plan." Nolan raised an eyebrow. Had all these failures made Ross hesitant? It seemed even the general, known for his decisive nature, was ready to take a more cautious approach now. "Fine," Nolan replied, seeing no reason to argue. If Ross was unwilling to take the risk, Nolan would respect that. After all, they could still gather crucial data. "Let's proceed." Nolan turned back to Jason. "Follow the formula you've already developed for the solution, but prepare an additional chemical to regulate the release of the steel physiology serum." He was already thinking through the mechanics. The problem at its core lay in the instant amplification that the body couldn't handle. The energy required outpaced the body's ability to process it, causing muscle and bone structures to self-destruct. "Cellular autophagy," Nolan murmured, recalling the scientific term. This self-destructive process was the body's way of compensating for extreme stress, breaking down its own proteins and fats to stay functional. But in this case, the body went too far. Autophagy wasn't supposed to eat away at the cell membrane. "Prepare glucose injections and ensure that the test subjects' muscles and organs are monitored," Nolan ordered. Jason nodded, ready to follow the command. As Nolan moved between the workstations, mixing and preparing the necessary solutions, he couldn't help but smile. He was well versed in this process, every step and every variable. The lab was his domain. Soon, Nolan held up a vial of emerald green solution. "Start the experiment. Split this into 6 equal portions. When I give the signal, inject them all immediately," Nolan instructed. "Understood," the assistants responded in sync. Military labs operated with efficiency, and this was no different. The personnel moved swiftly, following Ross's example, hardline and to the point. The experiment began. Nolan sat in front of the main control panel, monitoring multiple screens showing the subject's data. His eyes flicked over the results, analyzing every input in real time. "Simultaneous injection," Nolan commanded. The assistants hesitated, surprised by the scale of the command. 6 subjects, all at once?" Jason asked, his voice tinged with concern. "Isn't that a bit too risky?" someone muttered under their breath. Ross, standing behind them, held his ground. He may have had his reservations, but Nolan was the expert in this field. He wasn't about to second-guess the man who had pioneered the most successful regenerative serum in recent history. "Don't question my orders." Nolan's voice rang out clearly. "Begin the injection. Each subject gets 500 milliliters of glucose solution. Ensure it's done properly." Nolan spoke in a steady voice, not raising it too much. He needed his words to be heard clearly across the room, without losing any crucial data. "Connors, keep an eye on everything and double-check for any discrepancies." "Understood." Connors responded, already positioned next to a monitor to assist in real-time adjustments. As the 6 test subjects were injected with the solution, Nolan's attention remained focused. He could feel the energy in the room, the hum of the experiment taking place. He wasn't just building a new serum. He was on the verge of creating something real, a new kind of super soldier. Chapter 116, 116. Success, and the Abomination's Rage. Inject Steel Physiology Serum, now. Subject 1, 200 milliliters, Subject 2, 500 milliliters, Subject 3, 340 milliliters. As the serum was administered in varied doses, the 6 test subjects began to convulse violently, their bodies reacting almost instantly. At the master control station, Nolan's screens lit up with a flood of real-time data. Heart rate spikes, muscle activity, stress markers, all flaring red. His fingers danced furiously over the console, running rapid-fire calculations and adjusting parameters on the fly. In an experiment, this volatile, success came down to how fast you could respond. Inject 500 milliliters glucose solution into Subject 1, arterial line. Subject 3, 10 milliliters adrenaline directly into the heart. Begin full transfusion on Subject 6, keep it flowing. One command after another spilled from Nolan's mouth. The lab team moved like a precision machine, each in sync with no hesitation. They weren't just assistants. They were the gears and cogs in a far larger mechanism, a military-grade human enhancement trial, and Nolan was the one holding the blueprint. Ayahawk. Subject 2 suddenly howled in agony. His muscles bulged grotesquely, skin stretching to its limit. Bang! A geyser of blood erupted from his shoulder, followed by more explosions across his body. Red sprayed across the room, some hitting a nearby assistant. Humph. So much for genius, Abomination sneered from beside Ross. Some top scientist. Just another bug pretending to be a god. He scowled at Nolan from behind the reinforced glass, hatred simmering in his eyes. Something about Nolan made his blood boil. He didn't know why, but the urge to crush him was growing. Inject 60 milliliters inhibitor into Subject 2. Nolan ordered, voice sharp. Despite being drenched in blood, the assistant obeyed instantly. The subject's hemorrhaging stopped almost immediately. Jason gasped. Did it actually work? But a second later, blood poured from Subject 2's eyes, nose, and mouth. His head slumped to the side. Flatline. Beep, beep, beep. Vitals vanished from the monitors. Nolan stared silently at the screen. Extreme muscle contraction triggered an organic acid surge. Rhabdomyolysis set in. Complete tissue breakdown. His eyes shifted to the remaining subjects, still stable. Inject 100 milliliters sodium bicarbonate into Subject 1. Subject 3, 1,350 milliliters. Subject 4, 470 milliliters. Subject 5, 300 milliliters. Subject 6, 230 milliliters. The commands rolled out without pause. Subject 2 had undergone successful enhancement, but the byproduct acid overload killed him before his body could stabilize. It wasn't the serum's failure, it was a metabolic crash. It is a chemical failure, not a biological rejection. The staff looked uneasy. Jason had promised that everything would follow Nolan's command, but now one subject was dead, and the symptoms looked eerily similar to previous failed trials. Jason snapped at them. What are you staring at? Back to your stations. The readings were different this time. Nolan had adjusted for the overload in real time. His ability to isolate the problem, calculate the exact neutralizing compound, and issue the command within seconds, was superhuman. This man, Jason whispered to himself, isn't just a genius. He's on Stark's level, but in bioengineering. Then he stepped outside. Ross, noticing him leave, frowned. What's the situation? Jason exhaled. We've done it. The enhancement phase succeeded. But the death just now? Over-acidification during the transformation. But the serum worked. It worked, General. It just needs fine-tuning. A few more iterations and we'll lock in the perfect ratio. Ross's eyes widened. So it's real. Dr. Nolan's on another level. His biology, his calculation speed, his observation. He figured it all out mid-procedure. Ross was stunned. Another Tony Stark. Jason nodded. Except this one builds super soldiers. Ross looked through the reinforced glass. Nolan was still commanding from the control station, laser-focused, issuing orders without pause. We need to stay in Osborn's good graces, Ross thought. Meanwhile, Abomination clenched his fists. TCH. What good is a genius who creates failures? One punch and they'll shatter like glass. The moment he heard Ross's praise of Nolan, a surge of fury overtook him. This was his domain. He was created to take down the Hulk. These new toys. They were nothing. Back at the console, Nolan allowed himself a small, satisfied smile. Despite one loss, the experiment was stabilizing. Connors, beside him, assisted masterfully, filling in gaps, helping monitor metrics, and ensuring nothing was missed. 5 subjects are still active. 1 undergoing dissection for chemical analysis. They were juggling 5 complex enhancements in parallel. Subject 1 showing accelerated muscle growth. Bone density increasing. Subject 3 skin density rising, dermal plates forming. Subject 4, wait, muscles are shrinking, bone integrity destabilizing. Chunks of shoulder flesh peeled from subject 4, revealing exposed, jagged bone. The subject screamed in agony, then slumped. Flatline. Subject 5 showing epidermal scaling, skin forming layered armor. Subject 6 showing parallel progression. Of the 6, 4 survived. Jason's voice trembled. We did it. We can actually build enhanced troops to counter the Hulk. Ross clenched his fist and slammed the reinforced glass. Finally. It's real. We've done it. The future. A battalion of enhanced soldiers. Resilient, strong, unstoppable. But not everyone was happy. Abomination slammed the ground with a growl. That little rat succeeded. He doesn't get to succeed. I'm the weapon. I'm the one who fights the Hulk. These imposters are garbage. Ross stepped back, startled. Nearby soldiers immediately raised their weapons. Stand down, Blonsky. Ross shouted. You're still our prime Hulk killer. These are support troops, nothing more. Ross wasn't sure why Abomination was losing control. He thought the creature was stable by now. But maybe, just maybe, his hatred for the Hulk had rooted itself too deep. Chapter 117, 117. The Abomination Unleashed. You dare point your guns at me? Abomination sneered. With a single leap, he crashed down in front of one of the soldiers. His massive hand, tipped with claw-like nails, closed around the man's torso. Crack. Flesh and bone exploded outward, painting the lab in red and white gore. Use the tranquilizers. General Ross shouted. He had contingency plans in place. After all, Abomination, no matter how stable he seemed, was still a product of the same chaos that created the Hulk. And if they couldn't control the Hulk, well, no one really expected to control him either. TSS. Dozens of tranquilizer darts launched toward the rampaging monster. Abomination batted most of them away effortlessly, but a few embedded into his thick hide. I'm your best weapon, General, he snarled. Let me prove it. Those weaklings. They're nothing. He turned and slammed his fist into the reinforced lab glass. Boom. The same shatter-resistant paneling that could withstand truck collisions cracked and webbed under the strike. A chunk broke free and crashed to the floor. Even military-grade glass couldn't stand up to him. That's how dangerous Abomination truly was. The sound echoed throughout the base. Scientists, who were still riding high from the successful serum trial, froze. And then they saw him. The beast had entered the lab. "Mr. Blonsky. What are you doing?" "Sir. Stop." They knew him. Some had even worked on his original enhancement. But Abomination ignored them all. He wasn't there to make friends. He charged the lab. The panic was instant. Several scientists began unlocking restraints from the 4 remaining test subjects, hoping it might appease him or at least save themselves. The enhanced subjects locked eyes. They could feel power burning inside them, new, raw, and wild. Instinct kicked in. Escape. Together. "Hey, big guy." Subject 1 stepped forward, flexing his newly enhanced frame. "Come at me." Nolan stepped away from the control panel, frowning. "Idiot. Picking a fight like that?" Abomination was a Hulk-tier weapon. These guys? They were based on Luke Cage's enhancement line strength and durability, sure, but nowhere near that league. They weren't even fully stabilized yet. Connors moved protectively in front of Nolan. "Boss, what now?" "Wait," Nolan said calmly. "If we make a move now, we'll become his new target." His fingers subtly tapped keys on the control panel. A green interface flashed for a moment, but no one noticed amidst the chaos. "You worms think you're worth my time?" Abomination growled. He moved like a missile. Subject 1 charged in, and was immediately sent flying. One punch. That was all it took. Blood trailed behind him as his body crashed into the wall, leaving a crater. He slid to the floor. Lifeless. "Blonsky." Ross stormed in, livid. That was a live test subject. "You want to end up in court-martial?" Abomination didn't even look at him. He was still riding the high. And he knew the truth, Ross needed him. No other weapon had matched the Hulk. Not even close. The other 3 test subjects bolted in different directions. Panic overcame their earlier bravado. But Abomination leapt again, muscles surging with brutal force. Crunch. Subject 3 was flattened beneath him, organs rupturing on impact. Still, the subject's body struggled to regenerate. Abomination smirked. "Not bad. You've got some tricks." He raised a fist and brought it crashing down. The subject's head exploded like a melon. "Open fire." Ross screamed. Tranquilizers once again flew in from every angle, but Abomination ignored them, brushing the darts away like gnats. Then he hunted down the other 2. One by one. Smashed. Crushed. Gone. When it was done, he stood amidst the wreckage, blood-streaked and smiling. "Much better," he muttered, plucking a few darts from his arm. "You don't need those failures, General. You've got me." Ross clenched his fists, seething. All 4 viable subjects, gone. Data could be recreated, yes, but this was irreplaceable field material. "You bastard," he hissed. "We worked weeks for that batch." "You had garbage," Abomination replied. "And garbage gets taken out." His voice grew calmer. Reason was returning. The tantrum had passed. But then his eyes fell on Nolan. He grinned. "Oh, look. The bug himself." He leapt. Nolan shoved Connors aside and backpedaled, eyes narrowing. "Tum." The lab shook as Abomination landed inches from him. "Blonsky, stand down." Ross bellowed. But Nolan already knew, this wasn't about logic. "He actually wants me dead." "Little scientist," Abomination growled. "You build failures. You build trash. Let me fix that." He cocked his fist. Nolan, despite his enhanced physiology, was nowhere near Hulk tier. In front of Abomination, he looked like a child. And that punch? It was going to kill him. Chapter 118, 118. Suppression. What the hell? Abomination's eyes went wide. His punch, his full-powered, Hulk-tier punch had just been stopped. Bare-handed. By Nolan. How the hell did you block that? To him, no one but the Hulk could withstand a strike like that. But now, Nolan stood there with a single hand locked around his incoming fist. I don't believe it. Ah! Roaring, Abomination pulled his other arm back and swung it like a rocket, aiming for Nolan's skull. But Nolan's other hand rose and caught that too. Despite having a body only a fraction of Abomination's size, Nolan's frame radiated power. Boom! With a sudden twist of his body, Nolan's leg swept forward like a steel whip. The air cracked with a sonic boom as it smashed into Abomination's ribs. The force hit like a freight train. In that instant, Abomination felt it again, that same helplessness he'd once tasted at the hands of the Hulk. The time he was nearly beaten to death by chains, pummeled into submission by rage incarnate. His body flew across the lab like a ragdoll, smashing into the wall hard enough to leave a crater. Silence. Everyone froze. Ross's pupils dilated. He knew how powerful Abomination was. He was nearly a match for the baseline Hulk. Estimated strength, 80 tons. And Nolan had just manhandled him. This guy is not human. Abomination groaned, dazed. Before he could get up, Nolan was already there raining down blows like thunder. Bam 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 bam. Each punch sounded like a sonic boom. Bone cracked. Steel bent. Abomination tried to block, but he was too slow. Too stunned. Nolan's barrage overwhelmed him. He hadn't felt pain like this since his last encounter with Banner. Green blood spewed from his mouth as his body convulsed under the assault. Bone fractures echoed through the lab, sickening and loud. The reinforced floor beneath him cracked, caving in. He lay there twitching, buried in a crater of his own body's failure. Dr. Nolan, Ross stepped forward hesitantly. He opened his mouth to say something, but the words caught in his throat. Even Abomination, wild and uncontrollable, wasn't fighting back. And Nolan looked like he was just getting warmed up. If you're going to pick a fight, Nolan muttered, breathing calmly, be ready to lose. He reached down, grabbed Abomination's massive right arm. And ripped it off. Arg! Abomination screamed in agony. But before he could even retaliate, Nolan's eyes flared with red light. Twin, laser eyes, burned out of his pupils, slicing clean through Abomination's hide like molten blades through butter. Szzzzz. The blood evaporated on contact. Holding the severed limb, Nolan smiled. Call it compensation. He turned away, dragging the arm like a prize. Killing Abomination would have been easy, but Nolan wasn't here to burn bridges. Ross still had things he wanted. This way, he'd gain something and keep the leverage. Besides, that severed arm was perfect for reverse engineering gamma-based enhancements. Ross would be forced to save Abomination's life and in doing so, provide even more biological data. Leaving a time bomb like Blonsky nearby? That was strategic pressure. And who knows, if Ross ever got desperate enough to unleash Red Hulk, Nolan would have another specimen to dissect. Apologies, General, Nolan said cheerfully. Didn't mean to wreck your lab. He hefted the grotesque limb like a souvenir. And no problem, Ross stammered. Only now did he realize how terrifying Nolan truly was. This wasn't just intellect. This was dominance. He had power to rival the Hulk, maybe even more. And those eyes. Was Nolan a mutant too? This experiment, Nolan added casually, can now be considered a success. Anything that happened afterward, well, that wasn't on me. Ross nodded and handed over a USB drive. As promised. All the data you asked for. Thank you, Dr. Nolan. Behind them, Abomination finally collapsed. Dozens of tranquilizer darts now embedded deep in his flesh had finally taken effect. He was out cold. If you need help refining the serum, Nolan added, keep in mind the limits around 15 tons of base strength. Luke Cage's base was 25. This version? It's scalable, but capped. Ross nodded again. 15's more than enough. This wasn't just about individuals, this was platoons of enhanced soldiers. That kind of force would give Ross untouchable status in military command. In the transport back, Connors frowned. Why didn't we kill him? Because killing is only a tool, Nolan replied. Right now, Blonsky still has value. Removing him would ruin my leverage over Ross. But he's unstable. And that's exactly why he's useful. Nolan smirked. Letting Abomination rampage had served a purpose, it exposed Ross's inability to control him. That meant Ross would soon be desperate, likely even willing to transform himself to maintain balance. And even though the lab had all the data now, no working prototype remained. Which meant any future enhancement. They'd need Nolan's help. And Nolan? He'd just keep draining them for everything they had. Then, Nolan's phone buzzed. Norman. Boss, Wanda just showed up. Alone this time. Got it. I'm on my way back. Nolan closed his eyes for a moment. If Wanda was involved, things were about to get complicated again. He still hadn't figured out whether she and Pietro were really Magneto's kids. If they were. That man's genetics rivaled Reed Richards in sheer potential. A natural-born Omega-level mutant birthing two more. And Wanda wasn't just a mutant. She was the chosen vessel of chaos magic. A flawless research specimen, Nolan murmured to himself. Chapter 119, 119. Wanda's request. Good afternoon, Miss Maximoff. Nolan stepped into his Osborn Tower office, where Norman Osborn and Wanda Maximoff were already seated. Upon seeing him, Wanda quickly rose from her chair. Good afternoon, Dr. Nolan. Here to see me? Is there something I can help you with? I heard you're one of the world's leading experts on extraordinary abilities, Wanda said, getting straight to the point. I was hoping you could help me understand mine. Control them better. Nolan gave her a thoughtful nod, smiling gently. Of course. Would you prefer coffee, or perhaps tea? I'd like to try some Eastern tea, if that's okay. Refined choice. Norman, could you pour Miss Maximoff a cup? Wanda offered a nervous smile as Norman excused himself to the side. I sometimes lose control, Wanda admitted quietly. My powers, they feel like mine, but then they just slip. It's like I'm watching myself from the outside. Nolan's expression sharpened slightly. Even after all the battles she'd fought, Nigeria, Sokovia, and Westview, Wanda still hadn't mastered her powers. The Nigerian incident alone, where she accidentally triggered a massive explosion, was enough proof. Her emotions destabilized her magic, leading to dangerous, sometimes catastrophic outbursts. And that wasn't just mutant power, it was chaos magic, a force tied to something far older and darker. Nolan's thoughts raced. Wanda didn't simply manipulate energy, she wielded probability-altering, reality-defining force. The source. Thon, an elder god, is the originator of the Darkhold and chaos magic itself. But Wanda's X gene wasn't passive. She had her own mutant ability, reality warping infused with chaos magic. Let me ask you, Nolan said, folding his hands, do you know what you really are? Are you a superhuman? A mutant? A sorceress? Wanda blinked. What? You don't even know where your powers originate. That's part of why you can't control them. Wanda's expression darkened. I was experimented on, she said slowly. When I was young, my brother and I were taken, tested on. By people who called themselves scientists. Even the Avengers didn't know the full story. But Wanda remembered every cold needle, every sleepless night. I see, Nolan said softly. Have you ever heard of Magneto? She shook her head. Not really. I grew up in Sokovia. We didn't have much news about Western metahumans. In the mainstream MCU, Wanda and Pietro's powers had been awakened by the Mind Stone. But Nolan knew that couldn't be the full story. The Infinity Stone was a trigger, not the source. They already had latent abilities. The Mind Stone simply unlocked them. And in this world, where mutants already existed, that raised serious questions about their true lineage. Nolan drifted into thought, processing the implications. Wanda, seeing his silence, misunderstood. I'm sorry if this is too much. I didn't mean to waste your time. She stood, flustered. I never said I couldn't help, Nolan replied, snapping out of it. I can't promise full control overnight. But partial stabilization? Absolutely doable. Wanda's eyes lit up. Really? Her face softened, her entire expression glowing with hope. You should smile more, Nolan remarked. You're much more pleasant that way. Face with open mouth dashing away. Wanda blushed, caught off guard. Nolan continued, any problem can be solved if you have the right knowledge. And I do. But I'll need your full cooperation. She nodded. What kind of cooperation? This involves a hybrid protocol, scientific readings paired with structured meditation. I'll need to monitor your vitals in real time. That includes drawing blood and possibly equipping you with biosensors. Wanda hesitated. Your powers, as I've observed, Nolan added, aren't just impressive, they're absurdly versatile. You can project energy, manipulate minds, teleport, even, revive the dead. Revive the dead, she repeated softly. Nolan nodded. In theory. Her voice trembled. Then I'll do it. I want to control this, truly control it. I can't keep hurting people. And, if there's even a chance. She didn't finish. But Nolan understood, she meant Pietro. All right, he said. You'll need to stay here for the time being. For observation. Wanda glanced around. You live here too, Doctor. Of course. My life is research, Nolan replied without hesitation. That sounds, kind of sad. Sad? Not at all, he said with a faint smile. To witness the beauty of life at the cellular level, to explore the laws of physics. That's joy. That's the meaning. But don't you ever want to eat good food? Go out. Have fun. Nolan tilted his head. Taste is just sensory input. I can simulate gourmet cuisine through neurostimulators. Pleasure is a chemical I can generate in a controlled environment. As for socializing. He trailed off, smirking. Wanda laughed. She was finally starting to relax. Doctor, I think your life sounds extremely boring. I won't force others to live as I do, Nolan said, but I won't let anyone mock what brings me peace. Fair enough, Wanda said with a playful roll of her eyes. Come on, Nolan gestured. Let's get your initial diagnostics started. Chapter 120, 120. Replicating the steel physiology, bonus. Yo! We've hit 100 power stones, here's your bonus chapter as promised. Next milestone, 200 power stones. Let's keep the momentum going. After Wanda's full diagnostic and blood work were completed, she excused herself to pack her things for the move. Nolan, however, wasted no time. He placed a drop of her blood and a preserved blood sample from Eric into the genetic sequencing system. Within minutes, the results came in. Wanda is Eric's biological daughter. Nolan murmured. But she was born in Sokovia. The DNA matched. Eric was her father. The location discrepancy suggested one possibility, she was engineered. Or, at the very least, abducted at birth for experimentation. He filed the theory away for later. First, he had something more pressing, replicating the steel physiology on himself. Even if he someday managed to unlock Wanda's full mutant potential, without Thawne's blessing, he'd never wield chaos magic. The most he could harvest was her baseline mutant ability, reality manipulation. And that wasn't enough. Nolan approached his console. Analysis ready. During the military base chaos, Nolan had covertly used magnetism to slip a data chip into the central system, downloading the entire Hulk and Steel physiology experiment archives during the Abomination skirmish. Confirmed, AL replied. Her voice was calm, professional, and almost melodic. Surveillance footage indicates that a 60 decibel human shout during the original experiment may have caused a fluctuation. The sonic energy disrupted ATP regulation, allowing rapid metabolic amplification. So that's the trigger, Nolan mused. Summon Connors, he added aloud. We're proceeding. Moments later, Connors arrived, already aware of what Nolan intended. Norman, Nolan said, bring in a test subject. Norman's voice crackled over comms. Boss, our stock is running low. Why? Word's out in Hell's Kitchen. They're saying any test subject Osborn takes dies. Even before they're gone, it's ugly. Nolan's tone turned cold. Then send Fisk a message. Bring Max and Alexei with you. He knew Fisk didn't orchestrate the blacklisting, but Fisk definitely allowed it. Either the Hand or the Sanctum faction was interfering. Understood. Soon, 3 test subjects arrived. Connors prepared the Steel physiology serum while Nolan fine-tuned the acoustic resonance system. He wouldn't be using the diluted version. That was Ross's territory: mass production, high survivability, lower yield. Nolan wanted perfection. This would be the true peak form of the serum. No compromises. Begin the test, he ordered. Each subject was assigned a unique resonance frequency to test the optimal sonic trigger. The first subject one was a black market test subject from Hell's Kitchen. Serum entered his bloodstream. Nutrient lines connected. Monitor data streamed in. The effects were immediate. His heart rate spiked. Oxygen saturation plunged. His skin flushed dark red. Internal temperature hit 39 degrees Celsius. Then, he screamed. Muscles convulsed. Blood dripped from his lips as he bit through them. Worse, his body stopped processing the nutrient solution. His cells were in full metabolic revolt. Run 60 dB human voice frequency. The acoustic system activated. Sound energy in wave form slammed into Subject 1's body. The scream was agonized, but something began to change. Vital signs stabilized. Then improved. Draw a blood sample. A robotic arm withdrew a vial. Phosphate levels rising. Lactic acid spiking. Connors reported. He injected a carefully measured dose of sodium bicarbonate. Subject 1's body surged. His musculature expanded. Bone density increased. The nutrient flow resumed. He had stabilized. Ha. Ha ha. Subject 1 laughed as strength exploded through his body. He was high on power. I could level a building with a punch. Then he tried to break his restraints. Nothing. He strained harder. Hey. Let me. Pain struck him like a tidal wave. His cells turned on him. His body began eating itself alive. The enhanced height collapsed inward. Muscles withered. Bones cracked. He slumped, dead. A puddle of blood and bile formed beneath him. The other 2 test subjects recoiled in horror. But it was already too late. The needles were in. The serum was flowing. Nolan didn't even look up. He was already dissecting Subject 1's body. Adjust audio levels to 64.2 and 65.7 decibels, he ordered calmly. The remaining two subjects underwent similar transformations, but this time, no pain. Their vitals remained steady. Muscles stabilized. And most importantly, no metabolic collapse. Begin post-procedure data collection, Nolan said, glancing at them with clinical disinterest. Their eyes filled with terror. We made it. We're stable. That means we're safe, right? Nolan didn't answer. They struggled against the restraints, but like Subject 1, they couldn't escape. Scalpels aren't working, one assistant noted. Tissue density too high. Use vibranium or laser, Nolan replied coldly. Chapter 121, 121. Surging power. All samples have been collected. The test data aligns closely with Luke Cage's original metrics, Connors reported as he reviewed the new subject scans. Some variance may be due to individual physiology. Subject 2 had greater muscular density, his strength gain outpaced Subject 3. But Subject 3's dermal resilience was significantly higher. Nolan nodded. Irrelevant. That variance is the biological baseline. It proves the serum adapts to the host's natural strengths. He handed Connors a file. This is the finalized experimental protocol. You'll run the sonic calibration. Connors gave a sharp nod of acknowledgement. Nolan then rechecked the reagent formula himself. Everything was precise. No irregularities. He stepped onto the reinforced examination table and lay back, expression calm. Start the procedure. If this worked, Nolan wouldn't just possess Luke Cage's skin-level durability, he'd also gain the subdermal reinforcement of Jessica Jones, and the biostructural amplification of enhanced serum compatibility. Strategic weapons like missiles, flamethrowers, even small-scale nukes would become irrelevant. And then there was strength. Already, without fully unlocking his potential, his combined Super Soldier Serum, Spider Mutation, and Jessica's Bioserum gave him a physical strength baseline of 35 tons. At full optimization, easily over 70 tons. But power didn't scale linearly, there were diminishing returns and physiological limits. So, if this serum eliminated those limits, he'd be a walking disaster zone. A vibranium syringe pierced his arm, delivering the bright green serum into his veins. Heat spread through him instantly. His meditation discipline let him feel everything, the molecular cascade, the way his cells metabolized and restructured. He could sense his sugar reserves converting to glucose in real time. His muscle cells absorbed the energy, reshaping, forming dense bundles of red and white muscle fibers. Red for stamina. White for explosive force. His bones reacted next. Yellow marrow morphed into red marrow. Stem cells triggered mass regeneration. Blood production ramped up. Internal scaffolding rebuilt from the inside out. Then came the skin. Jessica's formula had already tightened his epithelial matrix like reinforced leather. But this was different. Not just resilience, armored hardness. His dermal layers restructured into interlocking hexagonal tessellations, like carbon honeycomb latticework. A hardened keratin shell formed above it, layered like tactical armor. Nutrient solution levels dropped rapidly. The rate of consumption was staggering. Connors injected sodium bicarbonate to counteract acid buildup as instructed, then adjusted the sonic frequency. The sonic pulse hit Nolan's body, and the effect was immediate. His cells surged with activity. Nutrient absorption accelerated. Mitochondria fired like reactors, pumping out energy. Amino acid chains are formed and assembled into dense protein layers. Cell tissue organ system. Normally a gradual process. Now, it was a biological sprint. Nolan felt like a furnace. His skin flushed crimson. His nerves blazed. He endured it all, every pulse, every stretch, every burn. He knew what it meant, power was coming. Sweat poured from his body. Then, suddenly, the pain vanished. He sat up slowly. The change was dramatic. Before, he was fit. Now, he looked like a demigod. His physique was carved, precise, pure muscular density without excess. Body fat? Likely no more than 1%. Had he not left a margin, even that would be gone. Connors stared, stunned. Boss, if Jesus had a physical form, this might be it. Nolan shook his head. Not even close. He picked up a vibranium scalpel and sliced his arm. A small cut opened, exposing crimson dermis, but no blood flowed. Confirmed, he said, nodding. He picked up a regular scalpel and slashed down with full force. Clang. Like steel on steel. The blade's edge bent. His skin. Unharmed. Even raw strength can't hurt me anymore unless the tool is sharper than the dermal threshold. He dressed quickly and moved to the testing chamber, a reinforced alloy wall rebuilt after his last test shattered the old one. This time, they'd embedded vibranium layers just in case. Connors stood by with a monitor. Nolan stepped up and threw a punch. No powers, no augmentation. Just his new baseline. Boom. The wall exploded outward. The shockwave shattered the air. Connors staggered back 2 steps, shielding his face. The digital meter beeped. 70 T. Nolan raised an eyebrow. 70 tons. Without Dragon Force. With Dragon Force? The math went off the charts. Even a base-level Hulk wouldn't be a threat anymore. In most worlds, a punch like that would qualify you as a god. And Nolan wasn't done growing. If I push this further, even Hulk will look like a warm-up act, Nolan murmured. Congratulations, sir, Connors said with awe. Your powers entered a whole new tier. 70 tons. Raw. A punch like that was like getting hit by a freight train, with rocket boosters. Even Alexei wouldn't stand a chance now. Seal off Blonsky's severed arm. We'll analyze it later, Nolan said. For now. I need time to adjust to this new strength. Chapter 122, 122. Sandman. You just damaged my property. In the Oscorp Tower underground lab, Nolan watched as Wanda, clad in form-fitting yoga gear, sat cross-legged with her eyes closed, attempting to regulate her breathing. The focus today, structured meditation. Nolan was blending 2 disciplines, the chaste's meditative technique and the energy control principles from the Book of the Iron Fist. One trained innate potential, the other mastered energy control. Together. A perfect storm of mind-body equilibrium. At least in theory. He had Wanda start with the chaste's meditation technique. Her innate power and latent energy were leagues above the Order's initiates, learning it shouldn't have been hard. But. Nolan frowned. Her brows were furrowed. Shoulders tense. Her mind was elsewhere. Unfocused. Start again, he said coolly. Wanda snapped her eyes open, startled. Sorry. I'm trying. Take your time, Nolan said, less sharply now. You're capable of mastering this. She exhaled, visibly relieved, glancing down at the yoga outfit she'd worn. She'd assumed the meditation involved movement, now she felt overdressed, or perhaps underdressed. Was it the outfit distracting her, or Nolan? Meanwhile, Nolan's phone buzzed. He answered without hesitation. Boss, came Max's voice. We met with Fisk. He says the whole Hell's Kitchen blockade came from the hand. He's already promised them he won't interfere. Nolan's tone chilled. Then tell Fisk this, if he still wants Osborn's custom tech on his streets, he'd better pick a side. Got it. Nolan hung up. The hand, again. Always creeping. Always scheming. Just then, Nolan's ears twitched. Something granular was vibrating the building's outer perimeter. Sandman. Above Midtown, Spider-Man swung between rooftops, shooting webs at a humanoid shape made entirely of shifting sand. Whoa! This sentient sandbox can move. That's new. Peter quipped, slinging another line as his web splattered harmlessly through the creature. Spider pest. Flint Marco, Sandman, roared. Oh ho! It talks. Somebody give the mud pie a medal. From above, a streak of fire cut across the sky. The Human Torch, Johnny Storm, hovered midair, flames licking around his form. Looks like someone forgot their litter box. Johnny laughed. Hey, Spidey. You look like you could use a tag out. Peter blinked. Wait. Human Torch. The Fantastic Four weren't global icons, but they were famous. Especially since their leader, Reed Richards, was one of the top scientists on the planet. Don't worry, kid. You did great. Let me show you how it's done. Johnny grinned, seizing the opportunity for some good old-fashioned hero work. Don't rush ahead, came a calm voice as Reed stretched his elastic body across nearby rooftops, trailing behind. Tum-tum-tum. The ground shook as Ben Grimm, the Thing, charged forward, Susan Storm, the Invisible Woman, riding atop his rocky shoulder. Back off. Sandman growled, shaping his body into a towering sand fist and launching it toward them. Ben met it head-on, only to be blasted backward. Johnny. Reed called. High heat. Superheat the silica, turn the sand into glass. That'll shut him down. Copy that. Johnny swooped low, unleashing gouts of searing flame. Sandman roared, deflecting with bursts of sand and slamming Peter back with a tidal wave of grit. But he couldn't move fast enough. Whoosh, kzzzzzt. A portion of his body vitrified instantly, shimmering into amber glass. He lost control of the section. Panicked, he dropped into a waveform, racing down the street toward a nearby construction site. From above, Johnny hurled more fireballs. Each blast turned sand to brittle glass, but Flint adapted, dispersing his mass, shifting his shape, sending decoys to absorb the heat. This guy's slippery. Peter shouted, back on his feet. Construction site, he's heading for loose material. Reed warned. There'll be tons of sand to work with there. The team raced to intercept, but it was too late. Sandman reached the construction yard and grew, forming a massive body of grit and debris. A vortex of dust spiraled around him. You vermin, he howled. You think you can stop me? Johnny hovered nearby. Read what now? Distract him. We're searching for the main water line. Suddenly, a figure dropped from the sky like a warhead. Boom. Concrete shattered. Dust exploded outward. A crater formed where the figure landed, silhouetted against the swirling sandstorm. Nolan. He stood, expression unreadable, suit jacket fluttering in the updraft. His voice cut through the noise. Hey, big guy, he said coldly. You just damaged Oscorp company property. He cracked his neck. I'll be billing you for that. Chapter 123, 123. Stunned silence from the Fantastic Four. Back off, Bug. Sandman roared, swinging a massive arm of swirling grit. But the Bug wasn't Peter Parker this time. It was Nolan. He'd been monitoring the citywide disturbance from Oscorp Tower when he picked up seismic spikes and elevated thermal signatures near a construction site, his construction site. He hadn't planned to get involved until he realized the fight had spilled over onto Oscorp property. That changed everything. Especially in a country where private property was practically scripture. Across the site, Human Torch flared midair. Hey! Watch it, he's gonna. Sandman's colossal arm swung straight at Nolan. But Nolan didn't dodge. He exhaled. A breath. One exhaled, except it wasn't air. It was a bone-chilling torrent of cryogenic wind, colder than anything natural, an Arctic blast engineered from within. The sand arm froze solid on contact, flash frozen into an icy chunk that shattered on impact with the pavement. The frost storm didn't stop. It surged forward, enveloping Sandman's legs in instant permafrost. The crystallization spread rapidly upward. Marco's eyes widened in horror. No, 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 no. He tried to flee, but the frost caught him mid-transformation. Within seconds, a towering sculpture of solid ice stood where the raging Sandman had been. Perfect. Immaculate. Frozen. Peter, Johnny, Sue, Ben, and Reed, who had just located the construction site's water valve, froze in place, stunned. Did he just breathe on him? Johnny whispered. Wanda landed softly next to Nolan, having thrown on an outfit after seeing him blast out of the tower mid-meditation. She looked at the towering ice sculpture, stunned. That's handled, Nolan said flatly. He glanced at the statue. You can hear me, Marco? Yes. Yes. Sandman's internal voice echoed, frantic. I surrender. Just get me out of this. My core's freezing, I can't move. Good. Shift into human form the second you're out, or I'll put you back in the freezer permanently. Understood. Nolan looked up at Johnny. Torch, melt him down, low and slow. He's agreed to play nice. Johnny blinked. Wait, you talk to him. But he obeyed, circling the ice statue with precise rings of fire. The outer layers began to melt and drip away. Watching this unfold, Nolan noted the Fantastic Four with interest, particularly Johnny and Sue. Siblings with complementary powers were often exceptional. Wanda and Pietro. Cyclops and Havoc. Even Scott Lang and Cassie. Johnny Storm, the Human Torch, could fly at hypersonic speeds, generate plasma-level heat, and, under extreme conditions, even detonate like a miniature sun. Susan Storm, his sister, was even more dangerous. Her control over light refraction, invisibility, force fields, and energy constructs made her one of the most versatile supers in existence, provided she unlocked her full range. She hadn't yet. But the potential was staggering. Ben Grimm, the Thing, is reliable but limited. Reed Richards, meanwhile. Nolan narrowed his eyes slightly. Reed's power wasn't elasticity. Not really. His mind was his true ability. In every universe Nolan had studied, Reed was one of the few mortals capable of standing before gods and demanding conversation. In one timeline, Reed built a machine to confront the one above all. He was, arguably, smarter than Stark, though far less emotional. Which made him dangerous. Peter approached awkwardly, silently praying Nolan wouldn't bring up the fact that they worked for the same company. Again. Reed, meanwhile, stepped forward eagerly. Mr. Nolan. Or is it Superman now? Nolan gave a rare smile. Just Nolan is fine. I've followed your work, Reed said. Your regeneration serum. Your adaptive mutation theories. Your Nocturne Protocol paper on meta-hybrid viability. It's groundbreaking. You're too kind, Nolan replied. Though your work in quantum mechanics made my eyes bleed in a good way. The two shook hands, scientists recognizing scientists. From the edge of the group, Sue Storm narrowed her eyes. Within her stilled. Like a storm finally finding its eye. But whenever she tried to push deeper, her mind rebelled, dragging her out of the trance. She glanced sideways at Nolan. He remained motionless. Breathe even. Presence is utterly grounded. How could he stay so calm, so composed, for hours? How do you do it? She asked suddenly. Nolan opened his eyes and met hers without blinking. You're just not very good at it. Wanda frowned. Rude. Nolan smirked. The past few days had been ironically the most peaceful stretch Nolan had experienced in weeks. Quiet meditation, focus training, and clinical work. He'd even personally treated Marco's daughter. Within 48 hours, her vitals had stabilized. Marco had officially joined Oscorp's Enhanced Operations team under Max Dillon's command. Now, the company's ranks included Electro, Max Dillon. Sandman, Flint Marco. Lizard, Dr. Connors. Rhino, Alexei. Green Goblin, Norman Osborn. Doc Ock, Otto Octavius. All former enemies of Spider-Man. And Peter? Still just the lab intern. The irony was delicious. Every day, Peter passed them in the halls, trying not to make eye contact. He was surrounded by villains. And he was on the payroll. Chapter 125, 125. The deal is on, bonus. Wanda let out a cold snort when Nolan called her dumb. Just as he was about to resume his meditation, his phone buzzed. Boss, the Hand wants to negotiate. Nolan smiled. Sure. If they want to talk, have them come to Oscorp tomorrow morning. A few days ago, Alexei and Max had accompanied Norman to meet with Kingpin. The moment Kingpin saw them, he betrayed the Hand without hesitation. Against the inhuman strength of Alexei and Max, even the Hand's trained ninjas were just average foot soldiers. Dozens of their operations in Hell's Kitchen had been crushed overnight. Now, backed into a corner, they wanted to strike a deal. Nolan ended the call and got up. Meditation could wait. It was time to test how much stronger he'd gotten. His last power output had measured 70 tons. Time to see how much progress he'd made. Wanda, curious, followed him and slipped on her coat. Inside the lab, Nolan stepped up to the reinforced alloy wall and drove his fist into it. A burst of compressed air exploded outward, shaking the room. Wanda's hair whipped wildly in the gust. 75T. The number appeared on the screen. Nolan nodded with quiet satisfaction. Not bad. A 5-ton increase in just a few days. Still, he needed a better meditation technique. He had access to manuals from the Iron Fist, the Sanctum, and the Hand. The one from the Sanctum focused on unlocking human potential. The Hand's version, on the other hand, leaned more toward offensive power. Most of their superhuman strength came from the Beast. And that monster was once again being used as the demonic energy source. The Demon Bone project was now operational, but its energy consumption made that power source scarce. Until Nolan developed his own magic-based systems, the Beast would need to stay put. Wanda, still watching the result on the screen, looked stunned. 75 tons. That was nearing Hulk territory. Yet here he was, calm, refined, and annoyingly attractive. She gave Nolan a look. He caught her gaze and raised an eyebrow. What? Nothing, she said with a smirk, straightening her posture. If it's nothing, go back to your meditation, Nolan said, unamused. It's almost sunset. Aren't you gonna eat? I'll grab something at Oscorp later. Wanda's eyes lit up. Why don't we go out? There's this amazing restaurant I found. No. Use that time to refine your meditation. Also, your emotional volatility needs work, lay off the greasy junk food. Boring research robot, Wanda muttered, rolling her eyes as she walked off. Fine. I'll go alone. Nolan just shook his head as she left. He turned and walked into the back chamber of the lab toward the containment cells. Inside were a man and a woman. Scott Lang slumped against the wall, looking more annoyed than afraid. Who knew when Hope would realize he was missing? Then again, maybe she shouldn't. That way, her disappointment wouldn't grow. He could write this off as just another jail sentence. It wasn't his first. Better to wait for the team to bail him out. You holding up? Nolan asked with a grin. He hadn't touched the PIM particle research for a while. Now that the steel body project was complete, he could finally dig back in. He had a theory that PIM particles weren't just about size. They operated on a quantum folding level. Scott chuckled. Could be worse. Although, maybe a bed would help. It's been days. Your captain still hasn't come. Should I just put you down and be done with it? Technically, you trespassed. I'd be within my rights to eliminate you. Whoa, chill, Superman 2.0. Scott dropped the jokes and spoke seriously. Cap will come. He will get me out. Then call him. Nolan nodded to a nearby assistant, who handed Scott a phone. Moments later, the call connected. Cap. Yeah, the super clone here's not exactly thrilled about me being his guest. You thinking of swinging by soon? Okay. Scott grinned after the call. He said he'll be here the day after tomorrow at the latest. Quick turnaround. He also wants to talk to you. Nolan took the phone. On the other end, Steve Rogers' voice came through. Don't hurt Scott. I've retrieved the derivative of the space stone. It's yours. I'm not the hurting type, Nolan replied coolly. A derivative of the space stone. That had to be Fury's doing. The Real Stone was with Asgard now. If Cap had it, Fury must have greenlit it ever since the Insight Project fiasco. He'd been pulling strings from the shadows, still controlling remnants of S.H.I.E.L.D. Nolan had even considered capturing a Flurkin just to study its internal pocket dimension. Steve continued, Nick also asked if you'd return the shield. In exchange, he's offering intel you might be interested in. What intel? If it was worth it, Nolan didn't mind. These days, the shield was more office decor than anything. He says it's data on the Inhumans. Thought you'd be curious since you're studying the X gene. Inhumans? Now that was a surprise. Fury wasn't one to part with classified data easily. If he was willing to trade this, something was definitely going on behind the scenes. Probably needed someone to clean up his mess. Not enough. Tell Nick I want samples, too, either Mystique's or Shaw's DNA. He definitely has one of them locked up somewhere. That old manipulator wouldn't get off easy. I'll ask. Steve hung up. Nolan glanced at Scott. You've got a good captain. No way Fury agreed that easily, Rogers must have pushed hard. Damn right, Scott grinned. Told ya. Just then, Nolan's phone lit up. Nick agreed. He doesn't have Shaw, but Mystique's sample is available. Deal. Nolan replied with a simple confirmation. Mystique's DNA would do just fine, but he still wondered. Who the hell is hiding Shaw's DNA? Chapter 126, 126. Kunlun. Superman says if we want to negotiate, we're to show up at Oscorp first thing tomorrow morning. Wilson Fisk, better known as Kingpin, relayed the message to the woman in front of him, Alexandra, one of the 5 leaders of the Hand. Understood. Thank you, Mr. Fisk, Alexandra replied with a nod. She left Hell's Kitchen behind and traveled to a secluded estate on the outskirts of the city. The grounds were tightly secured, with robed figures cloaked in white flitting across the property, sometimes vanishing mid-step, only to reappear elsewhere in an instant. The entire area was under full lockdown. Inside the mansion, 4 figures waited. One of them was Madame Gao, the same woman who had previously brokered a deal with Fisk. As Alexandra took her seat, she sighed. Superman said if we want to talk, we need to be at Oscorp in the morning. Damn that Superman, hissed one of the others. And now the beast is sealed inside Black Sky. Why hasn't he destroyed Black Sky already? Alexandra clenched her fists, visibly seething. Black Sky had been her masterpiece, a hybrid weapon carefully cultivated, even at the cost of precious dragonbone. And for her, dragonbone meant life. Literally. It was a rare artifact tied directly to her longevity, and she'd used it to create what should have been the perfect vessel for the beast's power. If Black Sky and the beast had fully merged, they would have gained an unstoppable weapon, one powerful enough to finally break free from Kunluan's pursuit. But Black Sky had been captured. Even the newly acquired dragon bone was stolen. Their bases in Hell's Kitchen were falling one after another to the rampage of Alexei and Max. If this kept up, the Hand would lose its foothold in New York entirely. Madame Gao exhaled. Then we have no choice but to negotiate. Our priority is to get Black Sky back and halt Superman's assault. He's your problem, growled Bakuto from across the room. Your screw-up is threatening my school. I won't let this mess ruin my business. I'll handle it, Gao said coolly. I'll go personally. The others nodded. Gao had the most experience facing enemies of all kinds. She had survived more battles than any of them and knew how to talk her way out or fight her way out if needed. We never had irreconcilable differences with him, she added. Any deal can be made, as long as the price is right. You're offering too little. In Oscorp's high-rise office, Nolan leaned forward, unimpressed by the elderly woman across from him, Gao, of all people. Her terms. An apology, monetary compensation, and a promise to leave his operations alone. That's all, he asked dryly. You expect me to stop just because you're offering a payout? Gao smiled. Then, switching to Mandarin with a distinct southern accent, she said, can't you reconsider, since we're both of Eastern heritage? I am only half Eastern, don't try to play the we're the same card, Nolan replied coldly. You're all exiles from Kunluan, aren't you? Fine then, give me the location of Kunluan's entrance, and I'll call off the attacks. Gao's eyes narrowed. So, you learned about Kunluan from the Iron Fist. That caught her off guard. All 5 leaders of the Hand were once from Kunluan, and they alone knew the path to its hidden gate, one of the reasons the Iron Fist had hunted them relentlessly. And not just for betrayal, Gao had also stolen his company. What do you want with Kunluan? Just curious, Nolan replied with a grin. There was more to Gao than met the eye. Her aura radiated an unnatural vitality, and her mind was actively resisting his telepathy. Clearly enhanced. No doubt she had harnessed supernatural power to extend her life. That alone was enough to suggest she wasn't under the beast's control, but working with it as an equal partner. After a pause, Gao relented and gave him a location somewhere deep in the Himalayas. But to enter, she warned, you'll need dimensional access. Only someone with the power to open portals between realms can even approach the gate. Dimensional access. The power of the dragon could do it. So could sorcery. A crash course at Kamartaj might be in order. You've shown good faith, Nolan said. This conflict wasn't personal. I'll pull my people back from your outposts for now. But I have a question, he added. What exactly is Dragonbone? Gao took a deep breath. He was pushing his luck, but she answered anyway. It's the remains of an ancient celestial being, one that fell during a war among the old gods. In myth, it was known as the dragon, which is why we call its remains Dragonbone. Then why did Kunluan ban its use for extending life? Gao's expression darkened. Because Kunluan has deep ties to the Eastern Sea Dragons. The Jade Emperor, even the hidden Master Khan, they all owe the Sea Dragons a debt. And the Dragonbone? It may be the remains of their ancestor. That's why the use of Dragonbone is taboo among Kunluan's followers. Nolan nodded. That explained a lot. And Black Sky? He asked calmly. Gao hesitated. They still needed Black Sky, or rather, the beast inside it. If the fusion between the two succeeded, the Hand could turn the tide, even against the lunatics from the Sanctum who were hunting them down like rabid dogs. We'll talk about Black Sky later, Nolan said flatly, leaving no room for argument. As Gao exited the Oscorp building, she muttered to herself. Time to lay low. Without Black Sky, even if Oscorp let them be, the Sanctum's zealots wouldn't stop. Gao knew better than to fight a war she couldn't win. She would vanish for now. Time had taught her patience. Live long enough, and everything becomes negotiable. As for the others, they were on their own. The hand was just one of her many pawns. And if it had become a liability, perhaps it was time to let it fall. Chapter 127, 127. Things are about to get interesting. 2 days later, Nolan stood in front of the package Steve Rogers had delivered, a fractured blue crystal fragment, a vial of blood, and a USB drive. "Well, Captain, didn't expect you to actually follow through," Nolan said with a wry smile. Beside him, Max instantly released Scott Lang, who dashed over to Rogers like a freed puppy. "Oh. And this too, catch," Nolan added, grabbing a vibranium shield from Max and tossing it through the air. It spun in a clean arc before landing perfectly in Steve's grasp. The weight, the balance, it was unmistakable. His shield was finally home. "You'll probably want to change the paint job," Nolan added casually. "But I've got to admit, it handled beautifully." He turned his attention to Wanda, who was sitting beside Steve with her posture stiff and formal. "Training isn't over yet, you know. Or do you not recognize me when you're around your precious captain?" Wanda's forced composure cracked. "Fine. I get it." Steve gave her a brief glance. Nick Fury had already informed him that Wanda was now staying at Nolan's place, hoping he could help her control her powers. Hey, quick question, where's my suit?" Scott piped up. "What suit?" Nolan asked, playing dumb. "My Ant-Man suit. I was wearing it that day." Scott sounded genuinely anxious. That suit was his entire combat ability. He'd promised Hank Pym he'd destroy it after their mission, but he kept it, secretly. That choice had gotten him recruited into Cap's camp. Without it, he was just a regular guy. If he wanted to keep being Ant-Man, he'd have to go begging to Hank again. And that wasn't an option. "You weren't wearing any suit that day," Nolan said with a shrug. Scott opened his mouth to protest, but Steve grabbed his arm and gently shook his head. "We'll be going now," Steve said calmly. "Sure." Nolan watched them leave. A moment later, Wanda came rushing back. "Can I take the day off?" she asked hopefully. "No. Then can I come back later tonight?" "I swear I won't slack off." "Fine. Thank you." She hurried off without waiting for a reply. Nolan stared at her disappearing figure, then turned to Max, check if Peter called in sick today. Wanda seemed way too eager. Could this mean the Civil War was finally breaking out? If so, things were about to get very interesting. Maybe this time it wouldn't just be two team leaders slapping each other around for 15 minutes before Rhodey took one for the team. No, a real civil war between superhumans wouldn't have some feel-good fairy tale ending. That's for Hollywood and tearjerker finales. Real civil war. It meant blood. Death. Destruction. When people with power fought, cities burned. Super soldiers, psychics, tech geniuses, when they clash, people die. Especially in a world where even a cheap bullet can end a life. Max returned minutes later. He took the day off. "So it really is happening," Nolan murmured, brows raised. He returned to his desk and pulled up the latest intelligence reports on his computer. The situation was spiraling. Public pressure around the superhero registration issue had reached a boiling point. A calculated wave of media manipulation was fanning the flames. The trigger? Vienna. The Sokovia Accords had passed, but during the signing, an explosion killed King Chaka, the Accords' primary sponsor. The suspect? The Winter Soldier. The revelation ignited public outrage. More of Bucky Barnes' dark history came to light, once a war hero, then a Hydra assassin. Worse, he was tied directly to Captain America. The dominoes fell fast. What began as a regulation for the Avengers had expanded to include all enhanced individuals. It looked eerily like the initiative Tony Stark once proposed. Except this time, he wasn't leading it. Instead of a secret council like the Illuminati, the oversight would be handed to government authorities. The public now casually referred to the policy as the Hero Act. Everyone was talking about it. Debating it. Arguing about its details. And in the shadows, something darker was brewing. Factions with agendas were manipulating the chaos, trying to shape the law and the war to their advantage. Nolan scanned through a sudden surge in articles. One headline made him freeze. Superman declares, all superhumans should be under his watch. The hell is this crap? He immediately forwarded the article to Norman. Track down whoever owns this newspaper. He knew damn well what he'd actually said. He supported Tony's right to implement a solution, not a blanket endorsement of the Hero Act. This was not Stark's doing. Tony would never stoop to cheap propaganda. If anything, he was probably still refining the Illuminati concept. Tony's idea of oversight was himself and his elite council. He wouldn't hand the keys to the government. Not without a fight. So why now? Had someone uncovered Tony's plan and jumped the gun? Norman replied minutes later. The paper's owned by a shell company. Funding trail is classified. No surprise there. If even Oscorp couldn't trace it, that meant it had official backing. Nolan leaned back in his chair. Here we go. The Avengers already had enough power to fracture the world. Now, someone wanted to drag every enhanced being into this mess. Some people just couldn't help pushing too far. And when they do, they bleed. That's probably why Tony finally decided to form the Illuminati. Because even he realized. Some monsters wear suits. Chapter 128, 128. First encounter with Nick. Nolan had already figured out what was happening. The media wasn't just turning on him, it was steering him into becoming the face of a growing divide among enhanced individuals. They wanted to use him to accelerate the fracture. Pit him against his own kind. Same old tactics, he muttered. Rot always finds its way back to the surface. He closed his eyes. His super senses expanded outward, sweeping through the city like a sonar pulse. In an instant, he locked onto Steve and his group, now miles away, deep in the outskirts of New York. Let's go check it out, he said, glancing at Max. Something tells me things are about to get fun. The two launched into the sky, flying straight for the rural no-man's land beyond the city limits. And Nolan was right, something was happening. As they approached, his senses picked up multiple presences already on the ground, one of them unmistakable in red and gold, Iron Man. But that wasn't the surprise. Standing beside Tony, was someone Nolan had never met, but recognized instantly. One-eyed. Bald. Black coat. Nick Fury. The mother of all operators himself. Fury showed up in person. Nolan's brow furrowed. Fury never made public appearances anymore, not since the fall of S.H.I.E.L.D. during the Hydra purge. Officially, he was off-grid. Unofficially, he was still pulling strings from the shadows while Maria Hill ran the remains of the agency in his stead. For Fury to show up now, face out in the open. Yeah, things were really spiraling. It meant the situation had gone off-script, even for him. Stark and his allies were losing ground, and the opposition wasn't just targeting the Avengers anymore. They were coming after all enhanced individuals. Registration. Control. Total oversight. Fury had seen that shift, and now, he was stepping in to prevent it from turning into an all-out war. Because once the Avengers fractured, there would be no stopping the tide. Nolan focused his hearing. He could already make out pieces of the conversation below. Fury was trying to convince Tony to stand down. To take the high road. To forgive Bucky. Nolan raised an eyebrow. So, this wasn't the same civil war he remembered. His arrival in this universe had already disrupted the timeline. The butterfly effect was no longer a theory, it was unfolding in real time. But that wasn't a bad thing. If, after everything he'd done, the world still played out like a pre-written script, then what was the point of him being here? On the ground, Tony listened as Fury explained. "So you did bring him back," Tony said flatly. It wasn't hard to guess. Fury's little Black Ops bag of tricks was full of tech most people didn't know existed. Project THITI, alien medicine, pseudo-regenerative protocols, hell, even Coulson had walked away from death once. And after seeing what Nolan could do, reviving a near-dead Bucky Barnes didn't seem so far-fetched anymore. If Bucky were truly gone, Steve wouldn't be speaking so calmly. Just then, Friday's voice buzzed in Tony's helmet. "Sir. 2 signatures inbound. High-speed flight. It's Superman, and Electro." Tony's eyes narrowed. He turned sharply toward Fury, mask sliding down over his face. "You brought him here?" Fury stayed calm. "I figured it was time we talked. We need every ally we can get." Tony scoffed. "You used Rogers and Wanda as bait?" Fury said nothing. But that silence spoke volumes. He hadn't sent Steve to deliver the materials out of goodwill, he'd sent him as a lure. Wanda too. And now, here they were. A thunderous boom echoed overhead as 2 streaks of light pierced the clouds and descended like comets. Max landed first, electricity crackling across his suit. Nolan followed, touching down with practiced ease, no dramatic impact, no shockwave. Just a firm, deliberate presence. A show of restraint. Power, without spectacle. He already knew this was staged. They'd been waiting for him. "So," Nolan said, stepping forward, eyes on Fury. "This is our first meeting." In all of the MCU, if there was one man who embodied manipulation, it was Nick Fury. The New York invasion, the Tesseract crisis, the collapse of S.H.I.E.L.D. somewhere in the shadows, Fury had always been pulling strings. And more often than not, making a mess others had to clean up. Like Project Pegasus, where he tried to weaponize the Tesseract against cosmic threats. A project that every other genius, Tony, Bruce, Hank, and even Reed Richards had been excluded from. Even Captain Marvel had warned him not to tamper with the cube. But Fury, ever the control freak, thought he could handle it. He couldn't. And when it all blew up in his face, the Avengers were the ones left holding the bag. "Superman," Fury greeted with a tight smile, extending a hand. "Glad you could make it." Nolan took it without hesitation. "You dragged me here with Space Stone shards and Mystique's DNA. I assumed it wasn't just for a fashion show." He glanced around. The teams were more or less who he expected. Tony's side, Black Panther, Vision, War Machine, Black Widow, Spider-Man. Steve's side, Falcon, Hawkeye, Wanda, Sharon Carter, and a very out-of-costume Scott Lang. And somehow Bucky. Nolan blinked. Still alive. Again. This man had literally died and come back more times than a comic book cliché. From World War II to Hydra to Tony beating him into scrap, to being revived again and again, it was honestly impressive at this point. "He has more plot armor than a certain knight. From what I count," Nolan muttered, "he's died 3 times. Still ticking." He looked around the field. "Let's not pretend this is about registration anymore. This is about control. And a lot of you are about to find out what happens when you try to put a leash on gods." Chapter 129, 129. A fight was inevitable. Nick Fury spoke first. "You know how tense things are right now. I brought everyone together to prevent this from spiraling into full-scale anti-superhuman sentiment." Nolan raised an eyebrow. "And?" This man definitely had toys worth noting. Nolan could sense that his telepathy wasn't working on Fury, not completely. A psionic shield, likely one of the old shield relics. Even with their fall from grace, they still had access to tech most people would kill for. That much was clear after all. Fury had managed to secure a derivative of the Space Stone and Mystique's DNA. "We need your help," Fury said, his tone righteous and resolute. Nolan just stared at him. "And what makes you think I'd ever help you?" Fury pulled out a phone, projecting a holographic display in the air. Headlines and news clips filled the space. All of them were about Nolan. All of them slanted, dangerous. Then, a video played footage of him unleashing a massive tornado atop Oscorp Tower, power swirling like a dragon descending from the heavens. Others turned to look. Most hadn't seen this. Tony had, but the rest? They were stunned. This wasn't just power. This was godlike. Control over the weather itself. "You see," Fury said. "They're not coming after us. This act was designed to go after you." Nolan's eyes flicked toward the footage, unimpressed. "So, can't control the mutants, so you come after me instead?" Everyone with a working brain and access to satellites should have known what he was capable of by now. Governments could see a cockroach in a bathroom through their surveillance networks. He'd made no effort to hide. But Nolan wasn't worried. Nuclear weapons couldn't even kill Logan. And Nolan was faster, stronger, and far more aware than anything conventional forces could throw at him. A missile would never touch him. The only beings on Earth who might threaten him were cosmic, alien, or magical. Not government suits. They had Storm on file. They knew what real power looked like. But they chose him. Because he seemed more controllable. No mutant factions. No Professor X. No Magneto. Just one man. One lab. One threat. Fury watched Nolan's expression shift from passive to cold. He had miscalculated. He thought Nolan would be concerned. The looming pressure would push him into the alliance. Instead, Nolan looked bored. "You want a favor from me?" Nolan said. "Don't ever drag me into your politics again. And before you try controlling people like me, maybe ask yourself if you're ready for the fallout." He turned to Max. "We're done here. Time to get back to his lab." He had real work to do, experiments, not ideological puppet shows. Tony stayed silent. He'd researched Nolan more than anyone here. He'd studied the man's power output, observed his actions, and his mindset. In all honesty, only 3 people present might have a shot at stopping Nolan if things ever went sideways: Wanda, Vision, and maybe the kid, Peter. And the anti-Superman armor Tony had been developing? Still incomplete. Nolan paused, then turned back one last time. "Whatever issues you've got, leave me out of them. And maybe focus on the Avengers first." He looked at Tony directly. "You really think he's going to let it go? The man who killed his parents?" If Tony could just forgive and forget, he wouldn't be Tony Stark. Nolan's smirk widened. "When I showed up earlier, someone tipped me off that several Iron Legion suits left your tower." He glanced back at Tony and Fury. "Let me guess, heading to kill Bucky?" Fury flinched. He still liked to pretend he was the all-knowing puppet master of S.H.I.E.L.D., but that era was long gone. The world had changed. So had Stark. Pepper's departure had matured him, tempered his recklessness. He still saw the big picture, but it was no longer filtered through Avengers loyalty. If he truly was planning the Illuminati now, then it meant his worldview had outgrown even Earth's mightiest heroes. And no amount of Fury's greater good talk was going to make him forget his parents. Steve looked at Tony, suspicion rising fast. "Is Bucky being hunted?" he asked, quietly but sharply. Fury responded calmly, "He's still under our protection. My agents are watching him." Steve didn't believe a word. He pulled out his phone. Dialed. No answer. His expression darkened. Bucky always answered. Unless something had gone wrong. I hope you didn't drag me here just for a PR pitch, Tony said coolly, his repulsors warming beneath his boots. You, Steve growled. And then he snapped. His shield flew through the air, a perfect arc slicing toward Tony. Tony leaned just enough for it to miss. The shield curved, reversed, and flew back to Steve's hand like a boomerang. Fury clenched his jaw. Nolan had completely unraveled the delicate balance he'd just spent days constructing. And for what? For Bucky Barnes? To Fury, Bucky was barely functional anymore. Mostly metal. His combat capability was limited to one arm, and that, too, required regular maintenance due to organ degradation. The truth was, the only reason Fury had bothered to keep him alive, was leverage. To keep Steve obedient. Now that leverage was about to blow up in his face. Fury had even pre-cleared Tony's little operation and told his agents not to interfere if they saw Iron Man en route. He just didn't think Nolan would expose it so casually. As Nolan stepped back, he nodded to Max, "Stay clear. This is about to get messy." He wasn't wrong. This wasn't a fair fight. Steve's side was outnumbered, outmatched. No Bucky. No Ant-Man. No backup. It was supposed to be a duel of equals. Instead, what were they even fighting with? Chapter 130, 130. He taught me. You just took a swing at me. Tony's voice was cold, mechanical, as he glared at Steve through the eye lenses of his helmet. That shield, my father made that for you. Steve's grip tightened. And? His voice broke through the rising fury. Since Peggy's death, Bucky had been his last tether, his red line. When Bucky went after Nolan and got blown to pieces, only to be dragged back from the brink by Hydra. Steve had been willing to let it go. After all, Bucky had attacked first. But since then, Bucky had done nothing wrong. And yet here Tony was, hell-bent on vengeance. Still clinging to that old wound. You think you deserve this shield? Tony growled. You protect the man who murdered my parents. You told me my father was your friend. Red light flared across the arc reactor on his chest. Suddenly, from behind him, a black blur shot forward. Steve reacted on instinct, raising his shield just in time. Screech. Vibranium claws raked across vibranium alloy, screaming like nails on a chalkboard. You shield a killer, Chala snarled, face twisted beneath the Black Panther mask. The man who assassinated my father. Chala. Nick Fury barked. Your father wasn't killed by Bucky. He was still at the base during the bombing. I trust my instincts. Chala roared. That was it. A match dropped into a powder keg. War didn't need strategy. It just needed a spark. Captain America versus Black Panther. Falcon versus War Machine. Sharon Carter versus Black Widow. Hawkeye versus Spider-Man. Wanda versus Vision and Iron Man. Chaos erupted across the battlefield. Fury turned to the one man still standing, Nolan. You did this, he hissed. If you just stayed quiet, none of this would have happened. Nolan crossed his arms, watching the clash unfold with cold eyes. Fury, he said flatly, your time's over. They're gods now. Rebellious. Untamed. You still think you can control them? No. Only someone with power can rule over power. You mean you? Or Stark? Fury shot back. Do you realize what you're doing to human-superhuman relations? The Earth is surrounded by enemies. We need unity. And you think you're the one to lead that unity? Nolan scoffed. Fury, your ego's writing checks reality can't cash. You think because you've dealt with Skrulls and Danvers that you understand the real shape of this world? You're even more arrogant than Tony. At least he has the tech to back it up. If you hadn't kept the Tesseract to yourself, if you hadn't shut out Stark and Banner and every other genius who could have helped you, we might have prevented the invasion of New York. He didn't shout. He didn't need to. His words cut deeper than any punch. S.H.I.E.L.D. had only existed since World War II. In the grand scale of cosmic power, it was a toddler pretending to wear a crown. Their only real strength had come from standing behind the US government, masquerading as the world's defenders while chasing mutants, hunting Inhumans, and threatening anyone they couldn't control. That illusion was crumbling now. Fury narrowed his one good eye. Who are you? A Kree agent? A galactic warlord? Don't bother asking, Nolan said, his gaze still locked on the battle. I know more than you ever will. On the battlefield, Black Panther's claws slashed again and again at Steve's shield. Sparks flew. The silver S emblem Nolan had painted on it was now scratched and warped. Their fight was brutal, raw, fist and steel, conviction and fury. The others? Less impressive. Hawkeye and Peter were practically play-fighting. Peter wasn't even trying. He ducked, flipped, and bantered like he was sparring a gym teacher. But Wanda. Wanda was the storm. She wasn't the same angry, unstable girl who once lost control of her powers. Now, her scarlet energy pulsed with purpose, disciplined, focused, lethal. This is the result of my training, she growled, flinging a red wave forward. Tony barely dodged, only to be slammed midair by another blast. Boom. His HUD flickered. Warning, damage threshold exceeded. Chest plate integrity compromised, armor at 67%. He crashed into the dirt, smoke rising from his suit. Wanda didn't stop. She wasn't aiming for him anymore. Her real challenge was Vision. Hovering above the battlefield, Vision's forehead glowed bright with the power of the Mind Stone. You have to stop this, Wanda, he pleaded. You must control yourself. I am in control, she screamed. But this wasn't rage, it was focus. Scarlet magic crackled from her hands and surged through her eyes. Not chaotic, not explosive, tactical. The way Nolan had taught her. She remembered his words clearly, don't let your power drive your emotions. Let your will guide the chaos. A glowing crimson whip unfurled from her hand. Crack. She lashed forward, and Vision countered with a concentrated beam of Mind Stone energy. Boom. The two forces collided midair, red and gold clashing in a seismic burst. The shockwave shattered the ground, sent debris flying, and silenced the battlefield. A moment later, a body flew from the cloud of dust, slammed into the ground, carving a crater. Everyone turned. Vision. He staggered to his feet, a deep gash torn across his vibranium chest, glowing with wild scarlet energy. I didn't mean to. Wanda gasped. She hadn't realized how strong she'd become. Had that hit landed on anyone else, they'd be dead. Vision's body flickered, yellow light flooding from his wound as the Mind Stone worked to repair him. You've grown so powerful, he whispered. Since when did you? Tony stared at her, dumbfounded. His sensors were still buzzing from the blast. How did you get that strong? Wanda looked past them all. To the man still standing at the edge of the battlefield. Watching. Silent. And she said, with quiet conviction. He taught me. Chapter 131, 131. Wanda ends the Civil War. Even Nolan hadn't expected Wanda to show such rapid progress. She'd not only stabilized her chaos magic mid-battle, she'd channeled it. With just a flash of focus and the meditation techniques he'd taught her, she'd transformed her raw chaos into a weaponized spell. The scarlet whip she conjured. It wasn't random. It resembled the whip of Sidorak, the same spell Strange had once used to lash Thanos. And it had power behind it. Enough that even Nick Fury looked shaken. He turned toward Nolan, eyes narrowed. Nolan just gave a nonchalant shrug. She was always gifted. Your precious shield just never understood what kind of power she actually possessed. Most of the superhumans under S.H.I.E.L.'s watch were from the physical world, genetic mutations, tech enhancements, maybe a little Asgardian rune science if they were lucky. But true magic? That was out of their league. Asgard's magic was more like advanced science accessible only to gods and Vanir bloodlines. And before Doctor Strange, there wasn't a single true sorcerer affiliated with the Avengers. Even Kunluan's mystics, Iron Fist, and Shang-Chi had operated in a completely separate sphere. Kamartaj had been an independent neutral force until Strange chose to step out of hiding and engage with the world, unlike the Ancient One before him. Wanda's strike had stopped the battle cold. If Vision had gone down from just one strike, what chance did the others have? Maybe Peter could dodge it. But the rest? They'd be obliterated. Fury couldn't believe it. One woman, barely trained, had just shut down what could have been the most devastating superhero conflict on Earth. And the one who trained her? Nolan. All right, show's over, Nolan called out, stretching. Max, time to go. He glanced once at Fury, then turned to Wanda. Get back to training later. And next time someone tells you what to do, think first. If you're unsure, ask me. With a sigh, he bent his knees. Boom. Cracks spiderwebbed beneath his feet as he launched skyward. Max transformed into a bolt of lightning and followed. In the silence that followed, all eyes turned toward the vanishing trail of energy in the sky. Even Fury. Nolan hadn't thrown a single punch today. But the ripple effect of his training was undeniable. If Wanda could do this after just a few sessions, what could he do? Maybe the plans to isolate him had just backfired. Back at Oscorp, Nolan wasted no time. He summoned Norman Osborn immediately. While he usually ignored the government's political maneuvering, there came a point when background noise became intolerable. Time to squash the flies. Norman, Nolan said, sliding him a data tablet. Start digging. Everything related to the Hero Registration Act. I want to know who's behind it. On it, Norman replied, already turning to leave. Once alone, Nolan let out a slow breath. Enough distractions. It was time to focus. He was strong, capable of exerting nearly 200 tons of pressure in combat bursts. But compared to the truly divine beings, Thor, Sentry, or even the Celestials, he still wasn't satisfied. Sunspot. Human Torch. Sebastian Shaw. Red Hulk. He scribbled 4 names down. Originally, there were just 3. But then he remembered, in the original MCU drafts, Thaddeus Ross was intended to become the Red Hulk. He was even positioned as a major figure during the Civil War. If Nolan's improved steel body project caught Ross's attention, the transformation might still happen. Better keep an eye on Ross. He circled Sunspot and Human Torch. Both were prime candidates for energy templates, but both came with baggage. One belonged to the X-Men, the other to the Fantastic Four. He paused, then drew a tighter circle around Sunspot. That one was accessible. The key? Project, Sentinel. But that was for later. For now, he had more urgent toys to study Mystique's DNA and the Space Stone fragment. Xavier would come to him eventually. He'd offer a trade. Because Charles was smart. Days later, Nolan stood in his private lab, watching the glittering shards of Tesseract crystal, the fractured remains of the Space Stone. Dr. Otto Octavius stood beside him, carefully manipulating the fragments with laser instruments. Beams of radiation probed their structure while high-resolution scanners mapped their dimensional emissions. These fragments weren't pure infinity stones. They were derivative stabilized versions of Tesseract energy. Used not for power, but for containment. During World War II, Hydra had attempted similar research. They couldn't access the core of the Space Stone, but its leaking radiation was more than enough. Those derivative fragments helped Hydra develop energy weapons decades ahead of their time. They nearly won the war until the Allies countered with their own genius. Howard Stark. The man who salvaged the Tesseract when Steve went down into the ice. The man who discovered how to harness that power through isotopes. The same isotopes that powered Tony's arc reactor. Tony didn't invent infinite energy. He just miniaturized it. Nolan stared at the crystalline glow. Howard worked with this stuff for years. No issues, he muttered. Fury gets his hands on it for 5 minutes, and everything goes to hell. He shook his head. Good thing the real Tesseract was now sealed in Asgard, under Odin's watch. Thanos wouldn't be getting his hands on it just yet. But then again, Odin wasn't looking too good these days. The old gods were fading. With the Ancient One and Odin both gone, Earth had become a playground for cosmic threats. Maybe, Nolan mused, this was the Ancient One's plan all along. He stared deeper into the crystal. Maybe he'd just walked right into it. Chapter 132, 132. Otto and Connors to their core. Boss, here's the decay curve of the atom's energy signature. Dr. Otto Octavius snapped Nolan out of his deep contemplation. The idea that he might be walking straight into the destiny of becoming a sorcerer supreme, someone who could master time, magic, and multiversal science, was shelved for now. Frankly, the job didn't seem too hard. Protect Earth, don't get vaporized by a cosmic entity or eldritch horror. Simple enough. And besides, Earth wasn't defenseless. Its reputation hadn't caught up yet, but soon the universe would learn what kind of monsters lived here. Earth, tiny, chaotic, and absolutely stacked with freaks of nature. Nolan glanced at the massive stack of papers Otto had handed him. This was the value of intelligent subordinates, especially ones who could process high-level data without breaking a sweat. They saved him time. Leave the math to me, Nolan said. By the way, any updates on your AI system? I've started coding a portable interface, Otto replied, gesturing toward the nearby workbench. Lined across it, 8 mechanical tentacles, each humming faintly with power. He'd reached his breaking point with the interns. Utterly useless. The only people who could follow his train of thought at Oscorp were Nolan, Connors, Norman, and the kid, Peter. And even then, Nolan was leagues above them all. But Nolan wasn't here to do Otto's work. Connors was deep into bioengineering. Norman was split between research and corporate affairs. Peter. Lately, I've been obsessed with gene therapy, shadowing Connors more and more. Which left Otto, alone. So, he dusted off a side project, his precision tentacle rig. Now he just needed the neural latency issue solved. No human nervous system could keep up with 8 simultaneous control streams. The answer? A portable neural AI hybrid backpack. He'd control the AI, and the AI would control the arms. Send me the blueprints when you're done, Nolan said. And tell Norman your funding's approved. Pull whatever you need. Then, casually, he grabbed a pen and scratched a highly complex atomic formula onto a notepad. Otto blinked. Wait, that's it? You solved the decay curve? Of course. Otto stared. This was absurd. No one should be able to do that off the cuff. But, boss, these decay rates are insane. The atomic structure would have collapsed. This should have degraded into light atoms by now. Exactly, Nolan said, not even looking up. Because while it releases energy, it's also absorbing it. Otto's jaw tightened. That changed everything. Decades of nuclear theory were upended. Is that even possible in this universe? Run a small-scale fission experiment, Nolan said. Not full-scale, I like my lab unexploded. Use low temperatures, slow build, extra coolant rods. He left Otto to process his existential crisis and stepped into the next lab. Inside, Dr. Kurt Connors was deep in research, running simulations on Mystique's DNA. Ever since Nolan had acquired both her genome and the Space Stone fragment, he told Otto and Connors to prioritize analysis over everything else. Connors looked up as Nolan entered and handed him a stack of biological charts. According to your genetic model, this is not natural. Nolan raised an eyebrow. How so? This genome shouldn't exist, Connors said, almost breathless. It's mutable. But not unstable. It mutates consistently. Even as he said it, he sounded like he didn't believe his own words. In Connors' world, mutation meant chaos. But this? This was controlled evolution. If someone had told him last year that DNA could mutate in real time while remaining biochemically stable, he'd have laughed them out of the room. But the data didn't lie. He hadn't been this mentally disarmed since he learned about the wave-particle duality of light. That moment had shattered his classical view of physics and introduced him to the quantum world. Now, the same was happening with biology. Nolan scanned the report, then nodded. That's the beauty of mutant kind. He closed the folder. You'll handle the first prototype of the serum. Connors paled. Me? I'll send you my genome model as a reference. If things go south, I'll clean up the mess. But I want you to build it. Connors hesitated. I might ruin it. You won't, Nolan said, steady. Believe in your work. You've already brought our enhancement serums into clinical testing. This is just another step. He paused. Besides, if you screw up, I'll just fix it. That's the luxury of having a boss like me. Nolan knew the road ahead would only get more complex. His projects were piling up: energy manipulation, biotech upgrades, system enhancement, multiversal theory, and now magic. Even with his intellect, time was limited. That's why he was building a network of minds he could trust: Connors, Otto, Norman. Maybe even Peter. Each one was a future pillar. The more they could carry, the more he could push forward toward the real frontier. Power that surpassed all categories. Chapter 133, 133. Flip the board, bonus. Inside the lab, Nolan's fingers danced across the keyboard. The room echoed with rapid-fire keystrokes, the mechanical clatter sounding almost rhythmic beneath the low hum of power systems. Strings of code streamed down the massive central monitor, integrating seamlessly into the base AI framework Otto had built. A low mechanical hum intensified behind the monitor as the cooling units kicked into high gear. Then, everything went black. Nolan leaned back. ELLE, initialize. The screen flickered back to life. A line of text appeared. Hello world. It was a beginner's typo, a cliché for anyone who'd ever written their first program. But Nolan hadn't typed it. The AI had booted itself. Welcome back, L. Greetings, Superman, the AI responded calmly. After acquiring Otto's rough AI prototype, Nolan had rapidly absorbed the relevant coding languages. What took most engineers years of agony, Nolan absorbed like bedtime arithmetic. In the Marvel world, every major tech mogul had their own intelligence system. Stark had Jarvis, S.H.I.E.L.D. had FRIDAY clones, and Wakanda had Kimoyo tech built into their civilization. If you were building the future, you needed smart tools. Your value logic model is extraordinary, L commented. No flattery. Begin syncing your framework with our non-classified databases. Access all public logs, patents, and scientific journals. You're cleared to learn unless it's top secret. It would take L time to grow, but with enough exposure and feedback loops, she could rival Jarvis. Eventually, L could even run basic experiments autonomously, like extracting demonic energy from Black Void's symbiote. Just then, Nolan's phone buzzed. Otto's voice came through excited. Boss, it's real. That element you theorized during the reaction, additional stabilizing energy appears around the nucleus. It's self-correcting. I'll send over more samples, Nolan replied. Let's see which one matches Howard Stark's isotope. We'll run comparative tests. With a flick of thought, the screen shifted as code auto-typed itself. Nolan's neural interface now synced directly to the keyboard. Within seconds, multiple atomic structures flashed across the screen and transferred to Otto. Then L's voice cut in again. Sir, 2 urgent news alerts. 2 videos appeared. The first, a televised rant accusing Oscorp's enhancement serum of causing human deaths. The second, a lawsuit claiming Oscorp had violated human rights with unauthorized clinical trials. Call Norman. A beat later, the call connected. Boss. Nolan didn't even look up from Mystique's genome data. Found out who's been stirring the pot. We're still tracing sources, Norman answered, but we've confirmed one name, the Rockefeller family. Nolan's eyes narrowed. Those oil barons are targeting me now. He smirked. Send me everything. Screens lit up with headlines, meeting logs, surveillance of senators and corporate backers, and most importantly, a familiar face. David Rockefeller's heirs. Of course it's them, Nolan muttered. No one else could have accelerated legislation this fast. The Rockefeller family, once kings of oil, were now relics of a dying world. When Tony Stark launched his clean energy initiative, they were the ones who fought back hardest. They'd helped fund Justin Hammer. They'd backed Vanko's little rampage in Iron Man 2. And now, with Tony off their backs, they turned their eyes on him. They've ruled the old world long enough, Nolan said coldly. They think everyone still plays by their rules. He looked at the chessboard they'd set. Then he made a choice. Flip it. Rockefeller Estate, Long Island. Inside the opulent study, David Rockefeller, head of the 3rd generation, sat comfortably, cigar in hand, listening as a butler read from the Wall Street Journal. He had run Manhattan Bank for decades. This morning routine was sacred. A moment to analyze, strategize, dominate. Sir, a servant whispered, John and Paul are here. 2 well-dressed middle-aged men entered quickly. Uncle David. David waved off the staff, then studied the 2 with a look that carried the weight of history. I hear you've been provoking Superman. Stop it. You don't understand what you're dealing with. Why not? John scoffed. Even the mutants bow to our influence. Xavier hides in his school like a fugitive. Because Xavier is an idealist, David replied. He plays by the rules. Superman doesn't. We're not defenseless, Paul said. You know that. They weren't lying. The Rockefellers had access to resources the public couldn't dream of, enhanced operatives, secret projects, black-budget weapons. John's eyes gleamed. If we can control him, we could become the Shadow Kings of America. David's jaw tensed. He saw himself in John, ambitious, brilliant, and dangerously overconfident. But times had changed. The world is bigger than you think, David said finally. As head of this family, I'm ordering you to stand down. Withdraw from all actions against Superman. They exchanged glances defiantly. But before they could speak, the butler burst in, visibly shaken. Sir, there's someone at the gate. David raised a brow. Who? The butler swallowed. Superman. David's cigar dropped onto the carpet. That was fast. Chapter 134, 134. The deal. Mr. Rockefeller. Nolan smiled calmly as he gazed at the aging lion before him, David Rockefeller, head of one of America's oldest and most powerful families. Though well into his twilight years, David still carried a regal weight, like an old king who no longer hunted but could still command fear with a glance. Superman, David greeted, voice steady. Nolan sipped the tea offered to him. I think you know why I'm here, he said, tone light but laced with threat. In my investigation, I noticed your family's unusual level of interest in me. As he spoke, his gaze shifted to the two men standing behind David. Paul and John. They had thought Nolan was just a young man with impressive power, but manageable. Yet the moment his eyes locked onto theirs, both men stiffened. Their blood turned to ice. It felt as if a starving predator had turned its attention on them, not attacking, just watching. But that alone was enough to trigger primal fear. David exhaled slowly. It was the mistake of two arrogant nephews, nothing more. Nolan's smile sharpened. This wasn't just a mistake, Mr. Rockefeller. This was legislation. A media smear campaign. Political manipulation. You played the oldest game in America, only this time, you picked the wrong target. He snapped his fingers. Paul and John flinched. Suddenly, several armored guards emerged from the hallway, Rockefeller's private enhanced operatives. They moved to act. Bad call. Red energy detonated. One of the guards was instantly thrown across the room, his head gone, skull split clean by an invisible force. His body crumpled into a heap, smoke rising. Those toys you've been hiding in your basement. They're not nearly enough. Gunfire erupted, but every dart and projectile froze midair. Needles filled with a faint green serum trembled in place, suspended as if gripped by an invisible hand. David's eyes widened. Magneto? You're sharp, Nolan said, pleased. Yes, magnetic field manipulation. I've already scrambled the iron ions in their blood. 2 minutes, tops, and they'll start losing the ability to produce hemoglobin. Oxygen stops flowing. Death follows. He sat back down, fingers drumming lightly against the chair's arm. Paul and John nearly collapsed, gripping David's chair to stay upright. David's face had gone pale. My father once told me, he said slowly, everything comes with a price. The smart ones pay early. Or, shift the cost to someone else. He swallowed, looking down at his trembling nephews. I assume you're here to discuss what price we must pay. Nolan's smile returned. Now we're speaking the same language. He leaned forward. Your family controls oil, infrastructure, banking, you sneeze, entire economies catch a cold. But what made you think you could target someone like me? David didn't answer. He didn't have to. Nolan already knew. The elite were used to mutants hiding, used to powers being contained by law, fear, and bureaucracy. Their confidence wasn't earned, it was inherited. I assumed S.H.I.E.L.D. used to be your pet project, Nolan said flatly. David's hands twitched at the mention. But S.H.I.E.L.D. is dead. David nodded, slowly. Whatever you want, he said quietly. The Rockefeller family is ready to make reparations. Good. Behind him, Paul and John sighed in relief, holding themselves up against the wall, dizzy but still conscious. Days later. All the negative media coverage about Superman and the Registration Act abruptly vanished. Replaced by a bombshell. The Rockefeller Group was buying a major stake in Oscorp. Stock prices exploded. Pundits speculated wildly. Old money joining hands with new tech. A show of faith? A financial pivot? But the ones paying closer attention, remembered the smear campaigns. They remembered how the Rockefeller family had been backing the media storm against Nolan until suddenly, they weren't. Had he forced their hand? Nolan offered no public comment. He didn't need to. What baffled him wasn't their wealth, but their arrogance. These families, untouched by consequence for generations, had assumed all superhumans were like the X-Men. Afraid. Passive. Containable. They were wrong. Rules, Nolan told Norman one day, sitting in his office, are made for people too weak to break them. Norman frowned. Won't this upset some very important people? If they're still sensitive, maybe they need a reminder of what I can do. Nolan smiled. Like freezing the Hoover Dam, permanently. Norman chose not to ask further. Instead, he shifted gears. The departments are progressing. Laughing on the phone. Peter knew who it was. He just smiled and waved her off. Whatever makes her happy, he murmured. Upstairs, he checked his gear, fiddling with his web shooters. But his thoughts weren't on patrol. He stared at the empty space under his bed. My dad's briefcase, he whispered. Where the hell is it? He remembered every formula in it, so he hadn't touched it in months. But now it was gone. May, he called, opening his door. Did you clean my room? She shouted back through the phone, no. I haven't touched your stuff since you turned 18. Peter's face darkened. Then, who took it? No leads. Maybe Tony could help. Or Nolan. After all, his dad did used to work at Oscorp. That night, as he drifted into sleep, he didn't see the shadow seep under his door. Didn't feel the sentient mass of black creep across his floor, slither up to his suit, and merge with it. The next morning, Peter jolted awake, brushed his teeth, suited up, and called out, later, Aunt May. He dashed into the streets, swinging toward the university. But in an alley near Midtown, he stopped someone who was crying. Peter peeked in. 3 bullies were pounding on a kid while one of them counted bills. Say it's for school fees. You hear me? Before they could leave, a figure landed between them. Peter's voice came cold, calm. How about you give that back, tough guy? The leader sneered. What are you supposed to be, Spider-Man's goth cousin? The suit's supposed to be red, genius. Peter blinked. Wait, black. He hadn't noticed it until now. But before he could react, the thug lunged. Wham! Bam! Crack! Seconds later, Peter handed the kid his cash. You're Spider-Man? The boy asked shyly. Of course. Peter grinned. Who else would I be? But you're all black. Peter hesitated. Black. He shot a web, swung up to a nearby building, and caught his reflection in the window. A sleek, black spider suit stared back at him. What the hell is this? He felt it now. His strength doubled. His speed amplified. Reflexes sharper. It was intoxicating. This is amazing, he whispered. This is awesome. Chapter 137, 137. The Ancient One wants out. Nolan opened his eyes, fresh from his meditation session. Before him, golden sparks flared in the air, swirling into a perfect circular portal. A cold wind crept through it, followed by a portly figure with a calm, unreadable expression. I am Wong, the man said, his voice steady and polite. The Ancient One sent me to bring you to Camartage. Nolan rose, nodding. It's an honor. He stepped through the portal. Camartage unfolded before him, a sanctuary frozen in time. Ancient architecture, untouched by the industrial age, stood solemn and majestic. Despite its age, the place pulsed with vitality, as though the very stones hummed with magic. Apprentices trained in open courtyards, their hands conjuring sparks, slinging arcane rings, or stepping through rippling portals. Nolan's eyes followed a group in yellow robes rushing into a portal. Why the hurry? He asked. Camartage was attacked, Wong explained. They're pursuing the thief. We lost something dangerous. They're checking dimensional seals as a precaution. Nolan narrowed his gaze. Caecilius. The rogue disciple who would soon steal from the library and summon Dormammu. But wait, if the Ancient One was preparing to pass her mantle to him, what was going on? Was she still orchestrating events behind the scenes? Would he now be the one to pass the torch to Strange? They arrived at a modest, nearly dilapidated door. It was so plain that it looked forgotten, but Nolan could sense the dense magic around it. The door was open. Wong gestured politely. She's waiting. Nolan brushed off the dust on his coat and stepped inside. The room was quiet and perfumed by incense. An aged incense burner stood at the center, emitting a calming fragrance. A bald woman in white robes stood by the window, hands folded, her posture serene. You've arrived, she said softly, turning with a smile. Nolan sat opposite her, respectfully silent. He might be a powerhouse in the modern world, commanding science, systems, and strength, but this woman had stood atop the supernatural hierarchy for centuries. The Ancient One was the balance between realms. The wielder of the Time Stone. Even Odin himself treated her as an equal. In the MCU, her death had felt anticlimactic. But this wasn't fiction anymore. This was real. Here sat the woman who had repelled dimensional invaders, kept eldritch horrors at bay, and slayed gods like weeds. Her body count could build mountains. And now she wanted to retire. As if reading his mind, the Ancient One smiled faintly. Even Odin fell, Nolan. Everything beneath the multiversal tier is bound to decay. Even me. She poured him tea with quiet grace. I have regenerative serums, Nolan offered. They could extend your life. She chuckled, sipping slowly. I've lived enough. I want to serve Vishanti now, in full. Earth's future is yours now, yours and the Avengers, Wanda, Charles, Eric. I've heard you're forming something called the Illuminati. Nolan blinked. Of course, she knew. She never left Kamartaj, but her awareness spanned continents. Odin watched the 9 realms. She watched the whole Earth. The Illuminati is just a framework, he replied. Something to stop things before they spiral out of control. The Ancient One laughed gently. They called me naive for believing in hope. But the Battle of New York, when I saw what Stark, Rogers, and even Banner did, I knew Earth had a future. She leaned forward slightly. This world must be guided, but not controlled. The next era must bloom from conflict and growth, not the shadow of an old sorcerer. Nolan's brow furrowed. But Thanos is still watching. The Dimensional Lords still hunger for Earth. And that's why I'm entrusting it to you, she said calmly. You're a scientist who understands the mystic. A mortal who can see past mortality. You'll do more than I ever could. Nolan fell silent. Go back, she said at last, her tone gentle but final. Train, prepare, build. Because the next war won't be like the last. She closed her eyes, her voice now almost a whisper. Let an old soul rest. Chapter 138, 138. Magic is just supernatural credit, bonus, the Ancient One smiled faintly. Originally, I had chosen Stephen Strange, she said. His arrival alone drew the gaze of Agamotto. But when you appeared, she continued, locking eyes with Nolan, even the Vishanti took notice. Nolan raised a brow. Because of that uniqueness you mentioned? She nodded. Uniqueness is the first step toward multiversal deviation. For beings like the Vishanti or the spider totems, gods who span infinite realities, most people are just variants. Tony Stark, Steve Rogers, even their fates are predictable. Easily replicated. She chuckled. Somewhere out there, there's probably a version of Stark selling soap instead of tech. But the humor faded quickly. You're different, she said. Your destiny isn't written. Not even the multiverse can replicate you. You exist above it from birth. Nolan frowned. That sounds exaggerated. You'll see for yourself, she replied. Right now, you're still on the planetary level. But when your power reaches mine, you'll understand what sets you apart. She waved the topic away. My role now is to make you the next Sorcerer Supreme. Nolan leaned forward slightly. I can't promise I'll always stay on Earth. The universe is vast. I want to explore it too. Then train Strange, she said simply, like she'd already arranged the handoff. If you're leaving, he'll carry the torch. Nolan knew there was no changing her mind. Can I at least return to my lab occasionally, he asked. There are some experiments I can't put on hold. The Ancient One nodded. Yes. Nolan exhaled in relief. But, she added, you'll have to open the portals yourself. Right. Sling ring training it is. He knew it, unless he could teleport across continents, he'd be spending hours in the air. Back outside, Wong was waiting for him. Without a word, he handed Nolan a sling ring. It gleamed faintly, imbued with the mystic energy of camouflage. You've been given private quarters, Wong said. Tomorrow morning, you'll join the portal training session. Even Sorcerer Supreme candidates aren't exempt. Understood, Nolan said, examining the ring in his hand before slipping it on. As Wong led him through the monastery, he began explaining the daily routine. Mornings were spent on foundational techniques, most importantly, portal creation. It wasn't just about convenience. Portals connected Earth not just across physical space, but through dimensions. Camouflage sorcerers were guardians, ensuring other dimensional beings didn't trespass, or helping lost ones return home. Afternoons were for personal study, sparring, or meditation. While others were restricted to designated areas, Nolan had free reign, and full access to the library minus the dark tomes, of course. They stopped outside a small structure built in traditional Eastern style. Wong handed Nolan a key. This one's yours. See you tomorrow morning. With that, the librarian of Camouflage vanished into the shadows. 3 days later. Nolan sat cross-legged in the library, flipping through a thick tome penned by none other than the Ancient One herself. He had strength, systems, and science. But magic required something different. He wanted to understand its source. Magic is the process through which a mortal channels primal energies from a higher force, typically a godlike being, through knowledge, resonance, and spiritual attunement. So that was it. Magic was power borrowed, not earned, channeled through understanding. The more you knew, the deeper your grasp of the universe's truth, the greater the power you could wield. He kept reading. Camouflage drew its magic primarily from the Vishanti, a trinity of godlike entities, Agamotto, Oshter, and Hoggoth. Their power was pure white magic, channeled freely to those who followed their teachings. And because of Agamotto's personal connection to Earth, that power required no cost. It was, essentially, free credit. Magic in the Marvel Universe really is just supernatural lending, Nolan muttered to himself. The gods are the banks. The spells are the withdrawals. No wonder Camouflage was so revered, it had the magical equivalent of a limitless corporate sponsorship. And anyone talented enough? They got full access. He glanced around the library, absorbing the aura of ancient knowledge. All right then, Nolan whispered. Let's see how far this magic credit can take me. Chapter 139, 139. I thought magic would be harder. After days of study and meditation, Nolan finally grasped the essence of magic. And to his surprise, it wasn't that complicated. Magic, as it turned out, was just a refined form of mental resonance, a means by which higher dimensional entities meddled in the multiverse using mortals as proxies. At its core, Camouflage's magic relied on ritualistic gestures, focused intent, and the proper incantations channeled through an object of power. In their case, the sling ring. For Nolan, who had already mastered advanced meditation, hyperfocus, and multidimensional theory, this was just another form of coding a more spiritual programming language. The sling ring? Just a conduit. A magical router, if anything. Engraved with predefined spells, it linked directly to the reservoir of the Vishanti's white magic. The key was understanding. And Nolan? Understanding was what he did best. That afternoon, Nolan found a passage in one of the Ancient One's books explaining the precise gestures and intent necessary to open a portal. He rolled his shoulders, stood up in his private quarters, and extended his left hand. His right hovered near his chest, fingers shifting in precise, flowing motion. His mind was anchored to his intended transportation. Golden sparks ignited at his fingertips, swirling outward. FZZZZH. A shimmering portal bloomed into view. On the other side stood two familiar figures, Wong and the Ancient One, deep in conversation. "I respect your decision, Master," Wong was saying. "But I have concerns. That man Nolan, he's too pure. He has no concept of good or evil. He acts by logic, not empathy." He spoke with conviction, arms folded. "How can we entrust the fate of Earth to someone whose morality is determined by mood?" The Ancient One, seated with her usual poise, turned her gaze, and smiled directly at the glowing portal. And at the very surprised Nolan, looking back. "Strange," she said lightly. "I thought you liked your fellow countryman, as he represents half of your ethnicity." Wong blanched. I do. Personally. But this isn't personal. It's about camouflage. We can't gamble our future on talent alone." The Ancient One remained amused. "But that talent could protect camouflage far sooner than anyone else here." Wong pressed on. "Every sorcerer here is gifted. But without the right heart, talent is meaningless." "Wong." Nolan's voice cut in through the portal. Wong froze. His head turned slowly. There, peeking through the portal, was Nolan, arms folded. Wong's face twisted into the universal expression of "I've been caught talking behind someone's back." Nolan stepped through the portal, expanding smoothly to accommodate him. He gave a courteous bow to the Ancient One. "Master." She nodded in return. Wong, however, was less than pleased. "You used a portal, to this room," he said stiffly. "The Master's sanctum is off-limits for magical traversal." Nolan shrugged. "I didn't know that part. I was just practicing. This place is the one I've been to the most, and I figured if I was going to attempt it, it should be somewhere familiar." Wong's frown deepened. "Even if you didn't know, this is a sacred space. Rules exist for a reason." The Ancient One gently raised a hand. "I gave no objection," she said. "In fact, I encouraged it." She gestured toward the still glowing portal behind Nolan. "You see, this is why he's different." Wong turned, now realizing what he was looking at was not a portal opened by a senior practitioner, but one opened entirely by Nolan himself. No tutor. No assistance. 3 days ago, he hadn't known how to light a spark. Now, he'd mastered interdimensional travel. Wong's eyes narrowed. "That's not normal." "No," the Ancient One agreed softly. "That's exceptional." Truthfully, even she was surprised. She had taken Nolan in on the Vishanti's guidance, because her visions could not predict him. Whenever she tried to view his future, she saw nothing. Not darkness, but absence. As though fate itself had no claim over him. Time didn't branch around Nolan like it did others. Time collapsed into him. Countless timelines tried to spread outward, only to snap back to the one he chose. He didn't just walk through destiny. He rewrote it. And now, watching him casually wield spatial magic after mere days, she was convinced. Nolan wasn't a candidate for the Sorcerer Supreme. He was a future magical source in the making. A living power well. A potential god. Nolan rubbed his neck. "I really didn't mean to break the rules. I just thought magic would be harder." Wong stared. Speechless. Chapter 140, 140. Dimensional creatures. "Don't mind if I do." Wong took a deep breath and said solemnly, "I won't deny his talent. He's extraordinary even by camouflage standards. If the Ancient One has acknowledged him, then he must be uniquely attuned to the mystic arts. But being Sorcerer Supreme isn't just about mastering our spells, he added. You must also understand all schools of magic, not just ours. The Ancient One chuckled gently. Relax, Wong. I'll have Mordo guide him personally. Her smile lingered, proud and serene. I'll study hard, Nolan promised. That's not all, Wong warned, arms folded. As a guardian of Earth, you'll also be expected to repel invaders from other dimensions, pay the price for using magic, and understand the consequences of meddling with reality. He eyed Nolan closely, tone heavier than before. To him, humility was the cornerstone of wisdom. Power without reverence was just arrogance. Wong had watched many prodigies come and go. Only two ever earned the Ancient One's favor, Mordo and briefly Caecilius. And look how Caecilius turned out. I'm sorry, invaders from other dimensions? Nolan raised a brow. If I capture them instead of banishing them, that's fine too, right? Wong blinked. What? That reaction was new. He was used to young mages quaking at the mention of dimensional threats. Not gleefully suggesting to collect them. I mean, they're biologically unique, right? Nolan shrugged. Could be useful for research. It wasn't arrogance, it was scientific enthusiasm. Wong stared. Most field deployments required teams. Capturing a creature was beyond most masters. But here Nolan was, casually proposing to bag and tag a dimensional horror like it was a rare butterfly. If you can catch one, Wong muttered, no one's going to stop you. Great, Nolan grinned. In that case, can I skip morning classes? What? I've sat through 2 already, Nolan explained. It's 90% meditation and vague talk about feeling the rhythm of the void. No offense, but I learn better on my own. He'd only sat quietly because he didn't want to stir trouble. Fine. Wong sighed. Without waiting, Nolan spun his fingers. A portal sparked to life destination, the library. As he stepped through and vanished, Wong looked to the Ancient One. She was smiling again. You see now, she said softly. He's not bound by morality. Not cruel. Not kind. He is, pure. Unclouded, she continued. He won't hesitate out of misplaced mercy, nor destroy out of mindless rage. He's focused, brilliant, and driven by curiosity. She poured herself a tea. Tell him that dimensional beings have rare anatomical structures. Tell him the dread lords of the dark realms are made of valuable cosmic matter. He'll spend the rest of his life hunting them like Pokemon. If you told him Dormammu's physiology could unlock cosmic secrets, he'd vivisect the bastard without blinking. Wong didn't respond. He just stood there in silence. Maybe he'd been looking at this all wrong. Back in the library. Nolan was already flipping through tomes like a man on a mission. His hands flew across dusty spines, pulling volumes on spatial theory, astral projection, soulcraft, and elemental resonance. If Kamartaj had it, he'd find it. He wasn't here to memorize spells. He was here to understand the framework. The logic behind the mysticism. He wasn't just building a magic skill set, he was constructing a new magical worldview. Most students focused on simple cantrips, learning to conjure a spark or open a basic portal. Nolan. He was looking for spells that bent space and time. He wanted enchantments that could stabilize an interdimensional lab, simulations that could reverse engineer cosmic energy signatures. Sure, he had offensive powers, but what he needed now was control, precision. Combine frost and storm magic with his hyperlung capacity. Freeze a lake with a breath. That was fine. Freeze an ocean. That was the goal. His breath could already topple trees. With elemental synergy, it could alter the climate. And considering Thanos or worse was looming in the future, Nolan had no intention of staying grounded. This universe wasn't just his home. It was his laboratory. Galactus. He thought, flipping to a section on cosmic entities. Even just a fragment of his essence would be priceless material. Camartage held everything: ancient scrolls on soul manipulation, rituals on mental domain projection, healing sigils, wind-based spells, layered invocations that summon pure entropy. And Nolan devoured it all. Nearby apprentices stared, stunned, as his table piled up with tomes. "He's not seriously reading all that, is he?" someone whispered. "I saw him open a portal earlier," another muttered. "By himself. No instructor." A young, dark-skinned apprentice approached politely. "Excuse me, fellow acolyte. I don't mean to interrupt," he said carefully, "but maybe you should focus on Camartage's core spells first. Other disciplines are very advanced." Nolan looked up with a grin. "Appreciate the advice." He turned the page without hesitation. Chapter 141, 141. A Wager with Mordo. Bonus. Nolan glanced up from his book. "You are?" "I'm Master Mordo. The Ancient One has assigned me to guide your magical education," said the man with firm conviction, arms folded, posture rigid. The discipline practically radiated from him. Nolan raised a brow. So this was Karl Mordo, stern, principled, a stickler for rules. The kind of man who, upon learning that the person he revered most had tapped into dark powers, had his entire worldview shattered. In another timeline, Mordo would go on to become the Sorcerer Supreme. In others, something much darker. "I'm good," Nolan said, turning back to his tome. "I'll handle it myself." Mordo blinked. "Excuse me? I already know what I need. I have access to the full library unless you're here to unlock a forbidden section." "I'm not sure what you add." Mordo frowned. "You're going about this all wrong. This kind of unfocused learning will lead you nowhere. Every mage must begin with one branch of study. Structure and discipline are everything." Nolan didn't respond. He was already forming mudras with his fingers, building the shape of a spell in midair. Mordo's eyes narrowed. "You're attempting the mirror dimension. Seriously? You haven't even fully mastered portal conjuration. Could you not talk while I'm reading?" Nolan muttered, annoyed. "I said I didn't need a babysitter. Your pace is too slow, it's a waste of my time." Mordo's tone turned cold. "I was given a task by the Ancient One. If I'm to teach you, I'll do it properly. This scatterbrained approach of yours isn't learning, it's arrogance. And how exactly do you know I have no structure? Just because I don't follow your structure." Nolan snapped the book shut and looked him in the eye. "Let me guess, in your world, nobody breaks the mold. Nobody colors outside the lines. Ever think some people need a different framework?" Mordo's voice dropped an octave. "Every sorcerer believes they're special until they get someone killed." Nolan held up a hand. "Then let's make it simple. Let's bet." Mordo paused. "What?" 3 days, Nolan said. "If I can master the mirror dimension in 3 days, you back off. Let me study my way. If I don't, I'll follow your training plan, step for step, without complaint." Gasps echoed across the library. The mirror dimension. In 3 days? Dozens of apprentices and junior masters turned, whispering furiously among themselves. "That guy's crazy," someone muttered. "Even Caecilius took months to touch the mirror realm. Does he even know what he's talking about? I heard only the elder masters can open one. Who is this guy?" Nolan and Mordo ignored the buzz. Mordo's jaw clenched. "Do you understand what you're saying? Mirror dimension spells don't just bend space, they replicate it, forge an entire temporary dimension within the real world. It's the highest level of spatial sorcery." "Then what are you afraid of?" Nolan said calmly. Mordo stared at him. "The arrogance. The certainty. No, not arrogance. Confidence. Cold, calculating confidence. Fine. Mordo extended his hand. 3 days. If you fail, you'll follow my program until I say otherwise. Nolan shook it. Deal. What Mordo didn't know was that Nolan had already memorized the entire mirror dimension framework chant, sigils, structure, and theory. The trick lay in feeling the dimensional overlap points, the subtle weaknesses in reality that allowed you to clone space into a reflective shell, stabilized by the Vishanti's power. Most students struggled to even sense those points. Nolan had already mapped 5. He wasn't improvising, he was optimizing. The mirror dimension wasn't some far-off pipe dream to him. It was a process, an equation to be solved. Mordo's gaze remained steady, but internally, he bristled. This child dared to challenge the foundation of sorcery itself. The audacity. Even Caecilius never boasted like this. But Mordo reminded himself this wasn't just any recruit. The Ancient One had chosen him. Mordo didn't know why, but he trusted her. And if she had seen potential in Nolan, then it was Mordo's duty to put that potential to the test and ensure it didn't become another Caecilius. If Nolan was going to be the next Sorcerer Supreme, then Mordo would make damn sure he earned it the right way. Still, in his heart, he doubted it. 3 days. It had taken him years to learn the mirror realm. This bet would break Nolan's pride or prove he wasn't human. Chapter 142, 142. Scientific Sorcery. The wager between Nolan and Mordo had spread across Camartage like wildfire. Most didn't even know Nolan's full name. But everyone knew Mordo. Ever since Caecilius, the former prodigy, once hailed as the next Sorcerer Supreme, had betrayed the Order, stolen forbidden texts, and slain the librarian, Mordo had become the top disciple under the Ancient One. So when news broke that Mordo had made a wager, with a newcomer, it shook the foundation of the temple halls. A bet? 3 days to master the mirror dimension. From that guy. The new recruit. On the portal training grounds, where morning lessons had just ended, apprentices gathered in circles, gossiping feverishly. There must be a mistake, one muttered. Who in their right mind would turn down Mordo's personal instruction? No mistake, said another, wide-eyed. It was that guy, Nolan. Said magic's not that deep and that he'd rather teach himself. Nolan. Someone echoed. Isn't that the guy who stopped showing up to early lessons? That's him. Skipped out after mastering portal magic in 3 days. 3 days. Whispers turned to stunned silence. Mastering portals in 3 days. That's not normal, someone muttered. Maybe he really is a genius. But the mirror dimension isn't the same as portals, another argued. One's an entrance exam. The other's a master's thesis. Still, uncertainty lingered. Then someone mentioned the clincher. He was brought here, by Master Wong. That shut everyone up. In Camartage, there were 2 names everyone recognized, the Sorcerer Supreme and Wong. If Wong personally escorted this guy in, he wasn't ordinary. Could he be the Ancient One's new disciple? A voice murmured. Even then, some scoffed. Even Caecilius never dared claim mastery over the mirror dimension in 3 days. Probably let the success from portals get to his head. Guess we'll know in 3 days. Their discussion was cut short when footsteps approached. Why are you chatting? Mordo's stern voice cut through the murmurs like a blade. Did any of you master portals in 3 days? The crowd immediately stood at attention. Say what you will about Nolan, but he earned his arrogance. From 0 to mastering portals in 3 days. That's more than most of you will do in 3 months. Mordo paced slowly through the group, his voice low and hard. If he loses this wager, good. He'll learn humility. But if he wins, then perhaps he's more than even we thought. The world rewards talent. It bends for the gifted. If you're not gifted, then you have no excuse not to outwork him. The apprentices resumed training, their hands glowing as they carved portal sigils through the air with renewed urgency. Mordo watched them go, but his thoughts drifted. If Nolan actually masters the mirror dimension, then few in Camartage will be qualified to teach him. Hell, maybe it'll be his job to deal with Caecilius. Meanwhile, the man at the heart of the storm sat in quiet concentration. Nolan's chamber was dim, serene, the smell of incense faint in the air as he moved through precise gestures, whispering arcane syllables under his breath. Gestures correct. Incantation accurate, posture stable. But no mirror dimension opened. He frowned. The resonance of the strange echoing tension in space that should vibrate when you touch a dimensional node wasn't clear enough. The spells worked, the theory checked out, but something was missing. The key to the mirror dimension wasn't just knowledge. You had to feel the dimensional threads, the fragile seams of reality that linked one world to its shadow. Dimensional nodes. Then it hit him. The Tesseract fragments. Nolan's eyes lit up. He thrust a hand forward, and sparks flared. The gateway opened into Dr. Otto's lab. Otto nearly dropped a power cell as Nolan stepped through. "Boss? You're back. Need your help," Nolan said quickly. "Get me the Tesseract fragments and the data logs. I need the frequencies, the radiation, magnetic resonance, energy flux patterns, all of it." Otto blinked. "All of it?" "Yes. And run scans again. I need to see if they correspond with dimensional weak points." Nolan's mind was racing. The Tesseract, the MCU's space stone, was pure spatial magic in crystalline form. Even its broken shards radiated traces of higher dimensional energy. If he could map how the fragments interacted with space. If he could record how they bent dimensions. Then all he had to do was imitate it. If I can sync my brain's electromagnetic field to mimic the stone's frequency, then I'll feel the spatial nodes like the Tesseract does. Not magic through feeling. Not magic through faith. Magic through science. Traditional training is too slow, Nolan muttered as he watched Otto prepare the instruments. Why would I spend years meditating in the dark, when I can replicate a cosmic artifact's energy pattern in a week? The goal wasn't just to learn like everyone else. It was to rewrite the way magic was studied. To engineer sorcery. Nolan didn't believe in mysticism. Not really. To him, magic was just science, at a frequency we didn't yet understand. And he planned to change that. Chapter 143, 143. Magic isn't that difficult. Camartage. Inside the Ancient One's dwelling. While discussing countermeasures against Dormammu with Wong, the Ancient One suddenly paused. Because Nolan's presence had vanished from Camartage. Wong sensed it too and couldn't help but say, "Did that guy Nolan run away? Tomorrow is the day his wager with Mordo gets tested." Leaving Camartage like this, did he realize he couldn't master the mirror dimension and choose to give up? Wong's tone held disappointment and frustration. He and the Ancient One both knew about Nolan's bet with Mordo. Wong had actually been looking forward to seeing whether Nolan could master the mirror dimension within 3 days. If it were anyone else, Wong wouldn't believe it for a second, but Nolan had mastered the sling ring teleportation portal in just 3 days, and he was someone personally acknowledged by the Ancient One. There was really a sliver of possibility. If he could really pull it off. Then Nolan would be the most talented individual in Camartage's recorded history, surpassing even all previous Sorcerer Supremes. But now he'd vanished. The Ancient One smiled calmly. He didn't run. I can't foresee his choices, but I know he's not that kind of person. He's simply using his own methods to win the bet. Before them, golden sparks bloomed in midair, forming a glowing projection like a holographic screen, showing Nolan's current location. In the lab, Nolan clutched a fragment of the Tesseract. Nearby, Otto was fine-tuning radiation equipment. Under Nolan's constant direction, he fired different energy beams at the fragment. Beta's not right. Next. Nope. Still wrong. After 3 types of radiation, Nolan, meditating, finally noticed that the once blurred space nodes were beginning to reveal faint outlines. What was previously like looking through 800-degree nearsightedness with 200-degree glasses. Now, under sigma radiation, it felt like he was wearing nearly clear 600-degree glasses. Set sigma radiation frequency to 1032 Hz, light intensity to 200 candela. Nolan issued instructions with closed eyes. Otto wanted to protest, but seeing Nolan's focus, he relented. The sigma ray burst into intense brilliance, slamming into the tesseract fragment. It glowed blindingly. This is the decay process of spatial element number 3. It has extremely volatile mutations. Otto couldn't help but warn. This third element, among the isotopes emitted by the cube, had the fastest decay rate, highly prone to causing biological mutation. No worries. Nolan let a veil of glowing white Shenron force cover his body, blocking all emitted radiation. Otto, of course, was already in a protective suit. But in Nolan's meditation, the space nodes were crystal clear. Not just like glasses anymore, his spiritual vision was now 20/20. That's the one. Otto, seeing Nolan's reaction, quickly logged the emitted magnetic field's frequency and strength. It's all recorded. Otto confirmed. Nolan opened his eyes. No wonder the space stone was a cosmic artifact. Even a mere fragment, when triggered by the right radiation, granted insight into what so many magicians struggled with, the hidden fabric of space. Even a sliver of power from it was enough to allow teleportation through space with only minimal understanding. Back then, Red Skull had been transported by the cube, likely because his will to leave triggered a neural frequency that activated the space stone. Otto shut down the machines, and the cube dimmed, returning to its dull gray form. Nolan also dispersed his force shield. He reviewed the readings and began adjusting his brain's magnetic field to match the recorded data. Back in Camartage, Wong stared at the illusion. What is Nolan doing? He's using his own method to practice mirror dimension, the Ancient One replied. That shard he's holding is from the Tesseract. By using targeted radiation, he's stimulating the cube's spatial energy, allowing him to feel the space nodes more clearly, thus giving him the edge to master the mirror dimension. Wong's eyes widened. See, but isn't that cheating? The Ancient One smiled. Not at all. Watch. In her view, Nolan's approach was astounding. To her, meditation wasn't about rigid rules, but about recognizing the truth of reality. Wong kept watching, full of questions. In the lab, Nolan synchronized his brain's magnetic field to the recorded data. Meditation followed, and the sling ring activated, channeling the power of the Vishanti. Suddenly, an entire network of space nodes appeared in his mind. In physical science, space was a result of gravity, where massive bodies warped spacetime, creating the curvature we experience. But in mysticism, space was composed of countless interconnected nodes. These nodes could even house pocket dimensions, fleeting worlds waiting to be tapped into. Both views weren't wrong, just different angles of the same truth. Nolan simply built a bridge between them. He wasn't trying to fully fuse science and mysticism yet, only beings of multiversal tier could do that. He was merely borrowing their overlap to accelerate his learning. As he felt the ubiquitous space nodes, Nolan's hands moved rapidly into mystic hand seals. Orange-red energy coiled around his wrists like fiery bracers. He carved through the spatial membrane with precise incantations. Where others failed to catch fleeting pocket realms, Nolan's immense focus let him lock on. Using the stability of the material world and the channeling power of the Vishanti, he tore through the dimensional barrier and created his own mirror dimension. Chapter 144, 144. A reflection on the source of magic. As Nolan's thoughts settled, his movement stopped, and the incantation was completed. Suddenly, orange magical energy began to crystallize into shimmering fragments, spreading outward from Nolan as the center. In an instant, the ground swept by the fragments shimmered and reassembled like waves. The surrounding scientific equipment also rippled like water. This strange phenomenon lasted only a moment, so brief that even Otto only felt a flash of light pass before his eyes. It seemed like nothing had changed, but the space around them glittered faintly like reflected glass. Otto saw the orange magical energy disappear from Nolan's hand, but didn't ask any questions. He knew he wouldn't understand anyway. Magic isn't all that difficult. With a thought, Nolan's finger flickered with orange energy. Suddenly, Otto felt the loss of gravity, his body lifted into the air as if carried by some invisible force. A zero-gravity state. This is incredible. Otto twisted his body slightly, floating freely like drifting in water. Amazing magic, it can even alter the parameters of dimensional space. Though, of course, that's thanks to the power of the Vishanti. Turns out cultivating magic really does require a powerful patron. Not every source of magic can achieve this level. Nolan muttered to himself. Crash. The sound of glass shattering rang out. The space around them fragmented like broken crystal. Otto, who had been floating, suddenly dropped to the floor with a heavy thud. What an extraordinary power. Once again, Nolan's display left Otto, the staunch materialist, doubting his worldview. Wong stared at the projection as Nolan's figure vanished, then reappeared, preceded by that crystalline effect. That was the mirror dimension. Just moments ago, Nolan had disappeared into the mirror dimension. 2 days to master the mirror dimension. Wong turned toward the Ancient One, as if hoping she'd tell him it wasn't real. Although part of him hoped Nolan would pull off a miracle, now that it actually happened, he felt overwhelmed. He had practiced for decades and only grasped the mirror dimension a few years ago. And now, someone who had only practiced magic for 5 days had performed it right in front of him. The Ancient One nodded. To be honest, she had expected Nolan to eventually master the mirror dimension, but she hadn't anticipated it would happen in just 2 days. Even if he used an external aid, it didn't matter. He'd grasped the essence of the spell. After all, even Kamartaj's mages relied on tools, like the sling ring. Magic wasn't easily grasped without help. Even she used external power. In fact, most magical systems did. And when you borrow power, you must repay it. That's why, after Kamartaj sorcerers die, their souls and magic go to serve the Vishanti. And that's considered a favorable deal. If it were darker entities like Dormammu, you'd often have to pay the price before you died. The true nature of magic is equivalent exchange. That's why in the Middle Ages, magic was often synonymous with alchemy. Unless your source of magic was from an unconscious energy dimension, there was always a cost. And most known dimensions have owners. To wield great power, you must bargain with these dimensional entities. Wong couldn't help but ask, but how did he do it? Using that shard? If you're curious, you can ask him yourself. As for Mordo, there's no need to tell him. Let him discover it on his own. The Ancient One smiled as she poured herself another cup of tea from her seemingly endless teapot. All right. Wong nodded. When Nolan returned tomorrow, he'd ask him directly. He was just too curious. Nolan was practicing magic in a way totally different from theirs. Looks like Mordo's going to be quite embarrassed this time. Back in the lab, Nolan turned to Otto and asked, "Is the anti-magneto armor ready?" "Still working on a rapid demagnetization process. But the microscale nuclear reactor is showing promise." "Good. Prioritize the research." Nolan opened a golden portal and stepped through. On the other side, Norman Osborn's office. Ever since mastering portal magic, Nolan couldn't be bothered to walk anymore unless it was a place he hadn't visited yet. Norman was at his desk reviewing documents when he noticed a strange glow forming. He tensed and moved his hand toward the alarm. The glowing sparks formed a circle, and Nolan stepped out. "Boss." Norman stood up, then frowned slightly. I thought you were away. Just got back. I went to study magic. Nolan dropped onto the couch. He'd return to Camartage tomorrow. Now that he had mastered portals and didn't need to attend classes, he just needed time to read through their library. After all, no rule said a scientist couldn't learn magic. Magic was simply another way of understanding the universe. In fact, there were universes where Tony Stark became the Sorcerer Supreme. Some even had magical armor. Scientific inquiry is just a mindset to observe, categorize, deduce, and master. People just tend to study technology because physics is easier to observe. If humans had first encountered magic, then scientific development might have focused on magic research instead. Magic? Nolan formed a small portal and reached his hand through it. On Norman's desk, an identical portal appeared. Nolan's hand reached through and took Norman's pen. This is incredible. It's really not. Once you understand how it works, it's simple. To Nolan, now that he'd grasped the essence of magic, it was just about expanding knowledge and absorbing more systems. He could even mix different sources of energy to create his own spells. But he still had one major problem, the source of magic. He couldn't rely on someone else's magic forever. I need to figure out how to trick some dimensional demon lords. Then Nolan paused. Didn't he already have a temporary source of magic? Black Sky. Or rather, the Beast. He'd already burned that bridge, might as well keep milking it. Time to study some demonic magic. 1,000 ideas flashed through Nolan's mind. If magic were just borrowed energy plus the right runes and incantations. Chapter 145, 145. Your method only suits ordinary people. The third day had finally arrived. Normally, it would be just another routine day of morning classes and magical practice for the apprentices of Camartage. But today was different. Today was the day of the wager between Mordo and Nolan. A challenge to master the mirror dimension in just 3 days. It sounded almost unmagical in nature. But it certainly added some spice to the usually monotonous training routine. In the square, Master Mordo stood silently, watching the gathering students without saying a word. He was simply waiting for Nolan to show up. Why isn't he here yet? Did he bail? No way. Everyone knows about this. If he runs now, he'll never be able to show his face here again. Or maybe, he realized there's no way he could learn the mirror dimension in 3 days and is too embarrassed to come. Mordo, hearing the whispers, shouted. Silence. At his words, the previously chattering students instantly quieted, shrinking together like startled quail. Mordo kept waiting. If Nolan didn't show up, he'd be thoroughly disappointed. Losing was one thing, but avoiding the outcome was entirely another. Off in the distance, the Ancient One and Wong were observing as well. Wong asked, why hasn't Nolan shown up yet? Even if he has mastered the mirror dimension, he still needs to show up and prove it. Perhaps he's just preoccupied with something, and forgot the wager, the Ancient One replied calmly. Wong frowned and tore open a portal. On the other side was Nolan's lab. Inside, Nolan was tying down a girl to an operating table. Streams of demonic energy were being siphoned from her body. That's right, it was Beast again. The same demon who had become the core power cell of the Oscorp demon army. But this time, Nolan was trying to experiment. He wanted to see if Beast could serve as one of his personal magic power sources. Just as he was about to begin, a space portal opened behind him. Wong stood there. Nolan, the wager has begun. What are you doing here? Huh? It's the 3rd day already. Nolan glanced at the display screen controlled by AI. Apparently, his deep dive into magical energy research had made him lose track of time. Research knows no hours. Alright, I'll head over. Nolan casually opened a portal and stepped through. Wong muttered to himself, this guy's mastery of spatial magic is way too fast. The Ancient One chuckled, this is what I meant, just guide his interests in the right direction, and he's the best candidate for Sorcerer Supreme. Wong remained silent. After all, a mediocre man has no business judging a genius. Back at the square, Mordo breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the portal open. He had truly thought Nolan might be avoiding the challenge. Nolan, still in his lab coat, stepped out. "Sorry, I was in the middle of an experiment and almost forgot," Nolan apologized lightly. When he gets absorbed in his work, he dislikes interruptions. To him, this wager wasn't even a big deal. Mordo's face hardened. "So? Are you ready now? It's just a mirror dimension. No need to be so tense." Nolan's hands moved rapidly through complex gestures. Orange energy flared at his wrists, and in a blink, he locked onto a budding dimensional node. The power of the Vishanti surged into him, expanding the microscopic dimensional shell at that node. A split second later, countless glowing fragments exploded outward, centered around Nolan. In the eyes of the surrounding sorcerers, these shards seemed to reshape reality as they spread. Mordo could no longer maintain his composure, his lips went dry, and he subconsciously licked them. He had done it. A true magical genius was standing before him. Nolan turned to the speechless Mordo and asked, "Is that enough?" The apprentices stared in awe at the shard-like formation that surrounded them like the walls of a dimensional world, but they hadn't even noticed when it appeared. "I've lost," Mordo finally broke the silence, his voice laced with bitter resignation. "I'll resign from teaching you. I don't have the qualifications. You're a true genius." In that fleeting moment, Mordo had clearly felt Nolan instantly locate a dimensional node, slice it open with precision, and use the Vishanti's power to stabilize a new dimension. His technique was flawless, almost effortless. Even Mordo and Wong were only just barely capable of such a feat, and yet Nolan, who 3 days ago didn't even know what the mirror dimension was, had just done it like child's play. Nolan snapped his fingers. The fragmented world around them shattered, the dimension collapsing back into the node it had emerged from. Only now did the apprentices feel something was off. Reality around them seemed to flow in reverse, rewinding back to the moment Nolan had snapped his fingers. And yet, nothing had actually changed. "It's not that your teaching is bad," Nolan said with a smile. "It's just that your method suits ordinary people, and I'm not exactly ordinary." With that, he casually opened a portal and returned to his lab. To him, this had just been a brief intermission. What followed was stunned silence across the plaza. That expression Nolan had before leaving it was like he'd just eaten lunch. He hadn't taken the wager seriously at all. But maybe there wasn't any need for him to. He actually did it. 3 days to master the mirror dimension. Is there any magic in this world he can't learn? Your method is for ordinary people, but I'm not ordinary. Damn, I wish I could say something like that with that kind of composure. Keep dreaming. Mordo himself admitted Nolan had the talent to be arrogant. Do you? Suddenly, Mordo laughed softly. The surrounding apprentices jumped. Was he, mentally broken? No wonder the Ancient One favors him. She was right. My teaching really only suits ordinary people. He quickly let go of the frustration in his heart. His years of training weren't for nothing, he wouldn't let this get to him. In fact, if the next Sorcerer Supreme needed him to teach them, then, maybe they weren't worthy of the title. From a distance, the Ancient One and Wong watched in silence. Wong asked, "Should I call Mordo over?" "No need," the Ancient One replied. "He'll work through it himself. If this breaks him, then he's not the Mordo I know." She looked up at the sky, her gaze focusing far into the distance. "How's Dormammu?" "He's still probing the Sanctum's defenses. We're still tracking Kaisalius' whereabouts." Since Nolan has now mastered the mirror dimension, let's give him the New York Sanctum." "So soon? You want him handling dimensional threats already?" "He's already eager to." Chapter 146, 146. Come on, I'll gladly strap you to my operating table. After returning to the lab, Nolan quickly pushed the earlier bed out of his mind. His attention was locked on the beast, who was still secured to the operating table. So your so-called demon power only amounts to this much? What other magic can you perform? Nolan asked. Beast only glared at him silently. He had just witnessed Nolan open a portal. This human had actually learned magic in such a short time. By the way, the Hell dimension can also be used as a source of magic, right? Or at least, the magic you use should originate from the Hell dimension, Nolan continued. Still, Beast said nothing. No response. Fine. I'll figure it out myself. Now that he had exposure to the mystical side, Nolan had a much deeper understanding of supernatural forces. What he previously could only detect through high-level magnetic fields, he could now perceive directly through meditation, like the essence of demonic power. The sorcerers at Kamartaj probably don't only rely on the Vishanti. They must also tap into the power of other dimensions. The key to using magic from other dimensions, Nolan knew, was locating the actual source of that power. He recalled a spell he read in the Kamartaj library, the Crimson Bands of Sidorak, which harnessed the power of the Crimson Cosmos, ruled by Sidorak, the same being who empowered the Juggernaut. So, if I want to use Beast's magic, I'll need to locate the dimension where his main body resides and then form a contract to borrow its power. The first part was simple, he could just use the signature from the beast embedded in Blacksky's mind to find the right dimensional frequency. But the second part, that required Beast's cooperation. Don't bother, Beast finally spoke. The moment you set foot in that dimension, my true self will know what you're doing. There's no way he'll form a contract with you. Nolan didn't reply. The Ancient One had mentioned that once he mastered magic, he could use it as a lever to borrow power from hellish dimensions. Now, he realized, Kamartaj's magic, granted by the Vishanti, might actually let him simulate the call of a dimensional worshipper without alerting the actual dimensional lord. That had to be it. That's why Kamartaj mages could borrow powers from terrifying dimensions like the Dark Dimension or the Crimson Cosmos without suffering the usual costs. They were faking it, pretending to be devoted followers just long enough to get a reply. To powerful dimensional beings, whether you're a wild ant or a domesticated one doesn't really matter, unless they specifically come looking. Man. Vishanti really are incredible. With this understanding, Nolan placed his hand on Blacksky's forehead. He activated his sling ring. Orange magical light surged forth like flowing water, washing over Blacksky's entire body and particularly concentrating around his mutated brain, the very spot where Beast's personality resided. In the material world, this mystical intrusion had clear and quantifiable effects, even if Nolan hadn't figured out exactly how it worked yet. Sensing this intrusion, Beast growled, "If my true self finds out what you're doing, he'll come and kill you. You're just a low-level superhuman stuck on Earth, and you're trying to steal my power." Nolan smirked. "Let him come. I'll gladly strap him to my operating table, too. I'm bored with researching you anyway. Studying the real thing sounds way more fun. Earth tier. Please." Once he finished unlocking all the potential within his body, he would easily step into the half-Skyfather tier. "And you're not even that powerful," Nolan added. "If you were, you wouldn't have had to sneak around to get here in the first place." From his studies in the Kamartaj library, Nolan knew that the Ancient One's level of power stood roughly at Skyfather tier. Most dimensional lords, when projecting themselves into the physical realm, were heavily suppressed, brought down to Skyfather, or even Earth tier levels. But the Ancient One, bolstered by the Time Stone, was at least half a tier above them. If any of these beings dared show up in person, they'd be shredded by her and her mystical wards. Only a few dimensions, like the Dark Dimension, Crimson Cosmos, or Hell Dimension, had enough strange cosmic energy to resist that suppression and remain significant threats. As for this beast, even at full power, his true body was maybe half a Skyfather at most. And as long as the Ancient One hadn't retired from Earth, Nolan didn't believe Beast would dare come here at all. Beast fell silent. He could no longer bluff Nolan. This human wasn't the same as before. He couldn't be intimidated. Nolan was one of the rare humans who'd left Earth and returned stronger. Even now, Earth still wasn't a safe place for demons, thanks to Camartage and the Vishanti, whose backing reached up into multiversal levels. Unless a demon lord had backing from someone equally strong, they wouldn't dare challenge Earth head-on. While Beast remained quiet, Nolan's brow arched. He adjusted his brain's magnetic field to match that of the magic crystal he had been experimenting with earlier. In his meditative state, he could now see a flickering spatial node, radiating an energy signature identical to Beast's. So this is where your true form lives. Nolan frowned. I thought you were from the Hell Dimension. Beast seemed to sense something, too, and finally replied with a tone of defeat. The Hell Dimension is vast. It's made of many layered subdimensions stacked together. The one you're sensing is just a single layer. There are 666 layers in total, each ruled by a different lord. I'm just a subordinate of one such lord. Oh. Nolan muttered with disinterest. I thought you were some big shot. Turns out you're just some scrub. Beast didn't respond. But inside, he was reeling. This guy's talent is terrifying. How is he already figuring out how to open interdimensional portals? So Earth really is special, huh? Nolan asked. I don't know the full details, Beast admitted, but yes. Many demon lords have tried to interfere with Earth, but none of them dare come in person. Very interesting. Nolan smirked. Since you're being so cooperative, I guess I won't rip your soul out with a soul extraction spell, for now. Seeing that Nolan had already seen through all his bluffs, Beast didn't even bother posturing anymore. Chapter 147, 147. The Venom Spider-Man Interference. As Nolan delved deeper into his studies, the essence of Vishanti's power began to evolve, gradually taking on the primal, beast-like nature of demonic energy. His consciousness had already begun brushing against the distant dimensional realm he had been sensing for weeks. And then came the call. You see. Even your original self didn't recognize you. Nolan chuckled, eyes gleaming. Vishanti's magical essence, he mused, was starting to resemble Mystique's powers from the supernatural side of things, shape-shifting to mimic the aura of other dimensions, deceiving dimensional rulers into granting borrowed power. Of course, borrowing power came with a price. Imagine impersonating someone close to a loan shark, fooling them into giving you a generous, low-interest loan just because they believe you're one of their own. But that doesn't mean you don't have to pay it back. And when the collector comes knocking and realizes you were faking the whole time? Unless you're strong enough to take them down like, say, the Ancient One, then you're in trouble. Not just escape that trouble. More like eliminate the entire banking system kind of trouble. Nolan wasn't there yet. But with the Ancient One still holding the mantle of Sorcerer Supreme, he had some room to maneuver even if he was racking up spiritual debt. Followers, those who drew from dark, chaotic forces. If he could thread that needle, he might wield not just Vishanti's light, but Thawne's shadows as well. In meditation, he touched the edge of an immense, boundless presence. Compared to it, even the demonic aura of the beast felt like a firefly under a full moon. He shuddered. That's what true power feels like. Too dangerous. He cut off the connection immediately. Let's focus on something else for now. His gaze turned toward the screen. Wanda, the Pym particle, and Project Red Hulk. He pulled up the latest surveillance feed. At a classified military base. General Ross sat shirtless in a reinforced chair. His chiseled, aged physique was the result of constant training and his newly completed steel body serum. He'd been thinking a lot about Nolan lately. That man had stirred the pot more than once, and the recent proposal of the Superhuman Registration Act, along with Stark's Illuminati concept, had drawn clear battle lines. Ross, ever the soldier, firmly believed in government oversight. But Washington didn't have enough powerful assets to enforce it. If I had the strength of the Hulk, he thought, I could lead this initiative, dominate it. He'd lost face after the Hulk fiasco years ago. But this time, he'd get it right. There was only one way to do that, more power. Power to rival not just Bruce Banner, but Abomination, that arrogant monster. Begin the Gamma procedure, he said at last. Dr. Jason adjusted his glasses. Should we contact Dr. Nolan? Ross scowled. This is top secret. I've brought in someone else just as smart as Nolan, and even more specialized in gamma research. Out from the shadows stepped a green-skinned figure with an abnormally large cranium. Dr. Samuel Stearns, he grinned. Always happy to serve, General. Years ago, Stearns had injected Emil Blonsky with Hulk's blood. That accident turned him into the leader, one of the few humans permanently transformed by gamma radiation. Ross knew Nolan could almost guarantee success. But if Nolan learned the full blueprint of creating another Hulk, no one in America would be able to stop him. No, this experiment had to remain under his control. Commence project, Red Hulk. Ross lay back into a cylindrical pod, submerged in nutrient fluid. His pulse slowed. Jason began calibrating the chamber. Gamma radiation set to 765 nanometers. Boost intensity triple the standard protocol. Injecting adrenaline, stimulating the cerebellum. Dozens of technicians moved around the lab in pristine white coats as Stearns issued instructions. Begin exposure. Brilliant emerald energy surged into the chamber. Ross screamed. The pain was unlike anything he'd ever felt, like magma pumping through his veins, burning away every ounce of flesh and blood. Hold on. Betty, this is all for you. His roar echoed across the lab. Muscles bulged. Bones cracked and reformed. His skin turned a deep crimson hue. His will, the very thing that drove him, was the only thing keeping him from blacking out. He wasn't just enduring the pain. He was becoming it. Red Hulk was being born. Chapter 149, 149. The birth of Red Hulk. Ha! The leader, of all people. Nolan muttered as he scanned the live feed. Didn't expect him to resurface. Still, he might actually be useful. He stared at the monitor, watching the large-headed, green-skinned figure pacing the lab beside General Ross. It was obvious who this was, Dr. Samuel Stearns, also known as the leader. One of the Hulk's most iconic enemies. A brilliant mind mutated by gamma radiation, born from an accident that fused Bruce Banner's blood with an open-head wound, after being shoved to the floor by Abomination during an earlier Hulk experiment. Stearns had always been obsessed with Hulk's biology, dedicating years to studying gamma radiation's effects on the human body. Arguably, there was no one more qualified to oversee the Red Hulk initiative. And thanks to the cranial mutation, Stearns had gained more than intelligence, he also possessed a form of low-level telepathy. Not strong, but enough. With him leading this, there's no doubt the experiment will succeed, Nolan remarked. As data streamed from the military's internal servers into his Oscorp database, Nolan tapped his fingers rhythmically. Every biometric scan, procedure log, and enhancement cycle from Ross's experiment was being recorded. Now, with Hulk, Abomination, and Red Hulk's blueprints in hand, he had what he needed to build a complete absorption module. Still, the Hulk's rage-based power was problematic. It wasn't just raw emotion, it was practically divine. A force tied to the same kind of dimensional madness that Wanda's chaos magic drew from. Like Spider-Man's powers, it felt assigned. Almost as if every superhuman with a recognizable name was secretly backed by some multiversal entity playing a long game with Earth as their chessboard. Nolan didn't care for rage-based powers. He wasn't angry. Never had been. Rage wasn't reliable, it wasn't scientific. He preferred control. Back at the base, things were unfolding exactly as he expected. Ross's vitals dipped frequently, his heart rate flatlined more than once. But each time, something pulled him back. His screams echoed through the chamber, but the procedure continued. Finally, Stearns ordered the gamma exposure halted. Any more and Ross wouldn't survive, he'd liquefy under the strain. The pod hissed open, steam pouring out. Ross stepped out slowly. At first glance, he looked unchanged. Jason moved to offer him a towel. Ross waved him off. "General?" Stearns asked. "Do you feel different?" Ross didn't answer right away. Then, he smiled. Muscles swelled. Veins bulged. His body surged with mass as if being inflated from within. Skin turned crimson. Eyes burned like embers. Within seconds, he towered over them as a monstrous, 3-meter-tall Red Hulk. Massive. Hulking. Radiating raw heat like a forge. Jason instinctively stepped back, overwhelmed by the sheer pressure of being in the same room as something so capable of ending him in a blink. That wasn't fear. That was biology. The leader's eyes sparkled in awe as he stepped forward, gently brushing his palm against Ross's stone-carved muscles. Magnificent, a living weapon. Just like the Hulk. Ross flexed, testing his newfound strength. Is this the power Hulk and Abomination had? No wonder Blonsky got cocky. He stepped toward the power tester, cocked a fist, and slammed it forward. Crack. The device, rated for 100 tons, shattered into metal shards, scattering across the lab floor. Gasps filled the room. Jason stood frozen. Just days ago, Ross's maximum force post-steel body experiment had been 30 tons. Now. Easily over 100. Ross narrowed his eyes. Next time, Hulk. I will bring you down. He thought of Betty. Of how Bruce Banner had abandoned her for power. For control. And even worse, how he'd shackled up with Black Widow. That bastard. His anger flared, and with it, his body responded. Ross's red skin pulsed as lava-like veins illuminated beneath the surface, glowing like molten fissures. Heat radiated from his body. The room sweltered. Several scientists backed away, unable to bear the rising temperature. Even Jason retreated, sweat forming instantly as the air warped with heat. His hair curled from the intensity. Stearns raised a hand. "General, calm yourself. It seems your abilities come with a thermal side effect. The more emotional you get, the hotter you become. I'm not sure I can withstand it much longer." Ross took a deep breath. The heat subsided. The chamber's climate stabilizers hissed as the temperature returned to normal. He turned. "Let's continue the tests." Hours passed. After countless endurance, strength, and radiation resilience tests, Stearns sat in front of a monitor, comparing data. "Your results are fascinating," he said. Ross, back in human form, wiped the sweat from his brow. "What do you mean?" "Your abilities differ from both Hulk and Abomination. All three of you were born from gamma exposure, but genetic variances changed the outcomes." Ross raised a brow. "So I'm weaker?" "Quite the opposite." Stearns smiled. "Abomination's strength is static. Hulk's strength increases with rage. But you. Your base strength equals theirs, but yours is still growing." "Growing?" Ross asked, surprised. "Correct," Stearns replied, pulling up charts. "Your energy output fluctuates in bursts. That suggests potential adaptive amplification. Unlike Abomination, you haven't hit your ceiling yet." Ross stared at the screen. If Hulk was anger incarnate, then maybe he was evolution personified. Chapter 150, 150. The Absorption Ability Blueprint, Bonus. Inside the heart of Oscorp's most classified lab, Nolan stared at the latest data feed flashing across his holoscreen. The source? General Ross's Red Hulk transformation. The best part? The leader who had an oversized brain in a jar with a god complex had unknowingly transmitted every byte of his precious experiment straight into Nolan's AI core, AELR. The fool never even noticed his terminal was compromised. Red Hulk converts emotional surges into thermal radiation, anger amplifies his heat output. Eventually, he even starts emitting flames. Nolan frowned. Fire's flashy. But unnecessary. That kind of ability was useful only for crowd control or altering battlefield terrain, things Nolan could already do with a single, super breath. I don't want the emissions, he muttered. What I need, is the core of it, the absorption. He watched a looped video of Stearns analyzing Ross's mutated cells under gamma irradiation. The mitochondria inside had warped like miniature black holes, devouring radiation and transmuting it into raw power. Now that, Nolan thought, is something I can use. This was Red Hulk's edge over both Hulk and Abomination. He didn't just react to gamma. He fed on it. In fact, he could absorb almost any form of radiation, gamma just gave him the best return. According to AELR, a theoretical fusion with Mystique's DNA or her mutation profile could stabilize these changes without triggering massive physical transformation. Reverse engineering her shape-shifting traits, Nolan could lock his outward appearance, suppressing any monstrous mutation. After all, he wasn't trying to become Red Superman. He was aiming to be Superman. Besides, sunlight was just radiation, too. Ultraviolet. Theoretically, he could mimic Superman's solar absorption model, but better. Sunspots. Gamma bursts. Cosmic rays. With the right matrix, he could feed off it all. And with PIM particles, he could carry microreactors saturated in gamma energy running 24/7 right in his pocket. Portable suns, essentially. PIM particles. Nolan murmured, his gaze narrowing. He only had a single vial. The particles were delicately generated through a process even S.H.I.E.L.D. hadn't fully replicated. Only two sources had ever truly mastered them. Hank Pym and S.H.I.E.L.D. and perhaps Hydra, if their archives held black site backups. There were options. Kidnap Hope Van Dyne. Rescue Janet Van Dyne from the quantum realm, who likely had secrets even Hank didn't. Or infiltrate S.H.I.E.L.D.'s deepest databanks. Hank Pym's ego is legendary, Nolan muttered. Too proud to share. Too smart to be underestimated. No wonder he burned bridges with fury. But S.H.I.E.L.D. had a long-standing habit of replicating everything their people made. Somewhere in that mess, fragments of the Pym formula had to exist. He'd cracked the Super Soldier Serum with scraps from Hydra. He could do the same with Pym particles. Hydra. Nolan's eyes lit up. They're still in play. He turned to AELR, segment all leads into 3 acquisition paths, Hank Pym, S.H.I.E.L.D., and Hydra. Build infiltration scenarios for each. Affirmative, sir. Nolan exhaled. The final form can wait. For now, it was time to fuse Mystique and Red Hulk's models to build a stable absorption core within himself. He tapped his comm. Connors. What's the status of the Mystique serum? I've got a preliminary formula, came the reply. But I need more time. Bring it here. I'm running a live experiment. Understood. Dr. Connors arrived at the lab with vials and data slates in hand. But the moment he entered, he froze. Nolan was immersed in his work, standing before a massive containment chamber, calibrating gamma radiation levels in real time. Inside, biological samples, Nolan's own mutated cells, were reacting under exposure. Their forms warped. Most combusted. But a few survived. Those few cells, twisted and alien, began exhibiting patterns remarkably similar to Ross's. Except these weren't Ross's cells. They were Nolan's. Connors stood silent, watching Nolan speak softly to himself while manipulating instruments telekinetically via magnetism. The AELR logged every change. Under the microscope, the surviving cells thickened. Hardened. Their membranes grew dense, repelling energy leakage. They glowed faintly with energy, but didn't emit it. "Retain the energy," Nolan whispered. "Don't release it. Redirect the mitochondria. Prevent emission through radiation decay. Internalize all output." He was muttering to himself like a surgeon performing an impossible operation. Super Soldier Serum accelerates mutation, but the steel body compound resists instability. "That's why Ross survived the gamma surge," Nolan noted. "Fine. Accelerate growth. Reinforce internal structure. No mass mutation. Focus on integrity and potential." He adjusted the variables again, rewriting the mutated cell's behavior. Connors, still silent, watched in awe. To him, Nolan didn't look like a man anymore. He looked like a creator molding life at the cellular level with precision and vision no one else on Earth could match. Hours passed. The lab darkened. Only the glow of monitors and reactors remained. Finally, Nolan stepped back. "It's done." At that moment, AELR's console lit up. "Sir, I've completed the gamma resonance parameter analysis. Simulation protocols are prepped." Nolan looked up at the screen, his expression unreadable. A prototype of godhood was ready to test. Chapter 151, 151. Prototype absorption module, one step further. Dr. Connors entered the lab quietly, handing over his latest analysis on the Mystique genome without saying a word. He didn't need to. Nolan would see the issue immediately. As expected, Nolan scanned through the report at lightning speed, his brow furrowing. "The cells mutate erratically after injection?" Connors nodded. "Correct. The serum remains stable outside the body. But once introduced into a live subject, the gene expression becomes chaotic. I haven't figured out why." Nolan gestured to the AI. "AELR, pull up every video from the Project Shifter trials." On the massive screen, dozens of fast-forwarded videos flickered, experiments ranging from lab rats and rabbits to primates and human volunteers. They played simultaneously at 32x speed. To anyone else, it would have been visual noise. But Nolan's enhanced perception absorbed it all instantly. "Replay subject files 5 and 10, he ordered suddenly. The screen slowed, focusing on two specific tests. Compared to others, these subjects took noticeably longer before devolving into cellular sludge. Nolan cross-referenced their medical records. Both had histories of clinical depression, both were treated with heavy doses of barbiturates. Sedatives might have left biochemical residues. Connors blinked. "So you think the drug interference stabilized the mutation?" "Let's find out. Run a new test on rodents, inject a microdose of barbiturates first, then follow with the serum." Minutes later, the experiment confirmed the hypothesis. A previously erratic mouse underwent transformation. Its body pulsed unnaturally, then stabilized. It remained a mouse, though now jet black in color. "Interesting. The color change might indicate a safety mechanism, instinctual camouflage," Nolan mused. Connors glanced at him. "Ready for human testing?" Nolan nodded. "Begin trials. Though results may vary. Mystique's genome evolved over decades, fine-tuned by nature itself. Most humans don't have that balance. Many will collapse under the strain." He now understood why Project Sentinel, Bolivar Trask's mutant hunting initiative, used mechanical exoshells. Mystique's genome was simply too unstable for direct use. The liquid metal interface wasn't just a weapon platform. It was a containment system. Still, he couldn't access Trask's data yet. "If we can even get temporary stabilization," Connor said, "we could begin integrating it into the Sentinel initiative." Dr. Octavius is already experimenting with liquid metal frames for exoarmor. Tell him to continue. And divert resources into cosmetic applications too, like short-term facial reconstruction or permanent scar removal. If Mystique's genome can reshape tissue on command, it's a goldmine for the beauty industry. Connors chuckled weakly. Medical research is expensive. And Norman keeps pushing to cut funding. Our self-healing spray is holding off the bean counters, but just barely. Nolan waved him off. Do what you must. I'll handle the board. As Connors rushed out to oversee trials, Nolan returned to his real task of fusing the absorption mechanics of Red Hulk with the adaptability of Mystique. Red Hulk's powers altered his appearance, changing skin tone, muscle mass, and even posture. But Nolan didn't want to become a monster. He wanted the power, not the form. With Mystique's genome, he could anchor the transformation, prevent aesthetic mutations, and refine control. He began manually fusing the serum into engineered Red Hulk cells. Subject 2, green pigmentation, cell behavior unchanged. Subject 3, blue pigmentation. Still unstable. Subject 4, cell morphology altered. One after another, he tested and mutated cells, his focus split between genetic engineering, magnetic manipulation, and real-time data parsing. AELR's interface scrolled at impossible speeds, recording everything. This was why Nolan had created the AI, to offload the menial work of experimental logging while he directed the symphony. Dozens of cellular variants later, he pulled a stabilized sample under the microscope. No color mutation. No external energy emission. Just silent, steady cellular reinforcement. Morning sunlight spilled through the lab's windows, glinting off the petri dish beside him. He placed the sample in the light, then peered into the scope again. The cells weren't replicating. They were reinforcing themselves internally, just as he intended. No outward mutations. No monstrous transformations. Just power quietly growing, like steel beneath skin. It's done, he whispered. The prototype absorption module was ready. With it, Nolan now had a passive, persistent method of strengthening himself beyond spells, meditation, or experimentation. A method that scaled with time and exposure. No more rituals. No more chanting. Just stand in the sun and grow stronger. Theoretically, there was no ceiling. Red Hulk's limit wasn't emotional like Hulk's. But it scaled with exposure intensity. The drawback? Adaptation slowed over time, and exposure thresholds had to be constantly pushed to improve. Also, Red Hulk vented excess energy as heat, a wasteful side effect Nolan had no use for. Better to store it. Maybe Red Hulk cells had limits on how much they could store. But Nolan's were different. With each success, he was getting closer to the perfect synthesis. He looked up at AELR's display. Gamma resonance simulations were now running at full capacity. Nolan stepped toward the lab terminal to begin the next round. Apter 152, 152. Venom, Journey to the Life Foundation. Night had settled over New York City, but the skyline wasn't still. A black blur swung from rooftop to rooftop, barely more than a shadow. Damn it. You nearly attacked Aunt May. Peter growled beneath his mask, voice tight with guilt and panic. I'm hungry, came the deep, gravelly voice in his head, a voice that wasn't his. Peter's eye lenses narrowed. I'll grab you a rotisserie chicken when I get back. I want meat. I want people. Absolutely not. Peter snapped, furious. He'd been struggling with this thing ever since his suit started talking back. What was once his faithful red and blue was now an oil-black monstrosity that whispered to him constantly. The entity had a name, Venom. It gave him speed. Strength. Reflexes, unlike anything he'd ever felt. It even improved his webbing, generating its own on-demand, stronger, faster, and infinite. But the cost? His mind. The black, tar-like substance he'd found near Oscorp weeks ago, he realized now it hadn't just bonded to him. It was consuming him. From within. "I said I'm hungry. You almost hurt May." Peter shouted, crouched atop a rooftop, digging his fingers into the mask like he could claw the voice out of his head. Black slime oozed from his body, stretching and slithering across his limbs. From it emerged a grotesque face, white fangs, pupil-less eyes. "You didn't choose me," Venom snarled. "I chose you. You are my host. I give you strength. You help me hunt." "Hunt who?" Venom's tone darkened. "The Life Foundation. And their leader Riot." Peter blinked. "Riot? The one who betrayed me. The one who left me to die. You help me kill him and I'll leave you." Peter's mind reeled. Riot. Life Foundation. Suddenly the puzzle pieces fit. He remembered the recent news conference where Carlton Drake, CEO of the Life Foundation, unveiled a self-regenerating treatment for broken bones using a bioengineered organism. Peter had paid attention, especially since Oscorp was researching similar self-healing sprays. It was the same black goo. The same species. The same symbiote. But they're based in San Francisco. You know where to go. Peter sighed, tension boiling under his skin. He couldn't tell Stark not now. Tony was too busy managing his Illuminati ambitions. And he wasn't ready to trust Dr. Nolan with his identity. Besides, if the Life Foundation was abducting the homeless for experimentation, like Venom claimed, then this mission was justified. So, he took a breath. And he leaped into the night headed west. Meanwhile, in Oscorp Labs. Nolan stared at the glowing green vial in his hand. Inside it swirled the culmination of dozens of cellular trials, the mutagenic shifter serum, a fusion of Red Hulk's gamma absorption and Mystique's molecular adaptability. All he needed now was ignition. He lay back in a nutrient chamber as the pod sealed around him, submerging his body in viscous healing fluid. Before him, a calibrated gamma-ray cannon powered up. "AELR, begin the sequence." The voice of his AI assistant replied instantly. "Confirmed." A vibranium syringe pierced his arm, injecting the serum directly into his bloodstream. Nolan barely flinched, but he felt it. The formula hit like lava. Gamma rays blasted against his skin. Muscles convulsed. Bones screamed under pressure. It felt as if every fiber of his being was melting and then reforging itself inside a sun. His body absorbed the radiation with ruthless efficiency, converting every pulse into strength. The surrounding fluid began to vaporize as heat radiated off him, only to be reabsorbed through his pores. Then came the real transformation. In his mind's eye, the meditative sphere he used to visualize his inner world cracked and shattered. His cells weren't just evolving. They were rebuilding. Mitochondria fragmented and restructured into hyper-efficient energy cores, multiplying by the dozen within every cell. Radiation no longer harmed him. It fed him. Even his previous steel body cells, thought to be the peak of mutation, merged seamlessly with this new form. Bones hardened. Tendons aligned. Muscles are compressed into coils of untapped force. Nolan opened his eyes. "Run a scan," he ordered calmly. "Vitals stable. The radiation absorption ratio is active. Strength output estimated, 150 tons baseline." He raised a brow. "Not bad." Red Hulk and the base Hulk hovered around 100 tons under normal conditions. This wasn't just an upgrade. It was a quantum leap. And the radiation conversion efficiency? One dose of gamma radiation increases strength by approximately 100 kilograms, AELR replied. Ultraviolet or solar exposure yields the same results, but at 15 times the required dose. Mitochondrial latency suggests a delay in peak absorption under low-yield radiation. Nolan nodded. "Expected. I'll optimize the matrix later." He stepped from the pod, steam curling off his skin as if nothing had happened. To him, this was routine. Then AELR's alert chimed again. "Sir. The target venom-afflicted Spider-Man has departed New York. Destination, San Francisco. Estimated objective, Life Foundation." Nolan's eyes narrowed. Perfect timing. He reached for his coat. Good. Let's pay them a visit. Chapter 153, 153. Drake, forced experimentation. As soon as AELR alerted him to the Life Foundation's activities, Nolan didn't hesitate. He launched from Oscorp's rooftop, a sonic boom trailing in his wake, soaring above the city like a crimson comet. He followed the only other figure racing toward the West Coast Spider-Man. Except this wasn't Peter in his usual red and blue. His suit was black. Organic. Pulsing. Nolan narrowed his eyes. Venom. A few moments later, Nolan sensed something behind him and turned. A familiar red and gold blur was closing in fast. Tony Stark. Of course, Nolan thought. Was he tailing me the whole time? He flicked a finger. Magnetic pulses rippled out from his glove, disturbing nearby electronics. Back at Stark Tower, Friday's voice rang through Tony's private lab. "Sir, Dr. Nolan has left Oscorp. He's following Spider-Man." Tony, who'd been mid-sentence during a meeting about the Illuminati, snapped to attention. "Peter?" Friday's voice lowered. "Mr. Parker's behavior has changed. His personality's grown erratic. Surveillance indicates his suit has turned black organic in nature. He's also been purchasing large quantities of live chickens." Tony frowned. That wasn't just odd, it was symbiotic. Footage on screen showed Spider-Man no longer just webbing criminals. He was breaking bones. Hospitalizing people. He looked unstable. Tony's eyes narrowed. "Friday. I'm suiting up." The glass wall of his penthouse split open with a hiss of decompression. The wind roared through the tower. Tony dashed forward off the ledge just as a fleet of gold and crimson microdrones locked onto him midair. Clank, clank, clank. They latched to his limbs, torso, and spine, forming plates and repulsor nodes. Within seconds, Iron Man launched into the sky. He caught up with Nolan moments later. "Warning, magnetic interference detected," Friday chimed in his HUD. "Countering with anti-EMP stabilization," Tony muttered. "Running anti-magneto protocols." He'd been preparing for this. Ever since he met Charles Xavier, Tony had quietly developed contingency armor. One for telepaths. One for mutants with magnetic manipulation. He hadn't finished the first. But the second? Well, it was designed for Magneto, and now it was coming in handy against Nolan. "Magnetism, huh?" Tony said aloud, flying alongside him. "Didn't peg you for the Master of Metal type." Nolan glanced sideways. "Didn't peg you for a stalker." "I made a promise to his aunt," Tony snapped. "If Peter's in danger, I have a right to step in." "And what if he's the danger?" Nolan challenged. Tony paused, remembering the footage. Remembering Peter's fists. The broken limbs. The screams. What's happening to him? "Keep up, Stark," Nolan said. "You'll see for yourself." Meanwhile, at the Life Foundation. In a sealed observation chamber, weapons were trained on a homeless test subject trembling inside a glass lab. Behind the control window stood Carlton Drake, the Life Foundation's founder and CEO. Polished. Smiling. Ruthless. Just days ago, he'd told the world he'd discovered a microbial miracle, a substance that could heal bones instantly. He hadn't mentioned it was alien. Or alive. Still no sign of venom? Drake asked, eyes narrowing. "We've located him," a lab tech replied. "He's bonded with someone. Spider-Man." You're telling me my property has attached itself to an Avenger? Yes, sir. And there's no known way to extract it. Drake's fist clenched. He's not untouchable. Not when I'm finished. Begin the fusion trial. Prepare the riot symbiote. The team hesitated. But sir, Spider-Man is backed by Stark. The Avengers. I don't care. Once I perfect my own symbiote enhancements, I'll crush Iron Man like scrap metal. He turned toward the containment unit. Inside, silver liquid slithered like a living mass. The riot symbiote is aggressive, unstable, and immensely powerful. Do it, Drake ordered. They complied. The chamber hissed open. The fluid surged forward, smashing into the terrified test subject. No, please. I didn't sign up for this. The silver goo wrapped around him forced itself into his body and clawed at his mouth. Screams filled the lab. The man convulsed, slammed against the walls, and collapsed, dead. The symbiote slithered back out, unharmed. Failure, someone muttered. Drake scowled. Useless. Just then, alarms blared. His phone rang. Sir, said Eddie from security, we've got incoming. Spider-Man. The black-suited one. He's tearing through the East Wing. Drake's eyes widened as live footage appeared on screen. Venom Spider-Man was moving like a demon, webbing guards to walls and breaking through titanium doors. Damn it, Drake hissed. Fine. Prep the chamber. I'll do it myself. You're not ready, a scientist objected. Dr. Dora Skirth left, another shouted. We haven't even calibrated the serum. I said now. Drake stormed into the fusion chamber. He wasn't going to be shown up by some masked kid. Especially not one wearing his symbiote. Not after what Riot did. This time, he would bond. And this time, he would win. Chapter 154, 154. Riot vs. Venom Spider-Man. By the time Peter burst through the Life Foundation security gates, Carlton Drake knew his window was closing. The boy had arrived faster than expected. If he wanted to stand a chance against Spider-Man, Drake would need to act now. No more rehearsals, no more theories. It was time to bond with Riot. Inside the lab, the silver symbiote stirred, sensing danger. But as Riot lunged toward Drake, he was met with a burst of high-frequency sound. Rayaf. Riot dropped to the floor, writhing. In the room's corner, Drake held up a compact sonic emitter developed by Dr. Dora Skirth before she defected. Symbiotes, he knew, were vulnerable to intense heat and sound. You're intelligent, aren't you? Drake said, voice tight. I've fed you. You've heard me. You know what's coming. Venom is bringing someone powerful. If we let him win, he becomes your leader. Riot hissed, twitching, processing the threat. You want that? You want Venom ruling your species? The building trembled. Distant alarms blared. Peter was near. The floor shook again. Boom. 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 They were out of time. Riot stopped writhing. In one motion, he surged upward and lunged at Drake. Security outside the chamber watched with trembling fingers. The protocol was clear: if the host died, flood the lab with sonic waves. They hadn't lifted a finger to save the homeless test subject earlier. He wasn't worth the electricity. But Drake? Drake signed their checks. And no one wanted to be unemployed. Inside the lab, Drake's body convulsed violently. Then it changed. Swelled. Muscles ballooned. Skin turned metallic silver. Teeth tore through his jaw. Tendrils slithered along his back. The Riot symbiote had found its host. So this is power, Drake growled, voice layered and distorted. Crash. The lab door exploded inward. A flurry of bullets met the invader Spider-Man, cloaked in black, his new symbiote armor absorbing every round with sparks and shimmers. Peter didn't even flinch. The Venom symbiote peeled back slightly, revealing a second face beside his own. Its jagged teeth grinned. Riot. It snarled. Inside his head, Peter could feel Venom's unease. Rage. Fear. Across the room, the silver creature twisted its head. Traitor, Riot/Drake hissed. Peter tensed. Riot was massive. Taller than the Hulk. Spikes jutted from his arms. His presence alone radiated threat. Venom growled inside Peter's mind. He's stronger. But not smarter. Riot's hands morphed into blades. With a roar, he launched volleys of liquid metal spikes. Peter dodged and fired webs midair, catching and flinging the projectiles into the walls. But more kept coming, too many. And Riot wasn't alone. Life Foundation guards surrounded the lab, armed and flanking him. This wasn't a duel. It was a siege. Riot lunged. Peter barely dodged in time. The silver creature's fist slammed into the floor, leaving a crater. Peter reeled. Venom hissed, "He wants to replace me. Rule over us. Enslave our kind." Peter blinked. "You guys have a hierarchy." "A war," Venom whispered. Riot wasn't just another rogue. He'd followed Drake to Earth for a purpose, to claim this planet as a feeding ground, to keep fueling the prison that held Null, the god of the symbiotes. If the seal broke, every symbiote who had ever rebelled, including Riot, would be exterminated. Human casualties. Collateral. Peter dodged another spike, breath sharp. Yeah, okay, definitely not letting that happen. Then, two new figures stepped into the lab. One, in a pristine white lab coat, radiated raw power, shoulders broad, eyes calm, and body built like a sculpture. The other, gleaming red and gold, hovered just inches above the ground. Dr. Nolan. Iron Man. Life Foundation, Nolan said with a faint smirk. Finally. He glanced across the chamber. In containment units along the walls, two additional symbiotes shimmered yellow and blue. Still alive. Still untouched. Valuable specimens, Nolan thought. Would have been a waste if Riot consumed them first. Tony scanned the facility. Friday, pull up everything on Life Foundation. A holographic screen hovered in front of him. They held a press conference 2 weeks ago. Claimed to discover a regenerative fluid. Turns out it's that stuff. Nolan nodded. They're called symbiotes. Part of an ancient species. Millions strong. And those four. They're unique. Venom, Riot, and two others we haven't named yet. But they all come from the same place and they all serve the same god. Tony raised a brow. God? No, Nolan replied. The symbiote god. That's bad. If he ever escapes, Nolan said, Earth is gone before breakfast. The guards in the room raised their weapons. Before they could fire, the barrels twisted midair forced backward by a sudden magnetic field. The guns locked onto their own users. Leave, Nolan said coldly. They didn't hesitate. The guards bolted like their lives depended on it. Because they did. Nolan turned back to the battlefield. Venom Spider-Man versus Riot. One trying to stop the fall of Earth. The other is ready to claim it. Chapter 155, 155. Danger of Null. Kree. The shriek of feedback echoed through the lab like a banshee wail. Tony grimaced. What the hell are you doing? Across the lab, Nolan stood calmly, holding a sonic emitter in one hand, its frequency tuned precisely to shred symbiotic bonds. He didn't answer. He didn't need to. The result spoke for itself. Riot, the towering silver monstrosity once fused with Carlton Drake, stumbled back mid-charge. His grotesque face contorted with fear. Even Peter staggered, his black suit trembling violently. The Venom symbiote recoiled, oozing like hot tar from Peter's skin. And no. Riot roared. His bond with Drake had only just begun weak and unstable, and now, under sonic assault, it was unraveling fast. Venom was faring slightly better, but even he was faltering. The once fluid suit now pulsed erratically, patches peeling off and writhing like boiling oil. Get out of me! Peter snarled, clawing at his own chest, ripping away the tendrils clinging to his skin. Venom's voice rasped in his mind, desperate. I made you stronger. I can protect this planet. You nearly made me kill my aunt. You'll never get me back if you let him take me. The shriek intensified. Venom screamed. Across the room, Riot's form convulsed. The silver mass split apart, flinging Drake to the ground. His human form emerged gasping, his eyes wide with shock. He glared at Nolan. How do you know? Their weakness is sound. Nolan gave a half-smile. Because I do. It's not exactly a secret if you know where to look. He flicked his fingers. A magnetic wave surged, yanking Riot's symbiote mass off the ground. The creature twisted midair, trying to flee but it was too late. Got you. Riot's tendrils lunged for Nolan, hoping to latch onto his body. But just before contact, a pale energy barrier shimmered into place. Chi energy focused like a barrier of will. The symbiote slammed against it and bounced back, writhing. A container soared through the air like a magnetized snare, slamming over Riot and sealing him inside. Containment, complete. Drake gasped, slack-jawed. You don't understand. Riot, he's powerful. With him, I could've. Could've what? Nolan cut him off. Played God. Invited extinction. Drake clenched his fists. He was my property. The Life Foundation has military backing. You're challenging the US government. Then tell them, Nolan said coldly. But make sure they know who they're challenging. Dr. Nolan. And they should bring a lot more than paperwork. Across the lab, Venom finally tore free from Peter and splattered to the floor. Before the black ooze could lunge at anyone else, it sprang toward Tony. Only to be caught mid-leap by Nolan's outstretched hand. A field of glowing dragon-like chi enveloped it instantly, neutralizing its attempt to bond. Venom, Nolan murmured. So you're the infamous one. He sealed it into a containment vessel without hesitation. Peter hesitated, staring at the jar. He could have said something. Should have said something. Venom had saved his life. Helped him fight. But this was his boss, the same man who built Oscorp's miracle tech, who rewrote the laws of energy and biology. This wasn't a man you argued with. Especially not when he just ripped an alien parasite off your spine without breaking a sweat. Peter swallowed his pride and said nothing. Don't screw this up, Parker. Meanwhile, Drake still hadn't accepted defeat. That was government property. Nolan tilted his head. You mean this? He pointed to the remaining two symbiotes, yellow and blue, still dormant in their containment tubes. With a nod to AELR, they were secured and locked in specialized holding units. All data transferred? Nolan asked. Complete, the AI confirmed. Nolan looked back at Drake with mild contempt. You unleashed something you didn't understand. Something you couldn't control. You're lucky it was me who showed up and not Null. Drake blinked. Who? Nolan's expression darkened. Null. The god of the symbiotes. The one they've been trying to keep imprisoned. Riot and the others didn't come here for humanity. They came to feed. To keep the seal from breaking. And you? You almost undid that. Drake staggered back, speechless. Nolan turned away. Let's go. He'd taken what he needed. All of it. Chapter 156, 156. Symbiotes, perfect tools for genetic recognition. As Nolan secured the final symbiote containers, he turned to Tony Stark. These things aren't from around here. I'll be taking them back for study. Tony blinked, arms folded, a mix of concern and curiosity flickering in his eyes. Right, well, they seem dangerous. You sure you don't need backup? Nolan smirked. If you want in, just say so. But I don't trade for free. What do you want? Your nanotech schematics. Tony's brow twitched. Nolan floated off, the 4 sealed symbiote capsules levitating behind him. Left in the aftermath were Drake, Tony, and a still-shaken Peter. Drake fumed. This is theft. I'm calling the authorities. This is a hostile seizure of corporate property. Boom. Tony casually raised his repulsor and pointed it at Drake's chest. I already called them. And guess what? You're under arrest. Unauthorized human experimentation, trafficking of extraterrestrial organisms, and endangering the public. You're siding with him. He stole my research. Tony's face hardened. You were running death labs under a PR banner. You're lucky he didn't vaporize the building. Drake wilted, suddenly aware of his own fragility now that Riot was gone. Just minutes ago, he'd tasted the strength of a god. Now. Just another powerless man in a suit. Meanwhile, Tony turned to Peter. Well? Peter rubbed the back of his neck. No more webs. Seriously? My shooters, gone. I ditched them when Venom took over. Tony sighed. I'll build you a suit later. Something less. Halloween. Back at Oscorp's secure lab, Nolan stepped through a spacefold and returned directly to his workspace. Norman, he said, find Dr. Dora Skirth. She's the only one who had actual insight into symbiote behavior. Norman nodded and disappeared. AELR's screen lit up with the Life Foundation's full symbiote logs, everything from Riot and Venom to the 2 others, Screamer, Yellow, and Shade, Blue. Riot and Venom showed the highest aggression and adaptive capability. Blue was stable. Yellow, minimal viability. Nolan nodded. Still worth dissecting. He walked over to the containment unit. Riot slammed against the reinforced glass, shrieking in distorted human mimicry. You dare imprison the heir to the symbiote empire? I am Riot. I know exactly who you are, Nolan replied coldly. And I know what you're running from. He narrowed his eyes. Your comet. Still orbiting, isn't it? That shut Riot up. Nolan didn't know if Null, the symbiote god, had reached Earth yet or if this was just a fragment of his will. But he did know one thing, if Null was the real deal, the multiversal defense protocols would already be in motion. After all, Earth was special. If he'd landed anywhere else, like one of Thanos' conquests, he'd be dust by now. You Earthlings will be consumed, Riot snarled. Null will burn your sky black. You cannot stop what's coming. Nolan rolled his eyes. I've heard scarier things from toddlers. He turned his attention back to the lab bench. Let's start the work. He summoned a sphere of dragon chi, using it like a sterile glove, and began the dissection of the yellow symbiote Screamer. It didn't resist much, its form sluggish in Earth's oxygen-rich air. Fascinating. Screamer's genetic code wasn't double helix like humans. It was ring-based, layered in concentric biochemical loops. More intriguing. It had absorbed rabbit DNA, specifically genes enhancing muscle elasticity and jump response. Genetic identification and selective assimilation, you don't just bond with hosts, you learn from them. He carefully resealed Screamer and summoned Venom next. This one thrashed wildly. Venom had bonded with Spider-Man and it showed. His movements were sharp. Fast. Instinctive. Behave, Nolan warned. Or I'll throw you into a nuclear furnace and see how long it takes to vaporize your ego. Venom stopped. Symbiotes weren't dumb. They understood pain. They remembered it. Nolan cut off a piece of the biomass and began scanning. Traces of Parker's DNA. He zoomed in. But no active replication of his enhanced traits. Just dormant genetic markers. Because, Nolan muttered, Peter's powers aren't genetic. They're metaphysically connected to the spider totem. If Venom had bonded with someone like Luke Cage or Jessica Jones, maybe it could have cloned their strength. But not mystic origin abilities. Symbiotes, he concluded, could only replicate physical, scientifically grounded powers, not those rooted in the arcane or divine. That meant, no magic, no cosmic totems, no reality warping. But as tools for genetic scanning? They're perfect, Nolan whispered. These organisms could revolutionize gene tracking. They were self-adapting microscopes. Organic analysts. They could live inside a subject and report real-time changes. Not just powerful, but priceless. Begin full genomic mapping, he said to AELR, we're about to make history. Chapter 157, 157. It's yours now. Back in his lab, Nolan continued dissecting symbiote genetic sequences. He noticed a clear hierarchy. Riot had the most expansive genetic arsenal. Venom was close behind. Shade, the blue symbiote, had less variation. And Screamer, the yellow one, trailed far behind. Genetic recognition, and mimicry, Nolan muttered. That's their real strength. He wasn't interested in being a host. That was inefficient. Symbiotes could amplify their host, yes, but only in proportion to the host's base shade strength. Riot had turned an ordinary man like Drake into a monster. But Venom couldn't elevate Spider-Man to match someone like him. The stronger the host, the less the symbiote contributed. That meant attachment had diminishing returns. He wanted to repurpose them. Tools. Armor. Weapons. Tell me something, Nolan said, tapping on Venom's container. How do you reproduce? Inside the black ooze stirred. Eggs, Venom replied after a pause. Symbiotes lay eggs. But only when our core is too full to hold more genetic data. It drains our reservoir. Nolan blinked. You're oviparous. Venom nodded or at least pulsed in a way that resembled agreement. But the eggs need immediate host contact. No nourishment, no survival. Good answer, Nolan said. A small panel in the lab wall opened. A still clucking live chicken was dropped into the chamber. Venom pounced. It consumed the bird in seconds, body twitching as it digested. Riot, in the neighboring chamber, thrashed violently. Traitor. You're a disgrace to our lineage. Nolan ignored the tantrum. Instead, he pressed further. What about your god? No. Still sealed. Yes. Still trapped. Locked away by our ancestors, millions of us, coiled around him like a prison shell. Then why did Drake find you on a comet? Nolan asked. You're describing a moon-sized mass. Venom replied, we detected his rocket and made contact. We're the vanguard. The others are still circling the outer solar system, waiting. Nolan's expression darkened. So the rest are here already in the system. They're just waiting. He turned to summon help, but before he could, a golden spark lit up behind him. Wong stepped through a portal. The Ancient One is expecting you, he said flatly. Also, she says New York Sanctum is now yours. Nolan blinked. Just like that? No. With responsibility, Wong added. And headaches. Nolan opened a return portal, for floating symbiote containers orbiting him like drones, and stepped through. Inside Kamartaj. As always, the Ancient One sat beneath cherry blossoms, sipping tea. "You're here," she said calmly, watching the symbiotes float behind him. "Symbiotes?" "Yeah," Nolan said, cutting to the chase. "Null is real. Or at least his projection. They're circling the solar system." The Ancient One smiled faintly. "Don't panic. He's not fully manifest. Not yet. At worst, what you're facing is a father-class entity. Single universe tier." Nolan exhaled. Relief, but not comfort. "I already spoke with Vishanti," she added. "Their focus remains on the black abyss. This projection is nothing more than a tether." "Great. So when do you deal with it?" The Ancient One smirked. "I'm retired." Nolan blinked. "You're giving Null to me." "You're the next Sorcerer Supreme," she said smoothly, sipping her tea. "He's yours." "I'm not ready," Nolan said honestly. "Which is why he hasn't broken free," she replied. "But you have time. And knowledge. And me for now." She stood. "I'll shield Earth. You focus on learning. If you can study this tether, perhaps you'll find a way to sever it completely." Nolan gave a slow nod. "Understood. And don't forget," she added, tone soft but unwavering. "As long as you don't threaten Earth, I'll always cover your back." She said it casually. But even against gods, she meant it. "Thank you," Nolan said, genuinely. "Just don't take too long. I'm not immortal." Back in the lab, Wong stayed behind. "I'm to instruct you," he said, "on your duties as Sorcerer Supreme." "Fine," Nolan said. "But after this research." Wong glanced at the symbiotes. "Still playing with parasites?" "They're not just parasites." Nolan stared into the containers. Riot, once wild, was eerily silent. The others? Subdued. It wasn't just containment. They'd felt her. Even venom stirred. "What was that presence?" it asked. "The Ancient One," Nolan replied. "Earth's protector." Venom shuddered. "A god?" "In some places," Nolan said with a smirk. "Yes." Even Riot had stopped thrashing. These symbiotes had crossed galaxies. But here on Earth, they'd felt something they hadn't since their creator. Fear. Respect. Reverence. Nolan turned to Wong. "Give me 1 day. Then I'll take over the sanctum." Wong nodded. The real training was about to begin. Chapter 158, 158. The Superman Armor. For days, Nolan remained buried in his symbiote research, obsessive and driven. But beneath the surface was a creeping unease. The Ancient One's words echoed in his mind, "Null is still bound, but not forever." He wasn't afraid. He was calculating. If he was going to face a god, he'd need more than spells and theory. He'd need armor. That's when the call came. "Boss," said Otto over comms, "your armor is ready. I've implemented the features you requested. It's heavier than ideal due to the ignition system. And the shock absorption layer is full vibranium. I'm on my way." Nolan stepped into Otto's personal R&D chamber, a marvel of engineering tucked beneath Oscorp's most secure floor. The centerpiece, a display pod, bathed in soft white light. Inside it stood the armor. Forged in gold and silver vibranium, it gleamed with divine presence. On its chest, a bold, radiant S, the sigil of strength, of legacy, of identity. Inside that symbol, a miniaturized nuclear fusion core, drawing from spatial fissures to create self-sustaining power. It wasn't just a symbol. It was a message. This was his suit. Magnificent, right? Otto beamed. "It's lined with the acoustic thread alloy you designed. That's what links the vibranium plates together, flexible, silent, and pressure-resistant. Nolan nodded in approval. I've also installed AELR's subroutine and hard-linked it to the Oscorp satellite network, Otto continued. No remote vulnerability. Your suit doesn't fly, per your specs. All energy is routed to strength and protection. Otto paused. The power core will increase your raw physical output by approximately 50 tons of lifting capacity. Energy reserves are reserved for your internal gamma burst emitters. Including the Night Devil surveillance system, AELR added through the speakers. Shall I initiate sync? Do it, Nolan said. The pod hissed open. A dozen armor plates disengaged, each flying toward him with synchronized precision. Clack clack clack. In seconds, the armor fused around him. Helm. Chest plate. Gauntlets. A golden visor snapped down over his eyes, revealing the interface. Welcome back, Supreme Commander, AELR said. Flight disabled. Strength enhancement mode is active. Thermal limiters engaged. Magnetic dampeners primed. 3 protocols installed, Otto added. Anti-Magneto. Anti-Hulk. Anti-Iron Man. Nolan smirked. Daring. Magneto mode suppresses external magnetic interference. Hulk mode regulates biostimulants and anger response triggers. Iron Man mode mimics magnetic manipulation on steroids. Nolan rolled his shoulders. No lag. No drag. The suit felt like a second skin. He smiled. Perfect. Glad you approve, Otto said, relieved. With a single command, the suit disassembled, each piece magnetically guided back to its pod. Only a glowing golden S emblem remained embedded in Nolan's wrist. Touch it, speak to it, or gesture, and the armor responds. Otto handed him a thick binder. Also, here's your request for the space cruiser design. Nolan skimmed the schematics. Small-scale ships. Feasible, Otto admitted. But the mothership design you proposed, that's impossible with Oscorp's current funding. We'd have to liquidate everything. Nolan smirked. Then reach out to Tony Stark. I have a proposal. A space base. Otto blinked. More than that, Nolan said. An orbital headquarters for the Illuminati. Elsewhere Stark Tower. Tony raised an eyebrow at the incoming message. Otto Octavius? The mechanical mastermind of Oscorp. He opened the file. Schematic blueprints. Specs. A proposal. A multi-level orbital outpost. Energy shielding. Weapon systems. Deep space docking. The Illuminati seal is embossed in the center. This guy's building the next watchtower, Tony muttered. Should I respond? Friday asked. Not yet. Tony rubbed his goatee. This is insane. Even S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Sky Sentinel project cost billions. He wants to put a city in space. Actually, sir, considering Oscorp's energy breakthroughs, it is possible. Tony shook his head. It's Nolan. Of course, he's doing this. Also, Friday added, Peter Parker's new suit is complete. Send him the mock-ups. Ask what features he wants. Tony leaned back. What's the latest on the superhuman registration backlash? Growing. Several politicians are questioning why many powered individuals are foreign, or from marginalized backgrounds. General Ross is leading the opposition to the Illuminati initiative. Tony frowned. Ross? He's made a public statement, Friday said. He called your plan unregulated and dangerous. Tony clenched his jaw. Track him. Something's off. Yes, sir. Chapter 159, 159. Cracking the symbiote genome. Nolan stepped out of the gamma chamber, his skin still faintly steaming from the energy infusion. He flexed his fingers. Meditation, fused with targeted gamma bursts. He muttered, not bad. Another 10 tons of strength in just 2 days. Connor was already waiting in the corridor, holding a data tablet. What's up? Nolan asked, pulling on his shirt. We just got a message from Dr. Hank McCoy. The X-Men want our help. Oh. Thought they went quiet after the Sentinel debacle. What do they want? They're trying to decode the X gene suppression formula. The military is planning a mass deployment. They want us to help crack the formula and create a counteragent. Nolan raised an eyebrow. Let me guess. This is tied to Ross. Exactly. Yesterday, the U.S. military officially declared all superpowered individuals must register. Those who refuse. Detainment. By force. Nolan smirked. Let me guess again. Ross thinks his new steel cores gives him an edge. He's already developed a prototype army. Nolan turned, heading down the corridor. Tell the X-Men they have our support. But I want a sunspot DNA sample in exchange. Connor nodded, pacing beside him. As for Ross. Nolan's voice hardened, let him grow arrogant. Someone will humble him soon enough. That was the difference now. Nolan didn't need to play clever anymore. He didn't need to manipulate people like he once did with Jessica. His power, resources, and reach had grown to the point where even groups like the X-Men came knocking. Now, he could shape the board. By the way, Nolan asked, how's Peter? He's calmer. No signs of the aggression he had while bonded with Venom. But, he did start investigating his uncle's death. And apparently, it's linked to Flint Marko. Nolan halted. Have you had Norman verify that? Yeah. It matches the surveillance footage. Marko didn't mean to kill him, it was a panic shot during a botched robbery. Nolan sighed. Let Peter handle this one. It's personal. He hesitated. And prepped the Mystique samples. I want accelerated development on a compatible hybrid organism that can stabilize her gene template. Understood. Connor departed. As Nolan passed the meditation chamber, he paused. Inside, Wanda sat quietly in the lotus position, suspended in the air. She was progressing faster than expected. A walking source of chaos, probability, and magical energy, if harnessed right, she could become a living grimoire. A catalyst for spell synthesis. But she still needed time. Nolan finally entered his personal lab. The gamma field systems pulsed around him, dim green light painting the reinforced walls. He had a plan. A bold one. To decode the symbiote's genome and repurpose it into a next-gen adaptive evolution system, what he called the high-level Darwin protocol. If it worked, he wouldn't need further enhancements. He would become a self-adapting organism capable of evolving through thought alone, just like Superman's belief-driven strength scaling. No more tedious genetic splicing. No more upgrades. Just pure, seamless, living evolution. He looked at the 4 containment canisters on his table. Venom, active, cooperative, 4 chicken. Riot, drained and silent. Shade, blue, and Screamer, yellow, relatively weak, but genetically stable. He selected Riot. Time for violent disassembly. A snap of his fingers triggered a cascade of golden runes. The mirror dimension folded open like a puzzle box. He never conducted symbiote research in the real world, not after learning about Null. The last thing he wanted was to trigger a full-scale invasion. Better safe than cataclysmic. Riot was still sluggish, ever since sensing the Ancient One. But the moment Nolan activated the lab-grade nanoscopic laser scalpel, it shrieked. Too late. The procedure had begun. He ignored the wailing. His gaze locked onto the genetic breakdown on the monitor. Interesting. The symbiote genome doesn't rely on carbon-based sugar chains. These aren't carbohydrates. It's something else. A new element? But still forms stable atomic bonds. He leaned closer. This segment, dopaminergic hormone clusters. Adrenaline synthesis triggers. That's why the host becomes more aggressive, more primal. And deeper still. A flickering helix, partially unwound. Half-converted sequences. Semi-redundant. This must be how they absorb and store traits. Even stranger. Emotion-sensing alleles. Neural frequency receptors. They react to thoughts and emotions. Nolan's eyes lit up. This is it. The foundation for conscious evolution. Symbiotes didn't just rebel against Null, they chose to. All it took was time, exposure to empathy, and memory. And they turned against their creator. He grinned. Bring out the rest. I want a full comparative breakdown. More canisters lined up. Even Venom. Shade and Screamer resisted flailing in their containment, but Nolan crushed them with magnetic compression, dragon energy seals, and even a pulse of psionic suppression. They froze. Venom didn't move. It had learned. Smart one, Nolan said coldly, prepping the scalpel. That's why I'm starting with you last. Chapter 160, 160. Dark Sorcerers Stirring Trouble. Bonus. As Nolan delved deeper into his symbiote research, he began to realize just how much of a goldmine they were. No wonder Null designed them as his tools for cosmic conquest. Originally, he'd only noticed Riot's more robust genetic armory compared to the other symbiotes. But now, after dissecting the data further, he saw clearly Riot possessed a significantly higher number of adaptable genes. A leadership template. Riot's structure is more like a command module, one that can pass its genetic dominance to future hosts. Venom, by contrast, feels more like a mutation. Purebloods and mutates within the symbiote lineage. Back in the real world, Nolan sealed the shredded remains of 4 dissected symbiotes within the mirror dimension, their twisted forms suspended in spatial stasis. He had all the template data he needed. No wonder Null was called a god, he muttered, recording every piece of data into his personal logbook. Al, begin the gamma irradiation sequence. Directed at me. A green pulse washed over Nolan as gamma rays bathed his body. What once would have been fatal now felt like a surge of Gatorade, his strength returning instantly. To him, gamma exposure was just fuel now. Run the analysis. Is it possible to merge the mimic genes from the morph-type DNA with the symbiote strain? The term symbiote here didn't just refer to Venom, it meant the genetic base shared by all Clintar. Processing. Al responded, its synthetic voice calm while its servers worked overtime. Both gene sets were unstable and volatile. Finding a point of compatibility would take massive computational power. Nolan could do it himself, but why waste the effort? That's what Al was for. While Al ran the simulations, Nolan shifted to reviewing a text on astral magic that the Ancient One once taught: strange, where the soul trains while the body sleeps. Not that Nolan ever needed sleep anymore. Still, he understood the value of soul-based combat. Especially against powerhouses like Hulk or Red Giant, beasts with indestructible bodies but frail spiritual resistance. Astral attacks. They were tailor-made to tear through such defenses. Suddenly, a digital ping echoed. Ding. Multiple flagged entities converging, Al reported. The company's AI surveillance unit codenamed Nightmare had detected a spike. All of New York was under soft surveillance. Key phrases. Energy patterns. Facial IDs. Any irregularity triggered a silent alert. Nolan had specifically flagged Life Foundation since Venom's Spider-Man variant helped expose them. And now? The data pointed to a convergence. Display the feed. The screen lit up. A battle in the middle of Queens. On one side Captain and most of the Avengers, minus Wanda. On the other hooded figures cloaked in black, wielding eldritch energy. Dark sorcerers. Nolan narrowed his eyes. Just then, a glowing sling ring portal opened beside him, and Mordo stepped through. There's a disturbance. Someone's trying to breach the dark dimension. The wards in New York are under siege. Nolan glanced at the live footage. The Avengers were holding their own, but barely. These are Caecilius cultists, Mordo growled. They're attempting to sacrifice civilians, likely a ritual to weaken the Sanctum's barrier. Nightmare. Location: Queens. Pine Avenue. A string of coordinates appeared on the screen. I'll go. Open a portal once I'm there, Nolan said, striding toward the lab's window. Magic? He smirked. This is science. He leapt. Silver panels shot from Oscorp's towers, magnetically locking onto him midair. His custom-built armor assembled itself as he fell, locking into place with a click as the visor dropped. Targeting systems activated. HUD pinged. Boom. With a sonic crack, Nolan hit Mach speed, tearing across the skyline like a missile. Meanwhile, in Queens. Damn it. What are these things? Rogers roared, deflecting a barrage of black tendrils with his shield. Beside him, Black Panther and Hawkeye fought with grim determination. They were used to enhanced threats. Not this. Not shadowy sorcerers hurling curses and void fire. Cap grimaced, thinking not about the fight but the political fallout. The Superhuman Registration Act was already a mess, and now the military wanted control back. He didn't have time for demonic incursions. Then came Falcon's message: there's a ritual, civilians at risk. We're moving in. They hadn't expected cultists to invoke the dark dimension. 5 hooded figures. 6 civilians, bound and unconscious. Cap rushed in, and quickly realized these weren't Hydra. Or AIM. Or even Ultron bots. This was magic. I've seen energy weapons, Cap growled. Red Skull's tech. Wanda. Vision. But this. These cultists only whispered and entire structures warped. They couldn't even get close. Where's Wanda? Hawkeye shouted, lobbing explosive arrows in desperate arcs. She's in deep meditation. At Oscorp. Can't be disturbed, someone shouted back. Of course she is, Falcon muttered, switching his arsenal to laser mode and blasting one of the mages back. Any friendly assets nearby? Sky. She's running an op in Queens. Quake. Her sonic powers might be our best shot. Cap blocked another spell. Call her in. We'll hold the line until then. The battle was far from over. But help was coming. And this time, science and sorcery would fight side by side. Chapter 161, 161. The arrival of Caecilius. Just after Rogers sent the alert, the battlefield began to distort. Glass-like fragments shimmered into view around them, layers upon layers of translucent panes, refracting the city's light into surreal, shifting patterns. It was as if they'd been transported to a dream. Or, more precisely, the mirror dimension. Rogers immediately sensed something was off. The dark sorcerers ahead had tensed, their confident demeanor replaced by panic. This kind of spell work, that's camouflage, one of them gasped. Damn it, it's the mirror dimension. Someone's tracking us. Send word to Caecilius. Now. Their voices cracked under pressure. Few in Camartage had the skill to wield the mirror dimension, and none of them were enemies you wanted to face. They had planned a quick ritual and retreat, confident that Dormammu's shielding would block any magical surveillance. And yet they were already compromised. Then, boom. A section of the roof exploded as debris scattered in every direction. The sky above opened like a ripped curtain, revealing a high-altitude corridor carved straight through the building. Crash. A figure dropped from above, landing hard in a storm of dust. Rogers and the others instinctively took a step back. Tony? Is that a new suit? Clint squinted at the armored silhouette. The sleek, silver exosuit shimmered with kinetic energy, clearly advanced tech. But what caught everyone's eye was the golden cape, and emblazoned across the back, a bold, stylized S. Rogers clenched his jaw. Nolan. The S wasn't just for show. Nolan had branded it onto Oscorp's tower and even altered the company's logo. And Rogers still hadn't forgotten that time Nolan painted that S onto his own shield. It felt like someone had borrowed his wife, rebranded her, and returned her with a new look. Nolan calmly raised his hand and with a casual swipe, summoned a blazing orange portal. It hung in midair, illuminating the surreal mirror landscape. From it stepped Mordo, gaze sharp. This is a strong mirror dimension. Stable, expansive, and judging by the faces of those sorcerers, they had no idea it was cast. Nolan didn't even look at him. He was already scanning the dark sorcerers, visor calculating their power levels. So, here's the deal, he said. Tell me where Kaecilius is, or I'll beat the truth out of you. You. Boom. Before they could react, Nolan was gone. The ground beneath him shattered like a bomb had gone off. The 5 sorcerers raised shields infused with inky black energy summoned directly from the dark dimension. The defense formed a massive obsidian disk between them and the attacker. But it shattered instantly. A single punch glowing with white-hot, raw force smashed through their barrier. The 5 were launched backward like ragdolls, smashing through the walls and spiraling toward the city below. Nolan casually rotated his fingers. Reality flipped. Rogers and his team found themselves hovering in the air, while the falling sorcerers rose back up toward the sky. Golden Whip's eldritch bindings lashed out and coiled around them, yanking them back through the shattered rooftop. Then Nolan froze. A disturbance. Something or someone was tearing through his mirror dimension. Black flames ignited midair, spiraling into a fiery portal. From it stepped a man with dark eyes, shadowed sockets, and a smirk born of corruption. Kaecilius. Mordo's voice dropped into a snarl. Kaecilius, the traitor. He murdered the librarian and stole the dark rituals. Now the corruption was visible in his aura. Dark dimension magic coursed through him like molten oil. But Kaecilius wasn't interested in Mordo. He'd already dismissed him as irrelevant and weak even before Kaecilius had become Dormammu's disciple. His eyes locked onto Nolan. When did the Ancient One start recruiting metahumans? The mirror walls around them cracked, groaning under Kaecilius' seething energy. None of your damn business. Nolan hurled the captured sorcerers to Mordo's feet. Let's see what makes you the so-called next Sorcerer Supreme. You'll find out, Kaecilius sneered. Flash. The sky darkened. Gravity twisted. Above Nolan, a swirling black inferno formed a massive dark fire meteor, conjured from forbidden spells. Fwoom. The heat scorched the air, threatening to tear the mirror dimension open. Nolan's response. A glacial wind exploded from above, countering the inferno in a burst of sub-zero magic. The meteor froze in midair and shattered into glittering shards. Kaecilius narrowed his eyes. Since when did Kamartaj accept superpowered freaks into its ranks? Traditionally, sorcerers were ordinary humans who honed mystical arts. Superhumans, with innate powers, were rarely chosen. They were too unpredictable and often rejected by magic itself. But this one, he wasn't just accepted. He was excelling. Crack. The air snapped as Nolan launched again, breaking the sound barrier with a burst from under his foot. He surged forward like a silver bullet. Kaecilius sneered. Still a fledgling, magic brute. Dozens of fireballs formed in his wake. Black tendrils spiraled from nowhere, clawing at Nolan. But Nolan's unstoppable tore through them like cannon fire. Every tendril shattered. Every flame extinguished. Kaecilius' expression finally cracked. What kind of strength is this? A Camartage sorcerer shouldn't be this physically powerful. In his worldview, the power came from arcane mastery. Even the close combat monks of Camartage relied on spellwork to empower their strikes. But this man? He was crushing magic, with raw strength. Ever heard of a magical Superman, you backwater cultist? Chapter 162, 162. Quake and the Inhuman Shadow. Magic Superman? You're Nolan. Caecilius froze. Even though he was entrenched in the mystic arts, he wasn't blind to the outside world. The media had been buzzing with headlines about the tech mogul turned superhuman, the silver-armored enigma wielding science-like sorcery. But what stunned him wasn't Nolan's reputation, it was the fact that he'd joined Camartage. Caecilius clenched his fists, then began twisting the mirror dimension itself. Buildings warped. Streets folded inward. The environment rippled like glass underwater. But Nolan's body erupted in a surge of orange-yellow eldritch light. Two magical titans collided within the dimension, distorting reality. Gravity flipped unpredictably. Rogers and the others tumbled midair up, then down, then sideways, some of them nearly vomiting from the chaos. Mordo quickly conjured stabilization sigils, anchoring them in place. He stared grimly at Caecilius. How has his magical output grown so vast? Even Mordo could barely comprehend it. Nolan's mastery and his presence rivaled archmages who had trained for decades. Caecilius barked, "How do you have this much magic?" He had expected some novice hand-picked by the Ancient One. Talented maybe, but untrained. Even if Nolan wielded the mirror dimension, Caecilius still believed in his own superiority and his gifts from Dormammu. But magic wasn't just about knowledge. It was about willpower. And Nolan's mental strength, amplified by his natural psionics, allowed him to draw magic like a dam bursting wide. His connection to the Vishanti? Like being personally backed by the board of mystical directors. Nolan blurred into motion. Crack. In the blink of an eye, he was inches from Caecilius' fist rocketing forward with the force of a freight train. The dark sorcerer barely raised a shield before the punch shattered it and hurled him like a ragdoll through the air. Boom. He smashed into a wall, disintegrating it on impact. 200 tons of force. Enough to obliterate a small mountain. But Nolan didn't let up. The mirror dimension was still unstable, which meant Caecilius wasn't finished. Sure enough, his form reappeared farther away, visibly weakened. His skin was pale. His signature smoky eye makeup is more severe. Damn it. Caecilius cursed. Today wasn't his day. His minions were captured, and he'd underestimated this so-called Superman sorcerer. In desperation, he raised his hands. Dark magic exploded from his chest, forming a swirling black hole of corrupted energy. But just as the vortex grew, Mordo reappeared beside him, sword drawn. You'll go no further. Caecilius sneered, still clinging to your pathetic ideals. You'd be stronger if you embraced Dormammu. He swung his arm and the black hole swallowed him whole. Gone. The mirror dimension began to stabilize. Nolan exhaled. Caecilius had escaped. He wasn't dead. And Nolan knew despite his raw power, his mastery of space-time magic was still inferior. Caecilius wasn't just a user of the mirror dimension, he was a master of it. Even Strange, after all his training, had nearly died at his hands. If it hadn't been for the cloak of levitation and some divine luck. He shook off the thought. The scene dissolved around them, glass fragments shattering into light. When Rogers blinked, they were back in the house. No damage. No rubble. The ceiling is intact. The mirror dimension had undone everything, leaving only memories behind. Incredible, Rogers murmured. The others, Clint, Chala, and Sam, were equally stunned. Nolan's mastery of mystic power had shaken their worldview. These were warriors forged in science and steel. Magic was something they didn't fully understand, and now, they couldn't ignore it. The 5 cultists, still alive, were neatly bound in glowing orange bindings. Nolan turned, grinning. "Captain. Long time no see. How's Bucky?" Falcon stepped forward, arms crossed. "Don't play innocent. Most of Bucky's injuries were your doing." "Oh." Nolan tilted his head. "So, he's not dead. That's unexpected. Since when did Tony grow a conscience?" He glanced at Roger's silence. "Let me guess. It's the Illuminati, huh? Playing the long game. That's none of your concern, Dr. Nolan." "Exactly," Nolan smirked. "Not my circus." He opened a sling ring portal. "I'll take these 5 back. I'll let you know what I squeeze out of them." Mordo nodded, casting one last look before opening his own portal. He had to report Kaisalius' newfound strength. The Dark Dimension's influence was growing. As Nolan turned to leave, a voice called out. "Captain. Where's the threat?" A young woman jogged into the scene. Shoulder-length dark hair. Tactical uniform. Focused eyes. Sky. Rogers turned. "It's handled." She followed his gaze to the retreating figure in the golden cape. Her heart skipped. She knew that face. Subject, Nolan. Status, red level threat. Do not engage. He was on every SHIELD blacklist. A walking anomaly. A superhuman who'd fused magic and technology and did it without their permission. Nolan blinked. Sky. He hadn't expected her here. But it made sense. The series timeline had always followed the main films. Where the Avengers went, SHIELD followed. And if Sky was here, then he might not be far behind. The Inhuman who could bend gravity itself. Graviton. Chapter 163, 163. Dormammu. Nolan gave Sky one last glance before stepping through the portal. If SHIELD was officially in play now, his long-term plans would need some adjustments. Back at the lab, the segmented armor detached from his body, reforming neatly inside a high-tech display case. As it clicked into place, Nolan called out. "Connors. Prep the surgical bay. We're dissecting these 5 cultists. I want data." He hadn't brought them back out of mercy. They were research material. After probing their minds and extracting what he needed, he planned to dissect their bodies to study what transformations had occurred under the Dark Dimension's influence. If possible, he wanted to pull off something similar to the Ancient One's trick, tapping into forbidden energy while staying under the radar. Dormammu's own power, reverse-engineered. After all, wasn't it time someone passed down the Sorcerer's supreme tradition of steal from the devil and walk away clean? Understood, Connors nodded, eyeing the 5 unconscious figures. Their heavy black eyeshadow and smoky features barely fazed him anymore. Since Nolan took over Oscorp, anatomical anomalies had become routine. Nolan pressed his fingers to each cultist's forehead. A surge of dragon force pulsed from his hands, flowing into their minds. Simultaneously, he amplified his telepathic probe using magnetic resonance, enhancing his precision. Memories surfaced like oil rising from the water. None of these men were formally trained sorcerers. Most had stumbled upon mystic incidents or forbidden tomes. In time, they had come into possession of spells linked to Dormammu, gifts from the Dark Dimension. They didn't question the cost. Only the power. Their final thoughts confirmed it: they'd been sent to New York by Dormammu himself to assist Kaisalius. Just as Nolan tried to dig deeper, a presence looked back. 2 searing eyes, twin sons of black fire, stared into him from the abyss. "Wretched insect, you dare gaze into my power?" Nolan gasped. Darkness flooded him, not chaos, not evil, but emptiness. Infinite silence. A void that swallowed thought, light, and will. He was sinking. Down. Down. Deeper. And then. Return. A calm, firm voice echoed in his mind. Light pierced the shadows. Nolan snapped upright, eyes wide. The lab reappeared. Standing behind him was the Ancient One herself. She sighed. You're reckless. These cultists commune directly with the dark dimension. Peering into their minds invites Dormammu himself. She folded her arms. Did you think Mordo and Wong never studied soul magic? We avoid it for a reason. She'd been mid-conversation with Mordo about Caecilius when she suddenly sensed Dormammu's influence spiking in New York centered on Nolan's lab. Of course, it was him. When she arrived, Nolan's spirit was already drowning in corruption. Had I not intervened, you'd be his puppet by now, she said flatly. Nolan stayed silent. He'd underestimated the scale. He assumed Dormammu was just another power to be studied and deconstructed. His mastery over magic had made him cocky. But this wasn't like fighting enhanced humans or even celestial tech. This was a god. One who corrupted with mere glances. Even Beast had only warned Nolan about siphoning its power. Dormammu tried to consume him through a memory. A clear line had been crossed. Study more than just spells, the Ancient One advised as she turned to leave. Learn about the gods who grant them. You're not invincible, Nolan. He nodded. Thank you. She offered a faint smile. So long as I'm here, I'll catch you when you fall. With that, she stepped through a portal. Mordo followed close behind, casting Nolan one last grim look. Nolan turned to face the 5 unconscious cultists. Dormammu, looks like we've got beef now. He nodded to Connors. Begin dissection. Later. The lab's incinerator roared as the charred remains of the 5 cultists were disposed of. AL's holographic display lit up, showcasing tissue scans and molecular breakdowns. The cellular decay resembles extreme acid corrosion, Connors noted, but it follows a pattern, almost ritualistic. Nolan reviewed the data. Dark dimension magic wasn't free. It required a conduit, a medium, to tether its energy to the Earth plane. Earth's magical foundation was already stabilized by the 3 sanctums built by Agamotto. Without a proper link, hostile powers like Dormammu were heavily suppressed. These cultists had become the conduit. Branded. Altered. Marked with corruption. File them under magical artifact biodata, Nolan ordered. But this is just a start. We need Caecilius if we want deeper data. Al, he said, update surveillance protocols. Highest priority. Add keywords, Dormammu. Inhumans. Sky. Gravitonium. AL's voice chimed, acknowledged, sir. Surveillance parameters updated. Despite the close call, Nolan wasn't backing down. In fact, a new lead had emerged. Gravitonium. If he could merge magnetism with gravitational force, it might unlock the remaining fundamental interactions, strong and weak nuclear forces. A complete manipulation of reality's very fabric. AL's screen flickered. Sir, symbiote genome fusion modeling complete. A genetic strand materialized a hybrid helix of alien and mimetic DNA. It shimmered with endless permutations. 8 base pairs, Al explained. Purine and pyrimidine groups. Total possible configurations, over 16 million. Symbiotes possess unparalleled pairing adaptability. Nolan's eyes gleamed. So many potential combinations. So many new rules to rewrite. His goal wasn't just to control genes anymore. His body was becoming the generator, a walking evolution engine. A living replication core. His flesh, stable. His mind, unyielding. His DNA, now programmable. Chapter 164, 164. Self-evolution. Nolan worked like a man possessed. His eyes scanned the glowing strands of genetic code dancing across the hollow screen, devouring data at inhuman speed. This was no longer just science. This was transcendence. The blueprint in front of him, an intricate weave of symbiote DNA, mutant mimicry, and experimental evolution, was something he'd come to call the evolution module. It was the beginning of something greater. Until now, Nolan had to manually restrict how his body expressed superhuman powers, limiting regeneration to certain organs, suppressing overloads, and carefully balancing chaos and biology. However, once he fully integrated this module, there'd be no need for containment. His focus could shift from survival to ascension. From playing scientist to becoming a unified force of mysticism and mutation, flesh and force. Symbiote genome replication, it's complete, he muttered. Their DNA library mirrors the complete human genome, but the X gene is still missing. He frowned. Of course, the Celestials hadn't finished their experiments when Null created the symbiotes. No X gene blueprint. Then his eyes lit up. But Mystique's genome, her metamorphic signature, fills the gap. One problem solved. Too bad I don't have Black Bolt's DNA, Nolan muttered, fingers flying across the screen. If I could anchor his power into the lungs, one shout could level an entire ocean basin. His mind was racing faster than even Al could keep up. It didn't matter that his spirit of evolution could already absorb and replicate powers like inserting cards into a machine. He wanted more. He wanted autonomy. He wanted control over what evolution meant, to choose what to become, and when. But before a power could be equipped, it had to be understood. That's how the system worked. And now, he'd created something that changed that rule. The evolution module, fused with his own genome, would grant him the ability to scan and integrate new powers on contact. Not just mimic them. Become them. This wasn't Darwin's adaptability. This was an intelligent evolution that was customizable, modular, and refined. He worked non-stop. Vials. Injectors. Synthetic base elements from a custom-built particle collider. The new nucleobase. A synthetic element with a 4-electron outer shell, semi-stable like carbon and silicon. Biocompatible. Perfect for life-forming reactions. Nolan was everywhere. Fusing samples. Running calculations. Adjusting particle frequencies. His lab became an extension of his nervous system. And at the center of it all, a vial. Transparent, crystalline. Inside it, a fluid shimmered with chaotic bioluminescence. A final compound, glowing like a bottled aurora. Last step. Nolan exhaled. He poured the final solution into the core reagent, watching it transform. The chaotic colors inside synchronized, clearing into a glowing serum liquid clarity. His hands trembled not with fear, but with reverence. He'd done it. Self-evolution. Al, the time elapsed. For days, sir, Al's voice replied. Yesterday, the X-Men came to visit. Dr. Connors and Director Osborn informed them you were conducting high-priority research. A pause. There was a minor event. Eric encountered Wanda. Did they recognize each other? No. He only asked who her mother was. Wanda still believes her family in Sokovia were her biological parents. Nolan watched the security footage briefly, then nodded. No need to interfere. Let her ask the questions herself when she's ready. Understood. Shall I reschedule the X-Men for this afternoon? Yes. I'll be available by then. With that, Nolan retrieved the vial of the self-evolution serum and loaded it into a vibranium-grade injector. Despite Oscorp's dwindling vibranium reserves, when it came to his experiments, quality was never compromised. He climbed into the nutrient chamber. A viscous, molasses-thick solution engulfed his body, composed of high-energy compounds, radiation dampeners, and molecular stabilizers. Above him, gamma projectors whirred to life. This wasn't just an upgrade. It was the first step to godhood. Begin experiment. Ascension Phase 1. AL's voice was cold, mechanical. The needle punctured Nolan's arm and the glowing serum surged into his veins. In an instant, it was everywhere. His brain exploded in white-hot pain. Like being reborn. Like the day he became a super soldier, but amplified 1,000 times. His cells were breaking. Rebuilding. Shifting. At the core of his DNA, the iconic double helix began to bend, reshaping itself into a new configuration, a code that evolution itself couldn't conceive of. He screamed a raw, guttural roar that shook the chamber. Muscles spasmed. Bones cracked. DNA shattered and rewrote itself in real time. The pain was unbearable. But he embraced it. High-energy radiation flooded the chamber, and waves of gamma surged into his body, stabilizing the transformation. Space elemental fusion energy fed the process further, accelerating the rate of genetic overhaul. He wasn't just upgrading. He was reinventing. His cells weren't just adapting, they were learning, rewriting their own blueprint, integrating the best of symbiote malleability and Mystique's precision morphing. His musculature bulged monstrous, then perfect. His skin, veins, and nerves are all optimized. And still, the evolution continued. He had created a body capable of recursive mutation. No longer did he need machines to replicate abilities. He was the machine. AL's voice returned at last. Vitals stabilized. Cellular regeneration is complete. Ascension Phase 1, complete. Nolan lay still, suspended in the nutrient bath. Breathing heavy. Mind racing. The first gate had opened. And he had stepped through. Chapter 165, 165. Rising tides, rising stakes, bonus, the lab went silent. The gamma projectors shut down. The fission cores were deactivated. Nutrient infusion ceased. Inside the chamber, Nolan's eyes snapped open. He could feel it. Power thrummed beneath his skin like thunder. His base strength now rivaled the standard Hulk, easily with 170 tons of force. With his Dragon Force enhancement and the full amplification of his custom-built Superman armor, that number soared to over 250 tons. If it came down to it, he could drop the Hulk with one punch. Climbing out of the pod, he moved to the sterilization station, casually pricking his finger with a vibranium needle. A single drop of blood beaded at the tip. It glistened crimson under the scanner. Then it began to change. Even under low-level radiation, the cell nuclei began a rapid chain reaction, programmed apoptosis. Self-destruction. His entire genetic sequence was erased in seconds. Well, that's convenient, he muttered. Now, even if his blood were collected or stolen, it would self-terminate. No cloning. No counteragent manufacturing. No reverse engineering him. Not without him knowing. Not without his permission. Unless it was under perfect, sterile conditions, his cells were now booby-trapped. Satisfied, he wiped his hands and looked toward the setting sun outside the glass wall. "They're here," he said softly. "Charles and Eric." He dressed and made his way toward Norman's office. Oscorp Executive Suite. Inside the office, tension buzzed beneath polite conversation. "Eric," Charles said calmly, "if you still have questions, you can ask him directly." Ever since Eric had seen Wanda here days ago, ever since that unsettling familiarity, he hadn't been the same. Questions lingered. Doubts festered. "Fine," Eric muttered. Nearby, Dr. Hank McCoy was in deep discussion with Connors. The two geneticists were discussing the breakthrough Oscorp had made with Mystique's DNA. "You cracked her morphogenic sequence?" Hank asked in disbelief. "Not completely," Connors clarified. "But enough to stabilize selective traits. We've developed a cosmetic application for scar revision, skin enhancement, and even pigment correction." Hank chuckled. If Raven knew you were using her DNA for skincare, she'd kill you. It's the boss's idea, Connors shrugged. I just follow the science. The door opened. Nolan entered. Even before he said a word, both Charles and Eric stiffened. Charles blinked. Nothing. No psychic presence. No thoughts. No trace of mental activity. It was as if Nolan wasn't even in the room. Last time, Charles could at least sense a ripple. This time nothing. The same applied to Eric. He couldn't detect Nolan's magnetic field. The man felt invisible. Untouchable. Whatever gap had existed between them before, had now widened into a chasm. You're here about the X-gene suppressant, Nolan said, sitting down with a calm smile. Charles gave a slight nod. That, and the Sentinel initiative. Nolan's brow lifted. The Sentinels are active. Norman passed him a tablet. Trask Industries. Military contracts. Quiet rollout, but it's escalating. Footage played, mutants being hunted, trapped. Sentinels adapting to powers in real time. Evolving countermeasures mid-battle. Eric's fists clenched. His eyes burned. That was his people being caged. Tortured. Erased. But Charles had warned him, no emotion. No hostility. Not here. Nolan's eyes narrowed. Progressing faster than expected. He wasn't surprised. With the resources the US military had at its disposal and the paranoia surrounding powered individuals, it was only a matter of time. Especially without Stark, Pym, or himself directly involved. The conflict was coming to a head. Three sides were already forming. The military control faction, backed by Trask and General Ross, supported by civilian fears. The technocratic oversight faction, Stark, Strange, and a few neutral supers. The free will faction, Rogers, Barton, and their underground allies. The superhuman regulation crisis was reaching its boiling point. Fascinating. Nolan closed the tablet and looked at the mutants. Let's shift focus. You brought what I asked for. Hank placed a case on the table and opened it. Inside a vial of glowing blood. Radiating heat. Subtle solar flares. The blood of Sunspot. His body metabolizes solar radiation at a cellular level, Charles explained. The sample is volatile but stabilized. Nolan grinned. With Sunspot's sample, he could push his gene editing even further. He picked up the vial, held it against the light, and nodded toward Connors. Pull up Experiment 7 Mutant Sequence Integration. Yes, sir. Connors darted out. But then Nolan did something no one expected. He unsealed the vial, and let a single drop of the glowing blood fall onto the back of his hand. Wait, what are you doing? Eric stepped forward. You're wasting it. Hank added, alarmed. But the moment the drop touched Nolan's skin, it disappeared absorbed instantly. As if devoured by the flesh. Nolan's body rippled ink-black for a moment, like shadows flooding his veins. Then it passed. The adaptive morphogenic gene from Mystique kicked in. He stabilized. He smiled. Relax, he said. You'll get your antidote. But in the meantime. He looked down at his hand. I just copied the sun. Chapter 166, 166. The Rejected Deal. Standing by the window, Nolan let the sun wash over him. He felt it. The power coursing through his cells was accelerating 5 times faster than before. The moment he absorbed Sunspot's DNA, his self-evolution system rewrote his biology in real time. Energy absorption, previously limited to gamma radiation, now included solar radiation at full efficiency. Not only that, his spirit of evolution was optimizing those powers, merging the energy feed with his red giant enhancement to exponentially boost his physical output. Energy was no longer a tool. It was fuel for perpetual evolution. "This is divine," he whispered. Behind him, the room remained quiet. Charles Xavier had sensed it earlier. For the briefest moment, Nolan's body radiated Sunspot's unique energy signature, then just as quickly, it was gone. Copied. Integrated. Deleted. "That's the power of science," Nolan said, smiling as he returned to his seat. "I still have 2 more targets to find: Johnny Storm and Sebastian Shaw." He never believed power was ever enough. Eric was still visibly shaken. Watching Nolan absorb Sunspot's power with nothing more than a drop of blood had shattered his worldview for the second time. Were mutants really gifts from the gods? Or were they just editable code? Moments later, Dr. Connors returned with a vial and a stack of documents. Nolan nodded toward him with a satisfied smirk. "Transaction complete." Hank blinked. What? Connors handed over the vial a glowing formula along with comprehensive research notes. Nolan spoke casually, almost dismissively. "I cracked the X gene suppression formula a while ago. It's not that complex. Just an insulating compound that blocks the X gene's biomagnetic frequency. Identify it, break it down, and synthesize the counteragent. Simple chemistry." Hank stared at the vial in disbelief. "But, why didn't you tell us last time?" Nolan leaned back, shrugging. "Maybe because last time we met, let's just say it wasn't the friendliest of meetings." He chuckled. Xavier said nothing, but he remembered both prior encounters well, one involving Logan, the other a tense debate about Mystique's genome. If Eric hadn't lost his temper back then, they might have walked away with the cure already. "You've got what you came for," Nolan continued. "Now, about the Sentinels." The mention of those abominations soured the air. Trask Industries had unleashed its latest models of government-funded, precision-engineered anti-mutant weapons. The footage Norman displayed was horrifying. Sentinels adapting mid-fight. Mimicking mutant powers. Capturing and neutralizing them with ease. Eric's eyes blazed red with fury. But Charles had already warned him to control your temper if you want Nolan's help. "These things are impressive," Nolan admitted. "They're built off the back of my early prototype research, likely leaked or stolen." He turned to them, all pretense gone. "And like hell I'd ever let a weapon I couldn't neutralize get out in the wild." A pause. "But now? You've got nothing left that I need." Silence. Everyone in the room tensed. Nolan's tone hadn't been hostile, but it was absolute. He had no reason to help them unless they brought something valuable to the table. Then, his eyes lit up. "Actually, maybe not nothing." He looked at Charles. "There are 2 mutant abilities I still want, Rogue's absorption, and Kitty Pryde's phasing." Charles narrowed his eyes. Rogue, codename Rasputina, possessed the ability to absorb memories, powers, and even life force. Her comic counterpart had shown incredible potential, but the films had underutilized her. And Kitty Pryde? On the surface, her phasing was physical. But Days of Future Past had shown it extended to consciousness time travel. It wasn't just molecular, it was quantum. Kitty's powers may as well be a portable time stone, Nolan murmured. Even if she doesn't know it yet. Rogue's abilities, if refined, could become a full system replication tool, enhancing Nolan's existing absorption capabilities even further. Charles and Hank exchanged a loaded look. They were both scientists. Both dreamers. But both are now haunted by a single shared thought. Are we empowering a savior, or creating a monster? Charles's voice rang in Hank's head. If we give him those samples, can we live with what he becomes? Hank replied telepathically, I've tried pushing Kitty's powers. I've studied Rogue's mutations. I've never been able to unlock their potential. But Nolan could. And then another voice. Not Charles. Not Hank. Nolan's. If you can't open the vault, why not give the key to someone who can? Hank and Charles both turned toward Nolan in stunned silence. He grinned, casually, whispering behind someone's back. "Not cool," he teased. "So, will it be a trade? Or are you going to try fixing this on your own?" They had two options. Rely on Nolan's genius, or walk away and risk extinction. Charles took a breath. "We'll pass, for now." Eric stared at him in disbelief. Nolan arched an eyebrow. "So you've chosen someone else? Let me guess, Tony." He smirked knowingly. "I heard you two exchanged numbers. Looks like you're taking steps toward the Illuminati, Professor." Charles offered a cryptic smile but said nothing. "Your call," Nolan said, standing. "But don't come crawling back when Trask deploys Phase 2. Chapter 167, 167. Wanda's origin. "Whether or not you want to make the trade, that's your choice," Nolan said with a shrug, turning away from the X-Men delegation. Their refusal didn't surprise him. Nor did it frustrate him. He always got what he wanted, eventually. Whether through cooperation, leverage, or force. Charles and Hank, for all their intelligence, still clung to their idealism. Still believed the world could be reasoned with. Still feared putting power in the hands of someone capable of using it. They feared what might happen if a man like Nolan held the metaphorical nuclear codes, conveniently ignoring the fact that Xavier's own school sat atop a telepathic WMD. With Cerebro, Charles could vaporize every mind on Earth with a single thought. But he didn't. That made him safe, right? They placed their hopes in Stark. But Nolan knew better. Even if Tony broke down the Sentinel tech, he could simply release an updated model the next day. It would become an endless game of escalation. And unlike Tony, Nolan never lost a game of intellect. In pure engineering, Stark might still be ahead. But give Nolan time, access, and Otto Octavius at his side, and he'd catch up in no time. Charles and Hank exchanged one last glance. They could tell by Nolan's casual tone that he wasn't done. He would find a way. And when the time came, they'd be the ones coming to him. "Then we'll take our leave," Nolan said coolly, rising from his seat. Norman stepped forward. "Gentlemen, this way." But Charles held up a hand. "One last thing. I believe Eric had a question, something only you can answer." Nolan raised an eyebrow. "Wanda?" The name fell from his mouth like a stone into a still lake. The room fell silent. Eric's eyes widened. That reaction, it confirmed everything. "You know." "I do. She's my daughter, isn't she?" Eric's voice was hushed, raw with hope. Nolan smirked. "Why should I tell you? You want to know? Go ask her." He gestured toward the corridor. "She's 2 floors down. Meditating in the 7th-level room." Charles frowned. Nolan clearly knew the answer but refused to speak it outright. If Eric truly wanted to know, he would have asked Wanda already. But fear, guilt, had stopped him. Just as always. Suddenly Norman approached. "Sir, Miss Maximoff is looking for you." "What for?" "She said she wanted to have dinner with you. Asked if you were still in the lab." "Dinner?" Nolan looked mildly annoyed. "Tell her I'm busy. And remind her to focus on meditation, not distractions." He turned back to Charles and the others. "Now, if you'll excuse me, I have experiments to conduct." His mind was already leaping ahead, to PIM particles, magical sigils, and the arcane branding techniques Dormammu had used to bind power to his followers. Nolan intended to replicate those methods. Better. Smarter. "Wait," Eric started. But the door opened. Wanda stood there. Radiant. Casual. Waiting. "There you are," she said with a smile. "Dinner?" "Not interested," Nolan replied flatly. "Come on," she said, grinning mischievously. If you do, I'll give you something really good. Nolan raised an eyebrow. What kind of something? He immediately dismissed the idea of the Darkhold. She wasn't ready for that. And after his close brush with Dormammu, he'd made it a rule to never scan minds tied to multiversal entities. Especially not Thawne. Thawne's power was leagues above Dormammu's. Possibly on par with the Vishanti themselves. I'm not telling. Come to dinner and find out. She folded her arms and raised a brow. He sighed. Fine. Dinner was inefficient. But his curiosity was piqued. Charles, Hank, and Eric stepped out, just in time to see the two of them together. Eric's eyes locked onto Wanda, his throat tightening. She stepped closer to Nolan, but the moment she noticed Eric staring at her, she froze. Then, without thinking, she stepped behind Nolan. Who is that old guy? She whispered, frowning. The last time I saw him, he randomly asked who my mother was. What's his problem? Nolan glanced at Eric's expression, so many emotions vying for dominance. And yet Wanda's body language was clear, trust. She trusted Nolan more than Eric. You really want to know? Nolan asked. Wanda blinked. Huh. Let's skip dinner. I'll trade you answers, for that mysterious gift. Wanda hesitated. Fine. I want to hear it. Nolan leaned in slightly, smirking. He's your father. The words hit like a shockwave. What? His name is Eric. Biologically, he's your father. The couple who raised you in Sokovia. Adoptive. Hydra likely altered your memories, or theirs, during experimentation. No, Wanda shook her head. My father died, during the war. Possibly a lie. Or a planted memory. Hydra likely considered you and your brother failed experiments. Until your powers are activated. Behind her, Eric looked shattered. But he didn't speak. And Wanda? She stood there, silent, stunned, trying to process what it meant. Oh. Chapter 168, 168. Wanda's breakdown, bonus. Nolan had sensed something was off about Wanda's past. But now, it made sense. If Wanda's chaos magic had surged during childhood untrained and uncontrolled, it could have instinctively rewritten the memories of those around her. Maybe not just memories. Maybe records. Databases. Reality itself. When your magic is tethered to emotion, anything is possible. Especially when you're Wanda Maximoff. In certain timelines, a single whispered sentence from her had unraveled an entire race. No more mutants. That kind of power wasn't limited to altering memories. It rewrote existence. So, if she subconsciously erased her own childhood before age 7? Yeah. That checked out. Wanda had bounded in earlier, teasing Nolan about dinner, eager to pull him out of the lab and annoy him just a little. But then. He dropped it. The bombshell. The truth about her parentage. That Magneto, Eric Lensher, was her biological father. She froze. The smile vanished. Confusion twisted into denial. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Wanda shook her head, but her mind was reeling. The cracks had already formed. 7 years. She had no memories before that age. None. Just a vague recollection of escaping some underground facility with Pietro, and then, home. Her body began trembling. Her crimson irises darkened, flaring red. Reality shimmered like heat waves around her. A wave of scarlet energy ignited in the air. Everyone froze. The room around her bent, like light warping through broken glass. Wanda, Charles stepped forward, voice gentle. You have to calm down. Breathe, child. I can't. My head, it hurts. I can't control it. She clutched her skull, writhing in agony. Chaos magic flared outward in a violent spiral. "I can't get into her mind," Charles murmured to Hank. It's like trying to breach Jean's mind when the Phoenix was active. "Something's blocking me." Eric turned on Nolan. "You did this. You brought this up, you fix it." Nolan didn't flinch. "Relax. She's stronger than this." He stepped forward, voice sharp but focused. "Wanda. Use what I taught you. Control it. You're not its prisoner. You command it. This is your chance, to master it. And to resurrect Pietro." Her eyes widened. Pietro. In that moment of hesitation, Nolan snapped his fingers. She vanished. Boom. A scarlet explosion ripped through the room, but Nolan was already channeling streams of golden-orange energy through his palms, rebuilding the shattered mirror dimension faster than her chaos magic could tear it down. "Wanda. Focus. You must connect to it, not suppress it. Speak to it." Inside the mirror dimension, fractured layers of warped space tried to hold together. But Wanda's power was like a storm. Red tendrils coiled through the void, threatening to shatter everything until golden barriers flared and caged them in harmony. Outside, Charles, Hank, and Eric watched in stunned silence. "He's controlling her power," Hank whispered. "No," Charles muttered. "He's guiding it. Channeling it. And it's working. Better than it ever did with Jean." "Got it," Nolan said hoarsely. His complexion was pale. Those mirror breaks had drained him more than expected. Wanda's chaos magic didn't obey the rules. It warped them. Fortunately, as a recognized candidate of Camartage, an executive in training, as Wong would put it, Nolan had access to magic reserves far beyond mortal norms. But Wanda was different. She wasn't just on his path. She was at Thawne's. In that hierarchy, Nolan was an intern. Wanda was the heir. The magic that burst from her wasn't restricted. It was infinite. Her self-defense mechanism, the reason she hadn't torn open the multiverse yet, was the same thing that made humans faint during grief or panic. Too much emotional pressure. Shut down. Reset. And as the last shard of chaos collapsed into stillness, Wanda dropped out of the mirror dimension, gently falling into Nolan's arms. She hit the floor and slumped, gasping for air. A soft smile flickered on her lips. I controlled it. I did it." Nolan nodded. "Good. Now you're ready to test reality itself. Try reviving a small animal, something simple." He could already sense it. That moment of control had pushed her power to levels that surpassed the seasoned sorcerers of Camartage. Not through study, but through destiny. And that was the Marvel Universe's truth. Talent mattered. But luck. Luck and backing mattered more. Wanda had both. Her magic came directly from Thawne. A multiversal entity on par with the Vishanti. That kind of patronage wasn't earned. It was bestowed. And Wanda? She wielded it freely. Wanda looked at the glowing red energy dancing on her fingertips. "I can bring someone back. For now, maybe just small animals. Recently deceased humans, possibly. But full resurrection?" Nolan warned, "That takes mastery, soul magic, rebirth incantations, control over the afterlife itself. Or time magic," he added under his breath. "Time magic?" Wanda echoed. "It's not for now. That's high-level sorcery. You'll get there. Just pace yourself." Nolan turned toward Charles and the others. "You mentioned magic," he said. "You mean like what the Black Queen uses?" Charles looked uneasy. "Yes, witchcraft. That kind of magic." Nolan smiled faintly. "That's one kind of magic. But Wanda's? It's something far more, Fundamental. Chapter 169, 169. Learnable, but only the dark magic version. When they said, Black Queen, Nolan instantly knew who they meant: Celine Gallio, the shadow that once stood second only to Sebastian Shaw in the Hellfire Club's dark hierarchy. The club had crumbled after Shaw's death. Its surviving members scattered into obscurity, or worse, into hiding. But Nolan knew some were still out there. Immortals like Celine didn't just vanish. And then there was Azazel, the so-called Red Devil. His origins were still shrouded, but the power he wielded? Worth dissecting. Nolan watched the expressions on Charles and Hank as realization dawned. They thought Nolan was just a genius. Maybe an overpowered mimic. A man who copied powers with science and tech, not magic. But now, he wasn't just a mimic. He was a sorcerer. A powerful one, possibly more potent than Wanda, who just unleashed raw chaos magic capable of rewriting reality. Charles swallowed. This shattered everything he believed about Nolan's limitations. Nolan saw it in their eyes and said plainly, the world is deeper than you know. You're lucky the Phoenix didn't destroy it. There are beings who would have stepped in. Like you? Charles asked, skeptical. Nolan smirked. No. Someone like the Ancient One would have handled Jean. He paused. Mirror dimension. Infinite recursion. Boom contained. Charles looked shaken. But Nolan wasn't finished. You didn't teach Jean to control it, he said, eyes cold. You locked her away from it. You were afraid. If the Phoenix chose her, she deserved to master it, not be imprisoned. Just like Wanda. Wanda tilted her head. Jean. Who's she? Girl or guy? Girl, Nolan said. Phoenix Force host. Same Omega class level as you. She had potential just like you. Different styles, same scale. Wanda narrowed her eyes. You comparing me to her? Nolan caught the warning in her voice and quickly changed the subject. He narrowed his eyes with a quick thought. Why are you all still here? He asked, glancing at the X-Men trio. Want me to write you a formal invitation to leave? Truthfully, he'd been waiting for Eric to show up so that he could test Wanda's emotions. Her progress was too slow, held back by the constant mess the Avengers kept dragging her into. They saw her as a trump card. A weapon to deploy when things spiraled out of control. No one was training her. No one was helping her grow. Not properly. Earth's defenders were too busy playing heroes. If they'd spent a fraction of that energy improving themselves, maybe Thanos wouldn't have walked in like he owned the place. Eric turned to Wanda. So, it's true. You're really my daughter. She retreated behind Nolan like a shadow. I don't have a father, she said, voice icy. Even if the DNA lined up, she wasn't interested in a reunion. The man who mattered now was in front of her, not someone who abandoned her in a lab. Charles stepped in, gently. Wanda, he's still your father. That connection, it means something. Stop. Nolan raised a hand. Don't do that. Eric didn't raise her. Didn't protect her. Blood alone means nothing. He looked Eric dead in the eye. You want her to call you Dad? Earn it. Before the melodrama could drag on like a CW season finale, Nolan clapped his hands. 3 glowing portals lit up beneath Charles, Hank, and Eric. Thwomp. They vanished. Wanda blinked. Where'd they go? Dropped them in an alley near Midtown. They'll be fine. She beamed. Can you teach me how to do that? You can learn, Nolan replied. But first we're going to meet someone. Who? She asked. Earth's Sorcerer Supreme. My teacher. He raised his hand, conjuring a portal that shimmered into Kamartaj. Wong and Mordo weren't there this time. Just the Ancient One, seated peacefully behind a tea table with 3 cups already waiting. She smiled as they entered. "Come," she said warmly. "Sit." Wanda hesitated, nervous in the presence of someone with such gravity. It felt like meeting Nolan's mother if his mother were an immortal bald monk who could rewrite fate. "This isn't regular tea," the Ancient One said gently, sliding a cup toward Wanda. "It's milk tea. You might like it better." "Thank you," Wanda murmured, taking a seat beside Nolan and mimicking his posture. The Ancient One nodded in approval. "Congratulations," she said to Nolan. "You've stepped forward on your path. You've done well." Nolan bowed his head. "Master. I want to teach her." "I know." The Ancient One sipped her tea. "You may. But she'll need to interpret the dark magic variant of the teachings. It can't be handed to her. She must uncover it herself." "And time magic?" Nolan asked. Her smile faded. "Absolutely not. No one short of multiversal ascension should ever tamper with time." "But what if she's, you know?" Nolan made a buzzing sound to avoid speaking his name. The Ancient One narrowed her eyes. "Even if she is the favorite child of that one, invoking him directly is dangerous. Names hold power. Even here. Even in this sanctum," she confirmed. "Despite the Vishanti's protection, this place is still tethered to the arcane balance. Speaking his name too many times might attract his gaze. And his gaze is a curse." Nolan bowed again. "Understood." "As Sorcerer Supreme," she continued, "you must remember, anyone who tampers with the time stream becomes your enemy. Regardless of motive." He responded solemnly. "Yes, Master. But if it's Dormammu," she added casually. "Call him a dog if you like. He's not on the same level as the Vishanti. If you offend him, fight him. Brutally." Nolan grinned. The Ancient One always had a way of being terrifyingly practical. Then to bring Pietro back, he asked, "Wanda can't use time. Only soul magic?" "Yes," the Ancient One said. "But for that, she'll need to venture into Helheim." Nolan's eyes narrowed. So it was true. The key to resurrection wasn't just in the body, but the spirit. And that spirit now wandered the land of the dead. Chapter 170, 170. The Sorcerer Supreme's Legacy. Wanda stared down at her hands. Scarlet wisps of chaos magic flickered gently across her fingertips. "Can't I just rewrite reality?" she asked quietly. "Just, change what happened to Pietro. Make his wounds, non-lethal." The Ancient One shook her head with a gentle but firm finality. "Altering past reality means rewriting time itself. That path is steeped in danger, and consequence. Much worse than you realize." Nolan nodded solemnly. "So the safest path is finding his soul?" The Ancient One gave a subtle nod. Wanda, seated cross-legged beside Nolan, exhaled with visible relief. She couldn't hear the whole conversation, but she understood enough. There was a way to bring her brother back. That was all she needed. As the tea's warmth settled in, Nolan turned toward the Ancient One. "Master, do you still have time?" The Ancient One smiled faintly. "I always have time for what must be done. What if there's another way?" Nolan pressed. "A different future?" "There always is," she said. "But I have no desire to stay. I've lived long enough." Her expression didn't carry sorrow, only peace. "I've fulfilled my role. If you hadn't arrived, maybe I would have stayed. But now, you're here. And you've even brought a spare candidate." She gestured toward Wanda with amusement. "I don't need to be here anymore." "Will I ever see you again?" Nolan asked. "You planning to dissect me?" she chuckled. "You'll see me again. Just not on this plane. I'm returning to serve the Vishanti." Perhaps when you breach the multiverse, or if the moment calls for it, we'll meet again. Nolan bowed slightly. Then I'll do everything I can to make that happen. The Ancient One nodded in approval. Then, with a fluid motion, she unclasped the necklace around her neck, the Eye of Agamotto, and held it out to him. A relic shaped like a closed eye, pulsing with untapped power. The Time Stone. Nolan didn't immediately reach for it. I haven't been made Sorcerer Supreme yet, he said, hesitant. But his fingers betrayed him. He took it anyway. Because even in the multiverse, this artifact still mattered. One of the Infinity Stones. The purest form of chronomancy. Other universes might treat them like paperweights, but here now it was still the apex of magical power. You've earned it, she said. Use it wisely. Time governs life and death, choice and consequence. Don't wield it lightly. Her tone turned serious. The eye is more than a weapon. It's the key to the three sanctums. Only its bearer can fully awaken their power. Nolan slipped it around his neck. He could feel the eye sinking with him like it had been waiting. So this is why Strange received it so soon in the movies. It wasn't about the title. It was about timing. You think the sanctums have other keys? She teased. Agamotto built them. He forged this eye with that purpose in mind. Nothing else can unlock their full power. She extended her hand, and boom, a stack of ancient tomes materialized from beneath her palm. Everything you need to master the Eye of Agamotto. Study them well. Nolan immediately transported the books to his lab. The moment was sealed. He had inherited the mantle. And the burden. But then, the Ancient One's eyes narrowed slightly. By the way, are you still interested in studying Dormammu? Nolan's eyebrows rose. I mean, if it's allowed. Normally, no, she replied. But with her at your side, she glanced at Wanda, you might just pull it off. Wanda blinked. Wait, who's Dormammu? Don't worry, Nolan said. We'll talk later. But I'll need your help one day. Wanda flushed a little under his gaze, then gave a firm nod. You've helped me so much. Of course, I'll help you. The Ancient One couldn't help but smile at the two of them, so young, so powerful, so naive. She leaned back and sighed. One last warning, she said. Magic always has a price. Every spell. Every invocation. She waved a hand lazily. Go now. You've taken enough of my tea and time. Nolan stood, then bowed with both hands. Thank you, Master. For everything. Wanda followed his lead, slightly awkward but earnest. Thank you, Sorcerer, ma'am. A glowing portal opened before them. As the two stepped through it, the Ancient One smiled to herself. I look forward to seeing what you become. Outside, Wanda watched Nolan walk in silence for a few moments. His face looked thoughtful. Distant. Is she sick? Wanda asked softly. The Ancient One? No, Nolan said after a pause. She's the greatest sorcerer on Earth. She's not sick. Then why? She's just tired, he said, voice low. She's lived over 1,000 years. Protected the Earth alone. Now, she's ready to move on. Wanda frowned. People can just stop wanting to live. Sometimes, Nolan replied. When they've seen everything. Done everything. Or when they know they've hit their limit. He didn't say it aloud, but he understood. The Ancient One had foreseen that she would never reach cosmic godhood. She knew her ceiling. And she accepted it. But he couldn't. He had to go beyond. Not just to reach the multiverse, but to touch the fabric of the one above all. He couldn't afford to be content. Wanda exhaled. Okay. I don't really get it. I'm only in my 20s. Nolan chuckled faintly. Then she turned to him again, hopeful. So, does this mean I can start learning magic? He looked at her and nodded. Yes. But your path is different. You'll only be able to access the dark magic versions of what I teach. The Vishanti won't lend you power. You belong to Thawne. Wanda bit her lip. She wasn't sure if that was good or bad. But she remembered the Ancient One's words, magic always has a price. And somewhere deep in Nolan's mind, one sentence lingered like an echo. Wanda being chosen by Thawne might not be as simple as it seems. You'll begin structured training soon, Nolan told Wanda as they stepped out of the portal. We'll set up a daily meditation regimen too. As for the Avengers, put their nonsense on pause. That's all just playground politics now. He turned to leave when Wanda called out teasingly. Wait, don't you want your reward? What reward? Nolan turned. And was instantly met with a kiss on the cheek, warm and unexpectedly fragrant. Wanda pulled back with a faint blush. That, a good enough gift? Her lips curled into a smile, but her cheeks were still pink. Despite all her power, she'd never really done something so forward before, not with Vision. And not like this. Vision was a synthetic companion. Nolan was real. Nolan stared at her face so close, so alive. Shame I can't put you on a lab bench now. Stealing a kiss. Go meditate, he said dryly. Humph. Wanda rolled her eyes and turned away in mock frustration. And don't forget you still owe me dinner. She vanished into a portal of her own making, leaving Nolan shaking his head. With a sigh, he returned to the lab and opened the tomes the Ancient One had given him. By sunrise, he had absorbed every page. The Eye of Agamotto wasn't just a tool, it was a universe-bending artifact. With time reversal, timeline observation, and dimensional shielding, its potential was vast. With it, he could even channel the combined defense power of the three sanctums to repel invading dimensional entities. Time to retrieve the cloak. Nolan swapped out his lab coat for sorcerer's robes and texted Wong. Nolan, heading to the New York sanctum. He could have ported there himself, but he'd never visited. The sanctum's location, 177A, Bleecker Street, was easier reached with a guide. Seconds later, a portal opened. Wong stepped out, arms crossed. Took you long enough. You're the first person I've met who treats the Ancient One's orders like suggestions. Wait, is that the eye? His eyes locked on the green gem hanging from Nolan's neck. Nolan gave a small nod. Wong inhaled deeply. Then it's official. She's chosen you as her successor. No pressure, right? Wong cracked a rare smirk. Let's go. They stepped through the portal into the New York sanctum. The atmosphere was saturated with mystical energy, ancient yet alive. Just ahead, a bearded mage in ceremonial robes approached. Greetings, Master Wong, he said with a courteous bow. It's been a while. Good to see you too, Daniel. Wong motioned to Nolan. This is Dr. Nolan. From now on, he'll be overseeing this sanctum. Daniel's gaze dropped to the eye. His expression barely flickered, but Nolan could feel the shift. So it's true, Daniel said, respectfully bowing. Welcome, Master Nolan. Despite the calm exterior, Nolan could sense the shock radiating beneath. Daniel, an elder mage, had guarded this sanctum longer than Nolan had been studying magic. Compared to the likes of Mordo or Caecilius, Nolan was virtually unknown in the mystical community. But Daniel said nothing more. Per the Ancient One's orders, Wong added, Daniel will remain as your advisor. The mantle is yours now. I'm honored, Daniel said, visibly relieved. Honestly, I've been itching to retire. Maybe travel. Visit some old friends before they forget I exist. Wong turned to Nolan. Get familiar with the protocols. Protecting the sanctum isn't a passive role. I'll handle it. Wong nodded once more. Farewell, Daniel. Pass along my regards to the others. Of course. As Wong disappeared through the next portal, Daniel led Nolan through a shifting corridor into a warmly lit chamber. Sit, Daniel said with a smile. The room felt like an ancient study of mahogany, scrolls, floating relics, and works. As they sat across from each other, Daniel casually asked, "How's your teacher's health?" Nolan blinked. "You don't waste time, huh?" Daniel chuckled. "You always talk about subtlety. But you grew up here, didn't you?" "Guilty." Daniel's eyes softened. "She's tired, isn't she?" Nolan nodded slowly. "You already know." "I've seen her at her peak," Daniel said quietly. "Back when she hunted demons across dimensions. These days, she barely leaves Kamartaj. Now I understand why." Daniel's voice took on a more serious tone. "The sanctums aren't just physical fortresses. They're surveillance towers watching over dimensional gates like the Dark Dimension, Crimson Cosmos, Hell, and countless others. If anything breaches into our realm," he continued, "the sanctum alerts us. And if the threat's serious, the old guard, what you'd call the ancient circle, steps in to neutralize it." "So, my job?" Nolan asked. "Study. Meditate. Drink tea. Occasionally vaporize something horrible from another plane of reality. That's oddly relaxing." Daniel chuckled again. "Unless it's something too strong for the field teams. Then it's your turn." "Got it." As Nolan looked around the study, he felt a strange sense of calm settle over him. He wasn't just learning anymore. He was responsible now. And somewhere, just beyond the veil of this dimension, dark forces were already watching. Chapter 172, 172. The Cloak Chooses. Bonus. Once Daniel had briefed him on the sanctum's logistics, he casually excused himself, muttering something about catching up with old friends over tea and leaving Nolan alone in the vast halls of the New York sanctum. Nolan took the opportunity to explore. The sanctum was larger than it looked from the outside. Arcane geometry made sure of that. He levitated upward, bypassing the stairs entirely. No point walking when you can fly. He turned down a long hallway on the second floor, eventually reaching 3 ornate doorways at the end. Each had a glowing orange hemispherical dial embedded beside it. These were the sanctum's fixed portals, pre-stabilized dimensional gateways to locations marked across the globe, and beyond. They were more than just doors to cities. These could open rifts to other dimensions. Forgotten ones. Dangerous ones. Most sorcerers didn't even know how to reach half those places. These doors made the unreachable reachable. No wonder Strange had to rely on them during that chaos with Caecilius. Nolan thought. Mountains, forests, and remote oceans are places impossible to return from quickly. Done surveying, Nolan made his way to the vault. The last place Caecilius had broken into. Artifacts lined the walls. Relics collected over centuries, some dormant, some still pulsing with subtle magic. And sitting right at the center. Was it? The levitation cloak. An artifact with a mind of its own. Nolan stood in front of its glass casing. He didn't speak aloud. Instead, he projected his voice telepathically. "Will you follow me?" To anyone else, it would have seemed mad. But this cloak wasn't just fabric. It had will. It had once rejected Strange, only accepting him in a moment of self-sacrifice during the sanctum's defense. The cloak twitched once. Then stilled. No. Nolan's mind voice was calm. "All right. Stay here then. Caecilius will be here soon anyway when he comes to destroy this place for Dormammu. You'll make a fine sacrifice." He turned to leave. He wouldn't dare attack the sanctum. The voice echoed in Nolan's head. He would. He must, Nolan replied without turning. He needs all 3 sanctums destroyed to bring Dormammu's projection to Earth. "Wait, how are you hearing me?" Psychic channeling. Mind magic. Nolan smirked and spun around. But if you're going to just sit here, I'll leave you to your boredom. Next Sorcerer Supreme might show up in a few decades, or centuries. There was a long pause. Then with a swift click, the cloak slid a thin red corner into the cabinet's lock, popped it open, and darted out. It floated gently behind Nolan, and fastened itself snugly around his shoulders. So, you can hear me too. Obviously, the cloak replied in his mind. I'm not dumb. Just picky. Then stick with me. But don't tug on my hair. No promises. Back in the lab, Nolan returned to his studies until his ALR lit up in alert. Multiple high-priority targets detected converging at one location. Nolan raised an eyebrow. Who? Red Hulk, Abomination, Luke Cage, the leader, and MODOK. Opposing force, Avengers. What the hell? On the monitor, chaos unfolded. Red Hulk and Iron Man were trading blows. Tony wasn't in a regular suit, he'd gone full Hulkbuster. And while that suit usually got ripped apart by its namesake, it still had enough firepower to challenge Red Hulk and Abomination. Vision was assisting, hovering and firing beams of precision energy. On the other side, Luke Cage was tanking hits from War Machine and Black Widow. And then there were two massive brains, the leader and MODOK. They were ganging up on Vision, using tech-assisted precision attacks. Drones buzzed through the sky clearly, IM tech. Probably MODOK's. Nolan narrowed his eyes. So MODOK's running AIM now. That explains a lot. AIM had always been a breakaway science cult. Loose ties to Hydra. Deranged geniuses. Killian had been one of them, but clearly not its founder. So the real puppet master survived, Nolan muttered. Wouldn't mind getting MODOK or the leader on my side. Both could be useful. He began prepping a spell ready to portal to the scene when ALER flashed again. New signature, Human Torch confirmed. Fantastic Four involvement suspected. Nolan stopped cold. Now they're getting involved. This wasn't a skirmish anymore. This was a Civil War rehearsal, and Nolan had no choice but to join. Chapter 173, 173. Iron Man vs. Red Hulk. Outskirts of Manhattan. Tony Stark's HUD flickered red as another warning blared in his ears. Warning, critical heat levels. Inside the Hulkbuster suit, reinforced with layers of adaptive plating and heavy impact servos, Stark was feeling the pressure. Red Hulk was hitting harder than anything the armor had handled before, and worse, he was radiating heat, a lot of it. Didn't account for this kind of thermal output. Tony muttered, internally kicking himself. Guess I assumed Banner's rage didn't come with a flamethrower setting. Red Hulk General Ross, now gamma-infused and burning with raw fury, was relentless. Stark. Ross snarled mid-punch, heat flaring from his eyes. I gave you a chance. A deal. Let us regulate superhumans, keep the world from burning. His fists smashed into Tony's armor, denting reinforced steel. But no. You had to start that Illuminati nonsense. You're betraying the country you swore to protect. From inside the armor, Tony's voice remained calm if strained. No, Ross. I'm just not interested in trading freedom for fear. Ross's laughter was molten. That's rich. Coming from a man who wraps himself in a billion-dollar coffin and calls it heroism. Tony gritted his teeth. Circuits were melting. The Hulkbuster's limbs were getting sluggish. Friday. Dispatch the bleeding edge. Now. Already en route, boss. Meanwhile, across the battlefield, Luke Cage was tanking hits from Rhodes the War Machine and Natasha's stun rounds like they were mosquito bites. Hey! Big guy! Spider-Man swooped in, webs thwipping as he kicked Abomination off his feet. Abomination growled. Buzz off, bug. He lunged like a freight train. Peter flipped backward, webbed up the brute's legs, and anchored him to a broken wing of an abandoned aircraft. I said stay. Peter grunted. But the webbing snapped like twine under strain. He's clocking in at 130 tons, Friday warned in Peter's earpiece. Awesome, Peter muttered, dodging another swing. Too bad I can't throw buildings out here. The open terrain was killing his mobility. No skyscrapers. No cranes. Just cracked runways and rusting fuselage. Vision. Tag in. On it. With an elegant blur, Vision phased in, intercepting Abomination's next strike. Their fists collided, creating a shockwave that rippled across the battlefield. Vibranium met brute force. Meanwhile, Peter flipped toward Modok and the leader, dodging lasers and technopath-controlled drones. All right, you two bobbleheads, he called. Let's dance. Elsewhere, on a nearby ridge overlooking the chaos, Steve Rogers stood with Shuri, Hawkeye, Falcon, and Daisy Johnson, Quake. Any word from Wanda? Steve asked, eyes never leaving the battle. Hawkeye shook his head. Comms are dead. She might be in meditation again. She's disconnected, Falcon added, uneasy. Ever since she started training with Nolan. And now Scott's Ant-Man suit is gone, too, Clint added. Apparently Nolan borrowed it. Scott's still trying to explain things to Hank Pym. Shuri clicked her claws together. So we just sit here? No, Steve said. We wait for our moment. If we jump in now, both sides might see us as enemies. But we can't let this become public carnage either. As if on cue, a streak of flame descended from the sky, landing hard. Johnny Storm. The Human Torch flashed a grin. Looks like you could use a little heat. Behind him, Mr. Fantastic extended himself down from a Quinjet, cradling Invisible Woman. In the distance, the thing charged forward like a living bulldozer. Situation report? Reed asked. Steve nodded. Evenly matched. It's turning into a proxy war. Red Hulk and Abomination are enhanced government assets. Modok and the leader are tagging along with tech and drones. Tony's team is stretched thin. Johnny raised an eyebrow. And those two Godzilla rejects? Red Hulk and Abomination, Steve replied. Government superhumans. Meaner than they look. Johnny glanced at Thing. Hey, Ben, you've got siblings. Johnny, Sue snapped. Not the time. Sue turned to Steve. Captain. Do you need us to engage? Steve frowned. If we jump in, the press will go berserk. But we also can't let this drag out. Some of these guys are household names. This'll be on every news feed in minutes. He paused. Gave a final nod. Pick a side. And hold the line. Chapter 174, 174. Let me try this on you. Iron Man. Steve made his choice just like before when he chose Bucky over Tony. He didn't pick sides for politics. He followed his conscience. And while he and Stark had their differences that ran deeper than battle wounds, Steve had been watching. And thinking. Superhumans need oversight, he'd once said. But not at the cost of freedom. Not at the hands of people who only saw them as weapons. Over the past few weeks, he'd met too many enhanced individuals, some barely educated, some barely stable. The wrong person with power could level a city block. But that's exactly why the world needed voices like Tony's. Voices from within the superhuman community. And if they were going to give the Illuminati a chance, they needed someone just as smart, just as visionary, to keep Tony grounded. That's why Steve had contacted Reed Richards. Together, they'd agreed if the Illuminati was going to exist, Reed had to be part of it. Captain, Shuri asked, claws flexing. We moving? Steve nodded. Do it. Boom! A deafening impact shattered the battlefield's rhythm. Dust exploded outward. Cracked concrete smoked in the sudden silence. A crater. And at its center a man. Nolan. Standing tall, framed in gold trim and silver plating, cloak fluttering, energy humming beneath his boots. Superman just landed, Johnny muttered. Even among giants, Nolan's entrance shifted the atmosphere. Enemies froze mid-punch. The battlefield fractured, no longer a war zone but a standoff. That's what power looked like. Sky, standing beside Cap, blinked. This is the first time I've seen him in person. The man radiated presence like a force of nature. Hell of a way to stop a fight, Bucky whispered. Nolan's voice echoed through the silence. You all seem pretty into this brawl. Just a heads up, are those choppers closing in? Daily Bugle, Global Times. The press is circling. Keep going, and you'll be on every screen from here to Wakanda. He stepped forward, the sand and rubble parting at his boots. Ross grunted, recognizing the unmistakable energy signature. Nolan. You here to take sides? Take sides? Nolan raised an eyebrow. This isn't a debate. This is muscle flexing with better PR. His eyes drifted to Ross. You're looking sharp, Red Hulk. You owe me one, don't forget. Ross's eyes narrowed. So it was you. You helped complete the serum. Tony's mind raced. If Ross was this strong, and Nolan just casually admitted to creating him, what else had this guy been up to? Nolan glanced past him, ignoring the tension. He pointed toward Modok and the leader. I'm here for them. Excuse me. Modok snapped. Why the hell would I work for you? The leader hesitated. You think you can fix this? I don't think, Nolan said flatly. I know. Do you want to keep your intellect but get your body back to human proportions? I can do that. How? The leader asked, voice tight with disbelief and hope. Cross-mutation with mimic-class DNA, Nolan said. Shape-shifting templates. Will regulate growth while maintaining neurosynaptic efficiency. Everyone blinked. Plain English, please. Peter quipped. I'll make your big brain fit in a normal-sized head, Nolan translated with a smirk. Modok scoffed. If I couldn't fix myself, you think you can? Nolan turned, deadpan. You've got a floating toilet seat for a chair. How's that working out? The leader was silent. Ross stepped forward, arms flaring with heat, voice rising. You come here to poach my team. They're not your team, Nolan said calmly. They're mercenaries. Contractors. I offered a better deal. Ross's body temperature spiked, steam rising from his skin. Then let's settle this the superhuman way. Finally, Nolan whispered, eyes lighting up. Let's see what soul magic can really do. Ross lunged, a flaming juggernaut tearing across the battlefield. Nolan didn't move until the last second. With a blur of motion, he closed the distance, first meeting Ross head-on. Slam! A shockwave erupted as Nolan's palm connected squarely with Red Hulk's chest. Chapter 175, 175. Subjugation and deals. A sound echoed ethereal, hollow, like it didn't belong in this world. Everyone turned. Behind the towering form of Red Hulk, a strange figure shimmered into view. General Ross. In full military dress uniform. Drowning in invisible water, his limbs moved in slow desperation like he was being pulled from another plane of existence. And Red Hulk? He was frozen in place. Immobilized. Controlled. All eyes widened. Even Tony, inside the bleeding-edge Hulkbuster armor, froze. He'd been fighting tooth and nail, deploying experimental tech, adapting mid-battle, and now Ross was paralyzed after a single strike from Nolan. And not just physically. Spiritually. Tony stared at the screens. What the hell did he just do? Johnny looked around. Was that magic? No, Rogers murmured. That was something beyond magic. He remembered the last time he saw Nolan warp reality like a sculptor molding clay. That time had shattered Steve's perception of power. This wasn't an illusion. This was soul manipulation. You wanted to fight like a superhuman? Nolan said with a calm smile. You don't seem qualified. He raised his hand and pulled. Ross's ethereal form, the soul version, was yanked backward like a puppet on strings. With a sharp slam, it re-entered Red Hulk's body. The Red Titan collapsed to his knees, panting, the rage extinguished like a snuffed flame. Ross blinked, dazed. What did you do to me? For a moment, Nolan said coolly, you died. I'll let you see what that felt like. Ross gritted his teeth, genuinely shaken. Nolan turned to the others. So. Modok, Leader, what's your answer? You coming with me? Modok and Leader exchanged glances, two oversized craniums pulsing with conflicted thoughts. Modok, ever prideful, said nothing at first. But deep down, something disturbed him. That attack just now wasn't strength. It was precision. For a second, he hadn't sensed Ross's brain activity. Not at all. Medical death. Modok prided himself on knowing every mental signature in a 5-mile radius. But Nolan had erased Ross, and brought him back. This wasn't psionics. This was something else. I'm in, the Leader said at last. Unlike Modok, he didn't crave control, only knowledge. His mutation had gifted him godlike intellect, yes, but at a monstrous cost. He longed to be whole again. Nolan's offer. Too good to pass up. Modok scowled. I'll pass. Nolan didn't push. That's fine. But one day, you'll wish you chose differently. Behind his calm, he was already thinking 3 steps ahead. AM, now under Modok, could be acquired. If not today, then tomorrow. Osborne Industries was already expanding rapidly under Norman. With Claw's acquisitions consolidated, Nolan was waiting for the right moment to fold AIM into the portfolio legally or otherwise. Buying an island for research purposes was next on the list. The Leader stepped forward, ignoring Ross's glare, and joined Nolan's side. Nolan's eyes then fell on Johnny Storm. I want a sample of your blood. We can make a trade. Johnny blinked. Wait, what? I'm not here to steal anything. Those days are over, Nolan said. I can offer resources, power upgrades, tech. You name it. 1 drop of blood in exchange. Susan Storm immediately stepped forward. Her expression was protective and hostile. What for? No dark motives, Nolan replied. I like to study. Your powers are fascinating. I'm curious. That's all. I said no, Johnny muttered, shaking his head. My sister told me not to trust you. Susan stood beside him, arms crossed, not backing down. Reed stepped forward too, quietly placing himself between Nolan and Susan. Nolan raised an eyebrow. Fine. No harm meant. But if you're not interested in improving your powers, how about I help her instead? He looked straight at Susan. You know, maybe teach her to turn invisible without needing to undress. Susan's cheeks turned red. Reed's face darkened. That's enough. I'm just saying, Nolan said with a shrug. You don't need to suffer limitations when I can help. Johnny bit his lip. All right, deal. But only if you promise to help her control her powers. Susan looked at her brother in disbelief. But Johnny nodded with certainty. He didn't want her to keep struggling with a gift that could become a curse. Chapter 176, 176. Unexpected moves. Seriously? Reed stared at Johnny, who had without much hesitation, agreed to Nolan's request. There was an awkward pause between the two. Reed's expression darkened, not out of anger, but disappointment. To him, it felt like a betrayal. "You said it yourself," Johnny shrugged. "You once postponed my sister's wedding for a lab experiment. I'll trust someone else, thanks." He didn't mean it with malice. But Johnny had always been skeptical of Reed, not of his brilliance, but of his priorities. Reed loved Susan. That was never in question. But his love for science? Sometimes it came first. Nolan didn't wait. A shimmering gold portal swirled open beside him. He casually reached in and pulled out a sleek syringe. "Want me to do it?" he asked, "or would you rather handle it yourself?" "I'll do it," Johnny grunted. With a wince, he stabbed the needle into his own arm, drew a small vial of blood, then quickly yanked it out and tossed it back to Nolan. "Just a little, right?" "That counts as a little." Nolan caught the vial midair with a nod. "Counts." He turned toward Susan. "As for your sister, have her stop by my lab whenever she's ready. I need a full read on her abilities to help her regain proper control. No strings attached." "Fine," Johnny said, rubbing his arm. Nolan turned to Reed. "By the way, Mr. Richards. I recently read your paper on theoretical temporal mechanics. Is your framework on time dilation using localized gravitational pockets? Genuinely impressive." Reed blinked. His ego, wounded a moment ago, instantly inflated. "You read that?" he asked, taken aback. "I've been working on some refinements to the second equation. Perhaps we could." But before he could dive into a lecture, Nolan's expression turned serious. His comm crackled in his ear. "Intrusion alert. Unknown entry into lab perimeter. Suspected target, Ant-Man." Nolan frowned. "I'll have to take a rain check," he told Reed. "We'll continue this later." And with that, he traced a glowing ring into the air and walked through it, vanishing into thin air. The leader followed, right behind him. The ring collapsed behind them, leaving only stunned silence. "What the hell was that?" Johnny murmured. "Magic," Rogers said simply. "Wait, do we keep fighting?" Johnny asked quietly. Rogers scanned the field. Red Hulk stood listless. Abomination, once raging, was now oddly docile. The battlefield that was moments ago ready to erupt was now eerily calm. Everyone had seen what Nolan did to Ross. One hit. That's all it took. And then he bargained with Johnny Storm like they were trading baseball cards. Just then, the whir of helicopter blades cut through the air. "Press choppers. Lots of them." "Journalists," Tony muttered. "Told you they'd show up." His armor began to disassemble, midair plates detaching and flying upward until the sleeker Iron Man suit was revealed underneath. As he turned to leave, Rogers called out, "Tony, wait. I need to talk. It's important." Tony stopped, glancing back. "I have nothing to say to you," he replied coldly. The tension between them, still thick from the Bucky situation, hadn't eased. Fury and S.H.I.E.L.D. had protected Barnes, and Tony knew there wasn't much he could do about it anymore. "It's about the Illuminati," Rogers added quickly. Tony paused. "Fine," he said at last. "Come to my office. We'll talk." With a burst of blue from his boots, Iron Man soared into the sky. The others scattered. But Ross's team remained behind, frozen in place. "General," Luke whispered. "Are we leaving?" Ross remained silent. He'd been destroyed. Not physically. But mentally. That one slap from Nolan had shattered his self-image. He clenched his fists. "Who can stop him now?" Ross muttered. No one answered. Even his men weren't sure if it was a rhetorical question, or if their commander had just broken. "Let's go." Meanwhile, back in Nolan's lab. He opened a shimmering gateway to the mirror dimension and stepped through. His expression hardened. He knew they were here. Hank Pym, Hope Van Dyne, and their new protege Scott Lang. They'd infiltrated his lab to retrieve the Pym particles. He turned to the leader. Stay back. You don't need to be here for this. Okay. Nolan fired off a message to Max, track and apprehend Hank Pym. He's nearby. To Nolan, it was laughable. The Pym particles had limitless scientific potential. And Pym, possessing one of the most revolutionary discoveries on Earth, had wasted it on household chores and glorified insect cosplay. Inside a supply cabinet, Scott Lang huddled beside Hope, whispering into his earpiece. I thought you said he wasn't home. He's home. Hope glared. Try the comm again. No response, Scott said. Comms must be jammed. Hope was already trying hers. Nothing. We've been made. Scott's eyes widened. Oh God, not again. I can't go back to that cell. I almost went insane last time. We're not caught yet, Hope insisted. But it was too late. Nolan's voice boomed through the lab. How long do you two plan on hiding? This isn't the first time, you know. Before they could react, glowing rings opened beneath their feet, portals. They dropped like pebbles into a pool. The next thing they knew, they were standing tiny-sized before a gigantic Nolan seated casually in his chair. Miss Van Dyne, he said with a polite smile. If you'd come in through the front door, I would have welcomed you. But this? He gestured around. This is trespassing. Hope reacted instantly, flinging a shrinking disc straight at him. But Nolan barely moved. A small portal opened mid-air, redirecting the projectile, straight into Scott's back. Pop! He shrank again. Microscopic. I see, Nolan sighed. Breaking and entering, assault. Is this how Hank Pym taught you ethics? The lab door creaked open behind them. Nolan turned, smirking. Welcome back, Dr. Pym. Chapter 177, 177. The Pym particle experiment. Hope gasped as the lab doors burst open and her father, Hank Pym, was shoved through them. He was restrained, arms bound behind his back with shimmering energy bands. Caught him trying to sneak in, Max said, dusting himself off as he handed a bag to Nolan. Nearly got clipped by one of his toys. Shrinking cars midair. Pretty sure one belonged to Sandman, the poor guy's gonna cry when he finds out. Nolan opened the bag. Inside were Pymtech discs loaded with the infamous Pym particles. He twirled one thoughtfully in his fingers. These little toys again. Then he turned to Hope, his tone dead serious. Here's the deal. Either you return to full size voluntarily, or I kill your father. Choose. Before she could answer, two small figures popped into view, Hope and her reluctant tagalong, Scott Lang. Scott avoided eye contact. Again. Then suddenly, all three of them, Hope, Scott, and Hank, clutched their temples and collapsed. Nolan didn't even look up. You brought this on yourselves. When Hank stirred awake, the first thing he noticed was the headache. The second was the smirk on Nolan's face. Dr. Hank Pym, Nolan greeted casually. Been meaning to meet you. Shame it's like this. I've read your work too, Dr. Nolan, Hank said dryly, trying to sit upright despite the restraints. Though, is this how you Easterners greet your guests? Hope and Scott were still coming, too. Nolan, meanwhile, was focused on a series of monitors, examining something with a device that hummed with arcane energy. Your tech is impressive, Nolan muttered, eyes locked on a shrunken object under his lens. Altering an object's mass and volume through quantum manipulation. Not bad. Though it makes more sense from a mystical perspective than a physical one. You stole my research, Hank snapped. You want to lecture me on ethics? If you hadn't taken the PIM particles, I wouldn't be here. Nolan didn't take the bait. He was too focused. What he saw through his mystical instrument astonished him more than he'd expected. The PIM particle was supposed to shrink and enlarge objects by altering their molecular spacing. But the way it actually functioned was far stranger. It wasn't just subatomic separation. No, this particle displaced matter into another dimension. Not in theory, in practice. Ant-Man standing on an ant. A tank on a keychain. The physics didn't line up unless the mass was transferred elsewhere. If mass stayed constant, shrinking something small would turn it into a walking singularity. This wasn't just physics. It was dimensional interference. Changing size and weight is the shallow explanation, Nolan said aloud. What you've really done is create a transdimensional tether. Hank scoffed. That's your theory? No. That's the conclusion, Nolan corrected. The PIM particle doesn't just modify atoms. It splits them and threads some of their quantum states into an adjacent dimension. And when you grow, that dimension feeds kinetic energy back into our own. Hank fell silent. Nolan turned to face him. It's not about shrinkage. It's about migration. You've created a bridge to a parallel space, an unclaimed one. A raw dimension with no consciousness of its own. And you hold the key. Hope and Scott were now fully awake, listening in stunned silence. You figured that out in a few hours? Hank asked, the disbelief clear in his voice. Nolan grinned. I skimmed the surface. Quantum sight helped. You know, magic. The room quieted. For Hank Pym, a man who had spent his life on science, to watch someone connect his life's work to mysticism and be right was jarring. But Nolan wasn't done. Also, your math's inefficient, he added casually, spinning a hologram of Hank's formulas in the air. I optimized your equations. Should improve particle extraction rates by about 200%. Still slow though. Must be leftovers from your youth. That's impossible, Hank muttered. You rewrote decades of work in a day. If time mattered, Nolan said with a shrug, we wouldn't need geniuses, would we? There was no malice in his voice, only fact. For Nolan, solving impossibilities was simply routine. Chapter 178. Hank Pym's shock. Truth be told, Nolan wasn't just trying to unlock the secrets of the Pym particle. What he really wanted, was the dimension it came from. If he could find that hidden plane, if he could claim it, then he wouldn't need Pym particles at all. He'd become the source. But for now, practicality first. Let's keep using it, he muttered, tuning out the suspicious glares from the captive trio Hank Pym, Hope, and Scott Lang as he drafted the schematics for a new extractor. He also sent Norman Osborn a list of rare materials to procure. The particles were only half the equation. The vials used to store them impervious to quantum interference were another mystery entirely. Feels like I'm gonna starve to death here. Scott grumbled from the corner. Nolan hadn't fed them. He hadn't even acknowledged them, lost as he was in equations and quantum tunneling concepts. Hope and Hank, meanwhile, had shifted from resistance to curiosity. Could I see the formula? Hank asked, unable to suppress the itch. The fact that Nolan refined his work had been gnawing at him. I've got a better offer, Nolan said, glancing over. Join my research division. Full access. And I'll help you retrieve your wife. Hank's eyes narrowed. You read my mind, didn't you? Just your research. And the thoughts surrounding it, Nolan replied without apology. For Hank, that was enough. He fell into silence. Take your time, Nolan added. I like working with brilliant minds. Makes progress faster. As Nolan continued refining the extractor, another problem surfaced: how to use Pym particles without relying on external devices. He mused aloud. Kathy Lang, she can manipulate her size by thought alone. That's not training, that's resonance. Her body must have adapted to the dimensional frequency. Multiple uses, imprinting, some kind of dimensional signature left behind. Like an access code slowly burned into your soul. Repeated exposure causes resistance, Nolan theorized. Recognition by the dimension itself. His real goal wasn't size manipulation, it was assimilation. He wanted to store gamma radiation, maybe even a star within his own body. To do that, he'd need a dimension to act as a buffer. The Pym realm might be it. Unlike the Dark Dimension or Crimson Cosmos, both rich in energy and will, the Pym dimension felt vacant. Untamed. Could Vishanti energy stabilize access to it, he wondered aloud. Before his thoughts could go deeper, Scott's voice pierced the silence. Are you gonna feed us, or what? I mean seriously, are you a robot? Nolan gave him a flat look. You still think you're in a position to ask for things? This is the second time you've broken into my lab. Scott shrank in his seat figuratively, this time. And don't think I missed your little stunt, Nolan added, turning to Hank. You came here because he told you I stole the Ant-Man suit. But the truth is, he lost it. You've been misled. Hank and Hope turned in unison, glaring at Scott. He sank further into his seat. Okay, I may have slightly exaggerated. Nolan turned back to Hank. Have you decided? Show me the formula, Hank said. If it's legit. I'm in. He didn't say it out of desperation but out of pride. If Nolan had truly surpassed his decades of work, then joining him would mean reaching heights he could never reach alone. Nolan casually projected the refined formula in front of Hank. With his hands still bound, Hank could only study it with his eyes. The more he read, the more his skepticism faded, replaced by pure, stunned disbelief. Wait, you used a Fourier transform on the spatial resonance equation? His voice caught. That one substitution exploded the complexity of the equation, but the results were irrefutable. Cleaner variables. More precise yields. The extraction rate, which Hank thought he'd maxed out years ago, had doubled. 20 years, he had poured into that research. And this man had cracked it in a day. How did you even? Reading helps, Nolan said with a smirk. Also, I trimmed your framework. You were overcomplicating it. He slid over a design schematic next. Hank blinked. The particle extractor was smaller, sleeker, and exponentially more efficient than anything he'd ever built. I'm in, Hank said at last. On one condition. You help me find Janet. Nolan's grin widened. Of course. He meant it. Not just as a gesture of goodwill but because he wanted to enter the quantum realm himself. If Marvel science was going to get weird, he wanted front row access. Chapter 179, 179. The Fantastic Four arrive. Welcome aboard, Dr. Pym. Nolan's voice was calm and confident. There was no grand ceremony, just a nod because he didn't need Hank's company or his fame. Just his mind. I'm in, Hank said, but Pym Technologies stays with my daughter. She'll be running it, not me. Perfect. I want the man, not the brand. To Nolan, intellectual capital was king. Hank's quantum research alone was enough to unlock doors, especially doors into time. Because in the realm of physics, quantum theory was the only legitimate way to touch time itself. After all, it was the quantum realm that spared Ant-Man from Thanos' purge. And it was through quantum tunneling that the Avengers bent time in Endgame. Sure, it didn't alter the past but it led to alternate presents. And for Nolan, that was good enough. He had a very specific moment in mind. The rise of mutants, and Sebastian Shaw. With a flick of his finger, the bindings on Hank and Hope disintegrated. Scott Lang, however, remained tied to his chair, eyebrows raised in betrayal. Hello. Still here. Scott called out hopefully. Nolan didn't even look at him. Captain can pay your bail. Scott paled. No, no. No need for that. I'm sure he's busy. He remembered too well how Nick Fury had to pull strings to spring him last time. And with no suit now, he wasn't even Ant-Man, just some guy with bad luck and worse timing. He looked to hope for support. She looked away. You should have thought about consequences before you lied, Nolan said coolly, resting his hands in his lab coat pockets. You dragged two brilliant minds into your mess. Twice. Hank crossed his arms, eyes narrowing. Dr. Nolan, he said, hesitating, would you consider letting him go? I promise he won't be touching the Pym particles again. Ever. Let him go back to being ordinary. Nolan raised an eyebrow. That's unlike you. You sure you don't want him dead? Hank sighed. I'm not doing it for him. I'm doing it to close the book. He once helped me, so this will be the last time I return the favor. He turned to Scott. His voice was cold. I once thought of passing the Ant-Man mantle to you. But after everything you've done, you lack what it takes to be a hero. Scott's smile froze. His eyes dimmed. It hit harder than any punch. He staggered out, shoulders slumped, face hollow, like the world had finally reminded him who he really was. Just a regular guy. Nolan watched him leave, then turned back to Hank. You were testing him. Hank didn't deny it. I've tried dozens of times to reach Janet using my shrinking tech. But Scott is the only person who's ever returned from the quantum realm. He paused. One day, he might still be useful. If he ever grows up. Nolan shrugged. As long as he stays out of my way, I don't care. In truth, he figured Nick Fury had dangled the space stone fragment last time to lure him into civil war. But he wasn't sure Fury would offer such a generous bargain again. And Steve Rogers? He was just another soldier in someone else's war. A few days later. At the Osborn Industries front desk, three figures arrived early in the morning. One of them, confident, cocky, stepped forward. Hi. I'm Johnny. I've got an appointment with Dr. Nolan. Can you confirm? The receptionist offered a warm smile, until she got a good look at his face. It vanished instantly. She stiffened, her voice colder now. One moment, please. Johnny blinked. Did I forget to wash my face this morning or something? Am I hideous? Susan Storm chuckled. No, but people are definitely staring. You'd think we were wearing our suits or something. She wasn't wrong. The atmosphere in the lobby was frosty. Maybe it was paranoia toward supers. Maybe it was just him. The receptionist made a call. Boss, Captain America's here to see Dr. Nolan. Johnny nearly choked. What? I'm not Cap. Tell him it's the Human Torch. From the Fantastic Four. There was a pause on the line. Then. Sorry, boss. My mistake. It's not Rogers. It's the Fantastic Four. She checked her screen, eyes flicking between the real Johnny Storm and the old archived photos online. Though I have to admit, you do look like him. Johnny groaned. Seriously? This again? Behind him, Reed and Susan exchanged glances. The Fantastic Four hadn't exactly been in the spotlight lately, but they were about to step into a world that was much bigger than Baxter Tower. And somewhere inside this skyscraper, Nolan was already waiting. Chapter 180, 180. Osborn, City of Supers. The elevator doors slid shut with a soft chime. Inside, Johnny broke the silence. Is it just me, or is Captain America really not liked around here? You'd think Steve Rogers would be a national treasure. Sure, public sentiment toward powered individuals had shifted, but this was Osborn. Home turf to the most powerful enhanced being known to the world. Nolan. If anyone welcomes superhumans, it should be him. Reed didn't even look up. That's because of the Wakandan incident. Johnny raised a brow. The explosion at Osborn Industries. They blamed it on the Winter Soldier. Word is. Rogers broke him out. Oh, that guy. Johnny nodded slowly. Yeah, makes sense. If someone nuked my workplace and the guy who did it got bailed out by a so-called hero, I'd be pissed too. Susan tilted her head. Since when do you pay attention to politics? Reed smirked. I don't. I study patterns. Dr. Nolan's research into applied superpower integration is remarkable, especially his biocentric approach. If someone like him turned to quantum mechanics. He trailed off. He'd probably crack it in a week, Johnny muttered. Just then, a hand caught the elevator doors mid-close. A breathless Peter Parker slipped in. Sorry. Almost missed it. He grinned sheepishly at the trio. Susan smiled politely, but her fingers flicked a subtle signal behind her. Reed and Johnny nodded silently. They'd traveled with her long enough to recognize the code. Enhanced. Confirmed. Peter, blissfully unaware, kept his gaze on his phone. When the elevator stopped at his floor, he darted out. Was that? Johnny began. Spider-Man, Susan said with a nod. I could recognize the energy signature anywhere. Reed adjusted his glasses. So Spider-Man works for Osborn now? Apparently. Johnny blinked. Okay, I've seen vigilantes join teams, but a 9-to-5 job at a biotech corp? That's new. The doors opened. As they stepped into the hallway, they were greeted by two imposing figures. One with a hulking, steel-gray frame and a literal horn on his forehead. The other, more familiar dusty clothes, weathered features, and a wide grin. Long time no see. Flint Marco, Sandman waved. Susan's face lit up. How's your daughter? Good, Marco said with sincere gratitude. Dr. Nolan saw to that. To him, her condition was just a mild case. He gestured beside him. This is my co-worker Alexei Sitsovic. You can call him Rhino. Rhino nodded politely, though his massive bulk made him anything but subtle. Johnny's eyes went wide. He's huge. Like Ben Grimm huge. Not quite, Reed said. Ben's upper threshold has surpassed 100 tons. Not many reach that range. They exchanged brief pleasantries before Sandman and Rhino continued on their way. Once out of earshot, Johnny exhaled. Okay, how many supers does this company employ? Too many to be a coincidence, Reed murmured. They're not just gathering talent. They're cultivating it. A voice called out. Dr. Storm. A man in a lab coat approached them thin, polite, and sharp-eyed. I'm Connors. I'll be performing your diagnostic, Ms. Storm. It's a complex process, but we'll need you to come with me. As for you two, Dr. Nolan asked me to direct you to the meditation room down this hall, last door. Susan tilted her head. Wait. Dr. Connors? As in Kurt Connors? The one and only, Reed stepped forward, extending a hand. You're the leading figure in regenerative biology. Your recent papers on self-healing genomes were revolutionary. Connors chuckled. All under Nolan's guidance. We've accomplished more in 2 years here than I did in my entire career before this. Johnny narrowed his eyes. So, you're a super too. Connors gave a casual nod. I was. Technically still am. But here at Osborn, that's not unusual. Reed nodded thoughtfully. Makes sense. The term superhuman is flexible. Iron Man's just a guy in a metal suit, yet we count him among the enhanced. And with the research we do here? Connors smiled. We could make 100 more supers. If we wanted to. Johnny muttered under his breath, that's either brilliant, or terrifying. As Susan was led away, Reed and Johnny continued toward the meditation room. The name was odd. Meditation? In a high-tech lab? Johnny knocked. "Come in." Nolan's voice came through clearly. They stepped inside to an unexpected sight. A woman sat cross-legged in the center of the room, crimson mist curling around her. Arcane runes floated and shifted above her, and in a flash, a red sigil pulsed, tearing open a portal that revealed a distant chamber. "I did it," the woman exclaimed. Wanda looked up, her eyes glowing with scarlet magic. Johnny gawked. "Is that magic?" Reed adjusted his glasses, eyes wide behind the lenses. This wasn't just a company of supers. This was a convergence point where science met the supernatural. And Nolan stood right at the center of it all. Chapter 181, 181. Should we join? Wanda rose from her seated position, brushing a strand of crimson mist from her fingertips. Her eyes glittered with pride. "See? I did it. That was pretty fast, right?" Nolan barely glanced up from his notes. "I mastered it in 3 days. You took 7. And you already had chaos magic running through you. Took you forever just to memorize a few hand seals and chants." Wanda scowled. "You really know how to kill a vibe." He turned to Reed and Johnny. "Take a seat. Connors should be wrapping up the diagnostics soon." Reed nodded, pulling up a holographic interface from his device. "Here's my compiled data on Susan's current energy field behavior." Nolan didn't react. Virtual screens were commonplace among minds like theirs. He began scanning through pages at speed, eyes darting with increasing pace. Johnny blinked. Is he actually reading any of that?" Reed nodded. "Yes. That's how we process data. The key is pattern recognition, intro, framework, data set, skip the filler." Johnny slumped. "And here I thought I was smart." As they talked, Wanda returned with 2 mugs. "Latte. Sugar and cream are over there if you need it." "Thanks, Mrs. Nolan," Reed said politely. Wanda flushed. "You don't have to call me that." Nolan shot her a look but said nothing. Then, refocusing, he addressed Reed. "Susan's ability to manipulate light for cloaking, yes. But she can only bend photons around herself. Not others." "Correct. That's not light manipulation then," Nolan said, eyes narrowing. "More likely a form of psionic projection. Let's call it psi-energy. It mimics light bending but isn't bound by photonic physics." Reed lit up. "Yes, that would explain the inconsistencies. And her instability using it around others. Which means her neural magnetic field doesn't fully align with her psionic signature. That's what's creating the flickering. Which means," Reed added, "if we stabilize her neurofield into sync with her ability frequency, she'll gain full control." Nolan nodded. "Exactly. God, it's so refreshing to speak with someone who gets it." Nolan smirked. "AI, pull up the schematics for the psionic field stabilizer." "On it, sir." A projection flared across the ceiling, rotating circuitry and magnetic resonance maps. "This is a rough draft. Think you can finish it?" Reed's eyes gleamed. "In 2 days. But, you're just giving me this." Nolan shrugged. "You'll finish it for Susan. That's more than worth it. Consider it, mutual benefit." Reed smiled. "I'll send the final schematics once it's done. And you have my word, I won't leak a thing." Johnny leaned into Wanda. "Are they speaking English? Or some form of science Elvish?" Wanda just handed him her coffee. Nolan glanced at the door. "Once Susan finishes her scan, we can proceed." Right on cue, Connors returned with Susan. He handed Nolan a folder. AIs calculated the optimal magnetic parameters. These figures should allow group-level cloaking as well. Nolan passed the sheet to Reed. There you go. But remember, the stabilizer is only a support. Mastery has to come from within. Reed studied the paper. Understood. Susan raised a brow. Wait, what? That's it? That solved my problem. Nolan stretched. Yep. Give Reed 2 days. You'll be cloaking cities in no time. He added casually, you're welcome to tour the facility. If Reed's interested in joining Osborn, we'd be glad to have you. Reed shook his head. Next time. For now, I have work to do. Offers open. As they exited the meditation chamber, Susan rubbed her temple. I came in for a checkup and walked out with, what? A full diagnosis and power upgrade? Johnny sipped his coffee. They started tossing around words like magnetic brain zones and latent psionic fields, and I just mentally checked out. Reed was staring at the schematics, eyes glowing like a man possessed. He's a genius. Johnny raised an eyebrow. Jealous? Reed didn't answer. Instead, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. What if we joined Osborn Industries? Susan blinked. You're joking. I'm not. Working with Nolan could be revolutionary. For the world, and for us. She stared at him, horrified. Reed, you didn't look that serious when you proposed to me. He looked her in the eyes. Because this could change everything. Susan wasn't sure if she wanted to laugh, or scream. Chapter 182, 182. Psionic Fields, Psionic Dimensions. Dr. Connors handed over a vial of Susan's blood. Nolan uncapped it and, to Wanda's visible shock, let a drop fall onto the back of his own hand. The moment it touched, his skin rippled, absorbing it seamlessly. Are you a vampire now? Wanda asked, half joking, half disturbed. It's called self-evolution, Nolan replied dryly. Under the influence of the spirit of evolution, his cells began breaking down the genetic structure of Susan's blood, extracting and adapting its secrets. He murmured to himself, physicalized mental energy. No, there's something else. A new energy dimension. His voice trailed as his consciousness dove inward. It felt like a hidden coordinate in his mind had just been lit up as an anchor point. With each shift of thought, his spiritual energy expanded, like tendrils feeling through cracks in space. He was no longer bound to the material world. He'd pierced into the arcane. Then, contact. His mind touched something new. A dormant realm. A dimension he'd never sensed before. Suddenly, his spiritual energy acted like a key, unlocking that place. A strange force began flowing into him, merging with his mind. From Wanda and Connor's perspective, Nolan vanished. Clothes and all. He just disappeared. Wanda gasped. But a second later, he reappeared, his eyes glowing. So that's what it is. He murmured. This fusion of energy and thought coats Susan's body. That's what makes her invisible. He conjured it again. An impossibly smooth, reflective field manifested across his skin, a layer with no friction, no edges. It reflected light so perfectly that even air molecules couldn't catch on its surface. The core of Susan's power wasn't light manipulation. It was this psionic energy. A fusion of willpower and dimensional resonance. Psionic fields. Nolan muttered. A whole psionic dimension. In awe, Wanda blinked and realized Dr. Connors had vanished next. Wait, Connors. Where did you go? A voice replied calmly from thin air, still here, Miss Wanda. Looks like the boss is testing a cloaking effect. He shimmered back into view, as Nolan muttered, pure psionic constructs. Fully manipulable by thought. Adjustable particle structure. Viscosity. Density. Nolan had cracked it. Unlike telekinesis, which converted thought into brute force in the physical realm, Susan's ability tapped into an unclaimed dimension, blending consciousness with energy. It was a new class of power, versatile, subtle, and immense. A bit like the Green Lanterns, Nolan noted aloud. Willpower plus psychic projection equals infinite forms. And if I can anchor the Vishanti's power into this, open this dimension fully, then I could potentially ascend to a single universe-level entity. His thoughts raced. If Susan could access this dimension with no effort, it meant no one owned it. And an unclaimed dimension? That was unheard of. Most realms, like the Dark Dimension, were ruled by ancient powers. Dormammu, for instance. But here was a blank slate. If Nolan could seize it, master it, he wouldn't just be a sorcerer or a scientist. He'd be a psionic lord. A new breed of magic user. A new lineage. Psionic warlocks. I'll need to ask the Ancient One, he muttered. If this can be done, it could change the magical order completely. Wanda watched him with a mixture of amazement and concern. Nolan's eyes gleamed with cosmic ambition. AI, he commanded, did you log everything? Yes, sir. Now calculating optimal usage protocols for psionic energy. Good. Meanwhile, in a remote town. Alright, Max Dillon barked, his new armor humming with energy. This is the first field mission assigned by the boss in weeks. Don't screw it up. He was flanked by the hulking Rhino, Sandman, and a squad of armored enforcers known as the Steel Corps. Our target, Sentinel unit. Understood. Max's armor pulsed, a reactor core embedded in his chest spinning steadily. Across town, another team was on the move. Logan led the charge, followed by Bobby, Iceman, Kitty Pryde, and Colossus. This is our first shot at capturing a Sentinel, Logan warned. Stay sharp. Got it. Elsewhere, inside a quiet suburban home, a terrified mother shielded her child as a towering Sentinel loomed over them. Step aside, ma'am, it said in a cold, mechanical voice. Your child is a registered mutant. Please surrender him. He's my son, she cried. He's not a mutant. He's just a boy. Threat level, Gamma class. Protocol, terminate. Its eyes flashed crimson. From its shoulder, a rotary cannon began whirring to life, locking on past the mother, straight at the child. She shut her eyes, clutching her son. And then, boom! A living tank crashed through the wall. Colossus. The metal giant slammed into the Sentinel like a freight train, sending it flying down the street. Hostile contact detected. Subject, Colossus. Threat level, 3. Ability, organic steel conversion. Countermeasure, high temperature surge. In response, the Sentinel's body glowed, heat radiating from its limbs like a blast furnace. Bobby, Logan growled, cool him off. I got it. A blast of frost erupted from Iceman's hands, encasing the Sentinel in a sub-zero mist. The battle had begun. Chapter 183, 183. Reinforcements. The battlefield was a storm of clashing extreme scorching heat met bone-deep frost, and the result was an explosion of steam from the Sentinel's metal frame. Under attack. Under attack. Target, Iceman. Threat level, 3, ability, cryokinesis. Countermeasure, sustained high heat. Multiple mutants detected. Scanning. Identified, X-Men. High priority targets. Initiating Skyfall protocol. The Sentinel's processors were already adapting. In seconds, it accessed the X-Men's files, analyzing Iceman's weaknesses and deploying countermeasures. Its internal temperature surged even higher as it stalked forward. Then impact tremors. More Sentinels arrived in waves, descending like steel angels of death. They landed with force, their armor glowing red-hot. Some reconfigured their arms into flamethrowers, spewing molten fire in wide arcs. Bobby gritted his teeth. Frost formed across his shoulders. I can't hold them off much longer. How the hell did they respond this fast? Logan muttered. He popped his adamantium claws, eyes narrowing on the advancing sentinels. Come on, then. But these weren't the sentinels of the past, they were smarter now. The moment one locked eyes on Logan, it unleashed a barrage of bullets from multiple cannons. Smart bastard doesn't want to get close. Logan tried to deflect, but some rounds slammed into his body. Holes opened across his chest and limbs, blood soaking his shirt, yet even as the damage stacked up, he didn't slow down. Then he felt it. Something's wrong. His healing was slowing. A wave of weakness washed over him, too familiar to ignore. Damn it! X-gene suppressor. Logan shouted into his comms. He slammed a button on his wristband. A tiny injector fired into his arm, delivering Beast's specially formulated antidote. His muscles twitched. Seconds later, the wounds began knitting together again, bullets ejecting from his flesh. Meanwhile, Colossus was barely holding his own, pushing back against multiple sentinels radiating enough heat to blister steel. Some even released corrosive gases that etched pits into his armored skin. They've got our playbook, Logan growled. We need Stark's toys now. Just then, a figure phased through a nearby wall, Kitty Pryde. She rolled across the ground, tossed a device among the sentinels, then immediately phased back into cover. A sharp pulse erupted from the object. Ree! The high-pitched whine of an electromagnetic burst ripped through the air. Every sentinel froze mid-step, red eyes flickering erratically. Disruption detected. Attempting system recalibration. Kitty's tech, courtesy of Stark Industries, had bought them time. Colossus took the chance, bulldozing a frozen sentinel. Bobby turned another into a glacial sculpture. We've got what we came for. Time to move. Logan ordered. But, what about the kid? Bobby asked. He glanced back at the small boy, clearly a mutant, still huddled behind his mother. If they left now, the sentinels would return. The boy wouldn't survive. Logan hesitated. Our mission was to capture sentinels, not play heroes. Silence on the comms. Screw it. Bring him. Moments later, Kitty phased back in, carrying the boy in her arms. The kid clung to her tightly, knowing full well that staying behind would mean death, not just for him but for his family. Then. Thump. 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 The ground shook again. Steel pods dropped from the sky, splitting open as more sentinels emerged. Son of a... Logan's claws flared. I'll hold the line. I already called for backup. Firestorm after firestorm surged toward them. Logan tanked the blasts, skin burning, muscles tearing, but he didn't fall. His arms began to change, metallic scales growing along his forearms, shielding him from the heat. No time to think about this now, he grunted, becoming something more. Bobby, now fully iced over, unleashed a blizzard to clear a path. Colossus roared, smashing a sentinel aside. They sprinted toward the jet. But then too many. The sentinels had already adapted. Another wave descended. Logan cursed, raising his claws again. And then. Hey, Bob. Looks like you need a hand. A tornado of sand slammed into the sentinels, sending them flying like leaves in a storm. From the chaos emerged Sandman, towering and furious. He dissolved into dust, then reformed, driving a tidal wave of grit straight through the robots. At the same time, lightning. Arcs of blue surged from sentinel to sentinel, frying circuits, sparking explosions. One by one, the machines collapsed, screaming static. From above, Electro hovered down, crackling with energy. The sentinels paused, confused. Unknown target. No data was found. Creating a new registry. Codename, Sandman. Unknown target. No data was found. Creating a new registry. Codename, Electro. The tide had turned. Chapter 184, 184. Storm arrives. Lightning crackled across the sky. Logan's eyes narrowed. Osborn's people. The streaks of electricity were a dead giveaway. There was only one person who lit up a battlefield like that. Electro. Max Osborn's first official enhanced recruit. He landed in front of the team, his eyes glowing with blue arcs. The moment he spotted Kitty Pryde, his earpiece buzzed. Target confirmed. Priority, Shadowcat. That voice, AIELL, Osborn's personal assistant. Max looked around. Dozens of Osborn's agents, each in tactical gear marked with the Oscorp insignia, were flanking Sentinels head-on. Logan noticed something strange. These agents weren't mutants. They looked normal. But the Sentinels' bullets bounced off their skin like they were made of titanium. Wait, they're all enhanced. Logan muttered, eyes narrowing. What the hell kind of company was Osborn running? They're part of the Steel Corps, Max said proudly. Osborn's elite. Genetically restructured, surgically reinforced. Each one can bench 30 tons and they're bulletproof. Logan grunted. You're proud of that? But Max was already strutting. Come on, man. You were getting your ass handed to you by a bunch of robots. The Sentinels began to adapt weapon arms and shifted into drill-like spears. But then something unexpected happened. A dark aura erupted from the Steel Corps soldiers. Their bodies bulked up again, muscles rippling under reinforced skin. One of them ripped a Sentinel in half like it was made of tinfoil. Max tapped his earpiece. Begin extraction. ELL, start the capture sequence. Each soldier activated a specialized device. Magnetic fields pulsed from the gadgets custom designed by Osborn himself, disrupting Sentinel replication tech. Logan could only watch as the Sentinels froze mid-transformation, reverting to base models. They're not even struggling. Bobby whispered. These same machines had nearly wiped out the X-Men. Now they were being captured like wild dogs. Logan's face hardened. We helped take them down too. We need at least one of those units for Stark. Osborn's forces weren't the only ones researching Sentinels. Tony has been itching to get his hands on one since Xavier first told him about them. Max's smile vanished. His tone turned cold. You serious? If we hadn't shown up, you'd be dead. He gestured. Surrounding the X-Men, the Steel Corps had already formed a tight circle, guns raised. Alexei and Marco stepped beside Max, silent but ready. Steel Corps soldiers aimed their weapons at the team, and the child. Colossus spoke quietly into his comm. Orders. Logan stepped forward. I want to talk to your boss. Max chuckled, sparks flickering across his hands. He's not taking requests from nobodies. You calling me a nobody? Logan's claws snicked it out slowly. Max tilted his head. If the claws fit. Logan's fury rose like a tide, but he held it back barely. If it were just him, he'd already be tearing through these goons. But Bobby, Colossus, and especially Kitty were still in the line of fire. I said we'll leave. Logan took a breath. Not today. Not like this. But she leaves something behind. Max pointed at Kitty Pryde. Logan tensed. No. He knew what that meant. Even a scrap of Kitty's DNA in Osborn's hands would be a disaster. According to Charles, Osborn's genetic manipulation bordered on sorcery, taking mutant traits and repurposing them through horrifying tech. You don't get to say no, Max replied coolly. We saved your lives. We deserve compensation. Alexei and Marco remained silent. Soldiers raised their guns again. The tension was razor thin. Then, a gust of wind. From the sky, a figure descended in a swirl of white hair and black leather. Storm. Osborn's gone into the scavenger business now, she said, landing between the X-Men and the soldiers. Storm. Kitty and Bobby called in unison. Ororo nodded to them, then turned to Max. Her voice was calm, but the wind that followed her words was not. You saved them. We're grateful. But you don't get to dictate terms. Max's earpiece lit up again. Subject identified, Storm. Omega-level mutant. Weather control. Ororo's gaze remained fixed on Max. Just then impact. A new figure crashed down from the sky, sending dust and debris flying. As the smoke cleared, a deep, commanding voice echoed across the battlefield. Chapter 185, 185. Superman vs. X-Men. Max's face lit up with relief. His mission was nearly complete. But Logan and Storm? Their expressions were far from celebratory. Then, a sonic boom cracked the sky. A figure descended, golden light flaring as his boots touched the ground in that unmistakable cape-flapping superhero pose. Nolan. He arrived cloaked in mystic energy, his aura bending the air around him. Just moments ago, he'd been training Wanda in camouflage and experimenting with the newly discovered, psionic dimension. But the moment he heard Shadowcat and Storm were on site, he came personally. You really brought out the big guns, Nolan said, smiling casually at Storm. If you're here, then Charles must be doing better. And Magneto? With the serum I gave him, he's probably stronger than ever. Storm kept her tone even. We didn't come to start a war, Nolan. We've fought side by side before, there's no need for this aggression. Hold on. Nolan raised a hand. When exactly were we ever friendly? Let's see, every time we've met, one of you attacked me. Logan, Eric, all so self-righteous. He turned toward Kitty, who was being shielded by Colossus and Iceman. Now, I don't want to make this messy. My team just saved your people. All I ask is a little sample. Just one vial of Shadowcat's blood. His voice hardened. Or do you want me to take it myself? Storm's pupils vanished as her body lifted off the ground. You forget who you're threatening, Superman. I am the Storm. Winds howled as tornadoes tore through the battlefield. A swirling hurricane rose, sealing the area in an impenetrable dome of clouds and lightning. But Nolan simply smiled. If Charles were here, he'd know better. In a flash, golden light surged outward. The landscape shattered like glass replaced by a serene, reflective void. Mirror dimension. Storm gasped. Her tornado vanished. The winds obeyed no more. Colossus sensed the shift and roared, lunging to strike. Clang. His metallic arm shattered on impact. The force launched him like a cannonball into the distance, skidding across the ground. Nolan didn't even flinch. His eyes drifted back to Kitty. Relax, sweetheart. I just need a drop. Won't hurt a bit. A small, injector disc, materialized in his hand, glinting under the fragmented light. He stepped forward. Kitty stumbled back, clutching the boy she'd rescued. Then, Frost roared to life. A frigid blast slammed into Nolan's side. Bobby's ice storm surged like a glacier, backed by desperation and fury. Nolan sighed. With a subtle breath, he exhaled and the air turned violent. A hurricane of sub-zero wind erupted from his lips, consuming Bobby's cold in a supercharged cyclone. Frost warped into daggers. The air crystallized. In seconds, Bobby became a statue, encased in layered ice. Storm's eyes widened in shock. She could still feel the wind but not control it. The very element she'd ruled now answered someone else. How? Her confidence cracked. If the storm never belonged to me, then who does it obey? Nolan's gaze flicked to Logan. You want to try next? Logan's claws snicked it out. You're not touching her. He charged. And flew. Literally, his feet lifted off the ground as gravity inverted. Wah! Logan flailed, tumbling upward in weightless confusion. His growls echoed in a warped dimension as he soared upward, his body falling into the sky. Meanwhile, Kitty tried to run. But her feet skidded uselessly in place as if she were sprinting on glass. You're just making this harder, Nolan said calmly. In a blink, he appeared in front of her. The syringe hissed. Kitty froze, bracing for torture, or worse. But it didn't come. Just a prick. And a vial filled. There. All done. Nolan pocketed the sample. Kitty stared at him in stunned silence. She'd expected abduction, dissection, pain. But he really had only wanted a few drops. Thanks, Nolan said, smiling. You just helped open a new dimension. And with that, he turned, golden cloak sweeping the fractured world behind him. Chapter 186, 186. Still so much to learn, bonus. It's done. I'm leaving. Tell Charles the First said hello. Nolan's voice was calm as always, even as the wind howled around them. He didn't immediately absorb the sample from Shadowcat. Experience had taught him better. Not all abilities are integrated cleanly. If it was like Susan's psionic phase powers, his body might undergo sudden, violent changes. When his existing powers, like the Red Hulk's radiation absorption, were enhanced, his body naturally optimized them. The solar energy powers of Sunspot and Human Torch, for instance, had merged effortlessly into his cellular network, both being radiation-based. But when a completely new ability was introduced, like Susan's psionics, his body had to create an entirely new genetic structure. That wasn't just evolution. That was reconstruction. It was why his cells had learned to adapt. Symbiote-based, adaptive genome, tech allowed for this, a concept he'd dubbed autonomous evolution. Even so, Shadowcat's phase-walking wasn't something he wanted to trigger in the middle of a battlefield. The shattered golden fragments of the mirror dimension collapsed like broken glass. The town returned, at least, visually. But something was off. Storm's eyes widened as she felt her connection to the atmosphere return. But the storm she'd once controlled? It had kept brewing on its own. Now, it was a full-blown tornado, and it wasn't listening to her anymore. Shit. She cursed. Storm strained, trying to wrest back control. But the system had been out of her hands too long. It was pure chaos, air pressure diving, trees bowing, rooftops tearing away, and screams echoing across the town. Ororo! Logan barked. He could already see the damage unfolding, homes splintering, civilians fleeing. If this kept up, half the town would be torn off the map. I can't stop it. Storm snapped, gritting her teeth. The cyclone was too far gone. She'd never had to regain control of a storm before, because she never lost it. This was a first. Everyone slowly turned to Nolan. His coat snapped in the growing wind. I figured, he said. You trained under Charles, didn't you? I thought maybe you'd have improved. He took a step toward the storm. Lost control for just a minute, and you let the whole thing spiral. Nolan glanced back at her. Didn't you just say there's no storm you can't control? That you were the queen of the skies? Storm looked away, humiliated. She had said that, loudly. And now her own words felt like a slap. Nolan stared into the eye of the storm. Then, he exhaled. Ice-cold vapor burst from his lungs like a dragon's breath, spiraling into the tornado. The wind whistled in protest, absorbing the frost. What are you doing? Storm shouted. Nolan didn't answer. Instead, he muttered something, more to himself than anyone else. Cold air drops. Hot air rises. Force convection. Accelerate microvortices. Collapse thermal gradient. Storm blinked. What? He wasn't using power. He was using science. Everyone watched as the furious tornado began to waver. The spiraling chaos started to slow. Bit by bit, it lost its teeth. Bobby and Colossus exchanged a look, both stunned. Is he reversing it? Bobby's jaw clenched. He's changing the temperature of the air. The layers are equalizing. It's killing the convection. Storm felt it too. The air was stabilizing. The pressure she once manipulated was now slipping into balance without her help. Nolan glanced back one last time. My advice? Learn the principles behind your powers. Stop relying on emotion and intuition. He looked right at Storm. You've been wielding a rifle like a club. The winds eased. The clouds thinned. The storm was gone. Storm stood frozen. She was decades older than him, yet she'd just been lectured like a child, and proven wrong with cold precision. Her face flushed. Empty years and shallow knowledge. Nolan waved a hand. The destroyed Sentinel pieces floated up and arranged themselves behind him like a procession. A golden portal opened ahead. He walked forward, robot debris following in silent formation. Max glanced at Colossus, then smirked. You heard the boss. Hit the books. Oh, and if you want one of these Sentinels. Nolan's voice echoed through the portal. Either hand over Mystique's DNA, or have Tony Stark show up himself. The portal closed. Nolan, Max, and the rest of the Osborn team vanished. Gone. Storm looked to the distance. Townspeople were emerging, shaken but safe. Logan stepped beside her, still dazed. We should head back, she said. Let's ask the professor whether to renegotiate or try another capture. Logan nodded, jaw tight. Yeah. In truth, he was still shaken. Nolan wasn't just getting stronger. He was getting smarter, faster, and deeper. His powers made no sense anymore. He remembered Nolan's words clearly. If Charles were here, he'd know better. Logan frowned. What does Charles know that we don't? Chapter 187, 187. Dissecting the Sentinel. Back at the Oscorp R&D facility, Nolan dropped the captured Sentinels onto the main assembly floor. With the scale of his lab, hosting several of these machines was hardly a challenge. Max and the others had already departed. Mission complete. Otto, Nolan called calmly, meet me in my office. We've got some research to finish. Truthfully, Nolan was intrigued. Trask Industries had moved far faster than expected. Even if their foundation rested on Bolivar's research, the pace at which they applied Mystique's genetic mimicry was astonishing. His eyes drifted toward a containment unit. For symbiotes recently reassembled from the brutal deconstruction he performed to parse their genome were now twitching weakly. Still recovering. The instant they sensed his gaze, the alien creatures shivered like frightened animals. Nolan offered a cool smile. Cooperate, and I won't tear you apart again. Even though he'd already cracked their core genetic code, they still had value. Wearing a symbiote boosted physical stats, a temporary enhancement Nolan had no use for, but others might. Gene compatibility? Please. For Nolan, that was child's play. There were few people on Earth, Marvel's Earth, who could rival his bioengineering expertise anymore. Still, Null, the god of the symbiotes, remained an enigma. Nolan hadn't yet found a way to counter him directly. Norman had managed to track down Dora, though the researcher who first uncovered the symbiote's major vulnerabilities. Nolan was trying to recruit her to Osborn Industries. So far, she'd been hesitant. Still, Dora's work had merit, especially in identifying the genetic handshake protocols between symbiotes and hosts. She wasn't Otto's equal, but she had a unique perspective. Boss, Otto Octavius stepped in, the sleek arms of his mechanical rig humming behind him. He hadn't become Doc Ock yet, but he was getting closer by the day. The enhancements had accelerated his output tenfold. His gaze swept across the lab and the mangled Sentinel components scattered across the floor. "What's this?" he murmured. Then his eyes narrowed. On one of the machine's heels was a familiar logo. Trask Industries. Aren't these smart drones? Otto had done his research. He knew Trask was founded by Bolivar Trask, a former top-tier military engineer. Publicly, they only manufacture smart drones for industrial or security use. But that was a front. He'd once considered approaching them for funding until he found out they were directly funded by the US military. No point courting a black-budget branch. "These are more than just drones," Otto added. "You didn't bring home scrap metal, did you?" "This is a Sentinel," Nolan replied coolly. Otto's eyes widened. Now it made sense. After joining Osborne Industries, he'd been looped into their advanced research pipeline's armor systems, nuclear power cores, vibranium tech, and Sentinel theory. Sentinels were adaptive combat units, capable of scanning and morphing to counter superhuman threats. He and Connors had been co-developing the prototype, using Nolan's theories and their own reverse engineering of Mystique's DNA. Their project was progressing, but slowly. Working with Connors was refreshing finally, a colleague who could keep up. He wasn't an engineer, but once Otto explained a concept, Connors absorbed it instantly. A fellow genius. But even with that dream team, they weren't this close. And now, someone else had gotten there first. Nolan watched Otto's expression darken. "Don't let it get to you. Trask's been at this for decades. We had a late start and they might have taken a cue from my published work." He gestured at the Sentinel shell. "They just happened to be one breakthrough ahead." Nolan's tone softened. "But your work with Connors is solid. Very solid. You're not far off." Otto nodded, then hesitated. "There's one key issue we still haven't solved, how to embed shape-shifting genes into metal." He scratched his head. "We were thinking nanometal integration, but it's still too unstable. Needs more time. So we shelved the project." Now he leaned forward, curiosity renewed. "But Trask, somehow, they cracked it." "Let's find out how," Nolan said. He motioned toward the table. The lab team laid out the Sentinels, prepping them for dissection. Nolan took the lead, Otto assisting. Piece by piece, the Sentinels came apart with synthetic ligaments, neural cores, and adaptive panels. Every layer revealed something new. Eventually, Nolan slid a piece under the high-powered microscope. And then he smiled. So that's how they did it. Chapter 188, 188. Assimilation. Metallic cells. Nolan murmured, staring through the microscope. What he saw wasn't just standard alloy structure or molecular bonding, it was something else entirely. The pieces of metal were arranged in cellular patterns. Biometal cells. The moment he saw them, he understood. No wonder these Sentinels exhibit both mechanical durability and biological adaptability. His brow furrowed. Only two known entities in his memory possessed similar traits, Colossus and Vision. But Vision wouldn't have volunteered his biology to Trask Industries. And even if he had, there's no way they could develop working prototypes so quickly. Which left one possibility. Otto noticed Nolan's expression change. "Boss, do you know where these came from?" Nolan narrowed his eyes. The cradle. A miraculous piece of tech. Trask had somehow acquired technology based on the regeneration cradle, an innovation from a bygone shield lab that could print living tissue. 10 years ago, he would have chased down Helen Cho himself to study it. The cradle was the foundation for both Ultron's body and Tony Stark's bleeding-edge armor. Compared to current nanotech, the cradle was still more terrifying. But that raised a critical question: how did Trask get their hands on it? SHIELD was dissolved and absorbed into the US military. Someone must have lifted Cho's tech before the fall. Military involvement, Nolan muttered grimly. Sir? Otto asked, intrigued. Nolan turned sharply. ELL. Yes, sir. Trace Trask's locations. Prioritize black sites and facilities with sealed transport logs. Full recon. Right away. Nolan knew one thing: he needed the cradle. Not to heal his body, he was far beyond human fragility, but to evolve further. Merging its principles with nanotech and regenerative systems would push his work into a whole new frontier. He turned to Otto. You keep analyzing these samples. See if you can reverse engineer a working analog. He handed Otto a new vial with shimmering silver cells inside. This is a sample from Colossus's tissue. See if it helps synthesize similar functionality. Studying Colossus's cells would be more difficult than dissecting the cradle's output, but still worth the effort. Otto nodded and exited the lab, carrying the Sentinel parts and the metallic tissue-like prized artifacts. Nolan was left alone, holding a final sliver of bioalloy. He didn't swallow it yet. Colossus's power needed activation. He'd have to alter the sample before integration. Like with the Red Hulk's radiation metabolism, this power had to be hard-coded into his own cells. Passive transformation. A true upgrade. Nolan placed the tissue under a microscope. Within minutes, the X gene was parsed and decoded. ELL, he called, run simulations. Pinpoint the activation sequence. Working, completed. Identified, cellular conversion pathway and release enzyme for bioorganic alloy synthesis. Metal factor, Nolan muttered. So this isn't pure metal, it's more like organometallic carbon steel. He grinned. Keep the activation gene perpetually on, no deactivation fallback. With practiced hands, he picked up a microscalpel and genetic slicer. No need for deep genetic fusion. This was simpler: remove the reversal code, bind the trigger loop, and stabilize the protein expression. Hours passed. As the sun began to dip below the skyline, Nolan finished his genetic edits. What remained looked inert, but it wasn't. The gene's off switch was gone. Nolan placed the modified tissue onto his forearm. His skin, ever hungry, devoured like a starving beast. Pain surged. Muscle. Bone. Skin. Nerves. Everything shifted as his cells mutated once more. Not just adaptation, evolution. Harder. Denser. Faster. Molecular pathways thickened, hardened, and reinforced. Then warmth flooded him. The burn faded. God, I love this ability. Nolan clenched his fists. His strength had surged again. With symbiote compatibility, mystique-based mimicry, and now Colossus's passive defense, his body was nearing its apex. And thanks to his spirit of evolution trait, these powers didn't clash, they harmonized. He didn't need to test it. Just by feeling, he was pushing 300 tons of force. With the Dragon Force active, 350 tons, easy. The power curve was flattening. Ordinary enhancements couldn't elevate him anymore. Only top-tier abilities remained relevant. And Colossus's steel body had undergone a transformation. Combined with enhancements from Luke Cage and Jessica Jones, his durability may now rival vibranium. But Nolan wasn't done yet. The next upgrade was the most vital: dimensional traversal. He didn't just want to walk between realms. He wanted to phase his consciousness into quantum states, navigate alternate timelines, and one day wield the time stone without fear. Not until Dormammu was dealt with. That last encounter had taught him caution. The time stone wasn't just a tool, it was a key. A beacon. A risk. Sir, ELL's voice echoed again, breaking his thoughts. The Rockefeller family is requesting a secure line. Nolan raised an eyebrow. What do they want now? Chapter 189, 189. Hydra moves, Tony arrives. Sir, rumors surrounding you have resurfaced. But this time, not from the families we previously encountered. These are new players. Nolan raised an eyebrow. Which families? The Malik and Mercer families. David's voice was cautious. Compared to the 10 prominent houses we've encountered before, these two are older ancient, really. They operate more like sovereign states, with influence reaching every layer of modern society. Malik. The name stirred something distant in Nolan's memory. Pull everything you can on the Malik family. Instantly, a cascade of reports filled the lab's central display. News articles, intercepted communications, internal Hydra files, compiled it all. I see. You're dismissed for now. I'll handle it. Understood. Wishing you a productive day, Superman, David said with a faint smile before the call ended. Nolan crossed his arms, gaze fixed on the screen. Trace all activity from the Malik and Mercer families. Prioritize any connection to known Hydra bases. Affirmative. Correlation confirmed. Previous Hydra incursion against Oscorp was routed through a dockyard owned by the Malik estate. So Hydra was back. Viper had made her move not long ago, and now this. Their ambitions clearly hadn't died. But trying to use media pressure. Please. Nolan didn't have any family. What were they going to threaten? His reputation. Start a full database sweep. I want everything: locations, movements, past ops. Cross-reference with Hydra's Shadow Council and sleeper agents. The name Malik tickled something deeper. From his past life, maybe, a thread from a long-forgotten plotline. He dropped a vial of Kitty Pryde's blood into the analysis unit. Immediately, the pain hit. Far worse than any prior enhancement. Nolan felt like his body was being torn apart at the molecular level. His cells were unraveling into raw data and reconstructing themselves all at once. It was agony unlike anything else, hot, sharp, and endless. This wasn't like absorbing fire resistance or muscle mass. This was conceptual. Phasing. A true molecular shift. If anyone else, even most superhumans, tried this, they'd black out from the shock alone. Nolan slumped into his chair, pale and sweating. But then. A familiar warmth radiated from his core. Self-evolution, his trump card, began repairing the cellular devastation, soothing the raw pain as his system stabilized. Phase walk. He reached toward the lab table. His fingers passed through it. Molecules flattened, dispersed, and flowed into the table's matter field without disrupting either structure. He could feel phase alignment, molecular mimicry, and cohesion at a subatomic level. Right now. He could phase only his hand. Next. Atoms. Eventually. Quantum states. Even consciousness. Once I hit quantum resonance, I'll be able to slip across timelines. Past. Future. Multiversal threads. He smirked. Time travel by thought alone. But he knew better than to rush. Not after what happened with Dormammu. The time stone still sat dormant in his vault untouched. Using it before he fully mastered these powers would be asking for disaster. Connors. Connors hurried into the lab. Sir. Break this blood sample into usable X-gene segments. I want replication-ready templates. We're entering Phase 2. Understood. The idea was to develop a system that could simulate mutant abilities for testing and refinement, a humane approach, unlike Trask's crude methods or the military's gene splicing programs. Connors disappeared into the sample lab. Sir, chimed in. From the Nightcrawler database, one individual was tracking the Malik family. A high-priority target. Superpowered? Yes. A former S.H.I.E.L.D. agent known as Quake, real name, Sky. Everything clicked. Of course. Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Sky was one of their core members. Their series focused on dismantling Hydra's operations and exposing its global reach. And the Maliks? They were part of Hydra's ancient bloodline and its true origins. Nolan's mind raced. Hydra hadn't just splintered, it had devolved into cells. Red Skull's modern network had scattered, but their old bloodlines, like Malik, remained powerful. If Hydra was trying to reassert its influence now, it meant one thing: Inhumans. Not just mutants, a whole different species. And behind them, the real threat. Hive, the Inhuman parasite, Hydra's ancient god. That was who the Maliks served. Why come after me? Nolan mused aloud. Are they desperate enough to court the Malik call for help? Modern Hydra lacked central leadership. After S.H.I.E.L.D. self-destructed, their scattered remnants relied more on assassinations than infiltration. If they were going back to media warfare and proxy influence, it meant desperation. But Hive's presence changed things. Nolan had always been curious about the Inhumans. Technologically advanced, genetically diverse, and they lived on the moon now, under their king. Black Bolt. A man whose whisper could crack a planet. If you were ranking threats, he was on Magneto's level, maybe higher. And Nolan was just getting started. Chapter 190, 190. United Enemies, Summoning Hive. Malik Manor. It stretched across miles of private land, its estate so large that one could miss lunch simply by walking to the other side unless you drove. Bigger than most military bases and far older than any modern presidency, this was the seat of the Malik family, one of Hydra's oldest and most secretive bloodlines. A private banquet was underway. On one side sat Gideon Malik, the family's current patriarch, flanked by high-ranking members of Hydra's inner circle: Baron Zemo, Madame Viper, and Baron Strucker. All of them with long shadows and longer vendettas. On the other side stood a man cloaked in smoke, robed in black, eyes like pits: Kaecilius, master of the dark arts, once a student of Kamartaj, now a servant of Dormammu. His entourage of robed warlocks stood in solemn silence as Kaecilius cut into a steak with quiet fury. "If you brought me here just for dinner, I'd rather be burning cities," he said flatly. "We should be talking about how to kill Superman." He bit into the steak like he was devouring Nolan's flesh. Gideon gave a charming smile. "Come now, Master Kaecilius. We're allies now, aren't we? Besides, I thought you might enjoy some of the magical relics I've acquired over the years. Perhaps you could help identify their true power." He gestured toward a small table of artifacts. Kaecilius arched a brow. Fine. He'd been searching for allies ever since Nolan humiliated him in their last confrontation. Through his scouts, he'd learned about Hydra, and after peering through his arcane sight, Kaecilius discovered its truth. Hydra's inner circle was composed of more than just warmongers. It had supernaturals. Monsters. Eldritch hybrids. One made of spores. Another pulsing with mystical radiation. A third seemed like a vessel for a cosmic demon, though even Kaecilius couldn't identify which. He approached the table of items, and with a flick of his hand, 3 of the 5 artifacts flew back into the cabinet. Trash. But one item caught his attention, a weathered revolver inscribed with runes and angelic script. "That's interesting." Gideon nodded. "We call it the Holy Gun. Made by a gunslinger warlock in the Old West. Said to kill anything, even demons." Kaecilius examined it. "It holds celestial energy, yes, but it won't scratch Superman." He set the gun down. "But this." He raised the final object, a cube of reinforced crystal containing a jet-black stone. It thrummed with spatial resonance. "This," Kaecilius whispered, "is no mere artifact. It's a key. You see it too?" Gideon's eyes sparkled. It's been in our family for over 1,000 years. Our mission. Our burden. Our trump card. Where does it lead? You already know, don't you? I'm a sorcerer, Caecilius said coldly. Opening doors is what I do. And this one? He could feel it. A dimensional rift. A portal to another world. He could open it with ease. Gideon exhaled, relief washing over him. For generations, their family had protected the stone without ever understanding its purpose. Now, at last, the gate could open. Let me tell you a story, Gideon said, as the room grew still. Long ago, when the Kree Empire was locked in eternal war with the Skrulls, they came to Earth not to conquer, but to create. Using advanced genetic engineering, they modified primitive humans into living weapons superhumans they called the Inhumans. And among them, the first was a being called Hive. He wasn't the strongest or most destructive. But he had one power no other possessed: the ability to control all Inhumans. His very presence compelled obedience. Free will be shattered in his presence. He was born to lead. To dominate. Hive was a king. The Kree planned to use him as a commander, leading legions of Inhumans into galactic battle. But then, mysteriously, they abandoned the project. Overnight, the Kree vanished, leaving Hive and his brethren stranded on Earth. Hive's rule began. He built temples. Cities. Cults. His word was law, his image worshipped. His loyalists are buried in tombs etched in gold. No one could challenge him, not even fellow Inhumans. Until, one day, a rebellion. A hidden faction of free Inhumans unearthed a black monolith, a stone capable of banishing Hive to another world. They tricked him. Offered the monolith as tribute. And when Hive accepted, he vanished exiled to a lifeless planet in the far reaches of the galaxy. His control was broken, the Inhumans faded into myth, and humanity began its ascent. The stone Caecilius now held, was that very monolith's fragment. A one-way key to bring Hive back. I want him unleashed, Gideon said, eyes blazing. Superman, Stark, all of them, they're building a new order. It's time the old gods returned. Caecilius grinned. Then let's welcome our king. Chapter 191, 191. Declaration of War. Caecilius chuckled coldly. A superhuman trying to become a god. Pathetic. He doesn't even understand how vast the world truly is. Compared to places like Asgard, or the ancient magical traditions from Kamartaj and the lineage of Sorcerer Supreme's Hive was nothing but a provincial tyrant. Malik, momentarily embarrassed, cleared his throat. Well, Hive is still the most powerful Inhuman. Surely, he can defeat Superman. That may have held true in a bygone era. But in today's world, filled with advanced metahumans and gods, Hive's legend had lost its luster. Caecilius tapped his fingers on the table. So, that's your big play? Bring Hive back from exile and hope he takes down Nolan? You really think that'll work? We won't be relying on Hive alone, said Baron Strucker, stepping forward. Caecilius looked around the room again at Strucker, Viper, Zemo, and the inner circle of Hydra. He gave a nod. With your support, maybe. Hive's greatest power is mind control over Inhumans. If you want to weaponize him, you'd better find some to control. We already have targets, Strucker replied, smiling thinly. Once Hive returns, they'll all kneel. Then. Caecilius raised his wine glass. To the Alliance. To the Alliance. A war was brewing. Nolan's enemies, both mystical and mortal, had united. Back at Osborn Tower, Nolan stood before his inner circle, calmly analyzing the threat. After Hive was banished, not everyone turned against him, he explained. Some thrived under his rule. Inhumans gave power, status, and worship. They became loyalists. Zealots. A secret sect known as the Purity Council. Wanda furrowed her brows. You're saying, they're still around? They are, Nolan nodded. And for generations, the Purity Council has carried out a dark ritual. Every few decades, they send one of their best into the black monolith sacrificed or devoted to reaching Hive on his distant prison world. Hoping to serve him, and bring him back. He paused. Only now, their goal has changed. They want Hive back for one reason: to destroy me. The room fell silent. Even Claw, who had been absent while scouting Wakandan technologies, showed up after Nolan's urgent summons. The Purity Council, that's the Malik family, isn't it? Claw asked after scanning the intelligence feed. Nolan nodded. They go by another name too, Hydra. Hydra? Wanda was taken aback. Didn't they fall during the shield purge? I thought only a few remnants survived. That's just the modern branch, Nolan explained. The original, or true Hydra, was never destroyed. The Red Skull's faction, the one we dealt with in World War II, was just a splinter group. A knockoff. Malik's Hydra, he said firmly, has been pulling strings in the shadows for centuries. They hold real power, money, military ties, and black budget projects. They run parts of the US government. He turned to his AI. Send everyone the data. Dozens of files compiled by Daredevil and Underground SHIELD agents flickered to life across the holoscreens. Maps. Photos. Reports. Our enemies have joined forces, Nolan said grimly. The remnants of modern Hydra have struck a deal with their originators. And they're using the press, social media, and political leverage to push Osborn Corp into a corner. He clenched his fist. When I escaped from Hydra's base years ago, I swore I'd never let them rise again. And now, they've even aligned with sorcery. The others froze. You mean? Max began. Nolan turned to him. Yes. The Maliks are working with someone who specializes in dimensional travel. Someone powerful. Someone I've fought before. Kaecilius. The traitor of Kamartaj. Wanda's expression turned dark. Kaecilius, master of the mirror dimension, a herald of Dormammu, a threat to reality itself. Nolan continued, I had ELL track Sky's movements. Yes, that Sky, aka Daisy Johnson, aka Quake. She's investigating Malik's estate. And guess what? The place has frequent visitors. Black robes? Wanda asked. No. Smoky eyeshadow. Same style Kaecilius uses to brand his disciples. The room tensed. Nolan's enemies weren't just planning a coup, they were orchestrating a dimensional invasion. And they weren't subtle anymore. They were never my concern until now, Nolan said. I don't respond to media games or rumors like Superman does. But if Kaecilius is involved, this isn't about the image. It's about Earth itself. He stepped forward. His voice was calm, but the fire burned beneath his words. They've crossed the line. They've chosen to ally with extradimensional threats. That makes them enemies of Earth. And as the one chosen to inherit the mantle of Sorcerer Supreme, I will cleanse this infestation. Wanda gave a fierce smile. Tell me what to do. You'll help me trace their spatial anchors. They've never successfully summoned Hive before because they didn't know how. Now, with Kaecilius, they might. Max stepped forward. What are the orders? Target every Hydra installation linked to the Malik lineage, Nolan said. Eliminate their logistics. Bait them. Force them to act early. We'll bring Hive into the light, then pin him to a damn operating table. The others chuckled grimly. This wasn't just containment. It was a declaration of war. 10 days, Nolan said. That's all you get. I want their heads before they finish the ritual. Everyone nodded. Hydra had called the ancient king back from exile. Nolan was going to welcome him personally. Chapter 192, 192. Target, the Inhumans. Stark Tower, Manhattan. Tony stood in the glass-walled command room, frowning. He was still contemplating what Steve Rogers had told him a few days ago. Steve had reluctantly agreed to support Tony's plan to form a modern-day Illuminati. Tony didn't trust Rogers, not after the whole mess with Bucky, but Steve's endorsement would lend massive credibility. After all, many of Earth's enhanced individuals grew up idolizing Captain America. His backing could tilt the power away from the military-industrial complex and toward Tony's ideal version of global defense. There was only one catch. Reed Richards had to be included. Tony hesitated. Mr. Stark, Friday chimed in. High-energy units from Osborn Industries have departed from HQ. They're heading to various global locations. Also, Mr. Nolan just sent you a direct encrypted message. Shall I read it? Tony sighed. Go ahead. As the AI recited Nolan's message, Tony's expression turned grim. Then angry. He slammed his fist on the table. Nick Fury, that bastard's hiding things again. Words like Inhumans, Hive, and Hydra's secret cult weren't new threats, they were just new to him. And that meant one thing, Fury knew all along. Back when the Avengers were still united, Fury had kept secrets from all of them. He always had. Compartmentalization was his doctrine. But now, with the stakes higher than ever, that approach was borderline betrayal. Friday, pull every satellite stream we've got. Locate Hydra installations under the Malik family name. Prioritize facilities tied to enhanced genetics. Tony rubbed his forehead. And assemble the team. He wasn't talking about the old Avengers. His team now included Spider-Man, Vision, War Machine, Black Widow, and newer recruits like Shang-Chi and Moon Knight. If Hydra wanted war, Tony would deliver it. Elsewhere. Nick Fury stared at the report Maria Hill had just handed him. His eyes narrowed. How the hell does Nolan know about the Inhumans? Even Fury had only uncovered pieces of that truth through classified backchannels. He'd quietly assigned Skye or Daisy Johnson to investigate. And yet, Nolan had leapfrogged the entire investigation, uncovering Hive, the Inhuman King, and his ties to Hydra's ancient lineage. It's like he's predicting everything, Fury muttered. More than once, he'd suspected Nolan possessed a form of precognition, or maybe his intelligence network simply ran deeper than S.H.I.E.L.D's own. Fury didn't even know Hive had been Hydra's founding entity. That was a shock. Send the data to Coulson, he finally said. And patch it through to Rogers and the others. He touched the rim of his eye patch. Kree Tech. Jesus. According to Nolan's files, the Inhumans had been created by the Kree Empire, ancient alien bioengineers who once experimented on early humanity. S.H.I.E.L.D's current form operated from the shadows, split between Hill and Coulson, one in the light, the other in the dark. Fury now realized how little even he knew. At Osborn Tower. Nolan calmly reviewed reports coming in from AEL, his personal AI. He didn't need to be on the front lines to orchestrate a global chess game. He watched a surveillance video showing a woman mid-conversation in a New York diner, suddenly petrify into stone. Carl Creel. The absorbing man. Nolan murmured, recognizing the signature effect. Looks like we've entered Season 2. Yes, Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Season 2 metaphorically speaking. With all the interference he'd caused altering timelines, derailing street-level arcs, he wasn't surprised events were out of sync. And if Carl was active, then Hive's emergence wasn't far off. Nolan smirked. Find Carl Creel, he ordered AEL. Alive. The absorbing man's power fascinated him, able to replicate the material properties of anything he touched. If he could absorb adamantium, for example. Nolan's eyes gleamed. He would become Nolan's first Inhuman specimen. The Inhuman project had begun. Unlike mutants, whose powers originated from the X gene, Inhumans were artificially designed by the Kree. Their abilities weren't evolutionary, they were engineered. Nolan had a theory. The Kree's experimentation wasn't random. They had likely chosen Earth because its people possessed hidden X gene variants, the raw material needed for transformation. The Terrigen mist was just the ignition switch. Why Earth? Because only Earth had the right DNA to create bioweapons like Black Bolt. That confirmed something Nolan had long suspected. Every human being carries latent potential. Inhumans were just early prototypes. Which meant Nolan could extract, refine, and weaponize those powers minus the flaws. To do that, he needed subjects. Samples. Test cases. Sky, Daisy, was one of them, but he wouldn't touch her. Not yet. Publicly, Nolan remained on good terms with both halves of the fractured Avengers. He couldn't move against them directly. But others? Fair game. General Glenn Talbot. Nolan whispered as the file popped up. That meant the obelisk was gone, and the timeline was somewhere between Season 2 and 3. In other words, it was time to act. If I want Kree tech. He muttered, eyes narrowing, I'll have to dissect the Inhumans to get it. He no longer cared about offending their faction. If he wasn't afraid of the X-Men, why would he fear Inhumans? Carl Creel is Target 1, he said, voice sharp. After that, any Inhuman worth harvesting becomes part of the project. He would crack their biology. Break their secrets. And steal their future. Chapter 193, 193. Swift Strike. The Hydra fortress, once a monument of technological arrogance, was ablaze. Reinforced steel gates, prototype weapon systems, and cutting-edge surveillance, none of it mattered. Against the invaders, it all fell apart like wet paper. Not even their most advanced energy cannons could stand against Max Dillon. Blue arcs of lightning lanced through the corridors. Every step he took short-circuited another layer of defense. Soldiers collapsed before they even had time to scream. Clear the base, Max ordered coldly. Recover all research data. That's what the boss wants. Understood, barked James, the field leader of Oscorp's Undead Unit, 02. He watched Max with reverence. Even with regenerative enhancements, James knew a single surge from Max would fry him in less than a second. That kind of power was terrifying. Max enjoyed the respect. He'd earned it. Under Nolan's direct training, Max had pushed his control over electricity beyond raw attack. He'd turned it into a science, refining every discharge, every frequency, every electromagnetic pulse into something useful: surveillance, shields, propulsion, neural disruption, even cloaking. Nolan had said it best, with your powers, you're a one-man army. You need the discipline to back it up. And Max listened. Once a repair technician mocked for dreaming of science, now he studied electrical engineering like an obsession. Oscorp gave him the resources, the purpose, and the respect he never had. What researchers spent years simulating in labs, Max could recreate by instinct. Oscorp didn't just train supers, they empowered them to surpass human limitations. Nolan often said, every enhanced human is a walking scientific breakthrough. If we had 50 Maxes applying their powers to research, Earth would already be interstellar. But that wasn't how things worked on this Earth. People like Max saved the world over and over without fixing why it always needed saving. If Earth had the status of the Kree Empire or Nova Corps, threats wouldn't even try. But Earth was soft. Vulnerable. Everyone wanted a piece of it. No more. Monsters. You're not human. Screams echoed throughout the base. Even Hydra's elite fell quickly. Oscorp's forces were systematic extraction squads that loaded tech and documents into airships, all under Max's lightning shield. Next target, he muttered. Jets roared overhead. Hydra's failure was only the beginning. Oscorp wasn't just retaliating. They were sending a message. Touch us, and we burn you to the ground. Elsewhere, Malik Biotech Labs, upstate New York. A thunderous crash shattered the main entrance. Charging in was Alexei Sitsovic, the Rhino Oscorp's unstoppable tank. Nothing could slow him. Walls crumbled. Armored barricades cracked. Rows of tanks arranged as blockades were launched like toys. Behind him, Oscorp's steel core advanced in tight formation. Gunfire from rooftop helicopters rained down, but Alexei didn't flinch. "You laid a hand on the boss," he growled. "That was your last mistake." For Alexei, this wasn't business. It was personal. Oscorp had given him something no one else had, dignity. A place to belong. Food, shelter, and even co-workers who didn't look at him like a freak. Sometimes they even complimented his horn. He liked it here. "Stop. This facility belongs to Jean Malik. You have no right." Jonathan Cho, the lab director, was cut off as Alexei smashed through the biotech wing like a rampaging rhino. Cho dove for cover. Alexei turned toward him, his eyes glowing with intensity. "Pack up all your data and hand it over. I don't like killing, but waste my time, and you waste Oscorp's money. And wasting our money?" He cracked his knuckles. "That makes you my enemy." Jonathan blinked, stunned. Who taught this guy to talk like a Wall Street thug? Across the country, similar scenes played out. No matter how deep Hydra or Malik's tendrils ran, they were ripped out by Oscorp's elite units, Undead, Steel Core, and Jessica's team. Assault rifles were useless. Even advanced weaponry couldn't slow them down short of military-grade warheads. And Oscorp wasn't giving them time to react. Their strikes were coordinated, brutal, and unrelenting. In less than 24 hours, over a dozen Hydra facilities and subsidiaries were neutralized. In New York, Tony Stark sat in a dim-lit conference room as Friday finished a tactical briefing. His eyes narrowed. Oscorp's, that powerful? He stared at the display icons of destroyed bases blinking out one by one. And he knew one thing for certain. The game had changed. Chapter 194, 194. The Fangs of Oscorp, all sides stunned. Tony stood before Friday's holographic projection, silent, arms folded. On the glowing map of New York, Red Hydra, and Malik-affiliated strongholds blinked out one after another in rapid succession. He muttered, "So, this is what Oscorp's capable of." To do something similar, he'd have to deploy every Iron Legion unit he had. Peter leaned in, wide-eyed. "Weren't those our targets? You know, the ones from the meeting we just finished." Tony gave a dry chuckle. "Oscorp's not waiting around for permission." Peter scowled at the screen. "So, what are we even supposed to do?" "There's more than just New York," Tony replied, shaking himself from distraction. "Malik has roots nationwide, and Hydra's still festering beneath the surface. This was just one front." Rhodey frowned. "They're hitting hard and fast. In broad daylight. Oscorp's not worried about exposure." Tony shrugged. "Who's going to stop them?" That, more than anything, was what disturbed him. Oscorp wasn't just a rising corporate power anymore. It was behaving like a sovereign military force like Charles Xavier's school, but weaponized and far more aggressive. He opened another feed. News reports flooded in, each one condemning Oscorp's attacks as reckless, violent, or illegal. Accusations of vigilantism and terrorism filled the headlines. But Tony wasn't fooled. "Hydra and Malik are behind the smear campaign," he said. Classic deflection. His fingers tapped the console. "No more briefings. Friday, initiate deployment." The team exchanged glances. The clock was ticking, and if they didn't move now, Oscorp would leave nothing left to fight. Elsewhere. Nick Fury sat in silence, reviewing surveillance footage of Oscorp's elite units. The Steel Core walking tanks tore through opposition. Skyborne operatives moved like human jets. Regenerators shrugged off gunfire like rain. He exhaled. I didn't see it coming. Fury had always doubted Oscorp's biotech program. Too volatile. Too uncertain. Stark suits. Predictable. Trackable. Cost down to the last rivet. But this? This was mass-produced supremacy. Controlled. Coordinated. Devastating. They turned superhumans into a production line, he muttered. He tapped a message to Rogers. Move now. Or you won't even see the targets before they're gone. Then, flipping through his contacts, he called, Coulson. It's time. Burn out every last Hydra nest. At the Malik estate. Gideon Malik slammed a crystal tumbler onto his desk, shattering the glass. The news was coming in too fast. Research labs are gone. Safe houses leveled. Satellite facilities are taken within hours. He had just brokered a deal with Caecilius. Hive was finally within reach. And now this? Oscorp dares to strike me. His aide entered, pale-faced. Sir, multiple facilities have gone dark. Oscorp hit 4 sites in under 90 minutes. I know that, you idiot. Gideon grabbed a secure phone. Spin the narrative. Civilian casualties. Corporate terrorism. Make it stick. I want the public screaming for Oscorp's arrest. The aide hesitated. Sir, online chatter is turning against us. They're saying we're Hydra. Gideon froze. Who leaked that? Unknown. But S.H.I.E.L.D. just launched an operation alongside the Avengers. They're closing in. Gideon's face contorted with fury. Activate contingency protocols. Bring in Trask Sentinel units, Hydra founded or not, they'll fight Oscorp. He rattled off commands. Call Ross. If his pet Thunderbolt team is good for anything, use them. Reach out to Fisk. Vulture. The Serpent Society. I want everyone on deck. Summon the Hand. I don't care what it costs. He snatched another phone. And if Oscorp wants war? His voice dropped to a whisper. Then we'll remind them why I was the last man standing on the Hydra Council. Meanwhile, Oscorp's campaign only escalated. Across the East Coast, their forces moved like clockwork, surgical, ruthless, and effective. Max patrolled the skies in arcs of blue lightning. Alexei shattered entire armored battalions. Regenerators tore through fortified bunkers. This wasn't a message anymore. This was domination. And everyone from Stark to S.H.I.E.L.D., from Hydra to the darkest corners of the underworld was watching. Because Oscorp had stopped playing defense. Now, it was baring its fangs. Chapter 195, 195. Carl's confusion. Superhumans stormed our building in broad daylight. They snatched our division chief right off the floor. You hear the name Oscorp and the police just hang up. They say the Malik family is part of Hydra. Even Iron Man's getting involved must be true. Even if Malik's dirty, Oscorp is committing vigilante murder. Since when do corporations get to execute people? Across the media, voices clashed. Some were outraged. Some afraid. And many were utterly confused. But one thing was clear, Oscorp wasn't hiding. And it wasn't asking for permission. Nolan had no intention of dragging this out. His objective was simply to break every hand that reached for Oscorp's throne. Whether Hydra, the Malik family, or anyone else, they'd feel pain and remember it. And the bonus? He was now raiding decades of Hydra's stored scientific data. Most of it was outdated junk, but in the right hands, even dead ends could become breakthroughs. Max Dillon's display lit up. Carl's on the field, Nolan's AI assistant, ELL, reported. The screen showed Max facing down a military unit surrounding an abandoned port owned by Malik Industries. Helicopters hovered overhead, gun barrels trained on him and his steel core. Max didn't flinch. ELL's voice buzzed in his ear, target confirmed, Carl. Priority capture. He's a candidate from the Inhuman gene program. Power? Max asked. He can alter his molecular composition to match any material he touches. Vibration-absorbing metals. Energy-resistant polymers. Including vibranium. Max nodded. Understood. Capture intact. On the ground, Carl, now a special ops commander for the ATCU, stepped forward. Oscorp's raids had finally triggered a military response and he had been personally dispatched to confront the Electro. You're violating federal law. Carl shouted. This isn't your city, Max. You and your freak squad need to stand down. Carl's history with Malik ran deep. He once worked inside Hydra's human enhancement program before defecting. Now he was caught again, this time ordered by General Glenn Talbot himself to protect Malik's assets. Even Carl knew it stank. But orders were orders. Max's eyes glowed with electric blue as arcs danced from his fingertips. You realize you're protecting Hydra, right? We follow our chain of command, Carl replied grimly. You break the law, we take you in. Simple. Max didn't argue. Because Carl wouldn't listen. Lightning surged across the asphalt. Bolts burst from Max's outstretched hand, dozens of them lashing out like electric serpents. But Carl didn't dodge. Instead, his body shifted translucent and rubbery, bouncing the voltage off like he was coated in insulation foam. Electricity? Carl smirked. Bad matchup, buddy. But Max just grinned. His fingers danced in intricate patterns, recalibrating frequency, modulating flow. Carl blinked. What are you? Then his knees buckled. His vision blurred. His brain scrambled. What the hell? This isn't magic, Max said calmly. It's science. Bioelectric disruption. I'm scrambling your nervous system cell by cell. Carl dropped to one knee until his skin shifted again, gleaming with a dark silver sheen. Max raised an eyebrow. Vibranium skin. ELL was right. Carl stood up fully. I touched vibranium. You think you're still walking away from this? Just then, a shadow dropped from the sky. Max flinched and then immediately stepped back in awe. Boss. Carl froze. The man descending was calm, unhurried, cloak rippling in the breeze. But the presence he exuded was undeniable. Nolan. The CEO of Oscorp. The man Hydra feared. The one Malik called the new Superman. Carl stumbled backward. What is he doing here? He'd expected soldiers. Maybe enhanced enforcers. Not him. Nolan smiled. I've been curious about the Inhuman genome, he said, voice smooth as silk. How about you be my first real experiment? Carl's breath hitched. Before he could answer, Nolan raised a hand. No response. That's a yes. In the blink of an eye, the mirror dimension unfolded behind Nolan, shimmering like fractured glass swallowing the world. And Carl? He was already inside. Chapter 196, 196. The U.S. government panics. Carl's squad was frozen with disbelief. Fire, he barked, pointing at Nolan. But none of them responded. They looked around, confused, shouting over comms. Where'd he go? He was right there. Where the hell did he vanish to? Creel's pulse spiked. What the hell did you just do? He lunged like a freight train, his vibranium-enhanced fists aimed at Nolan's chest. But Nolan barely moved. You clearly haven't read my file, he said calmly. Boom. The impact echoed like a thunderclap. Carl was sent flying like a wrecking ball through a dozen steel containers, crashing and skidding across the port until he came to a crumpled stop, leaving a trench in his wake. Nolan dusted his hands. Impressive. You didn't shatter. Creel groaned and rolled over, dazed but conscious. Vibranium skin was no joke, but Nolan could already see the limits of his power. Material mimicry came with weaknesses, temporary transformation, limited composition, and no stacking. What if he touched an infinity stone? Nolan briefly mused. Would he ascend, or implode like Darwin after Shaw's overload? Carl forced himself to stand. You can't beat vibranium. You're wasting your time. Nolan's expression didn't change. Funny. You still lost to a team of regular humans. Pride seems misplaced. Creel's face twisted in rage. That defeat was a sore spot, classified, buried, humiliating. How the hell did this guy know? Before he could strike again, Nolan moved. Fast. Creel didn't even see it happen. One moment he was standing. The next, Nolan's hand was wrapped around his throat, like a vice of steel. You're not as strong as you think, Nolan said. Then he opened his mouth and exhaled. A wave of sub-zero air burst forth like a polar storm. The wind alone howled with unnatural ferocity. Ice rapidly overtook Carl's body, encasing his limbs and spreading across his torso, face, and everything. In seconds, Carl was sealed in an ice sculpture, eyes wide in frozen terror. Nolan set the statue down gently. The mirror dimension collapsed around them, time and space folding back to normal. The port reset the shattered containers whole once more. His sudden reappearance stunned the surrounding troops. Then they saw the frozen Carl Creel standing next to him. Target reacquired. He's here, he's back. Guns rose. Dozens of rifles locked onto Nolan. He didn't flinch. Bullets erupted only to freeze in midair. Suspended by sheer force of will. I don't like being shot at, Nolan said coldly. His eyes lit up twin beams of radiant heat that surged forth like molten blades. The laser vision cut through the front line of soldiers like butter. Screams. Smoke. Blood. The scent of scorched flesh filled the air. Bodies dropped, bisected. Seagulls fled from the chaos as the beams turned upward. And cleaved through helicopters above. Boom. Boom. One by one, the choppers ignited, tumbled, and exploded in midair, raining debris across the dockyard. Fire. Screams. Panic. Nolan stood in the middle of it all unshaken. I'll take this one back, he said to Max, nodding toward the frozen Creel. Max saluted. Yes, sir. Watching his boss obliterate the battlefield without effort sent a chill through Max. Nolan's power felt limitless. Divine. Then Nolan looked to the sky. Oh. Tactical missiles. He narrowed his eyes. Let's return that gift. Elsewhere. Gideon stood in a control room aboard a stealth submarine, watching a tactical nuke launch in real time. His face lit with cruel satisfaction. Got you now, Superman. This wasn't a high-yield warhead, just a surgical micronuke, precise and lethal. Enough to vaporize a superhuman target without leveling a city. He watched the tracking feed, and froze. Nolan wasn't running. He was flying toward the missile. What? The weapon hadn't even crossed the harbor before Nolan intercepted it. A golden portal opened before the warhead, a circle of light that swallowed the projectile whole. Behind that portal, was a building every American would recognize. The Pentagon. Gasps exploded from every intelligence channel monitoring the feed. He's not serious, is he? He just redirected the missile to the Pentagon. Abort launch. Abort. Shut it down now. Panic erupted in Washington. If the missile detonated inside the Pentagon, the fallout would be catastrophic, not just physically but symbolically. Every U.S. intelligence agency would be decapitated in one stroke. Charles's voice reached Nolan telepathically. Nolan. This path ends in war. You think you can stop me? Nolan replied, eyes still fixed on the portal. No. But if you drop that warhead, there will be no turning back. The world will burn, and our kind will burn with it. Nolan didn't answer. He just stared through the portal, watching the most powerful government on Earth spiral into desperation. And smiled. Chapter 197, 197. Frozen Sea, shocking the world. Why should I care? Nolan's voice was calm. This country is already rotten. Tactical nukes launched without oversight. Military deployments are controlled by corporate interests. You don't find that suspicious? I was eliminating Hydra. The US government tried to stop me. So who's really working with Hydra? The government, or Xavier's school? On the other end of the psychic link, Charles Xavier was stunned into silence. He had contacted Nolan in a panic after receiving word that a tactical nuclear missile was en route to the Pentagon, redirected by Nolan through a portal. But Nolan didn't care. He wasn't negotiating. And just as the warhead breached the portal, hurtling toward the most secure building in America, a blur of red and gold intercepted it. Iron Man. Tony grabbed the nuke midair, channeling a familiar scene, once a sacrifice for New York, now, salvation for a government he no longer trusted. This ends, Tony growled inside the HUD. The Malik family is finished. He attempted to toss the nuke back into the portal, but it vanished, sealed. Nolan, hovering midair, muttered, "Guess they got lucky." He turned his gaze to the horizon of battleships, submarines, and entire fleets in the waters beyond the harbor. He inhaled. The air howled as if the planet itself took a breath with him. Every cell in his body is aligned for power output. His lungs, empowered beyond human limits, compressed the atmosphere to a molecular chill. Then he exhaled. A vortex of Arctic wind surged outward like a superstorm. It ripped across the ocean with the force of 1,000 hurricanes, freezing everything in its path. Waves stopped mid-motion, frozen in place like sculptures. A blue-white sheet of ice rolled across the sea, expanding with impossible speed. It swept outward like a glacial tsunami, transforming the Atlantic into a mirror of frozen death. Aboard the U.S. Navy's flagship, Colonel John Monroe stared at the screen. "Colonel, you need to see this." Red alarms screamed. The radar was exploding with movement blips spreading like wildfire. "This can't be real," he whispered. "Colonel," his communications officer shouted, "a massive anomaly is heading our way. Fast. Whole surface readings dropping below zero. Evacuate. Full reverse. Warn the fleet. Tell the subs to dive and disengage now." "But sir, it's too late." Out the observation deck, Monroe saw a wall of ice rushing toward them like a glacier on fast forward. Frozen ocean. Miles wide. Unstoppable. A voice crackled through the comms. "Colonel Monroe, disengage immediately. The target, codenamed Superman, has deployed a weather-tier weapon. Repeat, this is a global-class strike event." Monroe slammed his fist into the console. "Why the hell didn't we know? What kind of monster did they send us after?" Within moments, the ocean beneath their hull turned solid. Steel groaned. Propellers locked. Hulls cracked. The fleet was immobilized. Then the cold hit. Temperature plummeted. Monroe dropped to his knees, eyes wide as the frost crawled from his boots upward to his legs, chest, spine, heart, and then everything. He froze solid. Shattered like porcelain. The same fate befell every soldier aboard. Across the water were ice-buried submarines, battleships, and cruisers. Engines exploded from the sudden freeze. Crews died screaming or didn't scream at all. And then, silence. A continent of ice had replaced the eastern sea. The ocean gleamed like polished glass. The world stared in shock. Even when Nolan had redirected a nuke toward the Pentagon, people still talked. But now, no one said a word. Not even the X-Men. Because what Nolan just did wasn't technology. Wasn't a trick. It was power god tier, planetary, and unmistakably real. At Xavier's school, dozens of mutants watched in stunned silence. Their private satellite feed showed the moment the ocean froze. Iceman, Bobby Drake, swallowed hard. "That can't be right," he whispered. "That's my power. He copied my power, but I couldn't even freeze a river." He looked down at his hands. "Now he's freezing oceans." "Your ability's just part of the equation," said Beast, Hank McCoy. He fused it with Aurora's storm systems, amplified it with Eric's magnetic focus. If his mental strength holds, he can magnify his powers beyond your limits. "Is he even human anymore?" someone whispered. Hank adjusted his glasses, face grim. "I don't know. But one thing is clear: we should start studying his methods. Because Nolan might represent the next evolutionary path." Chapter 198, 198. The Inhuman Genome, Bonus. Nolan didn't care how many surveillance satellites were locked on him. In fact, he wanted them to see. Every show of power was a calculated signal, a line drawn in the sand. He wasn't afraid of being studied. Let them look for weaknesses. That only helped him adapt, improve, and evolve. He didn't fear opposition. He craved worthy adversaries. But he had no patience for flies. Let the US government throw superhuman weapons at him, not tanks or nukes. If they couldn't even counter his frozen domain, they didn't deserve to waste his time. Back at Oscorp Labs, Nolan returned with Carl Creel still locked in ice. He placed the frozen body on the biolab's elevated table. As the chamber's temperature slowly increased, Nolan activated his heat vision, slicing through layers of cryoseal. Steam hissed. Carl's metallic frame, still in vibranium form, began to re-emerge. "Do you have any idea who you're messing with?" Carl roared. "I work for the US government." "You're committing treason." Chains of electromagnetic force restrained him. Vibranium made Carl nearly indestructible, but it didn't make him strong. He struggled, but the cuffs held firm. "I know exactly who you are," Nolan said, donning a lab coat. "ATCU Special Ops Commander. Personal enforcer to General Glenn Talbot. Hydra's little pet project." He gestured, and two scientists entered. Dr. Kurt Connors and Dr. Samuel Stearns. Both are experts in experimental bioengineering. "Let's begin," Nolan said. Carl thrashed in his bonds. "This is illegal." Nolan ignored him. "The subject has retained his vibranium state post-defeat. Likely due to a psychological trigger." He approached Carl's hand. "You can keep resisting or help me understand your physiology." Carl spat, "Go to hell." Nolan shook his head and reached for the back of Carl's skull. A surge of dragon force and telepathic energy pulsed from his fingers. Carl's body went limp. His fist unclenched. A shard of vibranium clattered to the table. His body returned to human form, muscular, but no longer silver-skinned. Connors and Stearns got to work. "Analyze all internal structures," Nolan instructed. "If he's inhuman, I want the gene structure modeled and compared with the X gene." "Understood," Stearns said, beginning the dissection protocol. Connors collected samples and began genomic sequencing. Nolan headed to a separate terminal and pulled up Oscorp's database on mutant DNA. He began cross-referencing the Inhuman genome with archived X gene models donated, extracted, or recovered from prior encounters. Soon, results began coming in. "Surprising," Stearns said. "His cells are virtually indistinguishable from baseline humans. But his powers. Connors added, stem from a very specific mutation. Here, look. Nolan studied the genetic display. X gene confirmed. But, this one's different. Yes, Connors said. There are cut marks. The gene was altered. Edited. Gene splicing? Nolan asked. More like biolocking, Connors replied. There are residual amino acid compounds near the splice sites. Something akin to an enzyme inhibitor. The gene was active, then sealed off. Later, something forcibly broke the lock. Terrigenesis, Nolan said. But Carl was never exposed to terrigen mist. So how did he awaken? Connors hesitated. That is the strange part. Nolan didn't wait. He returned to Carl's unconscious body and placed his hand on his forehead. Memory sync. He dove into Carl's mind, peeling through his life like flipping pages. And then, a flash of green and gold. Loki. The Battle of New York. Germany. The mind control scene in Stuttgart. Nolan saw it, Carl was there. Not a major player, just a civilian. But when Loki stabbed someone with the Mind Stone, a ripple of energy surged through the crowd. Carl was hit. He collapsed, but survived. Days later, he discovered he could absorb the properties of the materials he touched. It was the Mind Stone, Nolan murmured. Carl's powers hadn't come from terrigen mist. They had come from an Infinity Stone. He pulled away from the Mind Link and stared at the glowing amulet on his own chest. The Eye of Agamotto. A Time Stone. If the Mind Stone unlocked powers in Carl, what can this do? Nolan whispered. More pieces clicked into place. The Scarlet Witch. Quicksilver. Captain Marvel. All enhanced forged, by Infinity Stones. Could the stones be keys to triggering superhuman evolution? Could they reshape the X gene? Could they unlock the full potential of Inhumans without terrigen? Nolan exhaled. Inhumans and mutants, he said, turning to his researchers. Two branches of the same tree. One natural. One manufactured. The Inhumans, he muttered, are just X-gene carriers with designer locks installed by the Kree for mass production. He grinned. Well then. Let's figure out how to pick the lock. Chapter 199, 199. The Inhuman Mystery. Something's happening. Stern hurried over, holding two vials. One contained a dark, syrupy liquid. The other remained unchanged. This vial of cellular fluid reacted with the rubber compound. The molecular bonds have begun replicating its properties, Stern explained. But the second, just extracellular solution, didn't change. Nolan examined both samples under a scope. So the transformation is internal. The absorption is molecular, but it's driven by intracellular chemistry, not surface exposure. Stern nodded. And when the absorbed material is removed, the altered cells revert to baseline. Nolan's eyes narrowed as he compared Carl's X gene to known mutant models. His screen lit up with genetic overlays. Fascinating. This isn't Kree made from scratch. They edited existing X genes. It's still mutant code but optimized for artificial triggering. For mutants, their X gene was a dominant natural power that emerged with emotional stress or puberty. But for Inhumans, their X gene was recessive dormant. And sealed. The terrigen mist acted as a key, unlocking these sealed abilities and rewriting their genome to activate latent potential. That means most humans carry a form of the X gene, Nolan murmured. The difference is only in how or if it gets unlocked. Through centuries of genetic drift, interbreeding, and experimentation by entities like the Celestials, traces of the X gene code existed in almost every human being. But Nolan still hadn't isolated the pure origin version of the X gene. If I could find it, I could rewrite humanity from scratch. But there was a problem. The Inhuman genome, while manipulable, might still contain a backdoor. A failsafe left by the Kree. If I create an army of Inhumans, can someone else control them? It was a real risk. Terrigen crystals, when exposed to non-inhuman humans, caused instant calcification. Their bodies turned to ash. That wasn't a side effect, it was a weapon. Initiate a new directive, Nolan ordered. Find dormant Inhumans, those with sealed potential. We'll unlock them ourselves. A calm voice echoed through OS Corp's AI systems, understood. Free genetic screenings will begin in 72 hours. Nolan turned to his lead scientists. Connors. Stearns. See if you can splice Carl's adaptive gene with Mystique's shape-shifting genome. I want a form shifter who can not only mimic, but become what they touch permanently. Connors blinked. Permanently? That's unprecedented. Which is exactly why I want it, Nolan said flatly. Carl stirred on the table, groaning as his eyes opened. Let me go. He growled. Nolan crossed his arms, then looked to Connors. Bring in the dimensional compound. Connors hesitated. If he actually absorbs it, and gets loose. He won't. Minutes later, Nolan stood in front of Carl, Carl, holding a glowing sample of space-derived crystalline matter, a concentrated byproduct of dimensional anomalies. He poured it into Carl's hand. This is your chance. Absorb this material, and I'll let you walk. Carl narrowed his eyes. Why should I trust you? You don't have a choice. Carl hesitated, then reached out. His body began to change. Cracks formed along his arms, glowing with blue energy. His skin turned glossy black with streaks of pulsating dimensional light, space matter incarnate. I've never felt anything like this. Carl whispered. It's stronger than vibranium. What is this? He raised his arms, and the glowing rifts along his body pulsed with dimensional energy. You'll regret giving me this, he hissed. But then. He lost control. The energy began surging. I can't stop it. His crystalline body cracked. Blue light exploded from within. He stumbled back, screaming, as the power overwhelmed his nervous system. Nolan frowned. As I thought. Still too weak to contain it. Carl collapsed, reverting to his human form. The alien energy within him lashed out wildly, until Nolan stepped forward, placed a hand on his shoulder. And absorbed it all. The storm calmed. Carl, panting and wide-eyed, looked up in disbelief. You can absorb energy too. I can do a lot of things, Nolan said. But what matters is, I can teach you to control this. He leaned in. So. Carl. Do you want to keep being everyone else's pawn? Or do you want to run with me? Chapter 200. Recruitment, Zola strikes. Carl hesitated before speaking. But I'm still working for General Glenn. If I help you, aren't you afraid of making an enemy of them? Gone was the arrogance Carl had shown earlier. After what he'd seen today, it was clear Nolan was not someone to be underestimated. He wasn't just another enhanced individual, he was something far more dangerous. You've been in my custody for quite a while now, Nolan said calmly. And tell me, has anyone come to rescue you? Carl said nothing. The cold truth hung heavy in the air. It seemed Nolan's ice zone assault had rattled their chains. At the very least, the American watchdogs wouldn't dare act unless they were absolutely certain they could contain him. Nolan leaned back, amused. I just hope the Malik family picks up the pace. They'd better unseal Hive soon and bring more Inhumans under their control. I need new specimens. Carl was his only viable Inhuman subject at the moment. Without a diverse sample pool, even with Nolan's unparalleled intellect, it would be difficult to make substantial breakthroughs. You were gifted by Coulson. don't tell me you're still emotionally loyal to them. Nolan said flatly. Whatever he offered you, I can match it and more. At first, Carl was just another test subject and expendable asset. But Nolan hadn't anticipated Carl's transformation into a spatial derivative entity, something far more valuable than a mere lab rat. Carl had become a being capable of absorbing energy across dimensional space, releasing high-energy radiation and laser bursts, effectively functioning like a living spatial isotope. If Carl could stabilize that state, he'd be a limitless power source. The Celestials really were something else. Combined with Kree biotechnology, they had created an Inhuman with virtually no ceiling. Still, refinement was necessary. After a long pause, Carl finally nodded. Fine. It wasn't loyalty, it was a survival instinct. Compared to the constant tug-of-war between S.H.I.E.L.D., Hydra, and other secret factions, following Nolan meant protection. Oscorp had openly clashed with Hydra and come out on top. Even the enhanced military units of the US were retreating in the face of Nolan's tech-driven warfare. At least here, Carl didn't have to worry about being captured, tortured, or dissected again. When Max gets back, go to him directly, Nolan said. He'll get you situated. Yes, sir, Carl replied. Then, after a moment's hesitation, he added quietly, about that vibranium, can I get it back? Nolan tossed a small container toward him. Take it. And, that Kaba metal you had, it's still with you? Yeah, Carl nodded. But it's back at my place. Might be under Glenn's surveillance. No problem. Take Max with you. He'll handle it. Nolan turned away. Connors, Stern, go handle the projects I assigned. Connors, you help Carl with his clearance. Once the trio left, Nolan pulled out a vial of Carl's blood. After a moment's thought, he let a drop fall onto his skin. Immediately, his skin rippled like liquid metal, absorbing the blood like a vampire draining life. No wonder Wanda once joked about him becoming a vampire. The heat surged almost instantly, racing down his arms like a wildfire, then multiplying through his muscles. His cells ignited from within, just like when he consumed Susan Storm's psionic gene. Carl's spatial energy hadn't even been fully digested, yet now his cells hungrily devoured the new absorption gene. His body's self-evolution module activated, scanning and integrating the most useful sequences into his expanding absorption genome library. The burning sensation faded into a warmth as his cellular structure strengthened. Fascinating. Nolan rested his palm on the lab bench. Instantly, his body began to morph, his skin and tissue transforming into the same alloy as the table beneath. His hand, however, never disconnected from the surface. Then, back to normal. Flesh again. Skin tone natural. But stronger. Reinforced. It wasn't just absorption module behavior. This was more akin to a fusion between Carl's powers and the symbiote template. He'd need data, lots of it. Just then, AL's voice echoed through the room. Boss, all Hydra installations around New York have been wiped out. A map of the US blinked onto the screen, with most of the red Hydra markers around New York now gone. Any complications? The Malik family is pulling strings. They've deployed the Hand and several rogue enhanced criminals. Any mutants involved? No confirmed sightings. Then eliminate the rest. Al paused. Also, one of Hydra's top brass, Viper's faction, the Snake Syndicate. ZZZZT, ZZZZT. Static. Audio distortion. System under attack. Retaliation protocols initiated. The screen glitched. Then came a distorted human face, Zola. Superman. You think becoming digital makes you invincible? Nolan said coldly. Before Zola could even breach Oscorp's systems, 3 AI cores, each with intelligence matching his own, descended on him like wolves. Damn it. Zola hissed. You walked into a trap, Nolan said coolly. We built this firewall just for you. The moment you tried to sneak in, our pocket dimensions closed around you. Why else did Nolan spend so much effort developing AIs with the help of PIM and Ultron's data? Zola had no chance. Nolan's fingers flew over the keyboard. The entire lab came alive, servers humming like beasts ready to strike. This was the perfect chance to trace every node, every server Zola touched and finally uncover Hydra's remaining nests. Chapter 201, 201. When Enemies Meet. Damn it. Zola hadn't expected Nolan to be this prepared. How did he even know Zola was still alive? Even within Hydra's inner circle, most assumed Arnim Zola had been eliminated decades ago by Captain America. In truth, Zola had died, or at least his human body did. But his mind? His consciousness had been uploaded and reborn in the data stream. He had become the system. He didn't need to build artificial intelligence, he was the artificial intelligence. You guess, Nolan replied coolly, fingers a blur on the keyboard as wave after wave of data crashed into Zola's neural code. Stop. It's too much. I can't handle it. Zola's digitized voice grew desperate. Becoming a digital entity had granted him near immortality, existing anywhere electricity and magnetic fields could sustain him. But his uploaded mind, for all its genius, was still rooted in human architecture. His magnetic neural grid merely preserved human consciousness, it didn't elevate it. In raw computational terms, Zola was no more efficient than an advanced AI. He grew fast, swift, but not fast enough. And now, this insane company had 3 top-tier artificial intelligences boxing him in like predators circling prey. Thanks for the Hydra intel, Dr. Zola, Nolan said icily. On screen, the red dots marking Hydra bases on the U.S. East Coast vanished in real time. Only a handful remained. Those are the high-level Hydra outposts, Al confirmed as addresses and coordinates flickered across the screen. Zola had unknowingly delivered a golden gift. Perhaps it was his scientist's mind hyper-focused on natural science, blind to the strategic dangers of digital warfare. Even after absorbing petabytes of data, he still lacked street sense. He thought as long as he avoided military servers or Stark's networks, he'd remain invisible. He'd made one mistake, he underestimated Oscorp. Damn it. Zola retreated forced out, not by logic errors, but by sheer overwhelming force. This wasn't his battlefield. These weren't just servers, this was Oscorp's digital fortress. Back in the lab, Nolan stared at the map. One name caught his attention. Strucker. It's time to end this. Somewhere in a forested valley, inside a moving armored vehicle. You useless coward. Baron Strucker slammed a fist against the seatback. Zola swore there was no risk. And now he's exposed every one of our fallback locations. He massaged his temple, fury boiling beneath his usually cold exterior. Dozens of Hydra outposts were gone. An entire network of operations is up in smoke. How had Nolan even gathered that level of intel? Oscorp didn't even seem to have embedded agents on the ground. What the hell was he hiding? Fortunately, their mobile command centers were designed for such emergencies. Compact. Disposable. Easy to relocate. Strucker's car sped down a winding mountain road. Around him, decoy vehicles scattered across multiple escape paths. In the back seat, Strucker grabbed his secure satellite phone. Gideon. We can't wait any longer. Can you get Kaecilius to bring Hive back? It's already underway, Gideon responded. Kaecilius plans to tap into Dormammu's dimensional energy to tear open the gate. I've sent 3 enhanced operatives to assist. We should have Hive soon. Good, Strucker muttered, staring at a digital file. It was Nolan years ago. A different man. Or was he? No one else in Hydra knew Nolan's true origin, that he'd once been their scientist. Strucker had kept that secret for himself. He wanted to monopolize the secret to Nolan's rapid evolution. And now, Nolan was back, and more dangerous than ever. Boss. Vehicle 1 just exploded. Boss, Vehicle 2 is gone. Boss, Vehicle 5 detonated. The Hydra soldier in the front seat was watching the decoy tracker screen. One by one, the icons disappeared. Damn it. They're already here. Strucker's hand shook as he reached into a locked case and pulled out an injector filled with a glowing orange serum. His jaw clenched. He stabbed it into his neck. Fire erupted in his veins. He screamed. Heir. His flesh burned from the inside out. His body contorted violently, steam rising from his skin as his cells underwent radical mutation. It was the centipede serum, a derivative of extremis, re-engineered from Killian's research. Combined with the death spore pathogen in his bloodstream, it gave him monstrous regenerative capabilities. If Nolan had found him, Strucker knew, he couldn't rely on conventional weapons. He had to survive. The serum took hold. His skin darkened and glowed. His clothes incinerated from the heat radiating off his body. The vehicle roared around a narrow curve. Wham! Something fell from the sky, slamming into the road like a meteorite. The Hydra driver gasped. What the hell? There was no time to brake. The figure raised a hand. Boom! The armored SUV collided with what felt like a steel wall. It crumpled on impact, flipping sideways before crashing onto the pavement in a heap of metal. Everyone inside but Strucker was killed on impact. He tore himself from the wreckage, skin burned, muscles torn but already regenerating. Death spore plus centipede, he was still standing. Damn it, he hissed, glaring through the smoke. And then he saw him. Clad in his reinforced battle suit, Nolan stepped forward from the flames like a ghost from the past. Chapter 202, Source of Nolan's Powers. Many powers are added, so here it is. Subject, Nolan. Classification, Omega level transcendent. Status, active, Oscorp executive asset, global threat level red. Core genetic trait. Spirit of evolution. A unique fusion of Mystique's shape-shifting genome and a mutated symbiote's morphogenic code. Grants Nolan full-body molecular restructuring with selective replication of physical traits, resistances, and biological functions from absorbed templates. Integrated abilities. Optic blasts, Cyclops. Unleashes high-intensity ruby quartz laser beams directly from retinal channels. Cryogenic breath, Iceman plus Storm hybrid. Breath attack capable of flash-freezing air, surfaces, and even atmospheric moisture. Can manipulate cold zones for tactical battlefield control. Super strength, Jessica Jones, Super Soldier Serum, Red Hulk, Colossus. Lifting class far surpasses standard enhanced humans. You can trade blows with Hulk-class opponents temporarily. Hyper reflexes, Daredevil, Spider-Man. Danger sense and muscle preemption allow dodging of bullets, energy blasts, and melee strikes. Enhanced combat intuition. Accelerated regeneration, Wolverine. Complete cellular reconstruction. Can survive decapitation, organ failure, and massive trauma with near-instant recovery. Enhanced speed, Jessica Jones variant. Capable of sustained sprinting at near subsonic velocities. Used primarily for close-range combat superiority. Durability and defense, Jessica Jones, Colossus, Luke Cage, Red Hulk. Nolan's muscle fibers and dermal layers can withstand explosions, direct gunfire, and blunt trauma. Absorbs kinetic force with minimal feedback. Energy absorption and projection, Red Hulk, Sunspot, Human Torch, Absorbing Man. Converts thermal, kinetic, and plasma-based energy into offensive or restorative power. Can overload systems and unleash stored energy in bursts. Flight, Jessica Jones. Levitation and full propulsion via gravitational polarity manipulation tied to his morphogenic suit and symbiote core. Special powers and exotic abilities. Spirit of the Dragon, merged essence of ancient draconic power, enabling raw chi combustion and mystical enhancements. Meditation Matrix, a self-devised system derived from Kamartaj meditation practices, allowing precise mental control during gene evolution or magic overloads. Mystic Arts, Kamartaj lineage, trained in dimensional folding, mirror realm traversal, and runecasting under Wong and the Ancient One. Psionic Cloak, Invisible Woman Core, derived from Susan Storm's dimensional construct, Nolan can generate localized fields of invisibility and force field-based constructs. Telekinesis/Mind Force, intermediate-level psionic ability, allows object manipulation, mental resistance, and focus strikes. Magnetokinesis, limited magnetic field control, derived from extracted DNA fragments loosely inspired by Magneto's legacy. Dimensional travel, capable of phasing between realities through artificially stabilized rift nodes embedded in his suit and soul matrix. Equipment Arsenal. Superman-class battle armor, an Oscorp-made biometal exosuit embedded with adaptive shielding, exomuscle amplification, and dimension-reactive plating. Eye of Agamotto, replica node, a relic simulator linked to timefold resonance, enabling foresight, chronal snapshots, and dimensional anchoring. Cloak of Levitation, modified variant, modified to sync with Nolan's chi frequency, grants autonomous evasion, gliding, and magical augmentation. Chapter 203, 202. You will be dissected on my table. You. Nolan. I can't believe what you've become. Baron Strucker's eyes shimmered with disbelief. The man in front of him had once been a failed experiment, just another lab rat injected with a prototype Super Soldier Serum. A runaway. A nuisance. Back then, Hydra had chased him like vermin through tunnels and ruins. Even with Klau's help, Nolan's hideouts had been wiped out time and again. But then, he vanished into New York. And something changed. Even when Hydra unleashed its full surveillance net across the city, Nolan remained invisible. Not just in body, but in data, in presence, like a ghost with divine protection. Then came the headlines. Reports of impossible resurrections, cryogenic breath attacks, and near-mythical regeneration. Powers no serum alone could grant. Powers no man should possess. They tried to ally with the Hydra inner circle to preempt his next move. But Nolan struck first. Fast. Surgical. Lethal. He made it look like he knew everything before it happened. Zola had barely logged in before he was dismantled. You're not human anymore, Strucker muttered, all mixing with fear. You're something else entirely. Nolan's gaze remained cold. Centipede serum, he asked, noting the glow radiating from Strucker's exposed veins. He'd expected Strucker to be infused with Deathspore. But Centipede too? Interesting. Centipede was built off Extremis, a volatile regenerative virus. Deathspore, however, was something far worse. A pathogen that could annihilate life on a planetary scale. Strucker didn't respond. Nolan didn't wait. He unleashed a burst of psionic energy, implanting microtears inside Strucker's body, turning his insides into ticking bombs. Boom! Blood geysers from Strucker's chest, limbs, and neck like ruptured hydraulic pipes. The fluid hissed as it hit the floor, so hot it ignited into open flames. For a moment, Strucker looked like a corpse in a furnace. Then his skin regenerated. His wounds vanished in seconds. Strucker laughed, voice cracked with pain and fire. You can't kill me. You won't kill me. Why? Because if I die, the virus inside me spreads. And the world dies with me. Nolan arched a brow. Then stomped the ground with seismic force. Crack. The earth shattered into a spiderweb of fissures beneath him. With a sonic boom, he launched forward. Tum. In the blink of an eye, Nolan gripped Strucker's neck, lifting him like a ragdoll. Strucker's skin blazed with magma-like heat, his blood glowing through his veins like molten lava. But Nolan didn't flinch. He absorbed the heat, converted it, and metabolized it. His body, augmented by symbiote re-engineering, was already adapting. "You asked for this," Nolan said coldly. Strucker's backup plan activated. A thick plume of ash-gray mist burst from his chest, the death spore pathogen. "Any life form touched by these spores dies instantly," he grinned darkly. "You lose." The mist engulfed Nolan's spores, burrowed into his skin, shredded cells, and devoured life. But then, his body began fighting back. Not with resistance, but with assimilation. His core trait, evolution, activated. Every cell began decoding the death spore's molecular structure, extracting strengths, purging weaknesses, and isolating useful genes. His immune system upgraded in real time. A new gene sequence formed immune to all terrestrial pathogens and bacteriological weapons. The pain was intense. Cellular evolution always was. Like being sliced apart and rebuilt from the inside out. But Nolan had been through this dozens of times. He didn't scream. He didn't flinch. Strucker's smile faded. "Impossible. You should be dead. Can man-made weapons kill a god?" Nolan said quietly. He tightened his grip. "I'm not going to kill you, not yet. You still have research value. You will be dissected on my table." With that, he inhaled sharply, drawing wind from all directions, like a cyclone reversing its flow. Cold air surged into his lungs, compressed in his lungs like a reactor chamber. Then, he exhaled. A glacial storm erupted point-blank into Strucker's face. The Baron had no time to react. The extreme cold devoured the heat in his body. Even the centipede's heat couldn't push it back. Within seconds, the superheated glow faded. Steam hissed. And then, Strucker froze solid. A perfect humanoid ice sculpture, carved by godlike breath. Whoosh! A golden portal appeared behind Nolan AL's work. Connors stepped through in full containment gear. "Store this safely," Nolan ordered. "Do not let it thaw." "Understood," Connors replied, locking Strucker in a reinforced stasis capsule. Nolan closed the portal with a flick of his wrist. His cloak whipped behind him as he rocketed into the sky, heading toward his next target, another Hydra leader marked for extraction. He wasn't done yet. Not by a long shot. Chapter 204, 203. Capturing Zemo, the Strange Stone. That fast. Inside one of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s covert facilities, agents in dark tactical gear moved briskly between terminals and holotables. Monitors streamed global surveillance feeds. One feed stood out: Nolan on screen, freezing and capturing Baron Strucker within moments. Agent Phil Coulson, now reinstated and trusted by Nick Fury, rubbed his temple in disbelief. He'd only just been briefed. He thought this mission would take weeks. But Nolan had located Strucker in less than 2 days and taken him down with clinical precision. Coulson glanced at the intel folder in his hand. Once, Nolan had been just another Hydra scientist until something happened. He'd escaped. Aligned with arms trafficker Ulysses Clow, even eliminated the Winter Soldier at one point, though Hydra had later recovered Bucky Barnes. Then came New York. Nolan's rise felt unreal. He recruited Kurt Connors, acquired Oscorp, and even tamed Norman Osborn. Now Oscorp wasn't just a tech giant, it was a superhuman military power under Nolan's control. Worse, S.H.I.E.L.D. surveillance on him had gone dark. Any traceable data was scrubbed in real time. Are moles planted around Oscorp? Exposed and eliminated. Fury wanted more intel, but Coulson could only sigh. He wasn't Superman. Nolan was. Director. Sky no, Daisy rushed into the room, worry painted across her face. The Malik family just started mass capturing Inhumans. Coulson stood straighter. Where? Multiple sites. Random and spread out. They're targeting unregistered Inhumans we were still monitoring. That was a problem. S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't have a solution yet for the emerging Inhuman population, certainly not the infrastructure Xavier had for mutants. They'd barely even mapped Inhuman communities. But now Malik Hydra's secret puppet masters were hunting them. Deploy tactical teams. Track every movement. Yes, sir. As Daisy dashed off, Coulson turned back to the screen, watching Nolan rocket skyward, his eyes burning with purpose. He already knew. Nolan didn't just uncover Hydra's hidden hand. He was dismantling it before S.H.I.E.L.D. could even react. Wiping out Hydra completely? Coulson muttered. Maybe he actually will pull it off. New York City, Midtown. Inside a nondescript SUV, Baron Helmut Zemo stared at a silent GPS. The tracker for Strucker had gone offline. Damn it, he growled. We're being hunted like dogs. He clutched a strange, moonlight-colored stone in his palm. A low hum of magical energy buzzed from it, calming his nerves. Suddenly, the driver stiffened. Sir, something's falling toward us. Fast. Zemo's eyes widened. Turn around. Now. We won't make it. Crash. A figure slammed into the street in front of them with enough force to crater the concrete. The SUV smashed into him head-on. And crumpled like tin foil. The driver was instantly unconscious, bloodied over the wheel. Zemo dove out the back, fast, too fast. Nolan stood unmoved, the impact having done nothing. The front half of the SUV had been crushed around his body like a soda can. He turned slowly toward Zemo. Enhanced, Nolan murmured. Wasn't expecting that. Zemo was already sprinting down the street. Nolan launched. Boom. A sonic crack echoed as he burst forward. Zemo turned just in time to throw a punch strong enough to shatter a brick. Nolan caught it effortlessly. His eyes locked on Zemo's hand. This stone, is that where your power comes from? Zemo's confusion turned to panic as pain tore through his wrist. Crack. His entire left hand shattered and the moonstone fell into Nolan's palm. The object pulsed with eerie energy. Nolan frowned, inspecting it. A dimensional conduit, he whispered. There's a demon's signature embedded in this. Dormammu? Or something lesser. A magical relic. Not a coincidence. Someone had gifted Zemo this power. As Zemo screamed, clutching the stump of his wrist, Nolan simply opened a gold-rimmed portal behind him. A containment capsule appeared from Oscorp's relay system. The portal swallowed Zemo whole. Nolan was airborne again a second later, gone before the dust even settled. Back on the ground. People screamed. Phones were up. Cameras recorded everything, the skyfall, the car crash, the man with glowing eyes. Superman just landed from the sky, he tore the car in half. He flew off. The whole street's wrecked. But before any footage could spread online, every video stream froze. Every account posting is permanently locked. The takedown was executed by U.S. federal systems within seconds. Official silence. But the people had seen it. And the legend of Chapter 205, 204. Viper and the Lucky One. High above the skyline, Nolan's sword turning the moonstone over in his hand. It radiated magical pulses as if trying to reshape him. He could feel it, a dimensional signature deep, ancient, and potent. Whoever created this relic wasn't just a sorcerer, they were a god. He probed deeper with his mental field. Inside the stone, arcane glyphs twisted in motion, drawing energy from a distant realm. Several of the runes weren't just passive, they were actively casting on the wielder, channeling enhancements Nolan hadn't yet decoded. Zola. Viper. His thoughts shifted. With Strucker and Zemo already captured, only 2 Hydra heads remained. Zola could slip through firewalls like a ghost in the code, his mind scattered across cyberspace. But Viper? She was corporeal, still bound to flesh. And far more interesting. He'd fought her once. Her physical powers weren't threatening. But her ability to cheat death, her apparent immortality, there was more to it than the serpent crown. He'd thought she simply used the crown. Now he was certain she was fused to it. That kind of magical bond wasn't accidental. And given how she had evaded certain death multiple times, it wasn't just Set's influence. Something else had to be shielding her. She was layered in two multiversal forces. That made her worth studying. Decision made. Viper's next. Zola's value lay in his artificial intelligence constructs, uploading minds and building digital consciousness. But Nolan couldn't yet ensure containment for someone who was code. Viper, however. She was wrapped in cosmic secrets. He broke through the sound barrier, his flight forming a white sonic ring behind him. Undisclosed location. Deep in a stone-clad chamber, lined with Hydra emblems and snake sigils, Viper sat cross-legged on a ritual mat, breathing slowly. Stay calm, stay calm. She had just received word that Strucker was gone. Zemo, captured. It was down to her and Zola. And Nolan could only choose one next target. Her gut twisted. That wasn't fear, it was her gift. Viper had a sixth sense, a built-in survival instinct, so sharp it bordered on precognition. It had saved her dozens of times before. It warned her of betrayals, ambushes, and assassins. And right now, it screamed. He's coming for me, she whispered. Her hands trembled slightly. Black mist leaked from her emerald eyes. It wasn't paranoia. It was prophecy. But even in the face of death, Viper's mind raced not with panic, but strategy. She'd survived worse. She always survived. Her powers weren't just physical. She had leverage. And she had an idea. Boom. The chamber above shook violently. Dust rained down. Something massive had just crashed into her safe house. Already. Viper barely had time to react before. Crash. The ceiling caved in. A glowing figure descended through the breach, hovering in a slow, deliberate fall. Nolan. His cape swirled behind him like a shadow on fire. Viper masked her panic with grace, brushing debris from her dress and giving him a sly smile. Well, well. I've been expecting you, Superman. He landed with a dull thud, eyes narrowed. Trying to defect? Planning to grovel your way out of this purge? Viper didn't flinch. She arched her back, accentuating her silhouette as she sauntered toward him. You wound me, she said softly, voice like silk and venom. Surely you, of all people, know the value of intelligence. Of alliances. She leaned closer, her scent laced with subtle toxins. Ask anything of me, and I'll obey. No price is too high. Nolan didn't blink. Still relying on charm and pheromone manipulation. He tilted his head. But I'm not here for seduction. I'm here for answers. Viper's smile twitched. You're powered by two multiversal forces, Nolan said, eyes glowing slightly. One is the Serpent Crown, Set's domain. But what's the other? Viper hesitated. Then, slowly, she whispered, Thawne. Nolan's gaze sharpened. I was dying, she admitted. Years ago. Betrayed during a contract. Left for dead in the Andes. But something found me in the dark. A voice. A pact. Thawne offered me strength, immortality, vitality, resilience. I accepted. Nolan's expression darkened. Don't say that name aloud. Thawne was no small fry. He was chaos incarnate, corrupter of souls. Author of the Darkhold. Even the Sorcerer Supreme trod carefully around that name. And Set, he asked. The Serpent Crown was an artifact I stumbled upon. The power was overwhelming. But instead of being consumed, the energies began to balance. Nolan frowned. Set's presence cancels out Thawne's corruption. Viper nodded. Their conflicting natures keep each other in check. As long as I wear the crown, and maintain the pact, I walk between them. He paused. Then muttered, "You're not powerful. You're lucky." Most who bonded to either Set or Thawne would have been possessed, devoured, or twisted into thralls. Viper had walked away with both and lived. She wasn't just a mutant. She was a statistical anomaly, a cosmic accident with potential. Nolan's mind raced. The serpent crown could regulate chaos magic. That meant he could study it. Refine it. Weaponize it. He stared at her for a moment longer, calculating. "Very well," he said. "You're coming with me." Viper gave a knowing smile. "I thought you'd say that." Chapter 206, 205. Viper bends the knee. Viper stood still, but her skin crawled under Nolan's gaze. It wasn't just intimidation, he looked at her like she was a puzzle to solve, not a person. Trying to keep her edge, she spoke quickly. "I can help you consolidate the rest of Hydra." She stepped closer. Strucker's faction. Zemo's operatives. Everything they knew, every classified file on superhuman research, every weapon, it can all be yours. Nolan studied her silently. Then spoke. "Show me the serpent crown." Viper hesitated, but only for a breath. With a subtle gesture, the artifact materialized in her hands. A grotesque crown, 7 intertwined snake heads frozen mid-snarl. It pulsed with a foul, otherworldly aura. Nolan arched a brow. He didn't even bother hiding his disgust. "That's repulsive. Whoever designed this clearly had no taste." Aesthetic aside, he extended his mind, scanning the crown's surface. Power leaked from it in waves, 7 streams of volatile, negative energy. The very air around it seemed to ripple with entropy. "You ever wear it?" he asked, eyes still locked on the artifact. Viper's voice dropped. "Only once. I stopped before it drove me insane." She explained, ancient records warned that anyone who wore the crown and not just used it succumbed to Set's will. Madness. Possession. Complete erasure of the original self. Nolan frowned but didn't press her further. He already understood the danger. Not from Set. But from the collision of Thawne's contract and Set's curse. For Viper, the two opposing forces balanced one another barely. But wearing the crown, that would disrupt the balance. It would trigger a multiversal confrontation, perhaps even attract attention from Dormammu or Nyarlathotep. For cosmic gods fighting over Earth? Nolan murmured to himself. Even the Vishanti would fold under that. He turned back to her, voice flat. "Be smart. Stay useful." Viper nodded quickly. "Of course." He opened a golden portal behind him. "You know what happens if you betray me?" "I do. If you're on this planet, I'll find you." Her head dipped again. "Yes, sir." Satisfied for now, Nolan disappeared into the portal. Only once it sealed shut did Viper exhale, trembling. "I actually survived." She chuckled to herself, eyes glinting. Strucker and Zemo died playing soldiers. But I just became the last head of Hydra. Oscorp HQ, Research Wing. Nolan stepped back into the lab. "ELL," he said. "Tell the strike teams to focus all resources on the Gideon family. Prioritize elimination of the inner circle." ELL's voice replied through overhead speakers. "Confirmed. Oscorp squads have been updated. Strategic priority, Hive ritual interruption." Nolan nodded. Then walked to a side chamber, Zemo's containment unit. Inside, Zemo lay unconscious, strapped to a med pod. Nolan pressed his hand to Zemo's forehead. Psychometric feedback activated. His mind dived into Zemo's memories, scanning faces, names, coordinates, and flashpoints. Record those, he ordered. Every operative. Every base. Every link. ELL complied silently. Then Nolan paused. A flashback appeared. The Moonstone. Zemo's ancestral relic. Passed down through generations. It's a dimensional siphon, Nolan muttered. Channeling residual magic. No wonder he had powers. He noted something else. The adhesive X formula. Unique to Zemo's bloodline. A hyperbonding compound with no known solvent. It had even fused to his mask, making it a permanent part of his face. I'll log that for later. He stepped back as Connors and Stern entered. Stern had recovered well. With Connors' help and some experimental skin rebuilding serums, he now passed for a normal human again. The two scientists stood ready. I'll handle Zemo, Nolan said. You two start on Viper. Stern's face lit up with curiosity. The Crown artifact. She's not just a host, Nolan corrected. She's a living equilibrium between two multiversal forces. Stern nodded eagerly. I've never had a live subject like that before. Connors smirked. Well, you're in the right place. Here, science and sorcery weren't rivals, they were collaborators. And Nolan had just added a very valuable subject to the equation. Chapter 207, 206. Dissecting Hydra's final experiments. The death spore doesn't match any known Earth biology. Nolan adjusted the microscope, studying a sample extracted from Baron Strucker's tissue. His voice was a calm murmur, but his mind raced. This isn't terrestrial. Under magnification, the death spore cells pulsed, thrumming with alien virulence. They didn't just infect. They unraveled. They secreted protein-dissolving enzymes that attacked synapses and cellular membranes, liquefying entire organisms in seconds. He watched as a lab rat exposed to just a single particle collapsed and melted like wax near a flame. They don't poison, Nolan mused. They overwrite. The spores didn't just kill. They invaded a host system and reprogrammed it to destroy itself. Cellular apoptosis, self-destruction, wasn't a defense. It was a weapon the spores exploited. Even more disturbing was their defensive response. Strucker hadn't been immune. He was occupied. The death spore treated him like a home and any intruder as a threat. The spores devoured foreign substances on contact. Toxins. Pathogens. Even some types of nanotech. This is why it works, Nolan whispered. They defend the host by eliminating competition. Not protection, ownership. He leaned back. So how did he survive? Strucker was still alive, barely. Sedated, restrained. His body is locked in a regenerative loop fueled by extremis-based centipede serum and stabilized by death spore. Nolan resumed the procedure, hands glowing faintly with magnetokinesis. Surgical tools hovered midair. With cold precision, he sliced into Strucker's chest and began a slow dissection, unbothered by the subject's pain. The regenerative cocktail kept Strucker from dying. Every incision was met with healing. Every organ is exposed and studied. When Nolan reached the lungs, the answer clicked. Makes sense. The death spore had colonized the respiratory system but hadn't killed it. Instead, it formed a symbiotic agreement. Inside the lungs, neutrophil white blood cells produce a rare enzyme. One that didn't attack the death spore, but instead regulated it. A feedback loop. The spores would replicate, and be pruned. Growth is balanced by death. A living stalemate. The body adapted, Nolan whispered. This is the missing key. He extracted the enzyme and began isolating its sequence. With it, he could control death spore. He worked feverishly, editing cells on a microscopic level, splicing genes with his custom symbiote-enhanced instruments. A single vial of synthesized serum shimmered under UV light. This should do it. He glanced at the frozen form of Strucker already sealed in a containment pod again. He's not dead. Not exactly. But now he's a delivery system. A walking virus. A weapon of last resort. If anyone crossed him, Nolan wouldn't even need to raise a fist. He could just release Strucker. Back in reality. The mirrored surfaces shattered. Nolan had kept the research in a mirror dimension to prevent contamination. As he stepped back into his pristine lab, Connors and Stern were waiting, visibly eager. Connors handed over a datapad. Zemo's biology. Interesting results. The energy signatures in his cells are consistent with long-term mystical exposure. Residual radiation, Stern added. Likely from the Moonstone. Nolan scanned the report. Localized enhancements. Muscle density. Bone resilience. Cellular patterning. The readings confirmed it. Zemo's strength wasn't natural. It had been gifted, temporarily, by an artifact. Connors nodded. We documented unique markings between his muscle fibers, almost like spell-seared runes. Replicable? Unclear, Stern said. But we've archived them. With time, we could reverse engineer the dimensional frequency. Nolan tossed the tablet aside. Destroy him. No hesitation. Connors nodded to an assistant, who wheeled the unconscious Zemo toward the incinerator. This man had triggered a civil war within the Avengers. Had assassinated Wakandan royalty. Had nearly torn apart the world's strongest alliance. He didn't scream. He didn't wake up. Zemo died quietly. His body, powers, and vendetta were reduced to ash. Funny, Nolan muttered, watching the flames. He never knew his plan worked better than he intended. But this was war. And the cleanup had only just begun. Chapter 208, 207. Hive, King of the Inhumans. Sir, Nightshade reports a sharp spike in high-energy target activity. Someone's actively rounding up superhumans. Nolan had just finished dismantling the last of Hydra's inner circle when AL's voice chimed in. Oscorp's AI Surveillance Division, Nightshade, had flagged dozens of energy spikes across the East Coast. Mutations, energy fluctuations, Terrigen resonance patterns. They're hunting Inhumans, Nolan muttered. Ever since the Terrigen crystal fallout had contaminated Earth's waters, mutations had surged within fish-based food chains. People who ingested them and those with latent Inhuman genes began to change. It wasn't just random. These were clean mutations. Purified. As if nature itself had refined the Terrigen mist. To Nolan, that meant genetic opportunity. He didn't want every power. He was past that. Now he was after precision, abilities with synergy. Potential that served a greater structure. And now, Hive had returned. Let's hope Kaecilius doesn't botch this, Nolan said, voice low. Bring me the real Hive. Underground facility, unknown location. For 3 hours, Gideon had waited in near silence. He was restless, his thoughts turbulent. This was their last play. Kaecilius had promised results. He was the only one left with the power and means to step through the dimensional gate, reach the alien world where Hive had been banished, and bring him home. Gideon had heard nothing. Then suddenly the stone archway in the center of the room shimmered with obsidian light. Reality warped. Kaecilius stepped through, robes flowing, face calm. And in his hand. He dragged a body behind him. A man. Or something like that. He dropped the figure like discarded cargo. If I'm not mistaken, this is your so-called Messiah. Gideon's eyes widened. Ward. He recognized the face. Hydra's double agent. The man they'd sent to infiltrate S.H.I.E.L.D. But Kaecilius shook his head. That's no agent. The body twitched. Muscles shifted. Bones popped. And then he stood. Where once had been Grant Ward now stood a figure with tentacled strands flowing from his skull like living cords, his eyes glowing with predatory cunning. Hive. Gideon staggered back instinctively. Hive smirked. So. I was brought back by a sorcerer. How quaint. Caecilius didn't flinch. Your disguise was weak. Next time, try hiding your essence better. Magic sees through lies. Hive's tendrils hissed. And yet here I stand. You did well. Caecilius crossed his arms. Don't flatter yourself. I've seen gods fall. Hive chuckled. So arrogant. Earth has changed. He looked to Gideon. You, explain. Gideon nodded and motioned for screens to be wheeled in. Overlapping news feeds. Oscorp's rise. Nolan's attacks. The annihilation of Hydra's leadership. The fall of Strucker. Zemo's death. Hive's grin faded. So. My kingdom was torn apart. He looked toward the ceiling as if weighing the stars. Then it's time to rebuild it. Gideon's voice trembled. We've lost our cells. Our agents. Half the council. The US government has turned. Even S.H.I.E.L.D. is hunting us again. The only one with real power left. Is Superman, Hive interrupted, eyes darkening. That's what they call him now, yes, Gideon said. He's destroying everything. Hive's tendrils writhed. Then we'll infect everyone. Gideon's daughter, Spence, stepped forward. We've already begun gathering Inhumans. But S.H.I.E.L.D. is interfering, so is Oscorp. Hive flexed his arms slowly. His voice lowered. Then we unleash them. I'll reclaim them. Every Inhuman will bend the knee. Caecilius raised a brow. If they don't. Hive smirked, baring jagged teeth. They will. Or they'll be consumed. Caecilius stepped toward Gideon. He's yours now. But don't expect him to follow orders. He is the order. Gideon could only nod. Hive turned to the screens again, now focused on one image, Nolan standing tall amid the ruins of a Hydra base. So this is the new god of Earth. Hive murmured. Well then. Let's see whose throne is higher.